for LGBTQ acceptance. Learn how at lovehasnolabels.com. Brought to you by Love Has No Labels and the Ad Council.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Hey, it's Joe Spadoni. Bay Area homeowners, when you're improving your home, a strong lineup matters. This fall, Ashby Lumber and Milgard Windows and Doors are helping you buy more and get more. From September 1st through October 31st, order qualifying Milgard windows through Ashby Lumber and receive a gift card code by email. Buy 5 qualifying windows and receive $200. Buy 10 and receive $600. Buy 15 or more and receive $1,000. This offer applies to V400 Tuscany Series and V300 Trinsic Series windows. Add a qualifying V400 Tuscany or V300 Trinsic patio door and receive $350 per door, or receive $750 per qualifying VX350, AX450, or AX650 moving glass wall. Lock in rewards while you seal in comfort. Visit Ashby Lumber's Berkeley or Concord showroom for complete promotion details. Ashby Lumber, your local Milgard certified dealer.
Leon was about to leave the military.
My biggest concern was, what am I going to do next?
He found out about My Computer Career and their military transition program.
The Cyber Warrior program takes you from not knowing anything about a computer at all to being a subject matter expert.
How long is that going to take?
In the span of 4 months, I was able to get 4 different certifications.
4 months? Leon's advice?
Highly recommended.
Become a certified cyber warrior in just months at mycomputercareer.edu. This is one student's experience. Individual results vary. VA education benefits available to those who qualify.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/music. That's ethos.com/music. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
You hear that? That can only mean one thing. Your WNBA team, the Golden State Valkyries, are back, and you don't want to miss a single moment in Valhalla.
You can feel the energy.
Get your tickets now at Valkyries.com.
You've worked too hard to wonder if your wealth manager is actually working for you. The decisions you're facing, what comes next, who you trust, have consequences that last. Getting it right matters. Baylord has been in the Bay since 1969. No parent company, answering only to their clients. The kind of people who understand what you've built and what's actually at stake. The right wealth manager changes everything. Find out if Baylord is yours. Baylord.com. That's BAILARD.com.
This is Chris Dolan.
And I'm Vanessa Deniston, senior attorney from the Dolan Law Firm. Chris, what's with all these out-of-town personal injury firms coming into the Bay Area with these catchy jingles and funny names?
Unlike the Dolan Law Firm, most of these firms are from out of state or in L.A.
The Dolan Law Firm is headquartered right here in San Francisco, going on 30 years.
We live here, we work here, we win here. The Dolan Law Firm, we're the best lawyers we hope you'll never need. DolanLawFirm.com.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.org now or call 877 Cars for Kids to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S, Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Imagine every time your business makes a sale. Inventory updates, an invoice is created, customer records are updated, accounting stays current. That's the power of Odoo. One fully integrated platform where every part of your business works together, automating tasks, eliminating extra steps, and saving you valuable time. Everything connects. Everything works. Try Odoo free at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
San Francisco, morning clouds burning off the sunshine, high of 66.
Weather brought to you by Staples. It's the most wonderful time of the year at Staples. They've got back-to-school supplies as low as 25 cents, up to 40% off select tech and more at staples.com/back-to-school. Staples, that was easy.
It's time to wake on up. With a nice cup of Joe.
What's up, Joe, bro?
Featuring Joe Spadoni.
He's an Italian.
And Joe, the Butcher Boy Shasky.
I am slippery.
Oh! The best part of waking up is morning roast in your cup.
It is the Morning Roast, man, on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, it is. Happy hump day, ladies and gentlemen. Spadoni, Lubman, filling in for Shasky all week long, doing a hell of a job. We got New York Kenny, a.k.a. Ken Bone, on the ones and twos, and Chase up for Rookie of the Year alongside him as well. And shout out to all of you just getting off work and ready for school, working out, whatever you're doing. We appreciate you joining us here this morning for the next 4 hours. A lot to get into. We got Matt Barrows, who covers the 49ers for The Athletic. He was at joint practices. He's been all over this team for years and years and years and knows the ins and outs. And we'll get his thoughts on training camp, his thoughts on preseason game number 2 tomorrow at SoFi Stadium. Plus, it's a Wednesday, so that means we have Dave Fleming, voice of the San Francisco Giants for NBC Sports Bay Area and our 95 on the Game Giants Insider, joining us in the 8 o'clock hour as well. All right, let's start with the joint practices yesterday, Sammy, because I want to start with like the most positive news, because I'm a positive person by nature. Kaelon Black. I mean, we don't even have to do anything else. As long as he stays healthy, he is RB2. Just given the 2 videos I saw yesterday on social media of him running, first of all, that man's thighs are bigger than my torso. Now, I'm kind of skinny, although I'm getting a little fat. Dad mode, father of 3, get off my back. But that was...
No one was on it. No judgments.
That was the most explosive...
Some judgments.
RB2 I've seen in San Francisco since Jordan Mason. Now, this was only a couple of years ago, but they need some juice behind Christian McCaffrey, who, again, dealing with tightness, and we'll get to the sound from Kyle Shanahan yesterday. He seems to think there is no hold-in, just judging from his comments. But RB2, it's on lock for Kaelon Black if he stays healthy. That was my biggest takeaway.
No, that was probably the biggest positive takeaway from yesterday was Kaelon Black, because based off of all the other reports, not the greatest day for the 49ers at joint practice with the Chargers yesterday, who, I didn't know this, they have their own little electric substation right behind their practice
field.
Well,
they're the Chargers, so it's
I guess that's true. They got
with them, you know?
Go Chargers.
Yeah.
Go.
We have that somewhere. I used to play it all the time. Rick Tittle loved that.
It's funny how that substation never gets brought up, but, hey, follow the science, I guess.
Well, the Chargers, I feel like, have been like the second most injured team in the NFL. Again, yesterday, a couple of their guys ended up going down.
4 or 5 guys lead the
Yeah, Quentin Johnson being one of them.
So there we go. Maybe that's the substation we should have been freaking out about the whole time, and instead of the one next to the Niners practice. I'm just never get over the ridiculousness of that conspiracy theory. I'm sorry to keep dredging it up. But, yeah, Kaelon Black, I don't know if CMC is holding in or not. I'll err on the side of he's just going to be on the field week 1, regardless of what happens. I'm not going to sit here and say Kaelon Black is putting the pressure on CMC or anything like that. But what it is showing me is that, if he's healthy and ready to go, I don't know if he's playing tomorrow night. I thought I saw the other day that they're not going to play him in the preseason game against the Chargers.
It'd be a great question for Matty Barrows.
That will be a great question for Matty Barrows to ask him when he joins us at 9:20. But yeah, no, that one video you saw, he blew right through the hole. Great blocking up front too by Trent, and I'll have to go back and look at that video.
I think it was Carver Willis as well. Was it Carver
Willis who
because
had that
Dominic
block?
Pooney is out with a concussion currently.
Yeah,
yes.
because that run was to the left side and Pooney plays on the right side.
That's true. I was just noticing the great blocking, but to your point, it might have been Connor Colby, might have been Robert Jones.
I'll have to go
which is great.
Go recheck that video, whoever it was. I mean, just basing off that one rep that we saw on the video.
That's what we do here. And
one rep, that's enough. Tell me, yep, that's my starting left guard
2026
right there.
Social media. Hey, we're not all joint practices. Whoever has those videos, we're just going to, the Coach Yaks of the world, we're just going to live off that.
Us up.
Lombardi
was on it. Barrows was on it. There was a lot of guys getting video out of practice yesterday. So good job on the Niners beat core for getting the videos out that they did get out there yesterday.
Yeah, Keon White came back from an adductor. Kalon Black obviously also dealing with the adductor. He was back. And Demarcus Robinson, who was out of Sunday's practice with an undisclosed reason, I should say, was also back at practice. Some of the ones that did not practice against the Chargers, Dominic Pooney, as I mentioned, has a concussion. Grayson Halton dealing with the ankle. That sucks. Obviously, Christian McCaffrey, tightness. Luke Gifford has the hamstring. Nick Bosa, he's got the soreness/tendonitis. Juszczyk still dealing with that broken finger. Curtis Rourke, obviously undisclosed/ribs. I don't know why there's both of them. Undisclosed/ribs. Is it just one of them? You disclose the rib injury. I guess maybe there's something else going on.
Undisclosed about the ribs? That's interesting because how can it be undisclosed and then you disclose it?
Christian Kirk still dealing with that calf. And that is something I want to ask, when we have Matt Barrows on 9 o'clock hour. This guy had one practice, and he's been out this whole time. Is he even going to make the team, Christian Kirk?
I kind of had this
probably not, right?
I had this thought going into camp.
I was excited when the name, when they first said they were bringing in Christian Kirk. I think a lot of Niner fans were like, "Oh, okay, if this guy could stay healthy, he's a legitimate threat." He brings an element of speed and athleticism. He could be a possession receiver. May not have the greatest size, but that's a name that has legitimate wide receiver, starter backup power. We haven't even seen him.
No.
Why did they pick him?
Exactly.
Between him or Demarcus Robinson, I figured one of them's probably not going to make it through camp because there seems like a little bit of redundancy with those two.
And I'd rather have Demarcus, just given that he was on the team last year and he did step up in a big game in a big moment in Philadelphia.
Sort of been on the field this year in training camp.
Yeah.
So instead of Christian Kirk. So that you don't have to twist my arm on that one there.
We are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, Laughing Monk Righteously Brewed in San Francisco. And there is a lot of parallels between these two franchises as currently constructed. Obviously, the head coach, Jim Harbaugh. We'll get to some of the Harbaugh sound because he's still Harbaugh, right? It's the same Harbaugh we remember 15 plus years ago. If he was at Stanford, he was at, obviously here with San Francisco 49ers, Michigan guy. He is the same dude and the same quotes. And he had some funny ones in regards to meeting Brock Purdy or wanting to meet Brock Purdy. Still funny to me that he still hasn't done that.
Seems like it'd be pretty easy to do, just before practice.
Well, doesn't Purdy real quick seem like the perfect Jim Harbaugh story quarterback? Couldn't you imagine Harbaugh coaching Purdy and gassing him up, right? And he punches his chest he did Alex Smith.
I'm sure for a lot of Niner fans, you don't have to work hard to imagine Jim Harbaugh coaching Brock Purdy. This is something I think we'll get into later in the show. It's just the fondness for Jim Harbaugh that still exists.
They still love him around here. They do.
Listen, he was a very popular coach when he was here. So, I think a lot of 49er fans can easily close their eyes and pretend that they live in a world where Jim Harbaugh is slapping the shoulder pads of one Brock Purdy.
They have that parallel. They obviously have Trey Lance as a backup now behind Justin Herbert. Once upon a time, the Niner fans thought he was going to be the future franchise quarterback.
On a field of Adonis.
In a field of Adonis. Chasky and Bonte made him famous, one might say, or infamous, considering how his career went here in San Francisco.
I know Dibbs has his list of 15 moments. That's the Dibbs list.
Oh,
it's
that
his
one.
List.
The practice. Come on.
I enjoyed Dibbs' list. Dibbs had a solid list.
It's his list.
Yeah, no, it's his list. I thought he had a good list. Yeah. Of all the lists at 95.7, that is one of them.
You just made the list.
And if you were to make another list of 15 great moments over the 15 years at that station, oh my goodness, Bonte is absolutely up there.
And shout out to Debbie.
Debbie!
From the team store, is that who she was?
So,
right?
yeah, with the security guards. Again, I always remember I was producing Scrub Sunday with Whitey and Coes.
That's what they called it?
That's what they called it, Scrub Sunday. I was producing
great.
their show, and I get a call from Shaz. He's like, I need to get on here and talk about Trey Lance right now.
That's so unlike Shasky. He forced himself onto that show on a Sunday afternoon.
Like, who is this producing? Who is this? This is Lubman. Lubman, I need to get on. I need to talk about Trey Lance.
I actually give you a 3 for that impression of Joe Shasky.
Fortunately, I've had a lot of time to get you to, brush it up.
We've been texting in the main thread occasionally, and the only time he responded was a certain video from a certain ex-producer here at the station that was posted. That was really bothering him.
Well, no, he got offended when I said Chaz got offended in our group chat last night when I said that Bryce could still hit home runs in the short porch and right.
The future.
It's like, yes, I know the ball doesn't carry, but it's 309 down the right field line.
15 years.
I mean,
anyway,
it did look effortless when he hit that home run to center field.
That was a great home run last night by Bryce.
The only highlight.
Yeah, I would say only focus on that one little moment of that. Good Lord.
Carson was not, he's just not very good.
It's not,
not very good.
And again, we're going to see Tugboat Matt Wilkinson go tonight. And again, it's
going to go great.
Again, Spadoni, you were freaking out about the low fastball velocity yesterday.
Everyone's throwing 95 and this guy's throwing 90 and he's supposed to be part of our rotation in the future.
I'll have Dave Fleming educate. No, because we'll have Dave Fleming educate you.
Well, Greg Maddux. I was like, okay, thanks. This guy's gonna be Greg Maddux, Monte. Come on.
All right, let's just forget what you're saying right now. The whole point is you're complaining about the whole throwing 90 thing. When you throw 90 but can't locate, you become Carson Winston. When you throw 90 and can locate, hopefully that'll be Tugboat tonight. So
okay. Do we have like a special like do like a tugboat noise? Like
let's have them pitch well first, and then we'll start doing the tug.
Right.
I mean, again, they're making a lot of hype about this kid. Maybe it's because of the nickname.
I think that's literally it. And he's a little hefty too. He's got a little size to him.
Yeah. We actually have the same birthday, him and I.
Oh, look at you
10-year difference, but yeah.
Oh, well, he doesn't. He looks like older than us too. There
we go.
There it is. Keep that in the rotation.
My tugboat.
I will eat my words and play the tugboat like the drop all the time if he's does well. All right, so
instead of what do you hear? What do you say? What do you hear? What do you tug? No, actually, no, not that at all. That's awful. that was awful.
Careful.
Oof. You know what? Why don't you talk, but I'm gonna take the next minute off here and kind of recompose here.
Just gonna let that breathe a little bit. That was something, huh, boys? 6:17 a.m. Triple X Lubman over here. Are you kidding me? You been hanging out in Penn State, Sam? Is that what you've been doing these days?
That story. Are we allowed to talk about that story? I heard them talk about on Two Pros and a Cup of Joe.
Yeah,
are they allowed to talk about? We're not.
Wait, why can't we talk about it? It's a major story in news and in sports.
Like
the cocaine capital of the world. We are Penn State.
Story. I think that's more of a just news story.
Oh, you're right. It's not a sports story at all.
It was a frat that did it.
Oh, frat. I thought there were some like athletes.
The kid who was in it though, who led it, Pablo Plejkabar was his nickname. It's
pretty good.
That's an elite nickname.
It's pretty good.
That is an elite nickname. That got me like laughing pretty hard.
Got you tugged up. 888-957-9570 is the number to get involved.
Tugging away.
You can call or text. It's the same number, 888-957-9570. So back to the parallels of the Chargers. I mentioned the head coach.
Back on subject.
I mentioned the backup quarterback, Trey Lance, obviously. And then there's another parallel with the 49ers side of things. You have Mac Jones now, the backup. There was once upon a time, there was a fan base divided. Actually, I don't even think it was divided. It was mainly 90% of fans wanted Trey Lance to be drafted over Mac Jones. I was one of the Mac Jones truthers. Still am. Still think he's a pretty good quarterback. If you get the right talent and coach around him, he can be pretty good. Won some games last year in San Francisco. I think he salvaged a lot of, how people thought of him prior to when McDaniels departed in New England, when he was a rookie of the year, when he was a legitimate, starting quarterback in the NFL. People forget his rookie season. He went to the playoffs.
He was solid that rookie year.
He went to the playoffs. Now,
he got off to a solid start, and then that's, just kind of faded after that.
And you lose your offensive coordinator. You bring in Joe Judge and Matt Patricia alongside the dumpster fire that was the end of Bill Belichick in New England.
Bill Belichick at the end was just, he lost his fastball.
That's what happened. So I think last year shut a lot of people up in regards to, Mac Jones and the hate that he was getting leading up to that draft. But it's an interesting compare and contrast. Like what changes if they took Mac Jones instead of Trey Lance with that pick? game. You never get Brock Purdy.
I don't think you have Brock.
Is Mac Jones still the starting quarterback here in San Francisco? I have no idea. It's just an interesting what-if scenario there. Obviously, the Brock Purdy angle, you can compare him with Justin Herbert. Another parallel people like to bring up all the time is Justin Herbert has never won a playoff game. He's 0-3. Now, I don't blame him for all those losses. I mean, that first loss I'll probably put on Brandon Staley more so because they had a huge lead in Jacksonville and they blew it. It's one of the worst playoff collapses we've ever seen.
Yeah, don't bring that up around Evan.
Don't bring it up around Joey Bosa either. He was very upset during that game and after. But that being said, Brock Purdy, what has he done? He's gone to an NFC Championship game. He's gone, obviously, to a Super Bowl, been an overtime period away from winning said Super Bowl. What he did last year in Philadelphia, I honestly think that was his best playoff victory. And if you look at the box score, people won't agree with that, but you watch the game, defending Super Bowl champions at Lincoln Financial Field in the elements. It was windy as hell in that game, overcame 2 pretty poor interceptions and had a game-winning drive in the end there in the fourth quarter when Philadelphia was healthy and San Francisco was not. And they lost George Kittle in that game. So it's a roundabout way of me saying there's going to always be a compare and contrast with Herbert, with Purdy, and we can play that game a little bit later on in the show today. And I do want to do a compare and contrast with the head coaches where this whole thing kind of started, Sam, is, Shanahan and Harbaugh. I was listening to Steiny and Goo yesterday, and I was seething. I'm not going to lie. I was seething.
Steiny spilled again?
Yeah, we'll get to that. I mean, it's the open cups of water, Steiny. You're playing with fire over here. Tim Jordan was ripping out what little hair he had left on his head when he heard that clank.
I got this metal thing on my coffee mug here, keeps the liquid inside. You got the lid on yours as well. It's that simple.
I got the Golden Arches this morning. Feels great. I'm wired up.
I bet.
By the way, I've
got a lot of coffee left.
I've been going there
too.
so much they know me by name.
Oh,
the nice cashier lady.
It's like Cheers. You walk in, Spadoni.
No, but she has this Latin accent. So it's Joseph. So I was like, oh, good morning. I don't know her name though. I need to ask her name.
Yeah,
that would be polite, right?
Kind of rude. Well, just say you walk in and she's like, oh hey Joseph, and you're just like, hey.
Yeah, she had my coffee there. It was great. It was fantastic.
Friend.
No, it's one of those. Hey you.
Hey you. There she is.
Do one of those.
You got to learn her name, dude. That's you got to start giving her shout outs.
I will. It might be shameless of me. Oh, real quick. God, I forgot to give this person a shout out yesterday.
Oh, you're awful.
No, I'm pulling a Bonte, and I do remember their name though. Drew in Oakland. I want to give a shout out to Drew in Oakland. Nicole and I were walking with the baby. It was like late afternoon a couple days ago around our neighborhood in Oakland, and this gentleman was, I believe, working for either a paratransit company. It wasn't like East Bay Paratransit, but it was one of those companies where they drive around people that are, in, motorized scooters, anything like that.
Those
wheelchairs.
Buses,
yeah. So they help people get to and from, whether it's to a senior center and back to their home. And this person was getting out and helping someone out. And I was walking past and going to the baby. He's like, hey, wait, are you that dude on the radio? I heard that in the background. I was like, huh?
Ooh.
I stick my head over this van. I was like, yeah, that's me. He's like, dude, I listen every single morning on YouTube and all this sort of. I was like, oh, that's great. What's your name?
Dude.
He's like, Drew. I was like, Drew, are you from Oakland? He's like, oh, I'll give you a shout out. I was supposed to give him a shout out yesterday, but I didn't. All while this is happening, we were having this conversation though.
I hope Drew's listening right now.
This old senior citizen, that sounds redundant, but this old man, God love him, he was waiting to be lowered down on the thing. He was up top on the van.
He's just sitting there while you guys are just
sitting in his
talking
wheelchair.
back and forth.
Yeah, I was like, hey, so I was trying to hurry up, right? So this poor guy could just go back home. But Drew was just shooting the breeze with me for a couple of minutes. Sam, what did you just say?
I don't know.
You're getting in deep water here this morning, man.
Hey, at least I haven't spilled anything.
Oh, the vibes are good, man. It's a hump day. We're having fun.
You know why? It's because Kalen Black looked good. And by the way, Carver Willis had that block.
I was right. I said Carver Willis.
Okay, I know. We didn't know, so I confirmed it for you. So
Thank you.
Carver Willis, you're atop the left guard depth chart now.
Carver Willis sounds like a general from the Revolutionary War. He does.
Yeah. General Carver Willis?
It absolutely does.
Yeah. Well, hey, if he can be the general of the 49ers left guard spot, I will absolutely take that.
You know what I want to take? A win tonight at Chase Center against the Minnesota Lynx.
It's a big one tonight.
Can we do that? This is a massive game.
Tone setter.
It's one thing to clinch the playoffs, which is fantastic. All right.
They got higher
huge.
sides, though. Talk about the Valkyries, obviously.
You want to talk about championship contention? Beat the team tonight. More of that on the other side, and it's going to be sponsored by Ceremony Ford.
The summer sales event is happening now, and Ceremony Ford has incredible offers built for game days, school drop-offs, and road trips. Hurry in and upgrade your ride at Ceremony Ford, right off of 280 in Coleman and Daly City, or visit ceremonyford.com.
There is nobody like Baldy.
What I love about Baldy is that he loves ball.
NFL Network's Brian Baldinger every Tuesday at 7:30 with Spadoni and Shasky.
Sleep is overrated. I'm just trying to give America what they want.
Baldy, all season long. Don't miss it.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by your workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help you get back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight. This August, American Vision Windows lets you pick any two offers. Free expert installation, free sound package, free upgrade to Sun Matrix. We pay your tax, or no interest and no payments for 18 months. Get your project done before fall with your choice of savings. Visit AmericanVisionWindows.com or call 888-347-0711. That's 888-347-0711. New customers only. Restrictions apply. Call or see website for details. Offer ends August 31st, 2026.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of Essentials Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence Data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Reach your saving goals with Mirastar Momentum Savings. Progress should come with perks. Every $25 you save earns an entry to win cash prizes. We're drawing winners for $1,000 monthly, $5,000 quarterly, and an annual grand prize of $10,000. Saving has never been this rewarding. Apply today at mirastarfcu.org. Insured by NCUA, no purchase necessary. Terms and conditions apply. See website for full details.
Is your client ready to build a functional outdoor space? Choosing Golden State Lumber and Showroom means faster deliveries and finishing your project on time and on budget. When it comes to decking, TimberTech stands out. It's trusted by contractors for its unbeatable quality, and with industry-leading warranties, it's clear why TimberTech is the top choice. TimberTech, the #1 brand in premium decking. Start at GoldenStateLumber.com. Golden State Lumber and Showroom. When you succeed, we succeed.
No one plans to call a lawyer, but a lot of people wish they had sooner. Because after an accident, the clock starts immediately. Insurance companies move fast. They call, they record, they push for answers. And one wrong move, saying too much, signing too early, trusting the process, that can cost you thousands. That's why waiting is the biggest mistake you can make. Call Beam Law first, before you speak to insurance, before you agree to anything, before you risk your case. This just isn't a claim. It's your recovery, your income, your future. Beam Law has recovered millions for clients across the Bay Area and has been named Best of the Bay by SF Weekly 4 times. If you've been injured or lost someone due to someone else's negligence, please don't wait. Call Beam Law now at 415-523-5555. 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555. Or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
Did you know Skechers makes high-performance footwear for almost every sport you play? Here's what our athletes are saying.
Hi, I'm pro basketball player OG Anunoby. I dominate in Skechers basketball. Skechers delivers championship-level performance.
I'm WNBA star Jackie Young. Skechers keeps me quick, comfortable, and ready for anything.
And you can get high-performance Skechers and hands-free slip-ins technology. Just step in and perform.
I'm pro golfer Matt Fitzpatrick. I play in hands-free Skechers golf slip-ins.
Find yours at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or whatever high-performance sports shoes are sold.
What do parents think of back to school at Staples, where 24-pack Crayola crayons are just 50 cents?
Staples has folders, notebooks, and pens at great prices.
I'm smiling from ear to ear. It's the most wonderful time.
Mom, I missed the bus of the year.
It's a wonderful time at Staples, where school supplies start at just 25 cents. Staples. That was easy. Visit your local Staples today or shop online and in the app. Ends 9/12. Exclusions apply.
Make every swing count. Join Pettinelli Financial Partners for the 11th annual charity golf tournament benefiting the Autism Society San Francisco Bay Area. Register your foursome or become a sponsor today at PettinelliFP.com.
Is if you don't think you're a contender, why would you change managers again?
No, that's a
no.
Yeah, that's a problem.
Oh God,
that's a problem. You all right? That's a problem, though, Steiny. That's a problem. That's my quarterback. You all right, baby? Yeah. But listen,
unbelievable.
Listen.
This is Matt Steinmetz, and you're listening to the morning show with Spadoni and Shasky. This ought to be good.
Yeah, this ought to be good, Steiny. Lubman and for Shasky, Spadoni here. Spilling water, huh? I'm assuming it was water. I heard a glass go clank. Come on, man. How many times have you done this, Steiner?
Not 5, not 6, not 7.
Get a lid. All right? I'm not talking about on your head, on your cup. Get a lid for the love of God.
Just get a water bottle like a normal person.
Well, Steiny's not normal.
That's
right?
Very fair counterpoint.
He's not.
That's why we love him, though. That's what makes Steiny so special.
I saw the video. God bless Evan Giddings for posting it, because in real time, Steiny wanted to drop an F-bomb so badly when that happened. And shout out Guru for powering through it, being a really good teammate. What did he say? That's my quarterback. He's going
Guru handled it that might have been what there you go.
I like how Guru's saying that with like something in his mouth, by the way. You can tell he's like eating something. Oh my God.
Guru powered through that really well. Props to him.
I don't know if like this is the like leftover residue, but there is water like right in front of my keyboard.
Are you just going to stare at it all show?
Well, I was going to stare at it.
You have 2 rolls of paper towels on either side of you. So.
Yeah, but for the sake of
very careful with your coffee there.
I have a lid on, so it's fine. But I was leaving it for the sake of this bit there was like water left over here. And you can see me if you're on YouTube right now. I have this paper towel that I am now cleaning up.
I was in need of a paper towel.
The leftover water spill from Matt Steinmetz yesterday. The residue, I maybe it was Willard or Willard just ignored it. But I am doing my part in cleaning up the studio, guys, and I hope everyone else does the same. All right?
It is funny.
Yeah, you know,
it was really funny. Not going to lie.
It's scary, though, if it's on the board, which has happened to me. Not me spilling it, but working with someone that has spilled on the board in the back, and that is a problem.
Well, yeah, because then we got to hear about it in the producer meeting, and that's
no. Then you hear about it in that like you can't like send us to break, and like it's all the board's broken. Well, that's what can't happen. This is inside radio, happen? By the way.
I missed that one. When did that one
happen? Old building, different show.
Okay.
You weren't a part of it.
Okay, there we go.
All right.
I do remember when Steiny spilled the glass on the whatever board we'd had in the studio at the old building and like fried the studio for a day.
Yeah, he did.
We had to force Damon and Ratto into the little baby studio we had in the other room. That's how that story ended.
Did we not? Shasky and I earlier this year, something happened at the station.
No, that was last year.
The power went out, and we had to host in the back for like a final like hour and a half.
Yeah, no, that was last year. They were or earlier this year.
It was earlier this year, I think.
Yeah, they were doing construction upstairs, and they cut the wrong wire.
That's what it was.
And then everything just died. Well, everything died back there in the producer studio. You guys were still going, and then everything else shut down. And
I had to like run like the board from like in there. Thankfully,
we saw the picture somewhere of like me there doing the YouTubing through the glass.
Oh, you were like holding the phone, right? And streaming it. It was hilarious.
And then I think Stein and Guru were like off the air for an hour too. That was the bad part of the day.
By the way, the Valkyries host the Minnesota Lynx tonight at Shea Center. Tip-off is at 7 o'clock. Listen to it right here on 95.7 The Game and the Odyssey app. Just search Valkyries to hear every game. And It's been a big 48 hours for the Golden State Valkyries, clinched another playoff spot. They announced yesterday that the 2027 WNBA All-Star Game is going to be at Chase Center. That's freaking incredible. They had Joe Lacob, obviously the owner. They had the mayor, Daniel Lurie. And I guess that's what the mayor was referencing last week when he joined Shasky and I, that there was another, set of big news to be revealed next week.
Oh, it all comes together. There's the callback.
That was a week-long tease from Mr. Mayor Daniel Lurie. So, and by the way, while I was driving home yesterday, listening to Steiny and Goo, I was at a stoplight, and guess who I saw in the corner? Veronica Burton her mom walking across the street, decked out in Valkyries gear. It was really cool. I was like, wait,
awesome.
I recognize you. And it was Veronica Burton.
That's so cool. I'm jealous.
In civilian clothes, if you will.
There you go. Athletes are people too, Joe.
They are. I'll never forget
when they put their pants on one leg at a time, just like we do.
When I've met Alvin Gentry, then Golden State Warriors assistant head coach at Target in Emeryville. He's like, yep, just a normal person shopping. That's all he said to me. I was like, hey, you're Alvin Gentry.
I mean, that's
me.
That's like time I ran into Bruce Frazier at the gas station. Just pumping gas like normal people.
I'm so jealous of Bruce Frazier's beard. God.
It is nice.
He's a handsome man. I'm not afraid to say it. He is. I'm jealous. If I could grow up to look like that, I'd be well off. Yeah. I'm just saying.
You got some ways to go.
I'm never going to get there. My hair's already fading. I can't grow a beard that thick.
It's tough.
I've accepted what I am in life, Sam.
There you go.
Have.
That's good.
By the way, Minnesota Lynx tonight. They've never beaten the Minnesota Lynx. Can they break that streak tonight, the Golden State Valkyries, Sam? Yeah. Can they? I'm going to say it. I think they will.
They could.
I think they're going to ride this 6-game winning streak. They're at home. Let's make it 7, and let's get this thing rolling. Like, if they win tonight, I'm dead serious here. If they win tonight, I do think this is like them signaling to the rest of the league they can win a championship. I was listening to Mark Willard and Dan Dibley yesterday, and Willard said championship contenders. I don't know if I'm there yet. I know Vegas says they have the 3rd best odds. You have to show me in the regular season before I could say that. You have to show me that you can beat either the Minnesota Lynx or Las Vegas Aces. Like, you have to. And I think them doing that tonight would give them the belief. Not the fan base needs it, but I think the team itself. There is something about a mental hurdle against a team that you just have to break, right? Forever, the Golden State Warriors just couldn't beat the San Antonio Spurs. They just could not beat them in San Antonio. It was like a mental hurdle that they had to get past. And they finally were able to do it, right? And then they didn't look back. I think similarly
it was,
the Golden State Valkyries.
Game 2 against the Spurs in that second-round series. I mean, the Warriors obviously still lost that series, but when they got in that first playoff run in 2013, when the Warriors got that Game 2 win in San Antonio, it did kind of shatter this illusion that the Spurs were just unbeatable.
Right.
Because you're right, Joe. Literally, every time the Warriors used to go down to San Antonio, it was an automatic L. And breaking that facade, it seemed to open up a whole new world for the Warriors. So if they could do a similar thing tonight against the Lynx, does it launch them the champion? I'll say I think they are a championship contender. They're the 2 seed right now.
I don't want to sound like a hater because it's really positive momentum. What they've done is incredible. They're 25-9, second best record in all WNBA.
They got the best defense in the W. But if you got a great defense, I think you got as good a chance as any. Granted, I think you're going against the best offense in the league right now. In the
Lynx, in their own right, are the second best defense too.
The Fever have a better points per game average at 96 points per game to the Lynx's 92. By comparison, our Valkyries are scoring 83 points a game, but again, that 76 points allowed per game, far and away the best in the entire league right there. The Mystics at 82 points a game allowed. That is the next best. So it is a great offense against the league's best defense. And I will say, Joe, if they do win tonight, like that is the announcement to the league that, they are legitimate championship contenders. Again, I think they're already legitimate championship contenders, though.
Getting the number 1 overall seed probably going to be tough right now. If you're looking at it, 29-7, the Minnesota Lynx are best record in the WNBA, but only 2 up in the loss column from the Valkyries. So if they lose tonight, the Lynx that is, you're 2 games back. You play again on Monday in Minnesota. Theoretically, if you win that game,
you tie the season series. Then actually,
yeah. So like you do have the potential to still get that number 1 overall seed. Now it's going to be difficult.
I don't know what the tiebreakers are in the WNBA after head-to-head, though.
They might go, conference, whatever. But it's like, it's so...
I hope it's not conference. The Lynx are 19-2 in the conference. The Valkyries 10-6. So
is it common opponents? Is it conference? We can get the boys on that in the back. We'll
figure out eventually.
The crackpot staff. Yeah.
There you go.
All right. You're going to be locked in then, right?
Oh, yeah, I'll be
between that and Tugboat Wilkinson.
It's going to be a tough... Yeah, I'm taking Graham out to dinner tonight, too. So
oh, really?
Might have to go somewhere that has a TV, which she won't be a
You were such a great grandson.
Actually,
That's
no,
awesome.
I've been kind of blowing off dinner for a few weeks there, so...
Actually, no, I'm not.
Actually, no, I've been really kind of slipping as a grandson lately, if you're being real. So I got a text on, like, Saturday. It's like, hey, we're doing Sunday dinner. Your dad and stepmom are coming over. It's like... Yeah, I'm gonna be back from the ballpark at like 6:30. I don't know if that's gonna work out, and so I've already been a bad grandson once this week, so I got to make up for that.
Yeah, so it's interesting when you say that. I have a lot of brothers and sisters / cousins, so like it's easy.
Yeah, your family's like a small army.
Well, it is. So it's easy for me to get lost in the shuffle as like a grandson.
They just forget to text you.
Well, no, it's not even forget. Well, R.I.P. all my grandparents. They've been gone for quite some time now. But when we were around, it was hey. Call grandma on her birthday, or grandma's calling you on your birthday. Answer the phone because I had a grandma.
Oh, you got
My mom's on the East Coast, so like I would only see her if I was traveling the East Coast, or she was traveling with over here to stay with us on the West Coast. And then my nanny, my dad's mom, she lived over in Burlingame. We'd visit. Every Christmas was always at Nani's house. So like if I wasn't going to see her or get a call from her on my birthday, I would go see her during that time. Or occasionally after a Giants game, my dad would take me and then we would stop by and just see the night over there. Yeah. That was fun.
Anyway,
big Giants fan.
PSA, call your grandparents if you can.
Yeah,
tell them hi. It'll make their day.
Absolutely. You should do that. And by the way, this segment is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. Dave Fleming going to be joining us in the 8 o'clock hour to talk about the aforementioned San Francisco Giants. What are we going to make of Tugboat Wilkinson's debut as a San Francisco Giant? Yeah. Keep playing it whenever I say it. I mean, it would be perfect. San Francisco right there, the Foghorn, Tugboat. I mean, come on.
God, man, I have so many expectations on this kid.
Are we going to start getting like people in the crowd when he makes his debut at Oracle
Everyone's going to be tooting afterwards?
Well, they'll be doing that if they're eating a lot of garlic fries. But can we get people like sailor hats?
Ooh, there we go.
Do we get Brandon Belt out there? Yeah, Brandon Belt.
Instead of have him come in on a tugboat this time.
Yeah, let's go.
Clay can drive it in.
Okay, now you're thinking, Sam. Yeah. All right, I like that.
I keep seeing Clay wanting to return rumors pop up on social media.
Sure.
Thank God social media is not real. Otherwise, I'd be tempted to believe him.
Why not? Sure.
Yeah,
at this
matters.
point, if you want to do that,
nothing matters anymore.
Whatever. You know what still matters to me? It's like that wrestling guy. It still matters. It's still real to me. Damn it.
Yeah.
This Jim Harbaugh stuff and comparing, contrasting with Kyle Shanahan, it's pissed me off. I was in the car yesterday listening to Steiny and Goo.
Oh.
I was angry. I was happy because I saw Veronica Burton. Then I was angry again after I got on the highway.
Hey.
I'm going to tell you why on the other side. Brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
Need to get something off your chest?
I'm going to call you crazy in Spanish. You're loco.
Stuck in traffic and can't take it anymore?
I can't handle this.
We've got the solution for you. Call the Sound Off line at 628-400-9880. That's 628-400-9880. And leave a message. It's Sound Off. Every morning at 8 a.m., starting Monday on 95.7 The Game.
On September 2nd, DraftKings Game Day arrives with massive deals, exclusive deals, and an all-day celebration built for sports fans. The countdown has begun. All roads lead to Game Day. The DraftKings Sports app is now live in 50 states. That means California from Texas to Florida. DraftKings Game Day is the kickoff of a new season, a new era, and the biggest day in sports history. New DraftKings customers, sign up with code ALLNEWS, spend $5 to get $150 in rewards within 14 days in partnership with DraftKings. The crown is yours. Event trading offered by DraftKings Predictions, a CFTC-registered introducing broker. Trading involves risk of loss, market availability varies, eligibility restrictions apply. $50 every 7 days via click to claim issued in non-withdrawable predictions dollars that expire in 1 year. Ends August 23rd. Terms dkng.co/predictions promo. Nationwide based on sportsbook, predictions, and free-to-play sports contest availability varies by state.
I felt a jackhammering pain in my jaw.
Like someone sawing my bones.
Barbed wire in my shoulder.
Like a cattle prod in my hip.
Like I put my foot in a blender.
Pain is different for everyone.
But where pain starts, Journavx suzetrigine begins. Journavx is a non-opioid 50 milligram prescription tablet for adults with moderate to severe acute pain that reduces pain signals before they reach the brain. Before those signals tell the brain to feel
like I punched an angry beehive.
And pain reduction can finally begin. Do not take Journavx with CYP3A inhibitors. Avoid use with grapefruit or liver problems, as these may increase side effects. Tell your doctor about all your medicines if you are pregnant or breastfeeding. Journavx may make certain medicines and birth control less effective. Side effects include itching, muscle spasms, rash, and elevated muscle enzymes. To learn more about Journavx, ask your doctor. Call 1-833-589-PAIN or visit journavx.com.
Toyota's national sales event is on now. Summer isn't over yet, and neither is your chance to explore California in a Toyota. Get 3.99% APR plus $500 finance cash on 2026 Tacoma SR5. Or get 2.99% APR on 2026 Tundra. Time's running out to take advantage of Toyota's national sales event before summer ends. Visit your local Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places. Offers available through TFS to buyers with premium rated credit. Cannot be combined with other offers. Cashback offer excludes Tundra TRD Pro. Ends 8/31/26.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
Back to school. The kids are headed back to class, but termites, they've been busy all summer, eating, breeding, and damaging your home 24/7. If you've seen termite droppings, don't wait. Call Pacific Coast Termite at 800-PACIFIC for a free inspection. And if you need treatment, Pacific Coast Termite uses orange oil and Ultraset, so there's no move out, no tent, no poisonous gas, so you don't have to leave your home empty, potentially inviting burglars in. Termites don't take the summer off. Call 800-PACIFIC. That's 800-PACIFIC. PacificCoastTermite.com. Some restrictions apply.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with auto pay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of Essentials Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Oak Cliff Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I left the pizza box on top of my car before driving home. Not smart. Oh, and a semi just turned my deep dish into a thin crust.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Valhalla, it's Veronica Burton. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, Veronica. Saw her walking around the Embarcadero yesterday. Listen, I think it was with her mom. I think it was with a family member. I don't know. I'm just assuming. You know what assuming does? Makes a donkey out of you and me. All right. But it was definitely Veronica Burton, and I'm definitely going to be watching her tonight take on the Minnesota Lynx right here. Or I should be saying listening here on 95.7 The Game, but I could be watching it on KPIX. And Kevin Dana on the call. K-Bone, the other K-Bone, Kenny, sorry. Going to be on the call right here, 95.7 The Game. And also the Odyssey app where we are streaming right now. And this segment is also brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Spadoni and Lubman, who's filling for Shasky all week long, doing a hell of a job. We're talking about joint practices right now between the 49ers and Los Angeles Chargers. It's so weird to say Los Angeles Chargers. I know it's been a while. It just should be in San Diego.
Doesn't roll off the tongue, huh?
It just doesn't. Like same with the Vegas Raiders, and maybe because the Raiders already moved a couple times, so it doesn't it's not as bad, or it makes more sense, I guess. But it just San Diego was the Chargers, man, and now it's the Padres. The Padres and their ownership and everyone there involved is like, good, see you later. We're the only show in town now. We'll have a party at Petco Park every single day, man. But you see the fandom at Petco. It just makes you feel like had they built a new ballpark or a new stadium, I guess, for the San Diego Chargers, they would sell out and be fine there.
Do they still have that song, or they just got rid of the
San Diego Superchargers? Yeah, they probably play in the tailgate.
Oh.
Do they even have a tailgate? Do they have enough fans for that?
No, I don't think you can tailgate there.
SoFi, not really.
It's not that
I've been
open.
there, but I've only been there for a concert, so I haven't done like a sporting event down there, so I can't really say.
Yeah, I didn't really see it when I went.
Okay, all right, well, fair enough. And again, I don't even mean to be mean about it, but is there enough fans to have like a Rams and Chargers tailgate at this point? I mean, the Raider fans I know will have tailgates there. The Niner fans will have tailgates there. I don't know about the home team. But again, they'll be playing tomorrow, and it's going to be interesting to see who plays. It sounds like, according to Kyle Shanahan, you're going to see a lot of starters for Game 2 down at SoFi Stadium, which I think is a good thing. I want to see, Purdy with Stribling. I want to see what Romello Height can do. I want to see potentially if Kalen Black could go, because Kalen Black was the story, I think, yesterday on offense. Now, there are some negative storylines coming out of joint practices, Sam, that we haven't really touched on so far. Mike Evans being one of them. And it's interesting because this is a guy that had the quad strain, dealt with a lot of injuries last year. It was his, worst season by games played in his NFL career, dealing with a hamstring strain. He took a big part in the practices before leaving with a left foot and ankle tape and iced up and taking his jersey off and shoulder pads. So he had his left foot and ankle taped up and iced up. Then he had to leave. He was on the sideline, apparently in good spirits, but not going to lie, a little concerning for me that he had to leave practice a little bit early with tape and ice drops. Nothing to see here. You concerned? What say you?
I don't think I'm tripping out about it just yet. I think Evans is in that category of, you've been around this long enough, this game of football, you know how to get yourself ready for the season. You know your body. You're a smart player. He's kind of in that McCaffrey, Bosa, Kittle, Juszczyk group of, as long as you're ready to go week 1, then we're gravy. Up until then, I'm not gonna freak out one way or another about it. That's not, I think, the most fun way to look at things. I think you probably want to see your guys performing in training camp, but again, I think just where the Niners are at with a lot of these guys, they kind of have this, we expect you, we just trust you'll be ready week 1 kind of attitude. And I think that's kind of what we're seeing here with Evans.
And this is what Shanahan had to say about Evans leaving practice a little early. It's the word of training camp, I guess. Tightness.
They just said he has some tightness, so we were just being smart taking him out. I don't think it's anything worse, so we'll see when we get in there, but nothing that I'm worried about right now.
Have we heard the word tightness this much in training camp? I swear to God.
I don't think
I was literally saying that in the back. I'm like, I can't even think of any team or any season where I've heard tightness this much early in the season.
No, that is beat me to it, Chase. I don't think we've ever talked about tightness like this. it ever. And I think last year we were talking about tendonitis. This year it's tightness. It's always a different T word.
Well, it was bilateral Achilles tendonitis heading into last season, right?
Yep.
So it was like we were learning all the different science and metrics and names there. Now it's just tightness in general, which is vague. Are we just going to start going to hockey when it comes to injuries? Lower body.
Upper body, lower body, all body.
Foot, ankle, no, not even. Just leg. Lower extremity.
Lower leg, yeah. Just body part, mysterious body part.
The face you just made when I said lower extremity, Ken. You guys need to relax this morning.
No, I wasn't even thinking that.
You guys need to relax.
I was thinking, actually, didn't Jane Daniels have something like that with lower body injury?
Something about number 5. Yeah, I don't know.
That too.
I'm just inserting.
He's going through it. He can only be on the injury report 4 times a week.
So tightness for Mike Evans, assuming probably not playing tomorrow then, if he has tightness. Yeah. Probably not going to see Christian McCaffrey. Probably not going to see Nick Bosa. Not even probably. You're not going.
No, you're not seeing any of those guys till week 1 at the earliest.
But,
and you know what? Again, I'm okay with that in the sense that there's nothing to be done about it. So let me rephrase. I'm accepting of it.
But we will see Brock Purdy tomorrow. Sounds like. And that is a good sign if you're a 49ers fan, because you get to see for the first time in game action, not regular game, but a preseason game, a Purdy Stribling connection.
Ooh.
That's what I want to see. That is what I am most excited to see if I'm a San Francisco 49ers fan, is to see that. Also, the defensive line. I want to see some other guys step up. I want to see more from Jaden Duggar. I want to see Nick Martin out there. I want to see Romello Height, right? Can Romello Height do something? Can he flash at all? Because right now I'm not hearing his name in joint practices. I'm not hearing his name being called out a lot in training camp. I'm not hearing his name in preseason games. This was a guy that I think a lot of Niner fans had high hopes for heading into this season, especially in light of the tendonitis / soreness that's going on with Nick Bosa. Someone else needs to get to the quarterback, Sam. And who's that someone going to be right now?
Osa Odigizua.
Defensive tackle. We'll see.
I mean, it sounded like he was, basically setting up shop in the Chargers backfield yesterday. I saw he had 4 quarterback pressures, and that's another one. Again, when Matt Barrows joins us at 9:20, I really wish we could have had Barrows on earlier, because I'm very excited to hear about what went down at joint practice yesterday from someone who was actually there. And I asked him yesterday, it's like, hey, you want to come on earlier, like 9:50? He gave me a hearty ha-ha about that. So that's the pain of morning show life. No one wants to wake up as early as you do. But we'll be hearing from him in the 9 o'clock hour. I'm excited to hear what's going on with Osa, because, again, it's we were talking yesterday about Vita Vea trade rumors and how badly the Niners need him. And this isn't me saying, we got Osa, don't worry about it. But what I am saying is we got Osa Odigizua, maybe go get Vita Vea too. But if we could see the Osa, from yesterday more throughout this season, then you're feeling really good about what this defensive line can do going into the season, Joe.
Yeah, we talked to Baldy yesterday. If you missed any of that interview, Baldy joins us each and every Tuesday in the 7 o'clock hour. Find it on the Odyssey app or on YouTube where we are streaming. This is what, he had to say about the 49ers, whether or not they should trade for Vita Vea.
Yes, absolutely. If you got a chance to get Vita Vea, who cares about the money? That's the accountant's job, is to take care of the money. If you get a chance to get Vita Vea, you watch everybody on the defensive line and at linebacker get better. There's a reason why they basically won the division 5 years in a row with him. Now, they got hurt last year, but that guy is a great, great player. And he's more than a run stuffer. You let that guy go one-on-one with any center or guard in this league, he's going to destroy him. Destroy him. His Polynesian power is unmatched. Yes, if they have a chance, like I've been saying, if the Giants want to go compete in the NFC East, they should go trade for him. That's the biggest position weakness they have. If you want Arvell Reese to be in the Pro Bowl this year, go get Vita Vea. You want Fred Warner to get back and Dre Greenlaw to get back to where they are, put Vita Vea in the middle of that defensive line.
Okay. I'm sold. Polynesian power. Let's freaking go, man.
I can't imagine.
Can you imagine him and Osa Odigizua
with a healthy
interior? Yeah.
With Grayson Halton backing him up.
Well, it's just to his point.
Romello Height, who's going to have his breakout preseason performance tomorrow night at SoFi against the Chargers, having him on the other side. I'm going to dream a little bit. Sure, why not?
It's a domino effect is basically what he's saying right there, because you work from the inside out on a defense. You start with the defensive line in the interior. You shore up, stopping the running game, getting interior pass rush, And then that bleeds into guys like Romello Height, guys like Nick Bosa, obviously. And then it goes to the linebacking core. Then you can get mix and match creativity there if you're Raheem Morris. Like, it just opens up a world of possibilities defensively that weren't really an option last year for you. And I'm just looking within this division, too. Sean McVay and the Rams, and obviously Mike McDonald and the Seahawks. They want to establish the run first and foremost. What killed the 49ers defensively last year? The run game.
Yeah, well, especially was when Alfred Collins and CJ. I mean, Alfred Collins, this is where, people want to see the sexy numbers with certain defensive positions. And, Alfred Collins, the guy who was a second or third round pick. I'm spacing off the top of my head when he was. I have it written down somewhere. But, he was doing a great job stopping. It wasn't really showing up on the stat sheet a whole lot. But when he went down, it absolutely changed things, because when you don't have that big boy up front who could just plug up those holes and get in the way of offensive linemen and basically just create havoc in the trenches. That's what trips up those running backs. That's what creates the opportunities for the Fred Warners, for the Greenlaws to kind of attack those holes that do open up because the other ones are plugged up by your big boys up front. It does make things easier for that linebacking core. And more importantly, Joe, it takes a lot of pressure off of your secondary. And I don't know if you remember that 2019 49ers team, what made them so good is that pass rush in that front seven was so intense that it covered up what was a kind of a suspect secondary that year. And you didn't really have to worry about the secondary all that much because that front seven brought the pressure. You had a guy like Vita Vea, absolutely, that adds that there. But looking at the guys internally on the roster, because Vita Vea is not here yet. And until he is, there's a part of me that's just going to operate that he's not going to be here. That's how I'm going to look at it. If you as a 49er fan want to look at it differently, I'm not going to argue against you on that. But you got to focus on what you have right now. And based on what we heard from Osa yesterday, that's a positive step for me for this defensive line and taking that pressure off the secondary because, wow, yeah, yesterday was definitely not a banner day for Jair Brown on the field there. Omarion Hampton absolutely rolled over him on the one play that I saw.
He crushed the secondary. Didn't look like anyone wanted to tackle him. Didn't look like Renano Green wanted any part of that.
No, it was,
Also, let's be honest, that would be a penalty. Leading with the crown of your helmet, Omarion. Can't be doing that. Come on, he would have gotten
Jair
fined.
Brown looked like he wanted to go in and show Omarion Hampton what was going on. And Omarion Hampton said, excuse me, sir, I don't care what you want to show me. I'm going to show you something a little bit bigger. And he hit-sticked him. Also, later in practice, they showed some deep balls that Justin Herbert had. And, his receivers over here, catching the ball. And then, way over there was Jair Brown lit on fire because of how much he got burned. Jair Brown, yeah, sorry, buddy, but that was not a day that we're going to be putting on the refrigerator.
Well, Jair Brown, a Penn State alum, it was a tough day for him yesterday, just in light of everything that took place. It's tough. By the way, you were listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Spadoni, it's Lubman and Frashasky. It's the Morning Roast. 1 hour down, 3 to go here. And we got Dave Fleming joining us in the 8 o'clock hour to talk some Gigantes. And in the 9 o'clock hour, Matt Barrows, who covers the 49ers at a very high level via The Athletic, will be joining us to talk some joint practice and also preseason game number 2 against the Chargers. It was not a good practice yesterday for San Francisco, basically top to bottom. Don't take my word for it. Take Brock Purdy's word for it.
Honestly, I don't think it was our best day. I feel like fundamentals and stuff were just a little off and whatnot. Obviously there was some good stuff, some stuff we need to work on, but I just feel like we could have came out with a little bit more chip on our shoulder. Offensively, I don't know how our defense did, but yeah, that's just overall thoughts.
Offensively, the problem, obviously, for a lot of people is the running back depth, and the offensive line is going to be a major question mark at certain positions. I think you know what you got in Trent Williams. I think you know what you got in Colton McKivitz. Dom Pooney. Hopefully this concussion isn't too serious because that is, you
never know these things.
It's up on the radar, man. It is. And in light of what took place with Kyle Shanahan with the car accident, he definitely looks at concussions differently. He said as much. So maybe they'll even be more cautious with this stuff, trying to not shoehorn them in immediately, give him more rest, then try to force these guys back. I say all that to say...
Well, Pooney was hobbled last year by...
the PCL.
A PCL injury as well. And again, it showed. And again, we talked about the lack of burst that CMC had. And I do think part of it is, again, we have a suspect offensive line. Again, McKivitz was great last year. Trent was good when he was on the field. internally, though, on that offensive line, when Jake Brendel is merely okay, I think Dominic Puni, when he's healthy, could be one of the top guards in the league on that right side there. I feel very confident there, but if he's hobbled in any way when you have questions on that left guard spot, I could understand how you have a not good practice. That being said, have your bad days now. Get them out of the way now, and that way when the regular season comes along, now's the time to make these mistakes.
And speaking of the updates in regards to some of the big boys on the 49ers, here's what Shanahan had to say in regards to, the talking point all week, which has been Christian McCaffrey, but also Nick Bosa. But let's start with CMC in responding to the hold-in claims.
People make a lot of assumptions, and that would be one that they're wrong on.
Okay, so we're wrong on the assumption that this could be a potential hold-in for Christian McCaffrey. That says
okay, there we go. Case
Kyle
closed.
Shanahan. And
Would Kyle lie just to get people to stop talking about something?
It's only a lie. What does George Costanza say? It's only a lie if you don't believe it. It's not a lie if you believe it. That's what it is, right? There you go. I love George Costanza. Shout out Jason Alexander. Never won an Emmy for portraying George, and that's the biggest crime of the last 2 centuries. I'll go back to film. Here's more from Shanahan. If it was a game week, CMC would have played today.
I think if it wasn't Christian and we were in a game week, I think he would have played today.
Is it related to the calf or Achilles?
No, just some tightness. He'll get sensitive if I say where. So.
What?
He had to think about that for a second on what he wanted to say.
Just tightness. He'll get sensitive if I say where. Oh, whatever. You know what? Christian, be ready week 1. Just be ready week 1.
Does that give you more or less confidence that he's going to be coming back soon? Like listening to that, no, legitimately, because there's part of me that says if Shanahan's saying if it was a game week that he would have played today, then this is a big nothing burger and they're just being extra cautious. But the fact that he was asked point blank if this has to deal with the Achilles, because remember heading into last season, the conversation was bilateral Achilles tendonitis. That's just wear and tear that these guys have because they've played for so damn long that sometimes they flare up, kind of like Steph Curry's runner's knee, kind of like what we're seeing with Nick Bosa right now. It's just a wear and tear injury that, if you're overexerting yourself, it's going to pop up. So maybe it could just be that. Maybe he's just had a heavy workload. They want to take some of that off, especially as joint practices and preseason approaching. But why not just say, he just said it right there, to protect his feelings? Christian's going to be mad if you say he has a sore Achilles? Really?
Yeah, I don't.
Sore calf?
He's gonna get sensitive there. I don't know. Maybe it's. Does that kind of take away from the whole it's not a hold-in thing? He doesn't want to say that the calf is tight because then when you're in negotiations, why would it give you money? Your calf is apparently tight.
Yeah, I don't think it's a hold-in. For me, the way that Shanahan said that, it's not, right? It just is injury related.
Again, this is going into the whole,
I have to take him at his word. Right? I
mean, you could. You don't have to.
Are you
I don't
not?
think you have to.
Are you not?
Again, like I said, would Kyle Shanahan really lie just to get people to stop talking about something? Yes, I think he absolutely would.
But in the past, when there's been hold-ins, he's acknowledged that. He's acknowledged that these guys are working separately, and he's kind of skated by it in a way, because there's negotiations all the time with some of these players and how he communicates with John Lynch, how they want this to be perceived. There's ways of talking about it. He flat out said basically that this isn't a hold-in.
Yeah.
So, which he doesn't need to say that. In the past, whether it's Deebo Samuel, whether it's Jimmy,
that's a good point.
Whether it's he's kind of acknowledged the elephant in the room, if you will.
Yeah.
Right now, he's basically just saying, hey, dude, stop worrying about the holding stuff. It's just tightness. We want to be extra cautious, and he's going to be fine if this is a real game week. Okay, that, for me, whatever.
Again, we were never going to see CMC, I think, play that much in the preseason all to begin with, so it's not like he's missing needed in-game reps or anything like that. And again, he is in that group, like I mentioned earlier, him and Mike Evans and Nick Bosa. And these are all guys who they've been around this long enough. They've been around this game long enough. They know how to get ready for the regular season where you're willing to kind of let them do their own thing to get ready. That is something that Shanahan will allow there. So again, it's just, is he holding? Is he not? I don't know. Sure. Let's, for the sake of fun, just say that it is just normal tightness. It isn't a hold-in tightness or anything like that. Again, I'll just go back to what I said at the start of this part, and just be ready week 1. If you're ready week 1, I'm willing to wipe everything out of my memory in terms of what happened with Christian McCaffrey in this training camp.
Could Mykel Williams be ready for week 1, Kyle?
Yeah, I mean, he's further along. I mean, he's further away than those other guys you guys just asked about, but we do think he's close. I mean, I do think week 1 would be a long shot, but we haven't ruled it out yet. But he's progressing very well.
That doesn't sound promising.
Week 1 would be a long shot for Mykel Williams.
So if he starts the season on IR, that's at minimum you got to miss 4 weeks. Is that correct?
Yeah, but he's on the PUP currently, right? That's 4 weeks, if I'm not mistaken.
That's also 4? Okay.
Yes. So I think that's where he's probably going to start. And again, he's coming back from an ACL injury in his rookie season. I don't know what you're going to get with Mykel Williams. I wasn't that impressed with him last year. I don't think he flashed a lot. That's kind of what you want to see with a defensive player in the first round. Hell, any player in the first round. You want to see some flashy, sexy plays, especially if he was drafted to be a defensive end. Most of his damage is done in the interior, which, again, defensive tackle is what that reeks of, and that's kind of what he is, an interior presence. Maybe he's just was categorized as the wrong position. I have no idea. It's just unfortunate that the last few of these first-round picks, a la Ricky Pearsall and Mykel, aren't going to be contributing. Ricky, obviously, for the entire season.
Yeah, I mean,
and for the first portion of the season, it looks like it's not going to be Mykel either.
That's why John Lynch is under a microscope, because these first-rounders not worked out here. So if Mykel does indeed miss the first 4 games of the season, which it's trending in that direction, so Rams, Dolphins, Cardinals, Broncos, boom, gone. We'll not see you for those games. That brings him back on track to come back week 5, Sunday, October 11th, in Seattle against the Seahawks. So,
okay,
maybe that's when he makes a start debut, or maybe they give him a quote-unquote soft landing spot, and his first 2 games are against Washington and then in Atlanta heading into that week 8 bye week. So, I mean, it doesn't sound like we're going to see Mykel Williams anytime soon, but maybe Matt Barrows will shed some light on that.
Yeah, not 920 Matt Barrows, The Athletic, covers the Niners. But on the other side, whenever they play the Chargers...
You got really triggered by this yesterday.
Whenever Jim Harbaugh is brought up at this station, there is a certain segment of Niner fans that really piss me off.
Uh-oh.
I'm angry, Sam. I'm going to explain on the other side at 888-957-9570. The ungratefulness of some of you out there when it comes to head coaches, and your head coach, Kyle Shanahan, you ought to be ashamed. Red and Gold Summit's back. Another year, Thursday, September 3rd, live from Jack's Restaurant and Bar in Pleasant Hill. Willard and Dids from 2 to 6, all the hosts from 4 to 6, getting you ready for another football season. And we are excited to tell you that NFL Network analyst and our guy, Brian Baldinger, will be there as well. It's all sponsored by Ceremony Ford.
The summer sales event is happening now, and Ceremony Ford has incredible offers built for game days, school drop-offs, and road trips. Hurry in and upgrade your ride at Ceremony Ford, right off of 280 in Coleman and Daly City, or visit ceremonyford.com.
It's the greatest 3 words in the English language. Football is back.
Purdy, touchdown, San Francisco. What deception!
And we can't get enough of it. Niners! It's go time for the 49ers, and we are all in.
That's the best coach in the NFL, Shanahan!
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed? Now through August 24th, new Xfinity customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
half off your summer at the Good Guys 39th West Coast Nationals. Over 3,000 of the country's baddest hot rods, muscle cars, customs, trick trucks, and more. All this weekend at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. Details at good-guys.com.
From carriage house to glass aluminum doors, R&S Doors has a full line of commercial and residential garage doors and gates to suit anyone's taste and budget. Visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
When you get injured, you're not just facing pain. You're facing an insurance company. Insurance companies don't send compassion. They send adjusters, a trained pack whose only job is protecting the insurance company. You need a guard dog. When the insurance company unleashes its pack, Habas Law unleashes a pack that's bigger, smarter, and trained to ferociously hunt down every dollar you deserve. And trust me, every insurance company already knows the names of the biggest dogs in the fight. Habas Law. Visit habaslaw.com.
Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
Thinking about upgrading your sleep? Now is the time to shop Sleep Number. Trusted by millions for nearly 40 years, Sleep Number offers superior comfort, personalized adjustability, temperature benefits, and value that is unmatched in the industry. And right now, during the Sleep Number Labor Day sale, all mattresses are on sale. Invest in your sleep and experience firsthand Sleep Number's personalized comfort. Stop by a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com to learn more.
So, I need hamburgers, sodas, ice, and a DJ.
A DJ?
Relax, Pa. With T-Mobile, we're saving when we bundle home internet and phone lines.
Oh, wow.
Here to bundle and save big. Stay connected con tu gente with 4 lines from T-Mobile with fast, easy to set up 5G home internet and save up to $1,000 a year. Switch now on T-Mobile.com/conectate. Savings based on third line free via monthly bill credits. Internet discount with $15 in monthly bill credits and auto-pay discount. Qualifying credit required. Credits will stop if you cancel any lines or change plans. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found Tax Relief Advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
Hi, thanks for calling Uline.
Wait, did the phone even ring?
Nope.
Okay, so you answered before the ring. But now you're going to put me on hold, right?
We don't do that here. We're real people answering the phone, ready to help with your order when you are.
Uline has thousands of quality products for your business and warehouse needs, always in stock, ready to ship same day, and backed by Uline's legendary 24/7 customer service. Uline, we warehouse for you.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a social media manager.
Did you just post our Q4 earnings to your personal social media?
Oh yeah, used the trending audio and everything.
That's confidential financial data.
Relax. It only went a little viral.
The SEC just commented with the eyeball watching emoji.
This is the job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
DQ presents the Blizzard Double Flip Deal. For a limited time, when you buy one Blizzard treat, you get a second for just 99 cents. That's 2 Blizzards, 2 spoons, 2 flavors, and 2 flips. So don't miss out on the Blizzard Double Flip Deal, available only for a limited time and happening now at DQ. Because the only thing better than a Blizzard treat is a second Blizzard treat for just 99 cents. It's a deal to flip for. The Blizzard Double Flip Deal. Get it in the app. Participation may vary.
Hey, it's Dibber here. Tune in to Willard and Dibs every Friday when I give out my locks for the weekend. They may fade me, and they're right to do so. Meanwhile, you can go ahead and fade back into the morning roast.
You faded? Hope not. Well, it's not true. You can be if you want. Just be careful. Welcome in. Spadoni.
Why? What?
Lubman in for Shasky. And I'm angry.
Uh-oh.
I'm upset. I was getting in my car yesterday, heading over Bay Bridge, going back to Oakland, and I was listening to Steiny and Goo, as I always do. And we were talking Harbaugh and Shanahan. Obviously, playing the Chargers, going to SoFi Stadium, head coach of them, Jim Harbaugh, formerly of San Francisco 49ers, went to 3 straight NFC championships, won one of them, lost in a Super Bowl, dramatic fashion, had a chance to win at the end, although they were getting blown out for the first half. Power goes out, shout out Beyonce. Comeback was on, rest is history, fade route, night, see you later. And then year from hell after that, toxicity between ownership, general manager, Trent Baalke, Jed York, Harbaugh. Harbaugh leaves, goes to Michigan, eventually wins a championship there, leaves, joins the Chargers. Here we are. In that time, the Niners had, the likes of Jim Tomsula, Chip Kelly, and then eventually Kyle Shanahan. It took a little bit for Shanahan to stick here. And then eventually,
a couple years, yeah.
Eventually, 2019 happened and they went all the way to the damn Super Bowl. Lost it, tough, but still an incredible run nonetheless. And then they went to another one with a different quarterback, a third-string quarterback once upon a time, Mr. Irrelevant, and Brock Purdy. Had another opportunity against the same team in the Kansas City Chiefs. Couldn't win that one. Tough loss. Understand it. But a lot of good things from both coaches. That being said, the fact that it still has to be an argument for some Niner fans that they would rather have Jim Harbaugh than Kyle Shanahan as their head coach is just baffling to me. The rose-colored glasses that everything went right with Jim Harbaugh when he didn't accomplish as much as Kyle Shanahan has done here in San Francisco and his tenure.
But
now, hold on.
Okay, I'll let you finish.
Hold on. Like, he got to 2 Super Bowls, Kyle Shanahan. I get it. He hasn't won the ultimate prize. And the naysayers are going to say, well, Spinoni, they both haven't won the Super Bowl, so how could you say Shanahan's accomplished more? Well, I do think at least getting to another Super Bowl is accomplishing something. And not even with the same quarterback, with a different quarterback. The younger quarterback, a quarterback that we thought higher of, a quarterback that was an MVP candidate that season in Brock Purdy, who was incredible. The offensive player of the year in Christian McCaffrey. Some really, with all pros, Fred Warner, right? Incredible year. And I get it. I love the quirkiness of Jim Harbaugh. And I think ultimately, Sam, that's what bothers me. It's the rah-rah attitude is what we gleam onto. Oh, he says some funny things and the media loves Jim Harbaugh and the fan base loves it. Who's got it better than us?
It made him very affable.
Do we all just forget how that final year ended? Do we just forget how bad Colin Kaepernick was? Do we forget?
He did fade.
How much of a this is before all the kneeling stuff, the police brutality protests, before all that. Do we forget how much of an a-hole he was to the media and just didn't want to talk to him? And don't mention the fighting between Harbaugh, York, Baalke, the toxicity there. And we all like to put it on York and Baalke. And yes, there is a lot of blame to go around for those two. Absolutely. There's also some blame for Jim Harbaugh. He is not an easy guy to work with. There is a reason why people talked about maybe his shtick doesn't work in the NFL. It's 4 years and you have to go bye-bye. He had to go back to college, right?
For 9 years.
He went back there because he realized, hey, I could churn these guys out. These college kids, I have a couple years and then they're gone.
Remember we had that sleepover with a recruit? It was like his first year back in Michigan. Everyone made a big deal. It was like, oh, look at Jim Harbaugh. He's taking a sleeping bag to a high school kid's house to do a sleepover and recruit him to Michigan, which...
Well, didn't he buy a cheeseburger or something for someone and got in trouble?
Yeah, that's not the only thing he did that got in trouble. But no, that's what makes Jim Harbaugh so likable is there is like a common man element about him that where it's like, for example, could you ever see Kyle Shanahan, A, as a college coach, and then B, being like, hey, I want you to play quarterback for me. Let's have a sleepover at your house, and that could be a fun little recruiting thing. I don't even know if you're allowed to do that.
Well, we act like the 49ers aren't better off having moved off of Jim Harbaugh.
Oh, no, that's not what I'm saying at all.
No. I know you're not, but I was listening to the callers calling in yesterday to Steiny and Guru that, like, the staunch defenders of Harbaugh still to this day that they'd rather take him over Kyle Shanahan. It's just baffling to me. If both of those guys were free agents right now and you had 29 head coach openings, 29 of them are taking Kyle Shanahan. They just are.
Yeah, probably.
The head coaching / play calling aspect alone makes Kyle Shanahan more valuable than Jim Harbaugh. We like to think that Jim Harbaugh is a better coach for quarterbacks. I don't know about that. Has Justin Herbert been a better quarterback under Jim Harbaugh than he was with Brandon Staley? I'm just asking. Has he been? I can't say that definitively. I can't. Maybe this year with Mike McDaniel, that might be the case. But Justin Herbert had a lead in a playoff game with Brandon Staley against Jacksonville. And it was the defense that let him down. These 2 playoff games that Jim Harbaugh with the Los Angeles Chargers, they've gotten punked. And Herbert's looked awful.
Lost to the Texans, and then, it was the Patriots last year,
yes.
Right? Yeah, all times on the road. They haven't won a division title in part, again, when you are dealing with the Death Star that is the Kansas City Chiefs. Or last year was the Broncos, who, filled in that gap since that the Chiefs had last year. Yeah, it hasn't returned the same success that you saw with him when he was the head coach of the 49ers.
I would just ask, why would Niner fans still want Jim Harbaugh as their head coach? Why? I'm asking.
888-957-9570, Niner fans. I'd love to hear from Niner fans on this, Joe, because...
You get why I'm so angry, though, Sam? It feels like such disrespect to Kyle still and all that he's accomplished here, and he's done some really good things. Last year was a masterclass in coaching. Everything went wrong from an injury standpoint. And I hear that all the time as an excuse for Chargers, right? Oh, well, there's a lot of injuries for the Los Angeles Stars. Yeah, there's a lot of injuries for the 49ers too. And guess what they did? They went to the defending Super Bowl champions' house and kicked their ass and won, all right? And they were all healthy. Jalen Hurts was healthy. A.J. Brown was healthy. Devontae Smith was healthy. Dallas Goedert was healthy. Saquon Barkley. Their offensive line, by all accounts, was. And they went in there and won. And Brock Purdy didn't have his best game. He threw 2 interceptions. He was in the elements. Like what are we doing?
I mean, Jim Harbaugh had some pretty insane playoff wins, too, when he was with the Niners also. I mean, that Saints win was pretty incredible.
Yeah, but we still keep going back to a decade
against the Falcons.
Talking about now.
Oh, yeah, no, but I mean...
Why would you still want him now?
Well, I don't know how many fans would still choose to have him now. Again,
God, they were calling yesterday.
888-957-9570. I want to hear, do you actually want Jim Harbaugh more than Kyle Shanahan? I think you are allowed to do both if you are a 49er fan. And I'm going to throw the YouTube poll up too, just for the fun of it. Would you rather have Jim Harbaugh or Kyle Shanahan? And after a few votes, Kyle Shanahan early lead. But again, the results are early right now on that. So I literally just
We're not calling it yet?
I just put it up 2 minutes ago. We're not stopping the count just yet. Okay. But I'll say because here's the thing. I was in Miami for pretty much the entirety of the Jim Harbaugh era. I could probably count on 1 or 2 hands how many times I was in the Bay Area when the 49ers played a football game under Jim Harbaugh. So personally, I don't remember exactly what the energy was like during that time. But from what I can recall from the perch that I had 3,000 miles away is there was something about Jim Harbaugh that really just connected with Niner fans. And I do think it was easier to sound cliches, but there was an everyman blue collar lunch pail feel to him that for the common football fan, especially in these candlestick days, it connected. It resonated with Niner fans. I don't know how to truly describe that sensation.
Well, no, there was a huge drought too. 2002, they made the playoffs, and it took 9 years to get back there.
No, that factors
I understood why that matters.
That factors in as well. But again, this is why I want to hear from Niner fans on this who, were here at the time to describe what those feelings were like. Because to your point, Joe, they had gone 8 years since making a playoff appearance. And those were some rough years too. Those were a lot of bad teams. And you had good players too on those bad teams. You just had really bad head coaches. You had Dennis Erickson, far removed from his Canes legend days. He wasn't any good. Mike Nolan scowling on the sideline with his tie, and Mike Singletary dropping trout and calling out Vernon Davis. You had some good, and then you had that one game at Jim Tom Sula. Always got to throw in the Jimmy T game. It was just bad football. And then all of a sudden Jim Harbaugh comes around, and obviously we had seen what he had done at Stanford.
Well, that matters. Some There's a local aspect. Yes, Stanford.
Then it just overnight he turned this team, not just a good team, Joe, but in a team that 49er fans could really be proud of. Just a hardworking smash mouth defense. You had the resurrection of Alex Smith. You saw Frank Gore finally getting his due. And a lot of people attributed that to Jim Harbaugh, working his magic with this team. And you had a team that, in 2010 started off 0-5. I think they finished 5-11 or something that year. All of a sudden looked like one of the best teams in the NFL. And this was during a time when all these teams around the league were going to this, the spread offense and these running guns. How many points can we put up? And then here comes Jim Harbaugh's unit with, who was our guy? Greg Roman, right?
Smash
defensive coordinator.
Running it down your throat.
Completely going opposite of that. That's something that's the kind of stuff that we love out here in this market. We had just seen the Giants win a World Series with pitching and defense, and now we're seeing a Niners team that kind of had that same kind of common man misfit element to it with a coach that just inspired this fan base to buy into this team. I absolutely understand how Niner fans can look back on that Jim Harbaugh era and only remember the good times, because there were a lot of good times. And I do think that at the end, looking back, you do only remember the good times. You try to ignore the bad times. Now, so this is all a long-winded way of saying, I think you can have both. You can still want Kyle Shanahan today, which I do think most Niner fans would say they still want Kyle Shanahan today, but still remember fondly how fun those first 3 Harbaugh seasons were.
Do you think we're going to look down the line, if Shanahan never wins a title, are we going to look fondly on the Shanahan era like we looked on the Jim Harbaugh one? Do you believe that? As fondly? I don't know.
That's a good question, actually.
I legitimately don't know, because I don't think the personality of Shanahan, to your point, resonates very well within the fan base.
The old simple question.
Which I think is dumb. I don't care about your personality if you win me football games, quite frankly. You could be a prick if you're winning games.
Yeah.
You can be.
Again,
Bill Belichick was a prick most of his career. He was. But Patriots fans don't care because he won. And then guess what? Towards the end, when they weren't winning, then it got old. And then they started to be like, all right, this guy needs to go. Because now he's messing with the bottom line of wins and losses, and he's not owning it, and it's bad. He's bringing in his old buddies, Matt Patricia and Joe Judge. This is a dumpster fire. Cam Newton on line 1, and then they ripped the Band-Aid off. Won Gerard Mayo, took a lump there, brought on Mike Vrabel, and then went back to the Super Bowl. So it's just, I'm very curious to see how we're going to compare and contrast these guys if Shanahan never really does win a Super Bowl, if we're going to look at him as fondly as Jim Harbaugh's looked at. 888-957-9570 is the number. And if there are any of you out there that still would want Harbaugh over Shanahan, I would love to hear from you. Call or text 888-957-9570. Because the only argument is you like hearing his postgame pressers, quite frankly.
I don't know if that's the only argument.
No, give me the arguments that you would rather have Jim Harbaugh over Kyle Shanahan.
Oh, right now, no. I mean, I can't make an argument for something I don't believe in. Yeah. But again, you talk about let's take a step back, because you talked about, let's say Kyle Shanahan doesn't win a Super Bowl. Is he remembered as fondly as Jim Harbaugh? I don't know. I'm going to lean no, because again, I go back to just the affable nature of a Jim Harbaugh. You ask the age-old question, who would you rather have a beer with? You're sitting down with Jim Harbaugh. There's a fun element to him, all the way down to the $8 khakis out of Walmart.
I don't know. I want to kind of hang out with Kyle, actually.
Well, I'll
Seems
say,
like he has a good time.
Because here's the thing. Publicly, Jim Harbaugh looks like the guy that he is. Kyle Shanahan publicly, not so much. We know that Kyle can be a fun guy behind the scenes. I mean, he was having that Rick Ross party last year when he got the news.
Miami, Sam.
Hey, your receiver got shot. Oh, well, I'm having a Rick Ross party right now. So
that's right. That happened when Ricky got shot.
Yeah,
a couple of years ago.
There is, and of course, we all saw how fun Kyle could be at media night Super Bowl week.
Mm-hmm.
So that being said, actually, you know what? Maybe I would like to have a beer with Shanahan. It looks like things would turn up, but he's not public about that. Like, Kyle on the sideline is so much more buttoned up. And, I'm doing a little dive last night, Joe, and I stumbled across this old Niners Nation article from 2013 whole ass years ago. And it was just like, why we love Jim Harbaugh so much. And it showed a video of him just doing one of his signature sideline tirades. And 49er fans like that. They like the animated nature of Jim Harbaugh and how he would just get right up in the ref's face, because you know what, Joe? How many Niner fans would do that exact same thing? You work with one, you stare at one almost every day who would be just as crazed and animated as Jim Harbaugh. Like, sure. I do think that resonates with this fan base, and the fact he would butt with the refs, and he was always the guy. If you were to poll teams around the league or fan bases around the league, who's the 49er you can't stand the most? Jim Harbaugh was the guy who's on top of those polls.
Possibly.
I think there's something to be said about a coach that just grinded the gears of the teams that you did not like that made Jim Harbaugh so appealing to this 49er fan base?
Kyle Shanahan was actually asked yesterday, and 888-957-9570. The phone lines are a buzzing right now. If any of you out there still want Jim Harbaugh as your coach over Kyle Shanahan, I would love to hear the reasons why. 888-957-9570. And if Kyle Shanahan never ends up winning a Super Bowl here in San Francisco, will his era be looked at as fondly as Jim Harbaugh's was? And it's kind of crazy, just given that Harbaugh was there for 4 years? Kyle's heading into year number 10. It's crazy. Like, that actually kind of snuck up on me,
How
too.
many coaches are coaching for 10 years without winning a Super Bowl? I mean, Bill Cowher, obviously, is the first one that comes to mind.
Marvin Lewis was there a long time. Who else? Marv Levy, right, was there a long time. Bud Grant was there a long time.
Marvin Lewis is actually the best case study. He was there for Jeff Fisher in St. Louis was almost 20 years or something.
Yeah, there you go.
Before they moved off of him. So it doesn't happen very often. And Kyle Shanahan, again, it's just, it's obviously doing well enough to still keep him around.
Shanahan, on what he admires about Jim Harbaugh's program.
Just how hard they work. I mean, you can tell. I liked how their whole team handled themselves. I mean, they weren't out here trying to cause anything. They were just out here to get to work, which usually starts with the head coach. I mean, him being in San Francisco, there's a lot of guys in our building who speak really highly of him, and I got a lot of guys who used to work for me who now work for him who speak the same. So hung around him a number of times, but I feel like I know him even better than that.
I want to know what those conversations.
I love how that was a subtle shot, by the way, at the Tennessee Titans last week. They have a bunch of guys that aren't trying to start stuff.
Well, I think he was just tongue-in-cheeking it towards Robert Saleh on that one there.
But guys, I don't think he was throwing
real shade there.
No, he was, because he doesn't want fights happening at practice, because that doesn't help anyone. As we see a brawl on our TV right now with the Saints and Cowboys.
Oh my goodness! Did you see all 10 of those yesterday?
Yeah, it was ridiculous.
That was nuts.
Now I understand why Dan Campbell says I don't need joint practices. Because if this is what it's going to turn into, it's useless.
Hey, man, it's football. That's
how it is. Go to the phone, Sammy. We got Ariel, Verducci, and Paul want to talk Harbaugh v. Shanahan. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's start with Ariel from San Mateo.
Morning, guys.
How you doing?
Hey, doing well. On my way to work, just wanted to chime in on the coaches real quick. I think a big difference with Harbaugh and Shanny is, Harbaugh, he ended up making his choice between Alex and Cap really quick, and he stuck with his choice, regardless how ugly it got. He had a lot of confidence in Cap, and, that woke his game up, until it didn't. With Shanny, everyone always says, oh, we got system quarterbacks, this and that. And, as soon as things started failing, he was real quick to look for another option. And that I felt like that rubbed fans the wrong way, and yeah, just in general, I feel like that was a huge difference between them. As of right now, I wouldn't say I want to just go back and get Harbaugh. We got to stick with what we got, and just we got to have faith. But that's all I got, guys.
Real quick, hey, Ariel, you still there? Gone. Doesn't want it. I was confused what he meant by getting wishy-washy on the quarterback.
Well, because
he stuck with Garoppolo probably longer than fans wanted him to stick. No, they flirted because Tom Brady.
They flirted with Brady.
Brady was a free agent, and they stuck with Jimmy.
That's and then they went and drafted Jimmy's replacement the next year
because he couldn't stay healthy. Jimmy could not stay healthy, so they needed to draft his replacement.
So there was a pivot there, and there was, I think, a brief moment where it seemed like would Kyle want to stick with Brock or not. And obviously, because when Sam Darnold came in, there was some, Kyle's going to want to pivot to Darnold. Remember, Greg Papa, voice of the 49ers, was talking about how great Darnold looked throwing the ball. Like, there was some buzz around Sam Darnold when he showed up here. And there was some legitimate, I don't know if you want to call it concern or conversation about would Kyle flip off Brock, who, again, was coming off of Tommy John surgery. There was a lot of unknowns about Brock. So, yeah, I think there's some to be said about Shanahan's wishy-washiness at the quarterback position. I don't think that wishy-washiness is there now. I think Kyle knows that Brock is his guy. Brock knows that he is Kyle's guy.
So it's fine. But going back to the Jimmy Garoppolo aspect, fans were all on board with trading up and getting Trey Lance.
Oh, yeah.
Let's not have revisionist history. Yeah, we brought it up earlier because there's the Mac Jones angle versus Trey Lance. There was a small portion that wanted Mac Jones. Majority were anti-Mac Jones and draft any other quarterback but him. Whether it was Justin Fields, whether it was Trey Lance, Zach Wilson was already going to be the number 2 guy, and Trevor Lawrence was already going to get taken. But any other quarterback, fine, other than Mac Jones.
Well, I think it wasn't just don't draft Mac Jones. There was a significant argument of...
Because they thought he was a Jimmy. They thought he was a Jimmy guy.
No.
Yeah.
There was a significant argument of there's no way the Niners moved up from what they were at 13, if I recall.
Yeah, they jumped up like 10
Yeah, there's no way they were moving up from like 13 to 3 to draft the quarterback they could have gotten if they stayed at 13. That was kind of how I looked at it. And Kyle said later on that he wanted more optionality on terms of what quarterbacks would be available to him and stuff like that. So I think there's a little bit more nuance than that.
Well, no, because reportedly they didn't know who they wanted to take when they traded up there. They didn't even know. And then the buzz was...
That's why I said they wanted the more optionality.
Chris Sims, who we keep playing all the time, Pro Football Talk, his homie, best friends with Kyle, was like, they're trading up for Mac Jones. And I do believe there was a time when they were there and Kyle wanted to select Mac Jones. Now, it could have been a collaborative effort. There's other guys that in the building that maybe were champion for Trey Lance. They wanted the athleticism there. And as we've learned, the athleticism probably not what you were expecting if you're a Niner fan when it came to Trey Lance. And Trey Lance wasn't the right pick. It's okay to acknowledge it. They acknowledged it. Kyle Shanahan acknowledged it.
I got it. I understood it at the time. The mobile big arm quarterback was in vogue at the time. Russell Wilson was taking their lunch money. Patrick Mahomes was taking their lunch money. Josh Allen had taken their lunch money the year before. And I mean, a lot of people believe that what Josh Allen did in that 2020 game between the Niners and the Bills is what convinced Shanahan. So listen, I get it at the time.
Do you think Jim Harbaugh is better at coaching quarterbacks than Kyle Shanahan?
No.
Thank you. That's basically what Ariel was getting to. I just flat out disagree with that.
No, and I think Jim Harbaugh, I see him more as a rah-rah type of head coach, but you can still win with those types. I think Pete Carroll's one of those types too. And again, we remember how epic the Harbaugh-Pete Carroll battles were once upon a time. Those were really fun battles. There's What's Your Deal? Of course, there was the handshake with Jim Schwartz. I mean, those are the things that made Jim Harbaugh so likable. But Kyle Shanahan, much more X's and O's savvy. Like, if I'm needing a guy to build me an offense that's going to just wreck shop around the league, I'm obviously going to be going to Kyle Shanahan on that avenue there.
Let's go to our guy, Verducci from the EDH. Dooch, what's up, man? You're on the roast.
Hey, man, who's got it better than us? Nobody. I still remember that back in the day with Harbaugh.
That was a fun time, Verducci.
It was epic, man. I still have chills when I first heard that in one of his post-game rants with the players. But for me, I think it's the connection with the fans. Granted, he hasn't won it on the big stage in the NFL, but he has proven that he's done that in the NCAA, so in college. So for me, Shanahan, he's had 3 opportunities. He blew it with the Falcons, blew it twice with the 49ers. And I think, yes, Shanahan might be better with the X and O's, and I would put him more as a great coordinator. But as a coach, I just think there's something with Harbaugh where he just knows how to bring people together. I think he invested well in the offensive line. How long have we been talking about investing in the offensive line for Shanahan? And you saw that practice. If you watched any of the clips from the practice with the Chargers, they were blowing up our offensive line. There was nowhere for Black to even go through with the holes.
Verducci, I'm sorry to cut you off here, but you talk about Harbaugh bringing a guy who brings everybody together. And yes, to a degree, I agree with you on that, but on the flip side of there, it's a two-sided coin. On the one side, yes, he does bring people together. On the other side, though, and I want to keep him on here a little bit just because I want to hear him respond to this, he does kind of rub people the wrong way, and it did kind of get sour at the end. Just how much does that kind of fit into your calculus in terms of how you remember those Jim Harbaugh years?
Yeah, but I also think the owner got in the way. I think there was a lot of success, and Harbaugh obviously was taking the limelight, I think, away from the owner. And there's a little arrogance with Harbaugh. We know that. But with Kyle, there's just something with him where I just don't think he's as authentic. I think he sometimes struggles to connect with some of the players. And I know you might hear it differently from what the players say, but what are they supposed to say? For me, I think at the end of the day, it's about, how do they react when they're in that big moment in the big game? And we've seen it so many times with Shanahan where he just outthinks himself. He overthinks. There's a lack of adjustments. And so for me, until Shanahan wins that big game for us, it's always going to be Harbaugh for me.
But Harbaugh didn't win it anyway. Yeah, Harbaugh didn't win it either, though.
But again, this is what we do. And I love you, Verducci. You're picking and choosing what to believe right now. They were getting destroyed in that Super Bowl in New Orleans against the Baltimore Ravens. Joe Flacco destroyed them. They were lucky the power went out. And even then, Jacoby Jones, what does he do at the opening kickoff in the second half? Touchdown.
Well, the power outage came after this.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Well, if you really want to, the most egregious moment I think of that Super Bowl, if you're really going to get angry, it's the fact that it's the fact that
Jesus Christ,
what's our guy, LaMichael James got more carries at the goal line at the end than Frank Gore. Like let's face it, Harbaugh gacked one away on the big stage.
He brought up the Atlanta Falcons. Kyle Shanahan's not the defensive coordinator. They put up 28 points.
Jeez, really 28. Emotional about this.
Yeah, because this is the picking and choosing that pisses me off. Harbaugh hasn't accomplished anything in the NFL.
I like this anger, Spadoni.
He hasn't. He literally brought up, but in college you won the big one. I don't give a damn what he did in Michigan. I don't care. I don't care what he did at Michigan.
I care a little bit.
Why?
Because it took him 9 years to finally figure him out, Joe.
There you go.
It took him 9 years. But here's the thing about college. Like, you don't need to X and O's your way to a championship in college football. You could just do, which, honestly, what I'm going to shoehorn my Canes in here, what you're seeing Mario doing. You recruit a team that's too good to lose. And that's what Jim Harbaugh eventually did. He recruited a team that was simply put too good to lose. And it took him 9 years and lots and lots of ass beatings to the hands of Ohio State to finally make it happen.
Guess what? The only reason that happened is because Urban Meyer had to retire.
That's another.
That's the only reason he did. Mm-hmm. Just like you couldn't get over the hump in the NFL against who? Pete Carroll, buddy.
That's a good point, actually.
Sorry, you had to wait until Ryan Day took over with all of his shoe polish beard in his head too.
I love his national championship.
I love Ryan Day. He's not Urban Meyer.
No.
Urban Meyer had Jim Harbaugh's number.
Silent Urban.
So he had to wait until Urban had to leave with his other, health issue, quote unquote.
And again, in the NFL, you can't just, hold sleepovers to recruit your players and stack your roster. It's a lot harder to build up a roster like that. And let's be real. Have we seen Jim Harbaugh actually build up a team yet? I guess we're kind of seeing it here with the Chargers, and it's sort of kind of coming together. Jim Harbaugh was handed a very, very talented, just poorly coached football team when he took over for the 49ers. He did have a great roster that he was able to maximize, but it was an older roster. And when you started to see it fade, he never got a chance to really see if he could rebuild that roster because, again, he pissed everybody off in that building. And I do think this goes into the other reason why so many people remember Jim Harbaugh fondly and love him so much. Was he was seen as a scourge to Jed York, who no one likes Jed York. He's the completely unliked owner. And so you saw the affable everyman coach, who would go crazy on the sideline like he was a fan with his $8 khakis, sticking his thumb into the eye of the trust fund baby born on third base thinking to hit a triple in Jed York. Yeah, again, I see and understand why 49er fans still have a strong attachment emotionally to Jim Harbaugh. I still, though, at the end of the day, bring it back to the fact that if I'm looking for an X's and O's coach who's going to just put together a better team, I'm going Kyle Shanahan over Jim Harbaugh. Jim Harbaugh, more likable. Yes. Kyle Shanahan, that's the coach I'm sticking with, though.
Who's more likable in the building? I don't know if Harbaugh towards the end was very likable with the San Francisco 49ers organization. At least again, ownership.
That's part of what I think makes him so likable is he was rubbing the wrong way the people that the fans did not like. Like, normal, like average 49er fan and Jim Harbaugh, shaking hands, that, clasped fist meme over, dumb Jed York, not liking him.
It's
something we could unite on.
Sure.
Kyle Shanahan has never thumbed his nose at Jed York. And I'm sure if he did, fans would love him for it.
Well, and Jed York obviously probably did some maturing in his own right after the debacle that was Tom Sewell and Chip Kelly.
And it's because he shut up.
And he went away from the limelight, wasn't tweeting as much. And he let Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch do their thing. And he should be rewarded for that. They've accomplished a lot of good stuff. Have they won the Super Bowl? No, they have not. I don't think he'll ever live down the winning with class line because that was ultimately the end of that, Jim Harbaugh era, winning with class. And that's what we literally played the drop on our airwaves ad nauseum.
It just seemed petulant
during that time.
It just seemed petulant from Jed York to that. When he tweeted out, Niner fans, I'm sorry about this after Turkey on the 50. It was just snide. It was petulant. It was passive. It was all the things you do to make your fan base not like you and like your head coach more. And again, that is what I think boosts the emotional credibility that if 49er fans give to Jim Harbaugh there.
Speaking of Harbaugh, and 888-957-9570 is the number. Niner fans out there, are there any of you that would still take Jim Harbaugh as your head coach right now over Kyle Shanahan in light of joint practices against the Chargers and preseason game number 2 down in SoFi Stadium against them tomorrow. 888-957-9570. This is what Harbaugh had to say on Brock Purdy. He loves how cool he is.
Yeah, just how good he is. His timing, his decision-making, his accuracy. I just like how cool he is, how cool he plays and all that, Same kind of the same way I think of Kyle, it's cool. I love the stuff he puts on tape. I love his demeanor, love the toughness of his teams. Love that they're really good at football. And, great to be around it.
I don't remember his voice being that deep and sounded like sad almost. I don't know. Is that just me? I think of this rah-rah guy. It's joint practices, so maybe this is preseason Harbaugh we're listening to.
60-something now.
He's also getting older. He is. He's not a spry young chicken like he's now. Don't tell him that. He'll take you on as a challenge. But yeah, even a little snippet like that, when I just played both, Shanahan talking about Harbaugh and Harbaugh bringing up Purdy and Shanahan. Just a little fascinating. It's a little more interesting. A better soundbite than Kyle ever was. We like to make fun of Kyle here in the local media. A lot of a lot of, I'm not going to give you much. I'm going to be a little short and curt and surly. And Harbaugh says some irreverent stuff sometimes. We love that. We eat it up as the media. But it only gets you so far, as we've talked about a lot in sports. And Chase was even bringing this up earlier. Fernando Mendoza's making the reins right now. He's the number 1 overall pick. And if you ever heard his pre or post game interviews, he's very interesting. Let me just say that. He said it's quarterback speak, but on steroids, how he talks, right? A lot of synergy, a lot of hand holding, a lot of this stuff. And Chase is like, yeah, that's great now, but if you start losing and you still sound like that, people are going to get tired of it real quick.
Yeah,
whether it's authentic or not. Same goes for guys like Harbaugh, right? It's cute until it's not. Even if they are being authentic, people don't like that stuff if it's not working. And for Kyle's sake, we like to pick and choose when to get pissed off and angry at him, whether they're winning or not. Paul from Palo Alto wants to join the conversation.
Palo Alto.
What's up, Paulie?
What's up, guys? I appreciate it. I love the conversation today. I think, Spadoni, you're probably right that objectively there's no way to say Harbaugh had more success than Shanny's having for the 49ers, although I would say the NFC West was better during Harbaugh's tenure because of the Legion of Boom. And I would say that while Harbaugh benefited from McLuhan and Balky's drafts, he probably had something to do with that. And I think Harbaugh was better at letting the people around him do their jobs than maybe Shanny is. And maybe that's an issue with the owner now. But I do think that Harbaugh knew how to build an offensive line. He knew how to keep his players healthy, except for freak accidents with Bowman. And it ended poorly, but, we remember Borland, I think he set the rookie record for tackles. He retired. Willis retired. Who knows what could have happened if they had maybe just given Harbaugh a couple more years. I don't think it's as black and white as Shanny is a better head coach overall. If you're scripting the first, 25, 50 plays of a game, sure, Shanny's the guy. But if you're building a team ground up, I do think there's an argument to make that maybe Harbaugh, he might not last for 9 years, but he'll give you a 4 or 5 year run where you're going to like the way the offense looks, and you're probably going to like the way the team performs. We'll see what happens in San Diego, though.
Thank you, Paul. I appreciate the perspective there. Again, I could hear the argument for him prior to, the Los Angeles Chargers days where he was at Michigan and
college and pro is such a different animal.
No, for sure. I wasn't even going to go there. More so, I do think some of that magical shine of Harbaugh wore off these last couple seasons because they've been one and done and they've looked just so awful in these playoff games.
Yeah. It is only year 3 for Harbaugh, so he's halfway through the 4-year runs that he usually has here. And so a couple takes I'm hearing, and Verducci even threw this in the YouTube chat after we talked to him here. It's, what if Harbaugh had the 10-year run that Shanahan had?
I don't think.
Do you think he would have had the same success? I have a hard time thinking that he would, because again, it gets into the fact that, again, Harbaugh recruited really well at Stanford and Michigan. Recruiting in college is not the same as building a team through the draft at the professional level. You can't go out and recruit your draft picks. That's just not how the draft works. So could he? Because in 2014, that last season, that 8-8 season, the team was getting older. That window was closing. And if Harbaugh had stayed, he would have had to execute a rebuild. What if we seen Kyle Shanahan do basically twice already and now working on a third time with this team? Rebuild this team. Kyle Shanahan inherited an absolute poo-poo platter of a roster in 2017 that started out 0-9, Then he got gift wrapped Jimmy G, and that's really what turned things around. I don't know how long it takes for Kyle to build things up if that does not happen. But if Jim Harbaugh inherited a team of that caliber that Kyle Shanahan had, do we think that Harbaugh is building that roster up in the same way that Kyle Shanahan did?
This is what I'm talking about, though. Like, he inherited those players, a lot of those Hall of Famers, the Frank Gores and the Patrick Willises. Like, this is the same guy that, along with Trent Baalke, obviously Trent was the GM, but, you know, Harbaugh has some say. A.J. Jenkins and Michael James? I mean, my God.
Well, I think that's
We'd
another.
be crushing Shanahan if that was him.
Well, that's
but
another.
we talk about
we
Harbaugh.
crush Shanahan for the picks he gets right.
Well, hold on. Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, but we say, oh, but Harbaugh's a better team builder. Those 2 picks alone are some of the worst I've ever seen.
I will give
A.J. Jenkins.
If I'm going to give Harbaugh some slack, it will be like he did. Yes, like Scott McCloughan was a good GM. Trent Baalke was a terrible GM. Like John Lynch is a better GM than Trent Baalke.
Oh yeah, well, Mr. Torn ACL
And
guy.
I love to throw smoke at John Lynch. John Lynch is far better GM than anything Trent Baalke ever did. So maybe if Harbaugh and Lynch were working together, I don't know, maybe that's a more successful pairing in this hypothetical universe here. But Kyle Shanahan has twice rebuilt the 49ers. I have never really, I mean, we're kind of seeing it with the Chargers, but even still, Jim Harbaugh inherited a Chargers team that was still good enough to make the playoffs. They just weren't doing anything there because they had a stick in the mud in Brandon Staley as their head coach. Jim Harbaugh did not inherit a blank slate. He inherited a quarterback. He inherited a team with guys that you could build around. So as far as a team builder at the professional level, I haven't not seen it at that same level as I've seen it twice working on number 3 now with Kyle Shanahan.
And quite frankly, Kyle Shanahan's been able to do it with a multitude of quarterbacks, right? Jimmy Garoppolo, who everyone wants to poo-poo all the time. You know, we give credit to Kyle Shanahan there, maximizing what you had in Jimmy G. And then Mr. Irrelevant, Brock Purdy, who was going to go undrafted if not for the San Francisco 49ers. He found him. He's a top 10 quarterback. I think so. When he is on, he is elite, man.
Listen, I'd take Brock over Herbert.
Yeah. Oh,
like, I don't know if that's a hot take or not.
Well, it is for some Niner fans. They would laugh at you and say, no, give me Herbert right now. I think we're winning a Super Bowl if we have Justin Herbert this year. I think that's a little strong, just given what I've seen from Justin, you know.
I mean, that being said, I think
in the playoffs.
I think you kind of brought up yesterday, would you rather swap the head coach or the quarterback? I mean, basically, who do you think would be better, Harbaugh and Brock or Kyle and Herbert? I mean, Kyle and Herbert, that would look pretty good.
Well, I think if you'd asked Chargers fans last year, who would you rather have your head coach? I mean, Kyle Shanahan or Jim Harbaugh. I mean, see what Kyle did with all those injuries in Philadelphia?
Do you think Harbaugh's winning with those kind of injuries? I don't.
Oh, wow. Look at that.
Injury report. It really hurt. Brought to
Speak
you
of the
by
devil,
Boxer
shall
and
appear.
Gerson, Northern California's premier worker.
Ken was like, whoa, they're saying injury a lot. Must be time to hit this open. Yes, it is. And by the way, this hour is brought to you by Front Bank, here for you, here for good. And some good news from the 49ers regarding Nick Bosa. Kyle Shanahan said yesterday that Nick Bosa is making progress and showing fewer symptoms of knee tendonitis and is progressing in the right direction. No word on when or if Bosa will make a full return to practice, but the odds of him being fully good to go week 1 versus the Rams are ramping up. See what you did there, Sam. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. The question we're asking right now, 888-957-9570, would you rather have Jim Harbaugh over Kyle Shanahan still in San Francisco? Because I think that argument has been done now for quite some time, but some Niner fans, hell, just judging by the calls this morning, still would rather have Jim Harbaugh because they are just globbing on to those 3 years when you went to 3 NFC championship games in a row. We're a fade route away from maybe winning a Super Bowl against your brother, the Harbaugh.
I mean,
John
there
Harbaugh
was
Jim
a little
Harbaugh.
defensive holding there on that one, but that's neither here nor there. Are we going to do this again in December when the Niners go down to SoFi for real to play the Chargers? Mm-hmm. Are we going to have this exact same conversation again?
Yep.
Because, honestly,
we can't escape it.
At some point, we just got to put it behind the fact that, again, they were fun times. I don't feel the need to go back, though. And right now, we got our YouTube poll up, and this is our question. You can call in and ask, 888-957-9570. Just right now, would you rather have Kyle Shanahan or Jim Harbaugh? Right now, with 77 votes in, Kyle Shanahan leading 2-1 here, basically, 68%, 32%. So, for maybe we're just listening to a very small but loud minority of fans, loud like Jim Harbaugh, who they're kind of making all the noise they love Jim Harbaugh. I have a feeling that on the whole, in a greater sense of things, 49er fans are aware that they do have a very, very good head coach in Kyle Shanahan. We've all gone through the ringer with Kyle Shanahan. In the last 10 years, every single 49er fan has at one point fired Kyle Shanahan and then rehired him in their own minds at least once, all right? I've fired Kyle Shanahan a couple times. Shasky fires Kyle Shanahan at least 2 or 3 times a year, I'm sure. Like, Bonte's fired Kyle Shanahan at some point. I
haven't.
We all have fired Kyle Shanahan at some point and then rehired him again at some point. And so there's a lot of crazy emotions around Kyle Shanahan, and that kind of adds to the whole roller coaster nature of it. And you asked the question, if he doesn't win a Super Bowl, are we going to remember these years fondly? I think so. I think we're going to eventually just go back to the good times. We're going to laugh about the Jimmy G era.
Well, we never say, like, quote unquote, like, I always hear, and Chase is in my ears, like, all the callers have been pro Harbaugh in this conversation, which is nuts, right? And even that 32% on the poll, that's too much, in my opinion, for Jim Harbaugh. 888-957-9570. It's, Shanahan can't win the big one. He's choked. Not Harbaugh can't win the big one. He's choked. We never say that.
Well, hold on. Are we always saying that Harbaugh has won the big one because he won the national championship at Michigan?
I care about that.
I just, again, like, it's awesome. Yeah, you did it. But I don't think that just because you, I don't know. I don't know if I'm directly equating you won the national championship at college, you're a lock to be a Super Bowl coach now. I don't go that far with it.
No, I don't think Cowboys fans in the early 90s were saying, wow, we got Jimmy Johnson. Look what he did with the University of Miami. See, that translates here. No, there were major question marks.
No, and Jimmy and Jerry, they had to build that roster up, and they did have a great coach in Jimmy Johnson. And again, it helped that he had Michael Irvin in the building already.
Yeah.
That was honestly one of my favorite moments from that Cowboys doc, by the way, when Michael Irvin went up to Jimmy Johnson with the list of just like, hey, coach, these are the guys you got to get rid of. And Jimmy's like, okay. Like, that was awesome. I love that. That's when you have Canes Legends,
The best part about that Cowboys doc was like, some guy's like, I got asthma, coach.
Oh my! I can't have asthma over that field over there.
He's like, what the hell is asthma? Get out of my practice.
And it's with the twang too that he says it.
Fired and like thrown in jail if you did that.
I love Jimmy Johnson. Just living his best life in the Keys these days.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, Elite Hair still. KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live in the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. By the way, you know how angry I'm getting right now? Because I was in my car yesterday driving around, getting this angry, listening to Stein and Goo with this Harbaugh Shanahan conversation. It got me thinking, God, is there just a way I could bottle up that anger or jubilation, whatever strong emotion I'm feeling, and maybe I could like leave a voicemail somewhere?
Like you got like some sort of like sound in you that you just need to get off of your chest?
Yep, that's exactly what I'm talking about.
Man, we should have a segment called that.
What? Wait, what? Wow! I wasn't even expecting you to play that.
Well, all right.
But it fit in perfectly.
Let's introduce this new segment that we're going to be debuting officially on the Morning Roast next Monday.
And before you do that, again, starting Monday, we are giving you the chance to sound off on whatever you want with the sound off. It doesn't even have to be sports related, people. It could be whatever you are feeling. Now, keep it like, PG, please. We can't go PG-13 or rated R on it. But you call 628-400-9880 and you leave a voicemail. Again, 628-400-9880 on whatever is pissing you off, making you happy. It could be any emotion you are feeling, but just be strong about it. And tune in at 8 a.m. every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, because it's going to be every single day, and see if your sound off gets played. Again, it all starts next week. And do we have a little taste for the people, Ken? Can you give that to me?
First of all, listen, all you parents sending your little bambinos and bambinas and back to school on bicycles. Raise the seat on their bicycle. It makes it so much easier to get where you want to go if you just raise your seat. okay? I just cannot stand driving around the Bay Area looking at dumb kids and adults riding bicycles with the seat so far down, man. Use your leg power, all right? And also, man, put a damn helmet on those punks.
Remember? Oh, that last bit was for you.
Was that a shot at me? I think it was.
Where's this guy going with this here? That's what this is about. Okay, the helmet part I agree with. Wear your helmet, Harrison Bader and Joe Spadoni. Trent Williams was wearing a helmet after practice when he scooted.
I am never inebriated when I am on my scooter.
Yes,
like
that is the difference there. There we go.
I wear contact lenses, all right? I'm a normal person like everyone else here, but that could be anything you want it to be. That was a call about raising the seat on bicycles.
That's a weird thing to get triggered by.
Yeah, but you know what? Weird things trigger people.
I guess. I mean, we've been triggered by Jim Harbaugh all morning long.
I'm triggered in our neighborhood, Sam, because you and I live near each other in Oakland.
Fireworks.
They converted the 14th Avenue to one lane, both ways.
I think that was to discourage sideshows from happening.
I don't care. It's pissing me off.
Well, sideshows aren't really much better.
It's not. Oh, what has the sideshow done to me? What? What are they doing? It's part of the Oakland
People
culture.
Get shot at those things.
Well,
don't do it in the neighborhood.
Well, just don't
do it somewhere else.
You are such a buzzkill.
What? The people in that neighborhood don't like the sideshows, Joe.
What people?
The people who live in that neighborhood.
The gentrifiers? Huh? You want to go there?
Really
the people that grow up in that area? Huh? It's part of the Oakland culture. Sideshows. Get over it, Oakland.
The residents in that part of the neighborhood don't appreciate it. That's why they're putting the bumpers on 21st Street too. Is to prevent and all the planter boxes. Yep. Those are all to prevent speeders and sideshows.
We wouldn't have one of the greatest rap songs in Bay Area history.
Joe, there's plenty of other areas in Oakland you could do
without a sideshow. All right, rest in peace, Traxamillion. By the way.
Sideshows, people just firing random bullets out of the car, goes into a house and hits someone. That's not.
Well, I don't know about that.
No one's having a fun time.
That's not been all sideshows.
Fill out all this paperwork.
Just because one of those sideshows did that doesn't mean all of them do. More than one. All right. Well, I'm sure it has been, but there's some of them.
You think
they're culturally relevant?
Are they doing sideshows on these bikes with the seats too low?
Again, this is what we're talking about. You can sound off.
What's
on a
too
sideshow.
high? What is too high or too low in a bike seat? Do you think this guy's like rolling down his windows like, "Hey, you damn kids, raise your bike seat.
Raise hail.
See that cloud right there? I'm going to yell at it next. Damn you, cloud."
Well, I thought he was going to go like kids just biking, just like be safer, like that are like going to school.
No, he said at the end, wear your helmet.
Well, wear your helmet, but also like this. God, and it does scare me, especially like Benny and Nora, even when they're on like the sidewalk, like kids riding bikes, they swerve in, they go out, they go in, they go. It stresses the hell out of me as a parent.
Where's Benny's seat on his bike?
A medium size.
Okay.
He's about average size for his age, average height, I'd say, for a first grader.
It's just kind of what ride you're going for. If you're going for a more...
Thank you.
That's a great drop.
That was elite.
If you're going for a more casual ride, like, yeah, if you want to go low rider, seat low, hands up on the handlebar, just kind of chilling, enjoying the atmosphere on your little crisp morning ride to school, I see no problem with that. What are these kids trying to go full Tour de France or something like that? Like, I got to get the yellow jersey on my way into class.
Live strong, baby.
There we go. Are they blood doping too at that age in first grade?
Maybe in like the Tour de France. Maybe the French kids are. We would never do that here in America, though.
Are mongoose bikes still a thing?
Oh, I love, you know what? They always had those at Target, and I always wanted one as a kid. I always saw the mongoose bikes like, Mom, this looks really cool.
I never understood
like bike at home.
Different, we got bikes at home.
Exactly.
Like McDonald's.
Exactly. I was like, well, the air's out of the tire. We'll get a new tire.
I don't know what kind of a bike I had. It had gears that I could switch. I never paid attention to the brand. The banana seats.
Yours had gears. Wow, look at you. I just had
for a while.
I had a BMX bike. Remember BMX bikes like the GT? I think
did you ever have like the big BMX
the wings on it? Yeah.
Did you ever wear the BMX like motorcycle helmet too that you see some of these 8-year-olds running around with?
No, I didn't have one of those. I had like the melon shaped ones.
Yeah,
the skater helmets.
Yeah.
I had those.
No, I had one of those too. Every now and then you see these kids are like 9 years old on like this tiny BMX bike with the helmet that's like way too big for them.
I love those though. They're cool. And they a lot of protection.
Kind of cool.
They protect your face too, which is the important part of that.
Oh yeah, this is the moneymaker, as we say on radio.
So starting Monday again on the Morning Roast, we are giving you a chance to sound off on whatever. And we mean whatever you want with the sound off. Call 628-400-9880 and leave a voicemail sounding off on whatever is bugging you in sports or anything else. Because it also gives the people overnight an opportunity, right? Like we stopped taking calls at around 6 o'clock, right? When, Willard and Dibs is over.
Best of doesn't take calls.
Maybe you're driving around and something's pissing you off at, 8 o'clock at night. You're doing your Uber
it can be
drives.
something that makes you happy too, right?
No, that's what I'm saying. It doesn't have
if you
to
want
just
to sound
be
off on
angry.
something that makes you happy. I mean, yes, we all like to be negative these days, but if you want to call and be like, oh man, I love how these kids are riding their bikes these days. Go kids. Be that guy.
Well, you could just be sounding off on the latest episode of Love Island. That really got you going, got you excited, right? We got the reunion coming up in, I think, 12 days. Andy Cohen and Ariana Madix, I believe, are both going to be hosting. I can't wait for that. Bryce and Trinity. I think they're still going to be together at that point, but who knows? I heard rumors that Parmita, what? No, what is the crickets for? Come on. Ken, you're into Love Island, are you not?
I am. That was for Sam.
Oh, okay, thank you. Yeah, Ken's
I don't know what
it.
you're talking about there.
Parmita and
making things up.
Parmita and what's his nuts? I can't even think of his name right now. I think they broke up.
Polly Walnuts?
Yeah, no. But it was a couple that was very let's just say physically attracted to
You're
each
saying
other.
words and they're in the shape of sentences, but I that's all I know what you're saying right now.
Kata and Zach, though, they're so fugazi. I don't buy them.
You're making up names.
I'm not.
There's not a human being named Kata.
Yes.
Two grown-ass human adults.
Are you
had
name
a
shaming?
kid,
Are you name
and
shaming
like,
right
hey,
now?
should we name our? It's a female, I'm assuming, because you said the other one was Zach.
Yeah,
I love Zubac. There we go. Zubac is the more normal name than Kata.
Sorry, I was getting Caleb and Corbin
hey, so what should we
confused,
name our daughter, honey? Should we name her Beth? Nah. How about Jessie? Nah. How about Kata? Bro, you just cooked. Kata, that's the name.
She's a very beautiful individual. I would Google search, and I'm
not going to Google search that on
shame
these
on
computers.
you. These are all very good-looking people. That's the
I'm
whole
not
point
going
of
to
the
Google
show.
search a Love Island person on an Odyssey computer.
But
that sounds like a great way to get an email from our HR staff that I've been told is real.
Allegedly, Corbin and Parmita, though, split, and it's a big deal for some. Or not a big deal
Patrick
for others.
Corbin?
But again.
Oh, no, Corbin Carroll.
Going back to the sound off, I could call in at that number.
What's the number again?
Leave a voicemail at 628-400-9880 and say, man, this really saddens me. And it could be an emotion of sadness, Sam. Something could have happened. And you could call in that, happy, a little jealous, angry, whatever strong emotion you are feeling, we want to hear about it. All right?
I get to screen all these too. That's going to be the fun part.
Do you really?
Yeah, they're all
you're
going to get sent
excited.
to me, and I have the one who sifts through all of them. And
There's some of them, again, try to keep it G/PG rated.
No, make it spicy.
But if you can't, I guess we'll have to bleep out a lot of the stuff. But
one
if
of
we
these
have
days,
to bleep out too much, then it's not going to be
whoever
worth
just
it.
comes in with the best sound off, I'm gonna figure out something special. I don't know what it is.
You think Dave Fleming's ever driving around? He's really pissed off at something. He wants to leave them a voicemail.
He listens to the morning roast.
You think he's ever doing
It's
that?
like, oh my God, I got to go on with these knuckleheads.
You think there's been a Giants game that he's driving home from and he just really wants to lay into something that happened in that game?
I think he probably wants to sound off on the people who impersonate him.
Oh, that's true. He did not seem super
Still got to get that Fleming Risotto meeting ever since then. The schedules haven't synced up yet.
They've definitely crossed paths, right?
They have. They
Come
think
on.
they have. I don't
That was a good pasta drop, though. Hey, speaking of a guy that knows a thing or two, though, about Jim Harbaugh, a Stanford alum would in Dave Fleming, let's ask him that question.
Good call.
How he compares and contrasts Jim Harbaugh with Kyle Shanahan. He's tapped in on all things 49ers and football as well. Dave Fleming, voice of the Giants, joining us on the other side. Our 95.7 The Game Giants insider joins us each and every week. And he's going to be sponsored by Fremont Bank, which is here for you and here for good.
Need to get something off your chest?
I'm going to call you crazy in Spanish. You're loco.
Stuck in traffic and can't take it anymore?
I can't handle this.
We've got the solution for you. Call the Sound Off line at 628-400-9880. That's 628-400-9880 and leave a message. It's Sound Off. Every morning at 8 a.m. starting Monday on 95.7 The Game.
Football season is here, and you know what looks great at your tailgate? A brand new Ford from Ceremony Ford. The summer sales event is on now, and this offer is built for game day weekends, school drop-offs, road trips, and everything else life throws at you. For a limited time, get special 0% APR financing for 36 months, plus $1,500 total cash, no payments for 90 days, and a complimentary 2-year Ford premium maintenance plan on some of Ford's most popular models. That $1,500 total cash includes $1,000 $15,000 in summer sales event down payment assistance, plus $500 final days mega bonus cash. We're talking the 2026 Ford F-150, Bronco, Mustang, Mach-E, Explorer, and the Mustang. Or get up to $15,000 off MSRP on select new 2025 Ford models. Before the season really gets rolling, upgrade your ride at Serramonte Ford, right off of 280 in Coleman and Daly City, or anytime at SerramonteFord.com. That's the winning play call. Serramonte Ford, your Bay Area Ford dealer.
So, I need hamburgers, sodas, ice, and a DJ.
A DJ?
Relax, Spot. With T-Mobile, we're saving when we bundle home internet and phone lines.
Oh, wow. Here to bundle and save big. Stay connected con tu gente with 4 lines from T-Mobile with fast, easy-to-set-up 5G home internet and save up to $1,000 a year. Switch now on T-Mobile.com/conectate. Savings based on third line free via monthly bill credits. Internet discount with $15 in monthly bill credits and auto-pay discount. Qualifying credit required. Credits will stop if you cancel any lines or change plans. Visit T-Mobile.com.
In the market for a new mattress but overwhelmed by all the options? At Mattress Firm, we make it easy. Just drop in, answer a few questions, and our sleep experts will guide you to your perfect mattress. And with choices for every budget, it's no wonder more shoppers choose Mattress Firm than any other mattress specialty retailer. And now, save up to $1,400 on Tempur-Pedic Split King sleep systems. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
On September 2nd, DraftKings Game Day arrives with massive deals, exclusive deals, and an all-day celebration built for sports fans. The countdown has begun. All roads lead to Game Day. The DraftKings Sports app is now live in 50 states. That means California from Texas to Florida. DraftKings Game Day is the kickoff of a new season, a new era, and the biggest day in sports history. New DraftKings customers sign up with code ALLNEWS, spend $5 to get $150 in rewards within 14 days. In partnership with DraftKings, the crown is yours. Event trading offered by DraftKings Predictions, a CFTC registered introducing broker. Trading involves risk of loss, market availability varies, eligibility restrictions apply. $50 every 7 days via click to claim issued in non-withdrawable predictions dollars that expire in 1 year. Ends August 23rd. Terms DKNG.co/predictions promo. Nationwide based on sportsbook, predictions, and free-to-play sports contest availability varies by state.
Cruise on out for the Good Guys 39th West Coast Nationals. Over 3,000 classic Good Guys Autocross racing action, a huge automotive swap meet, and so much more. All this weekend at the Alameda County Fairgrounds. Details at good-guys.com.
Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
FlexCar, we know radio ads are annoying, but not as annoying as car salesmen.
Sign here, please.
Never talk to one again with FlexCar, the first and only month-to-month car lease.
No, submit to my extortion machine.
Insurance and maintenance included. Switch cars anytime.
Switching Bronco to Camry to tell you ride willy-nilly? Oh, no.
Oh, yes. FlexCar. You drive everything.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Now back to the morning roast with Joe Spadoni.
I'm angry, Joe.
And Joe Shasky.
Are you going to cry?
On 95.7 The Game.
Sometimes when I get so angry, like when I was a kid, I would cry a little bit. Like, you know how, like,
I don't even remember making that one.
The Valkyries, they're not crying. They're happy. They're going to the playoffs again, and they're hosting the Minnesota Lynx tonight at Chase Center. Tip-off 7 o'clock. Listen to it right here on 95.7 The Game, and also the free Odyssey app. Just search Valkyries to hear every game. This is a big game for them. It's a litmus test, some might say. They have yet to beat the Minnesota Lynx in their team's history, which only spans back to last season. But it would be a huge mental hurdle, I think, for them in hopes to actually compete for a WNBA championship, beating the Minnesota Lynx tonight. So that would be huge. And then after a couple days off and then going to Minnesota on Monday, they play twice within a week. It's a big little two-step for them, that being the Golden State Valkyries. We got our guy. We got Dave Fleming joining us now on the River Islands guest line, voice of the San Francisco Giants for NBC Sports Bay Area and our 95.7 The Game Giants insider. Dave, good morning. Joe Spadoni, Sam Lubman filling in for Shasky today. And let's start the conversation here. It was announced from Buster Posey over the weekend that Tony Vitello is going to be coming back next year, by all accounts, barring some unforeseen thing if Tony steps down. But it's looking like Tony's going to be back next year. Just your thoughts overall on bringing him back. Is it appropriate to bring him back? Because I do have a lot of fans just right now in my DMs and sliding into them just saying, what does Tony do well for this squad right now? And what would you say to a fan asking why Tony is coming back next year, Dave?
Well, I think that's a little unfair. I mean, it's a fine question, but I don't think that, in the season that's gone the way that this season has gone, it's, you're sort of grasping for it with anybody. Like, well, I think Tony has been very open about the fact that this is new to him, that he is learning on the job, that he's learned a lot of stuff as it goes along. I think it's obvious that nobody is getting an A+ for their work this season. That's just not happening. That's not the way this season has gone. But I also think for the Giants, there has to be some continuity along the way. I appreciate the urgency to get this right. And I think, from Buster's perspective, from ownership perspective, the willingness to say, okay, this isn't right, we got to be better than this, is one that all fans should appreciate. Everybody should appreciate the fact that the Giants are determined to get this right. But there is a limit of how often you can just flip things and change and turn stuff over and have it be productive. And so I think, that part of the reason that, independent of wins and losses, I think you do have to decide on some stability, at least in the key roles. And so I'm happy that Tony's coming back. I don't think, again, there's nobody who's going to grade themselves on this year and say, gosh, I did an awesome job. Nobody. There's nobody down there who's thinking that right now, because obviously this season has gone sideways. But Tony has done a fine job. I talk to players all the time. Players like Tony. Players think Tony is equipped to do the job. They feel bad that, in a way, their performance has made him look like he isn't, because I don't think they feel that way at all. So it's just so hard in a season like this to what am I going to say about what he's done well? Well, gosh, that one game, it just sounds so empty and hollow. I think you can point to some of the younger players who have made good strides and developments, Bryce Eldridge and Daniel Susac and Drew Gilbert when when he's been playing more lately. And there are young players who have taken big steps forward. And in the midst of a losing season, I think the manager does get a little bit of credit for that, for helping create an environment where that development can still happen.
Dave, I remember back in spring training, and of course in spring training, hopes are always high. The vibes are always good in spring training, but there seemed to be a buzz in that clubhouse when you talk to guys. Like, guys were genuinely seemed excited to play for Tony this year. And, you know, it was a good vibe at that time. And at some point throughout the season, probably early on when they got off that awful start, that kind of went away. Going into next season, what do you think is kind of some of the lessons that Tony should take away from this season going into next season, so that that good feeling that they had in spring training is able to carry over more into the regular season than it was able to this season?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think you want to recreate that. I mean, I think the Giants, you're right about that. There was a really good vibe in spring training. There was a lot of optimism, and you want to recreate that. You don't want, it's not like you want to go to spring and like, let's be edgy and pissed off at each other and let's leave spring training feeling like we're no good. Like, you don't want that. You want what happened. It just, you know, the beginning of the season went so terribly, starting with that first week. You know, the first week was just such a downer when the Yankees came in, and I think it took a lot of the juice out of all that feeling that had been built up. It sounds silly to say it's only 3 games over 162, but I think when you look back on it, that first weekend damaged this team quite a bit. Damaged the confidence, maybe damaged, it'd be interesting for you guys to ask Tony. Maybe I'll ask him at some point about, as he looks back on it, whether the way those 3 games went changed in any way. I think the Giants, one thing that I would say, and it isn't a criticism of Tony so much as I think it just sort of reflects what happened, is the Giants got into chase mode, and they got into a mode of like, there was so much urgency early in the year to chase wins and I think if you are doing this job where you play every day for 6 months, there has to be a longer-term vision for how you use your roster. The Giants ended up early in the year not using their bench very much. They used their veterans so much that the bodies started to break down. And I think, if you're really asking me, like, what maybe could be one of the takeaways from a first year as a big league manager and a first year as a pro manager, it might be that even if things aren't going well early, you're sort of obligated to stay in that long-term plan mode as a big league manager. And I think the Giants, and I'm not putting that all on Tony at all, and I think it's natural. We were all feeling that urgency. We were all feeling like, gosh, the Giants, they're losing ground. They got to get this going. Look at the division. You can't start this way. And April just went so poorly that I think they got into that chase mode. And I do think that was a factor in how this season went so sideways.
No, I agree with you. And again, you mentioned that Yankees series, and I just remember thinking back after that opening day, not the opening night, the opening day loss, when Tony kind of brought up, the fire and brimstone, and Robbie Ray kind of pushed back on that a little bit. I remember thinking in that moment, like, there's a little bit of an uh-oh moment for me in that situation. But again, I talk about going into next year, but at the same time, there's a part of me that's like, well, what can you do in the present? And by that, I mean, like, what is something that maybe Tony could maybe start doing right now to kind of set a new tone in this last month that can carry over into next season? Like we talk about with players so often, where they can have a strong September and that can kind of give them some momentum going into next season. Is there kind of a similar situation we could see play out for Tony, where he can have a quote unquote strong September that gives him some momentum to build into next season, if that makes sense of what I'm asking?
Yeah, I think it does. And I think it's a fair question. Like now, once the season gets to this point, and it's just a reality where when you're a veteran team with expectation and it goes the way that it's gone, there is going to be a loss of some of the edge that is there for most of the season. That's just natural. And, it's why you often see teams like, say, the Rockies, or, I'm trying to pick another team that kind of fits this bill this year. I think the Rockies fit it nicely, where you have so many young guys who are all trying to prove themselves, all playing. Those teams can have a tendency to have strong finishes where teams that fall out of the playoff race and they don't have a bunch of players who are trying to prove themselves, I think, that creates a different kind of dynamic. So makes it hard on a manager. The flip side of that is, maybe we're starting to see it. Like, Jung-Hoo Lee took yesterday off, and Gilbert played against a left-hander, which isn't ideal based on the numbers. But I think, Tony has decided that from now through the end of the year, the playing time is going to be distributed a little differently. And it's mostly because of, hey, let's just give opportunity to everybody at this point, sort of spread those at-bats around, not be so matchup dependent when the wins and losses aren't maybe the number one thing anymore. It's hard to say. You never want to say that, but that's the point the Giants are at. So I think that is one thing that could happen from now till the end of the year. And I think, I still think, like I've said it to you guys all season, like with players, like the beauty of baseball, it can be painful when you got to get to the finish line in a season like this. But the beauty is you still have 35 games or whatever left. And that's 35 games for Gilbert, for Cox, for Eldridge, for Tugboat, for Wisenhunt, for Tidwell, for all these guys. Like, those are very valuable opportunities for those guys. And maybe you would say the same about the manager. Like, maybe just the fact of being around the group, getting to know everybody even more is valuable from here till the end of the year.
Talking with Dave Fleming here on the Morning Roast, Giants broadcaster, NBC Sports Bay Area, and R95 So in the Game Giants insider. And you mentioned the name, Tugboat. There it is. Give it to me. Thank you. We're going to be playing that the rest of the year, Dave. But he's making his debut against the Cleveland Guardians tonight. And, he was involved in that trade for Patrick Bailey a couple months ago. Hard to believe. God, that was all the way back on May 9th. What should we expect as Giants fans with this guy? We know the nickname's fun, but who are we getting as a pitcher?
Yeah, I don't know what to expect in terms of workload. I'm not sure. There was some ambiguity yesterday in terms. The Giants know, they just weren't telling me yesterday. Like, is he going to be in there for an inning or two, or is he going to be in there as a true starting pitcher? His last time out, he did get up to 100 pitches. He told me. I asked him yesterday. So last time out in AAA, he built up to a full starter's workload. So I don't know what the plan specifically tonight is in terms of usage. Here's what you can expect from Matt. He is a different style pitcher for sure than almost everybody else in the big leagues. And that's his path to success. He's different. His path to success is not that he's got monster stuff. He doesn't. He throws 90 miles an hour. Like, he is way below average in terms of fastball velocity. And so, that's one of the main reasons why he hasn't been, because this dude has performed, man. The minor league numbers for him are just outstanding. And, the little different in the AAA PCL, which is the hardest place to pitch probably in the world. The ballparks there are just really hard to pitch in. So the numbers aren't quite as good from AAA, but his numbers over his first couple seasons with the Guardians have been awesome in the minor leagues. So how does he do it? He's got that long extension, short, low delivery. So in other words, the ball's coming out relatively closer to the ground as opposed to an above, an over-the-top delivery where the release point is high. His release point is much lower, but he's getting down the mound, like way down the mound. So he's got huge extension, which makes the fastball velocity play up. And he's got that vertical induced break where the spin of the ball, the hitter's brains just don't anticipate properly where that fastball is going to end up because of the way he releases it. And so the fastball, he uses the fastball a ton. It's his number one weapon, even though he only throws 90 miles an hour. It's a different look out there, but he has made it work, and he's on the attack. He throws strikes. We've seen how frustrating it is for the last few games and weeks and the whole year. Giants have not thrown enough strikes this year, not at all. And so that's what this dude does. He throws strikes. I can't wait to watch him pitch, but there is definitely going to be an adjustment for him. Success is not guaranteed when you're the style of pitcher that he is. So every time out there for him is going to be eye-opening, I think.
Yeah, and so Yeah, I'm very excited to see that too. And Spadoni, we were having a back and forth yesterday about that 90-mile-an-hour fastball. He is, not as much of a believer in the 90-mile-an-hour fastball.
Scares me, Dave. It scares me.
As I am.
Today's starting pitchers, if you don't have stuff, it feels like you get forgotten pretty quickly. Is that a fair assessment? At least with the starters.
Sure. I mean, this is the age of velocity and stuff and size and power. That's how almost every team is going after it. But then, the guy last night for Cleveland, Foster Griffin, is throwing that 90-mile-an-hour cutter a million times and change-ups and flipping it in there. And, he's way below average fastball velocity himself, and he's 14-4. So there are different ways to do it. I think that one of the big questions with Matt is going to be, because like the guy last night, one way you can succeed without huge velocity is just having a wide, vast repertoire and having a ton of different pitches that move in different directions, being really unpredictable and being very fine with your command. When you have a tighter repertoire, you don't throw as many pitches and you don't throw hard. That's hard to pull off. And that's, it's probably the reason why he was available in a trade. With his minor league numbers, you're putting up a 1.5 in Double-A as a pitcher, you're probably not going to be moved, if you're throwing 95. So it's part of the reason why the Giants got him. It's a huge question about whether he can make it work, but he's always made it work. I mean, I don't know if you guys watched the telecast last night, but we threw up the highlights. I mean, I saw this kid pitch in the Little League World Series. I called his game.
That's so crazy.
In the Little League World Series. He struck out 16 kids in Williamsport.
Wow, that's pretty cool.
He looked exactly the way that he does now. He was he had the same release point, kind of the same mechanics, and he just threw the fastball up and nobody could touch it. And it was like an all-time memorable Little League World Series game, and I happened to be the one who called the game, and now here he is for the Giants. So that part of it's kind of cool for me.
It all comes full circle there. That is really cool. Talk about some of the other young pitchers on this team. We're seeing quite a few of them lately. Carson Whisenhunt last night, again, been kind of rough sailing for him. Blade Tidwell, there's good moments, there's not as good moments. We're also seeing Trent Harris get worked in as well. He's been out of the bullpen. I don't know if there's any plans to put him into the rotation, but just these three young pitchers here, what's something that you're liking that you're seeing from these three, and what's something that you're maybe needing to see improvement from these three?
Yeah, I thought last night, Harris last night was very encouraging, and that's a good example of, okay, his first outing did not go well. And if you play it back, you watch it, it's like, yeah, there were a couple bleeders, and then he left the game, and some of those runs scored after he wasn't in there. Like, it wasn't as bad as the final line, but he wasn't that precise. And then the game after that, the score's lopsided, and you come in and you're not throwing strikes consistently, and that's frustrating. And last night was just a different look. Like, he was on the attack, he was throwing strikes, he was mixing and matching. I mean, Trent Harris, the reason why you could consider him as a starter is, most relievers don't have that number of weapons that he has. So I thought last night was really encouraging, and that's, it's a good example of how with young players you have to give them some leeway to fail. You can't have a quick trigger that it's so hard to develop and win at the same time because of that. You hear that it's like an old cliche in baseball, but it's true. Like, you have to give these young guys room to make mistakes and learn from them. And so I thought last night was really encouraging for Trent Harris. The other two, look, Tidwell is changing as a pitcher, and that also is, proving to be a challenge. There's a learning curve in throwing more pitches, throwing a changeup that's different than it was, changing your pitch mix. And I think largely it's been really successful. I'm bullish on Blade Tidwell. He's got aptitude. The arm didn't bounce back. It didn't look to me like this last time out. He was throwing like 92. Like, that's not Tidwell. So you got to watch that.
The back issues too, I think, popped up.
Yeah. So, whether that was it or something else, you got to watch that a little bit. Whisenhunt's a little more, there's more urgency with Whisenhunt. Carson's had 3 years in AAA, and he's won the pitcher of the year 2 years in a row. And if he had stayed down there, he would have won it again this year. Like, there's nothing more for him to prove in AAA. He has passed that test. But now there's a lot of chances here where he hasn't pitched very well. And, last night was just not good enough. And so for Carson Whisenhunt, there's going to be some soul searching and some hard work to try to take advantage of this opportunity. He's going to get the ball again, but, it's got to be better than it has been so far.
Dave, let's talk about this last weekend here against the Rockies. This was it was a rough weekend at the ballpark. Do we have
to talk about it, Sam? Do we have to?
Friday night, was not a very clean game, to say the least. Tony afterwards has talked about how guys are thrown to the wrong base, on an evening where they had a meeting about throwing to the right base before the game. Saturday was a nice little throwback. It was a classic Logan Webb start where he got some run support. That was a lot of fun. And then Sunday, it was just a walk-a-palooza that broke out in the middle of that game. And the whole weekend culminates with Tony coming into the media room a little bit later because he had that team meeting. And Dave, we've talked about it a lot on this show. Just you've mentioned that Tony's been feeling these losses. And I've always noticed that in these post-game pressers, for the most part, he's able to kind of keep his emotions together. Like he's never seen that angry after games, which I commend him for it. But you could see the frustration in his face on Sunday afternoon after he called that team meeting. It's just the fundamental mistakes, all the walks, all the kind of things that went wrong this weekend, culminating with this team meeting. Just how do you view just all the things that took place at Third and King over this last weekend?
Well, I mean, look, I think when you have some tenets, like when you as a franchise set the expectation level of here's the things we believe in and here's how we want to play. Those, sometimes you hear coaches say those are I've heard coaches say those are our non-negotiables. Like here are the things that you have to do if you want to put this uniform on and play here. And, for the Giants, really, since Buster took over, I would say those things are we want to put the ball in play more than we were. That's one offensive tenet. And the Giants have overall done a pretty good job of that this year. We want to play much better defense, and the Giants have not done a good enough job of that at all. And to your point, this weekend was not good enough. And we want to throw strikes and be on the attack. And, the Giants have been a little different in terms of now some of this is just who do you have on hand? They've drafted a lot of power pitching there are a lot more power arms in the organization than there were 1 year ago, a lot more. So that whether that's intentional or not, that seems to be changing. But the Giants have been much more of a pitch to contact, less stuff pitching style. And if you do that, you cannot walk 10 guys. Like you just, that is a non-negotiable. And so that's where I think the biggest frustration comes in. If you've got a young pitcher out there who's learning and he gets hit around and the pitch mix and sequencing isn't good enough, okay, it's a learning experience. If you got a hitter who is facing a tough lefty from the left side and hasn't seen that kind of stuff before and he strikes out, yeah, it's a learning experience. You got to get in there and stick your face in and learn on the job. When it's missing your cutoff man or not throwing to the right base or walks after more walks, that becomes intolerable. And that's where, Tony, another thing we were talking about, what does Tony have to learn? Tony is going to have to learn. And I appreciate the fact that he did not come in here trying to be like everybody's ultimate boss. And he was respectful of his time in the professional game versus his players' time. But, there have to be severe consequences ultimately. If you have some non-negotiables and your players aren't living up to those, there have to be consequences. Otherwise, it's just all talk.
Dave, great stuff. We really appreciate the time, as always, every single week. You're the best, and we'll do it again next week, man.
Next week, let's have a few more positive. Maybe we'll be talking about the tugboat and how cool that has been. So
Give it to me, Kenny. There we go. And on that note, that is Dave
Appreciate
Fleming.
it,
Thanks,
Dave. Take care.
Nice.
There he goes, Giants broadcaster, NBC Sports Bay Area, our 95 on the Game Giants insider, joins us each and every week. And yeah, we didn't have enough time, but man, I wanted to ask him about the potential Giants debut of Marcelo Mayer. It could be in Fenway this
Fenway
weekend.
Park. This is a very interesting one against the Red Sox this week. Got Rafi's return.
Yeah.
You got Marcelo
he's
Mayer.
Get booed heavily, Rafi
I
Devers?
can't imagine he's going to get the most friendly reception.
But he won his World Series there, right? He should be celebrated.
It's Boston, man. You really think they think with logic up there?
It's a conversation we'll have at some point this week.
Also get to see old friend Eric Miller.
Speaking of old friend that we got to see at joint practice yesterday and get to see tomorrow as offensive coordinator for the San Diego / Los Angeles Chargers, Mike McDaniel. We haven't even brought up that. A lot of interesting tidbits that our producer Chase sent us via email. In Mike Silver's latest book, there was some interesting quotes and excerpts in regards to Shanahan and McDaniel's relationship. I kind of want to peel the onion and get your thoughts on Sam on the other side. Plus, Matt Barrow is going to be joining us at 9:20, covers the Niners for The Athletic. Get the inside there. Football coverage on 95 The Game is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that. And imagine this. This segment is sponsored by California Office of Traffic Safety.
My mom, my papa, my daddy. Where's the Caltrans? On the freeway, right next to speeding cars.
Please be careful.
Be alert. Be work zone alert. Brought to you by the kids of Caltrans.
Football is back. And you know what that means. It's summit time. All the hosts together again on Thursday, September 3rd from 4 to 6 p.m. Live from Jack's Restaurant and Bar in Pleasant Hill. But wait, there's more.
I'm hoping Brian Baldinger can somehow, some way make an appearance.
You give me the date, Joe, and I will be there with you.
Let's go. Freaking go, baby.
Book it right now.
That's right. Baldy is coming. All the hosts and Brian Baldinger. Thursday, September 3rd at Jack's Restaurant and Bar from 4 to 6 p.m. with Willard and Dibs getting us started at 2. Be there.
Hey, it's your boy Guru. When it comes to pest control, don't guess. Go online and get the facts with Atco Pest Control. Atco is a family-owned local company that's been protecting the Bay Area homes for over 40 years. And quality service does not have to come at a crazy price tag. If you're dealing with ants, spiders, rodents, or anything crawling where it should not be, visit AtcoPest.com. That's ATCO Pest.com to learn more and schedule service today. Atco's got you covered.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed? Now through August 24th, new Xfinity customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
At LendSeek, we know running a business takes heart, hustle, and sometimes a little help. That's why we stand with you with our exclusive AI lending platform, connecting you to over 100 funders. If you've been in business for at least 2 years with a minimum annual revenue of $500,000, you can get up to $1 million in funding in as fast as 24 hours. No collateral, no prepayment penalties, no red tape. Apply today with no cost or obligation at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
Looking to get your next project done right without running all over town? At Ashby Lumber, everything you need is in one place. From premium lumber and building materials to doors, windows, decking, and hardware, we've got it all, ready when you are. Whether you're a contractor on a deadline or a homeowner starting something new, our team knows the products and helps you get it done right the first time. 2 locations, Berkeley and Concord. Ashby Lumber, one stop, done right.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S, Cars for Kids. 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.org now or call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to donate your car today.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. K-A-R-S, Cars for Kids. 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and RNS Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from Daniela from Oakland. Had the pleasure of having Carlos, Manolo, and Juan come fix a severely broken garage door. From how damaged it was, I was sure it would be a complete replacement. Much to my surprise, this amazing trio fixed it in a day.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with RNS Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I am grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Make every swing count. Join Pettinelli Financial Partners for the 11th annual charity golf tournament benefiting the Autism Society San Francisco Bay Area. Register your foursome or become a sponsor today at PettinelliFP.com.
Now back to the morning roast with Joe Spadoni.
You're weak, you're out of control, and you become an embarrassment to yourself and everybody else.
And Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
And it's Lubman in for Shasky all week long. We're joined by Dave Fleming talking some Giants baseball. If you missed any of that and you want to go back and listen, be sure to download that Odyssey app or just watch us on YouTube. You can do both. Why not? By the way, the Valkyries are back in action tonight, taking on the Minnesota Lynx. That was my best. That's right. Valhalla.
Like Violet, like they nailed that one too.
Real quick on that, like it's not easy to do. Like I'm looking at some of the names and the branding and the color scheme, like the Toronto Tempo. Ugh, doesn't that just reek of expansion and just not knowing what you are? Like the Valkyries know who they are. And it hasn't even been 2 full seasons.
That always irritates me.
Listen, you could be upset with how things are currently
absolutely
going with the Warriors, but also recognize the greatness that has been attached to Joe Lacob ever since he's become the owner of the Golden State
Warriors. And I think there
Warriors.
are too many Warrior fans who do dismiss that greatness.
And he was in attendance yesterday, obviously, with the announcement of the 2027 WNBA All-Star Game being at Chase Center. Let's go. Mayor Daniel Lurie was there for San Francisco. Yeah, no, they will.
I believe in Joe Lacob.
Could you imagine if
he said, knowing that it will bite him in the ass later?
Could you imagine if the Valkyries won the whole damn thing this year? Like, that would be incredible.
If they came through on Joey Lightyear's 5-year promise, that'd be insane. Crazy. It would be crazy. Thank you, Clay.
I mean, Steph was in attendance. Gary Payton was in attendance. Will Richard was in attendance. Who else am I missing? Felt like all the Warriors were there.
Dunleavy?
Oh, Dunleavy was in attendance. Well, that was, hold on, real quick on that.
Oh, boy. How dare Dunleavy leave his house and not make phone calls? How dare Dunleavy go live his life?
He was the first one. Again, we're talking about the Jumbotron. There's a video out there. I think 95.7 The Game posted it. There's a video of Mike Dunleavy first on the Jumbotron. No boos, but the applause was not very high. Immediately shifts to a Warriors player, just loud as can be, the cheers. And they just kept going on and on and on. It ended with Steph Curry. But Mike was so quick to get the camera off. It was actually kind of funny. He got the moment. He's like, I can't let people know I'm here. Get this
come on,
camera.
front office. What are you waiting on?
Was that recent? Where's Jan been?
It's been a while since she's been around, but that's kind of an old one. That's an oldie but a goodie.
Is Jan okay?
I hope so.
I'm putting out the
Jan, call in.
The bat signal for Jan in Mountain View. You okay, Jan? 888-957-9570. I miss hearing your voice. Maybe she's down because Pat Spencer's no longer a Golden State Warrior.
I guess so.
Oh, dear.
She did want more Pat Spencer in her life, and that's going to be difficult to do. It's Joe Lacob's fault.
I want more Kalon Black in my life if I'm a San Francisco 49ers fan.
Sounds like we're going to get more Kalon Black in our lives because he was cooking yesterday.
Kyle Shanahan talked about it.
I thought he looked good from what I saw. It was his first practice back, which is always tough going against another team on your first day back, but he looked healthy, has some juice today, and hopefully he looks the same on tape.
That would be a very, very big deal if somehow, some way, you're talking about ending the season strong for the San Francisco Giants. If certain players could end this preseason strong and these joint practices / just training camp, like Kalon Black finishing strong would mean a lot if I'm a San Francisco 49ers fan. Not only does it give me security if McCaffrey, is not ready to go week one. Hopefully he is. Hopefully it is. I'm taking Shanahan at his word when he says, if it was game week or it was game like preparation, CMC would be out there. I'll take him at his word there. But if he's not able to go, it would give me some hope that we've actually drafted a guy that people could be excited about because Ty Davis-Price, right? Isaac Guerendo, Jordan James. There hasn't been a young running back to be excited about since who? Jordan Mason, gone. Elijah Mitchell.
Eli Mitchell
gone.
had a moment.
Yeah, in a moment.
Yeah.
But you haven't had a young running back to be truly excited about.
No.
So I'm excited about the prospect of Kalon Black so far. And again, stay healthy. And by the way, some breaking news. The Chargers lost their center, torn ACL.
Oh, that's bad.
Out for the season.
That can, that's a tough one to lose.
And I hope I could, it is for Charger fans, for Evan Giddings, if he's listening, God bless him.
Evan Giddings, I just felt the disturbance.
He was carted off yesterday in joint practices and out indefinitely, suffering a serious ACL. And it says multiple ligaments.
Ooh.
Oosh. That's going to be a tough road to recovery, obviously.
Yeah.
Tyler, I hope I'm pronouncing this correctly, Biadasz. Not be a dad.
Take time to be a dad.
Biadaszz. It's a tough one for
Take
me.
time to be a daz today.
Biadaz.
Chase is saying be a dash.
Biadasz. Is the S Z?
Biadish.
Biadish?
Biadish.
Biamish?
We'll get it.
It's fine.
It's the morning roast. We don't say names
It's
correctly.
not the morning pronunciation. It's the morning roast.
Joe Spuddoni.
That is something.
Chase job yesterday.
You guys were making fun of Chase for spelling my name wrong in the group chat. I didn't even notice, so it's okay.
There you go. You've seen it all yourself. So, speaking of Chase, he did a really good job putting together a series of quotes from this Mike Silver book, The Why is Everything. And I'm looking at these quotes here, and this is something I honestly never really noticed in the moment. Kyle Shanahan and Mike McDaniel.
And this book was back in 2024, so it was a couple years old.
There's some saltiness there. I'm looking at these quotes here. McDaniel had some hard feelings for Shanahan after leaving the 49ers. Quote, at various times during the two coaches' decade and a half long, mostly interrupted run together, McDaniel had felt held down, passed over, exploited, censured, scapegoated, silenced, and manipulated while working under Kyle Shanahan. And I guess when getting ready for his interview with the Dolphins, McDaniel had to have the meeting over Zoom as he was getting set for the 49ers to play the Packers in the divisional round. Quote, as the meeting approached, Shanahan abruptly changed the 49ers schedule, moving practice to coincide with McDaniel's interview slot. Then Shanahan changed the meeting again, and then he changed it to a later point in the week where McDaniel would have just gotten done with his game plan. And McDaniel described himself at this point as being in zombie mode. Oh, that doesn't sound like a healthy working relationship at all.
No.
As we're talking about Jim Harbaugh earlier and how he rubbed people the wrong way. Wow, that kind of sounds like a Jim Harbaugh episode. But even Harbaugh never really rubbed his coordinators the wrong way, if I can recall correctly.
So it's an interesting point. No, by all accounts, Vic Fangio, obviously defensive coordinator there a long time with Harbaugh. They were very close. Greg Roman, you know how much Harbaugh loves him some Greg Roman. Hell, all the Harbaughs, John Harbaugh, loves some Greg Roman too. But there's definitely a thing here between McDaniel and Shanahan as you're going back to these excerpts from this book a couple of years ago.
Great job, Chase, by the way, putting this together last night.
And it's interesting now because Mike McDaniel is the offensive coordinator for the Los Angeles Chargers. And he tried to become the offensive coordinator with Brandon Staley's Chargers a few years back, again, before he got the head coaching opportunity with the Miami Dolphins. And that in and of itself was a pivot from the Dolphins because they were supposed to go all in, remember, on Sean Payton, on Tom Brady. There was a whole Brian Flores aspect to this. There's a lot of drama there. Ken's rolling his eyes in the back because he's a Dolphins fan. There's a lot there. If you want to go research that on your own time, that's fine. I'm not going to go down the entire rabbit hole that is the Miami Dolphins. That being said, you wouldn't know that Mike McDaniel was stymied a lot when it came to some of these potential head coaching or even offensive coordinator opportunities around the NFL. I had no idea about that.
I don't remember this. Maybe passed us by. I don't remember ever hearing about animosity between Shanahan and Mike McDaniel at all when they were here. And making your offensive coordinator basically go into zombie mode when you're in the middle of the playoffs, that's weird. Like, that is weird that something like that would be going down there. And, again, we got Matt Barrows coming up in about 20 minutes now. I'm kind of curious now to ask him about this as well, as to just how this whole relationship here fell apart. And honestly, that kind of explains why, yesterday in joint practices, I guess the Niners defense was a little bit caught off guard by some of the schemes that McDaniel threw at the 49ers defense. So McDaniel clearly had an axe to grind with Shanahan. And, he was grinding it for sure.
I don't know if that is still the case because, you look up Kyle Shanahan and Mike McDaniel and they go way back. Like they're close going back to the Denver when Mike is young, growing up there. Like they're like family friends and they've been through, the Atlanta days together, Washington, LaFleur is mentioned in some of these and Mike's chronicled his own struggles, being a part of Kyle Shanahan's staffs or on staffs with him and his alcoholism and trying to overcome that. There's a lot there in the book in regards to, LaFleur checking on him with Dan Quinn, who was then the head coach of the Falcons. There's a lot there. That being said, I did have, a question whether or not, when Mike McDaniel became on the market after getting fired from Miami, is like, hey, would Kyle bring this guy back in here?
They already brought Saleh back.
Would Mike want to come back here, right? Does he think this is an opportunity he would want to come back to? Obviously, he was there with that final year, or I guess that first year with Brock when he had to be the third string quarterback thrust into action. That was Mike's last season, and then he would take over in 2023.
23 is when he took over, yeah.
So he'd have an opportunity again to coach Brock Purdy. But I understand from Mike's perspective, maybe he feels like, hey, if I take over this offensive coordinator role with Justin Herbert, we go into this deep playoff run, maybe I could get another head coaching opportunity elsewhere once upon a time. And maybe he could. This is an offensive-driven league still, so I understood why, from that perspective, he thinks it's a better opportunity. And it just got me thinking, though, as we're doing joint practices, that relationship and where it's at. But this is what Mike McDaniel said, the last couple of days talking about Kyle Shanahan. For years, he was the only guy that would hire me and give me a job in the NFL. Obviously, I'm very indebted to him in the whole organization. It will be a nice little asterisk of excitement to have those familiar coaches on the field competing and going against a really good team. More than anything, that's going to be the best part. So, nice little, it wasn't salty or anything like that. He'll always have love for him.
Professional.
But maybe it's not the same like it was, prior to some of those, coach interview blocks.
No, because again, I'm looking at this this part here on how McDaniel felt about leaving Shanahan for the Dolphins. And really quick, Chase, you got all these stuff here that are in quotes. Are these quotes that like people are saying these quotes, or are these just quotes that Silver wrote as part of like his commentary?
Yeah, so there's a couple. So there's definitely a lot of quotes that came from either McDaniel or Shanahan, but some of the quotes that I have in there is just because that's actually from the book.
Gotcha.
Like that's
okay,
from
so
the book itself.
Just want to clarify here. So I think this is Silver's commentary here. There was a lightness to McDaniel that belied his circumstances, but it made sense. This is, again, talking about McDaniel joining after he got hired by the Dolphins. Yes, he had a lengthy to-do list as the new head coach of the Dolphins. He also had ... freedom. Shanahan wasn't there to yell at him for things beyond his control and to prod him relentlessly. Joe Staley was quoted as saying that Kyle needs someone who he can bad dog, and that was McDaniel. It almost made you feel responsible, like, I've got to play better so this poor guy doesn't get berated. That would absolutely piss me off, getting yelled at and berated for things that I can't control.
So I'm not here to play devil's advocate. I'm not privy to those conversations, but their relationship goes back a very long way. They're almost like brothers in a way, right? They're that close. Sometimes, you pick on your little brother a little bit. Sometimes you do that.
That's what you see it. Okay.
Like I have a little brother. I am a little brother. Like sometimes.
Got to pay it forward.
Yeah, a little bit. But also, if you're Kyle Shanahan and you've had such success with Mike McDaniel, why should he want to make it easier for him to leave? I get it. In one aspect, you want your brother, your friend, a coach to succeed on your staff. And another, don't you want to be a little selfish and keep these guys? Because at that point, he'd already lost Robert Saleh. I don't want to lose my OC on top of that.
That is a good, I've always do wonder how coaches grapple with that, of how they try to keep their coordinators and stuff like that. You really do see stuff like this where a coach is trying to actively kind of prevent his coordinator from leaving. Because so often in time, this is a league where you do kind of want to support and elevate your, fellow coaches and your contemporaries and your peers in this business. It is not something you see very often. A lot of times you'll see coaches, coordinators, executives get elevated into new roles to try and prevent them from leaving, or they'll beef up their role or give them a new title, president of offensive operations or something like that. That's not a real
assistant to the head coach.
Yeah, something like that. But again, at some point there comes guys are just too good to stay in the coordinator role. And Mike McDaniel in Miami, I'll be honest, I want to get Miami Dolphins fan insider Ken Luttrell's thought on this too. I thought McDaniel was screwed from the jump when he arrived and was stuck with Tua. I've never been a Tua guy. I don't know, Ken, how did you view McDaniel's tenure down there?
Well, it's interesting because I think they had to pivot after what Spadoni was talking about with their head coaching situation and Tom Brady and all that mess. But with McDaniel, he was hired, I think, because of Tua, because he could unlock Tua and his abilities to work around that.
He was going to be the Tua whisperer.
Yes, and it did work. In 2023, you go look at Tua's numbers, he was very, very effective, especially in that offense. And even in the run game, they were able to do a lot of different things. And, that 70-20 Denver Broncos game against Sean Payton, who's somebody that they looked at, didn't nothing to scoff at. So, yeah.
That was a fun game to watch.
It was until, the following, few games. So, but yeah, he was hired for Tua.
Right. And also there was the horrible look of Brian Flores. Obviously, there's a lot there with the minority head coaches getting axed. They don't feel like he got a fair shake there. He didn't really, by accounts, didn't really believe in Tua. There's the Ryan Fitzpatrick angle. There was a lot there, and it was messy. So they hired McDaniel. Hey, Tua savior. They go to the playoffs, right? Jalen Waddle, Tyreek Hill. It was explosive. And ultimately, I think the injuries to that team hampered them. And overall, again, stop me if you heard this more, injuries happen. But there's also a lot there, the mess-wise with the general manager, the owner. Miami's just a mess. Let's call it what it is. Them, the Cardinals, the Raiders, the ownership there is just not what it needs to be. And it's fascinating now, them being in Los Angeles with the Chargers. Historically, the Spanos is also not great ownership, but they do have Harbaugh. Now they have McDaniel. And I am curious, do you feel like they've missed Mike McDaniel? Kyle's missed Mike McDaniel offensively with this team?
I don't know. I think it's so easy to point a lot of offensive issues that 23, 24. So McDaniel was not there for the Super Bowl run. I don't think he was really missed that year. 24, I think there was just a lot of things that went wrong in terms of injuries. He didn't have McCaffrey, and I think McCaffrey is, kind of the piece that brings it all together in this 49ers offense. And you had so many injury issues last year, and the offense was still very effective when Brock Purdy was on the field. It was capable when Mac Jones was on the field. I don't know. I have a hard time really giving an exact answer there in terms of how much they've missed McDaniel, because it is Kyle's offense at the end of the day. And who knows Kyle's offense better than Kyle Shanahan? I don't know. Maybe McDaniel's the closest to know that system, but we never really saw that system truly take hold successfully in Miami. If he did, he would still probably be there. And
Kyle Shanahan's been the play caller ever since the departure of McDaniel, who was the play caller when he was the OC here, correct? If I'm not mistaken, wasn't Mike McDaniel the play caller?
I don't remember, to be honest, off the top of my head.
And Clay Kubiak's now the OC, and he's kind of worked his way up since the departure of McDaniel. He was the, assistant quarterback coach, the passing game specialist, and this year, he got the promotion to OC there. So, Chase is in my ear, and he makes a good point, and it's kind of what I wanted to get at, like the running game post McDaniel. Obviously, the 1 year, 2023 was incredible when McCaffrey was the offensive player of the year. He was great. But since then, it's been lacking. Like, you could pinpoint that being a hole in Shanahan's game since the departure of McDaniel. Like, maybe they miss him in that element. It's a possibility.
Again, but I think there's so many other variables that come into play as well. Like, the year when Christian McCaffrey was out, you had Jordan Mason. Jordan Mason was just so one-dimensional as a running back, and you need to be multifaceted to succeed in the Kyle Shanahan offense as a running back. And Mason, great runner of the football, not much else. Isaac Guerrero had moments that season, but that's kind of a hard season to really kind of take any concrete evidence away from. And then last year, the offensive line injuries and injuries throughout the rest of the team, and the fact that McCaffrey was basically wide receiver 1 for a large chunk of the season before going back to a running back. I'm sure there's an argument to be made that they do miss Mike McDaniel. I think there's also an argument to be made. There's a lot of other reasons why the 49ers run game has taken some lumps over the last couple of years. So that's not a fun answer. I know we demand, concrete answers these days. I'm going to be honest, though. My read of it is that I don't think it's just they miss Mike McDaniel. I think there's other layers to the struggling of the run game, too.
Well, it was always interesting, right? Because, I was, asking the question, and it's always been Shanahan calling the plays, but there is an element of communication with all these guys when they're out on there. It's just like, this guy's talking to this guy. Hey, should we do the run or the pass here? Hey, what call here for the certain run game? Like, just that element of it, I just question, and we're going to find out this season with the health of obviously the running backs. That plays a huge part in it. If the running game is not up to snuff this season, and it is poor once again and a bottom feeder yards per carry wise, I do think it's time to have some question marks in regards to play calling. If Kyle Shanahan should continue to do it. If it is a run-first offense that continues to struggle, like, should you bring an outside guy to come in here?
Or maybe Clay Kubiak's the guy who starts calling plays here. I mean, it's, has Clay Kubiak been calling plays in preseason games?
Oh, the preseason games, that's a good question. I'm not sure about that.
Usually they've announced, I think last year they had him call games in call plays in the preseason. I haven't heard if he was doing that this year or not.
We'll see. Maybe we should ask Matty Barrows.
Matt Barrows, man, he's going to have to give us a lot of answers on stuff.
He is going to have to do that, and he is going to be brought to you by Ceremony Ford. But also, Ken, but wait, there's more. As I go Billy Mays here, rest in peace. Think you've got the best golf game in the offense? You got to prove it. Sign up for your foursome at the Pettinelli Financial Partners Charity Golf Tournament at Harding Park and support the Autism Society San Francisco Bay Area on Friday, September 11th. Go to pettinellifp.com to learn more. I was a part of that last year, and I'm hoping to be a part of it again this season. It's a great cause, great stuff. pettinellifp.com to learn more.
The summer sales event is happening now, and Ceremony Ford has incredible offers built for game days, school drop-offs, and road trips. Hurry in and upgrade your ride at Ceremony Ford, right off of 280 in Coleman and Daly City, or visit ceremonyford.com.
Need to get something off your chest?
I'm going to call you crazy in Spanish. You're loco.
Stuck in traffic and can't take it anymore?
I can't handle this.
We've got the solution for you. Call the Sound Off line at 628-400-9880. That's 628-400-9880. And leave a message. It's Sound Off. Every morning at 8 a.m., starting Monday on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, it's Willard and Dibs for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals for members. And as always, save up to 20% weekly on hundreds of exclusive offers from Safeway. Just clip the highlighted deals from the weekly mailer or click the deals in the For You section of the Safeway app to breeze through checkout. Signature select 80% lean ground beef. 6 pounds or more mega packs, just $5.99 per pound. Hormel Black Label Bacon, 12 to 16 ounces package size. Selected varieties also just $5.99 each.
Also, juicy autumn crisp green grapes or red seedless grapes, just $2.49 per pound. Finally, clip or click Lucerne 24-ounce sliced or 32-ounce chunk or shredded cheese. Selected varieties, just $6.99 each. Limit 4 items.
I would say 4 is unnecessary, but in this case, it was necessary.
Well done.
These and other great deals are available in the weekly mailer and the For You section on the Safeway app. Go to Safeway.com for more details.
So, I need hamburgers, sodas, ice, and a DJ.
A DJ?
Relax, Spot. With T-Mobile, we're saving when we bundle home internet and phone lines.
Oh, wow. Here to bundle and save big. Stay connected con tu gente with 4 lines from T-Mobile with fast, easy to set up 5G home internet and save up to $1,000 a year. Switch now on T-Mobile.com/conectate. Savings based on third line free via monthly bill credits. Internet discount with $15 in monthly bill credits and auto-pay discount. Qualifying credit required. Credits will stop if you cancel any lines or change plans. Visit T-Mobile.com.
On September 2nd, DraftKings Game Day arrives with massive deals, exclusive deals, and an all-day celebration built for sports fans. The countdown has begun. All roads lead to Game Day. The DraftKings Sports app is now live in 50 states. That means California from Texas to Florida. DraftKings Game Day is the kickoff of a new season, a new era, and the biggest day in sports history. New DraftKings customers sign up with code ALLNEWS, spend $5 to get $150 in rewards within 14 days. In partnership with DraftKings, the crown is yours. Event trading offered by DraftKings Predictions, a CFTC registered introducing broker. Trading involves risk of loss, market availability varies, eligibility restrictions apply. $50 every 7 days via click to claim issued in non-withdrawable predictions dollars that expire in 1 year. Ends August 23rd. Terms DKNG.co/predictions promo. Nationwide based on sportsbook, predictions, and free-to-play sports contest availability varies by state.
In the market for a new mattress but overwhelmed by all the options? At Mattress Firm, we make it easy. Just drop in, answer a few questions, and our sleep experts will guide you to your perfect mattress. And with options for every budget and free and fast delivery, it's no wonder more shoppers choose Mattress Firm than any other mattress specialty retailer. And right now, save up to $700, plus get a free adjustable base with select Sealy mattresses. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
Car salesmen are annoying.
Sign here, please.
Never talk to one again with FlexCar, the first and only month-to-month car lease.
Oh, no.
Get a great car? Switch anytime. FlexCar. You drive everything.
Jane is a small business owner. Tell them what that's like, Jane.
Yeah, well, it's like a roller coaster with a lot of ups and downs, and some days things can feel like they're flying off the rails.
Yep, it's a lot. But the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business can help you manage it all. With the largest, fastest fiber-powered network designed for 100% reliability with business internet and wireless connect.
Nice. So everything stays on track.
The Total Solutions Advantage. No one does business like Comcast Business.
The more solutions you add, the more you save. Get started today with a qualifying internet package for as low as $60 a month when you add an advanced solution. Plus, new customers, ask how to get up to $1,500 in prepaid cards when you add 2 lines of mobile to a qualifying gig bundle. Don't wait. Call today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. New customers only. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and automatic payments with bank account required. $60 offer requires 300 meg internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Prepaid card offers end 9/13/2026.
The burrito is fire.
Hi, this is Maya.
And I'm Antonio. And the little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A hash brown scrambled burrito
is that it fuels our morning.
It's the full package.
You have the chicken, you have the eggs, and then you add these hash browns for a nice little crunch.
The chicken's always nice. It's crispy, it's juicy. And the cheeses, they melt together in a beautiful way.
And it gives me energy. It's perfect.
Order the Chick-fil-A hash brown scramble burrito and Simply Orange Juice on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The best time to recommit to your gut health goals? Right now. Take charge of your gut with Nature Made. Our clinically studied ingredients support digestive health. Digestive enzymes break down nutrients. Probiotic and prebiotic fiber nourish good gut bacteria. And super greens with probiotics empower daily digestive health. Try the full lineup of gut health support from Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Come on, man. You got Larry June in the building. You listen to the Morning Roast, and we're doing numbers, man. Good job, Morning Roast. Sock it to me. Hey.
Yeah, we're doing numbers. You know who else are doing numbers? Golden State Valkyries host the Minnesota Lynx tonight. Chase Center, tip-off 7 o'clock. Listen to it right here on 95.7 The Game and the Odyssey app. Just search Valkyries to hear every single game. It's a big one. Brought to you by Unstoppables. As the official laundry fragrance partner of the WNBA, Unstoppables brings the freshness. Feel confident, stay in the moment, and smell, Sam, unstoppable. Try Unstoppables laundry scent boosters for as low as $5. Matt Barrow's going to be joining us momentarily, courtesy of the River Islands guest line, covers the 49ers for The Athletic, and he is tapped in on all things red and gold, and we'll get his thoughts on joint practices yesterday, get his thoughts on preseason game number 2, and maybe we'll just ask him, to compare and contrast Jim Harbaugh and what he did in San Francisco to Kyle Shanahan, what he's done in San Francisco. We got him now? You said the thumbs up? Yeah? Bring him to the conversation? Well, right here, Matt Barrow's joining us, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. Matt, good morning. Joe Spadoni alongside Sam Lubman, who's filling for Joe Shasky today, and yeah, it's hard not to go to the head coaches when these two teams play each other, right? And, I got a little grumpy. I'm not going to lie, Matt, the last 24 hours, a lot of callers still calling in saying they'd rather have Jim Harbaugh as their head coach than Kyle Shanahan. And does that surprise you at all that a good portion of the fan base, maybe it's not a good portion, maybe it's just a loud minority, would still rather have Harbaugh than Shanahan? And good morning, Matt.
Morning, guys. It doesn't surprise. I mean, time and distance make the heart grow fonder. I remember in 2014, which was Jim Harbaugh's last year, he didn't have a lot of support from the fans. So I wonder if some of those same fans that are wishing that they had Jim Harbaugh were the ones who were wishing he was out of here in 2014 when they were just sort of a mediocre team that season. It was interesting to us as reporters because when Jim Harbaugh was here, we had a really hard time getting any information out of him. And he talked about, trusted agents and other teams having spies and things like that, like it was some, Cold War scenario going on. And yet yesterday we were able to kind of watch the whole practice. We were able to film the whole practice. We were able to do things that we weren't able to do when he was the head coach and we're not able to do with the 49ers these days. So it seems like he's turned over a new leaf as far as information. There's even a metro rail that goes literally over the Chargers practice fields while they're out there, which could be filled with all sorts of spies and secret agents and, Raiders officials and Denver Broncos scouts and things like that. And apparently it's okay now.
So you said Metro Rail. I thought you were going to say the Metro Rail somehow gives off waves that can cause injuries too.
My God.
Some nonsense like that. Sorry, Matt, I'm sorry to bring that up. I'm just so glad that I feel like we're further and further putting the substation nonsense in the past. I saw your picture you tweeted out yesterday of their own substation behind the practice field. Funny how that never gets brought up. That's not the question I'm asking, though. I do want to hear about how practice looked yesterday. Obviously, I saw Kalen Black was shining. Heard some great stuff about Oso Digizua. Take us through the practice yesterday, Matt. Who really shined yesterday? Who had a great day? Who had a day that maybe they don't want to talk about as much?
Well, I can only talk about the offense, the 49ers offense, because I was on that field, and my colleague Vic Tafer was on the other one. But yeah, Kalen Black jumped out. I mean, fresh legs. You can attribute some of that to him. This was his first practice back from injury, but he looked like he did before he got injured, and kind of picked up where he left off. I think he's going to play on Thursday. I think he's going to start the game on Thursday. So everything that you've been reading and all the highlights you've been watching, the fans can finally see him, number 26, out there on Thursday. Deebo Samuel, I could tell that when he got the ball, at least the Chargers were kind of eager to hit him. He just adds electricity whenever he's out there. So he helped the sort of the pace of the practice. But that was what was lacking to me is that, they came out against the Titans, both the offense and the defense, and they really took it to Tennessee in that joint practice a week ago. They didn't have that same burst, that same energy. And I think it's because, we're in the dog days of August. They had, this is something that Brock Purdy brought up. They had some pretty intense practices leading up to this joint practice. And so you could kind of see that, especially with the receivers. I thought that, 3 or 4 of them were just not able to go full stride. And you saw that in some of the routes, and you saw that in Purdy's numbers. He was 15 of 30. Mac Jones has similar numbers. Now, having said all that, 15 of 30, those are just the passing plays that Brock Purdy had. There were maybe, 15 to 20 running plays. So he played, 45 to 50 snaps. Good, against a first-team defense. And then Mac Jones played slightly less than that, and Adrian Martinez with the threes played slightly less than that. My point is that they get in a lot of work. They get in more work and sort of safer work because there's no tackling to the ground, things like that, than they do in a preseason game. So even if it's sort of, not exactly the energy that you would like to have in El Segundo, the team is still putting in better work than at any point in the summer. So that's why they like these joint practices, and that's why they had 2 of them this training camp.
Well, no, it's a good point, and I think Shanahan brought it up yesterday at the presser, Matt, about not having any fights in this one, and maybe that is an element about why this one may seem as, a little more lackadaisical compared to last week when there was a couple fights to start things off. So is it possible maybe just that edge factor and that hate factor, if you will, sports hate, just wasn't there between these two teams?
Yeah, that's how I read it. And you can say that, okay, that was maybe a good part of it, is that the practice wasn't interrupted over and over again with fights. But I do think that the 49ers were just lacking energy. And I'm not, it's not a critique. I think that's just probably the natural thing, especially when you're the traveling team. And like I said, those Saturday and Sunday practices were fairly intense. And I think that just kind of knocked a little bit out of them. Now, the question now is, can they kind of summon that for this game on Thursday, or is that going to be sort of a lackadaisical game as well?
You were on the offensive side of things. Mike Evans, how did he look? And I saw that he had to leave a little bit early. He had the ice around the foot/ankle. Then he moved it to the quad. How are things going with Mike Evans?
When he was out there, he looked good. There were at least 2 good deep catches. One where he just left the cornerback all by himself at the line of scrimmage. That's Mike Evans' forte. He is really good at these releases, really good with his hands. And so, Brock Purdy saw that right away and hit him for a deep pass down the sideline. Now, he did leave, I'd say, midway through the 11-on-11 stuff, and he stayed out there and he was kind of walking around. So obviously it's not a major concern, but this is a guy that missed a number of practices, a week and a half ago with a quad strain. He's in his early 30s. He usually misses a couple of games a year. So, it's something to be, I'd say, mildly concerned about, or something that you can see cropping up during the season at times. Now, would he be able to go in a Sunday game if he was in the same state he's in right now? I think the answer is probably yes. So he's sort of in that Christian McCaffrey category where, this is a multi-year veteran in his 30s. We're not going to push it. So if he's feeling tight, if he's not feeling himself, we're going to pull him out. Whereas if it's a Kalen Black or a Dejon Stribling, those guys are going to keep practicing because the practice is more valuable at this point to them. So I think that's the difference between some of these guys who are probably dealing with the quote-unquote tightness and things like that, who are practicing, and the ones who have been pulled out.
You brought up Christian McCaffrey there, Matt, and we had some conflicting back and forth reports yesterday. Pro Football Talk is saying that there's speculation around the league that McCaffrey is doing a hold-in. Even Rappaport came out and said that no, it is just tightness. Kyle Shanahan said no, it is just tightness. So I feel like I know where this is going, but Matt, if you could be the final voice here that kind of ties this all together, what is going on with Christian McCaffrey? Is it tightness? Is it hold-in? Just what can you say about what's going on with him right now?
No, it's just tightness. I'll echo the others on that. I made a lot of calls, not just to the team. I know these days people are very worried that we're being mind controlled by Kyle Shanahan and the 49ers. So I made calls to the 49ers and outside the 49ers, and the message was all the same. No, that speculation is incorrect. And, Shanahan's point was, like I was just saying, if this were a regular week of the season, McCaffrey would have been out there practicing. But he's Christian McCaffrey. He looked good the first week and a half he was out there. He looked good in the spring. They don't need to push it. There's no sense in pushing it. And, if he's out there, then Kalen Black isn't getting as many carries. So there are other reasons to allow younger players to show what they can do.
Another injury concern, obviously, for the 49ers is Nick Bosa coming off his third torn ACL injury. Sounds like, according to Shanahan, he's making a lot of progress. Should we expect to see Nick sooner rather than later at practice?
Yeah, I think three guys sort of in the same boat. They are Christian McCaffrey, Nick Bosa, and George Kittle. And we could all see them, in one of the upcoming practices. So they've got the game on Thursday, and there's a day off after that. And then there's a practice on Saturday and Sunday. So I expect to see McCaffrey at one of those. I wouldn't be surprised to see Bosa at one of those. And then, I don't know if that's too early for Kittle, whether Kittle comes in on the following Tuesday practice or not. But I think that's what we're looking at. And really, that's why this year is so unique for the 49ers. Whereas most teams are kicking off on September 13, the 49ers are kicking off on September 10, and they're leaving for Australia a week before that. So really 2 weeks before, the start of the season for most teams, the 49ers are having to make decisions of, okay, who's getting on this plane? Who's going to be able to play in week one? So, usually this upcoming week is always an important week in the NFL. We're getting to the end of August. It's getting closer to cut down day. I think it's exacerbated. It's heightened for the 49ers just because they are on a stricter timeline than, 30 other teams in the NFL.
One more injured Niner that we probably haven't heard a lot is Kyle Juszczyk had the broken finger. Is how's he doing? Is he on track to play week 1? Because I think he's kind of in that same boat as a lot of the guys you've mentioned already, the veteran players, where they kind of know how to get ready. You know, the reps are more for the younger guys, but we also know how important Juice can be out of the backfield as the fullback here. So, yeah, just what's his status looking like?
I saw him walking down the sideline close to me, and he had, I think it's like a pinky bone or, a bone on the outside of his hand that's broken. And he's got a cast on that, and he's sporting a mustache, and his name is Kyle. And I just thought that he was really trying to curry favor with the head coach with this injury and the mustache, because he looked exactly like Kyle Shanahan. And Kyle Shanahan is now out of his brace. Doesn't have anything on it. I would think that maybe by the time September 10 rolls around, even if that bone isn't fully healed, he would be able to play with it if it's wrapped up. I don't know that for sure. But I would think that he would be a guy who gets on the plane at least. And, the 49ers sort of hedged their bets that he'd be able to play. But you're right. He's been with the 49ers since 2017, been in the league longer than that. He falls into that category of he doesn't really need to practice very much until the lead up to that game.
The left guard spot is obviously up for debate right now. You got left tackle Trent Williams, you got McKivitz. Pooney's dealing with concussion right now, but you expect him to be a starter. Brendel, obviously. How are things looking at left guard right now, and who would you say is the leader in the clubhouse to get the starting nod week 1 in Australia, Matt?
I think we're going to see a lot of Carver Willis on Thursday. He's been getting the lion's share of the snaps in this kind of segment of practices. So that they made it a true competition. They're giving Connor Colby, Robert Jones, and the rookie, Carver Willis, an equal number of opportunities to win the job. I still think that Willis is a long shot to win it. I mean, he didn't play any guard in college, so he's learning a new position. We saw Pooney do that a couple of years ago, but win a starting role as a rookie and play really well as a rookie. But he played guard some at Kansas. This guy didn't, so it's a steeper learning curve. I still think that Connor Colby is the leader in the clubhouse there. I think that the 49ers like the fact that he, played, almost 500 snaps last season, and then kind of took advantage of the offseason, came in bigger, stronger, a little bit more confident than he was at this point last year. So I think it's a toss-up between him and Robert Jones, and I think that he probably has the lead there. Now, with Pooney being out, he's dealing with a concussion, which they've had a rash of concussions along both the D-line and the offensive line. Robert Jones could start at right guard there, and it could be Carver Willis at left guard with Connor Colby sort of playing with the second stringers probably on both sides as well. So, like I said, they're giving all three of these guys lots of reps with the ones. And we'll have to see at the end of the preseason who comes out on top.
Talking with Matt Barrows here, a 49ers insider for The Athletic. And, Matt, we've been last segment we were kind of go over some quotes from Mike Silver's book from what the Why Is Everything, kind of talking about the Mike McDaniel when he left the 49ers and just what that relationship was like. And I don't remember a whole lot of negativity swirling around those two at the end, and maybe that's on me, but look at some of the quotes from this book. It did not seem like it was a very amicable split between Shanahan and McDaniel here. Just what do you remember about the end of that 2022 season and, McDaniel making that leap from the 49ers to the Dolphins? Just what was that relationship like from what you can recall between Mike McDaniel and Kyle Shanahan there at the end?
Yeah, I mean, I think that McDaniel had been his longest-serving lieutenant. And so it was difficult for Shanahan to say goodbye to him. And I don't think that Shanahan ever thought that he would get that opportunity to be a head coach. Remember, McDaniel had been in Houston under Gary Kubiak, and had run afoul of Kubiak. There were some drinking issues and basically got dismissed. And so he was banished for a little while. He was a coach out here in Sacramento for the Mountain Lions, the UFL team at the time. So, I think that there was a thought, not just among Shanahan, but, among NFL assistants, that this guy probably has, hurt himself as far as ever being able to rise above offensive coordinator position. So I don't think that Shanahan was ever expecting it, and I think that was part of the issue. But I do think that Shanahan really valued him when he was here. Part of that banishment meant that when he came back into the NFL, this is now in Washington, he had been Shanahan's right-hand man in Houston, and Kyle Shanahan is now the offensive coordinator. And so McDaniel thinks that he's going to have a plum job, like quarterbacks coach, wide receivers coach. This is what you want when you're an ambitious offensive assistant, because that's the straight line to OC, and OC is the straight line to head coach. Well, he got placed with the offensive line. He got placed with Chris Foerster. But the flip side of that is that he saw a side of the offense that a lot of young assistants don't. And so that's why he's become sort of a run guru. And that's why I think that this Harbaugh-Mike McDaniel relationship is going to be an interesting one, because these are guys that like to run the football, and they have the capacity to as well. So I think that's something fun to watch from afar if you're a 49ers fan.
Well, no, and I think it's a great point, Matt. It leads me to this final question for you. We appreciate your time this morning. You've been so gracious. Is you think the running game has missed Mike McDaniel the last handful of years in San Francisco? Obviously, they had the year after. They go to the Super Bowl. Christian McCaffrey's incredible. The last couple seasons, it hasn't been good. Is that more injury-related, or do they miss Mike McDaniel in the running game here, you think?
I mean, when Mike McDaniel was here, they just, showered him with praise, especially for his creativity. I mean, the run game would vary from week to week, and longtime guys, we just talked about Kyle Juszczyk, he was leading the chorus of praise. Trent Williams was part of that chorus as well. So, yeah, I think that he's definitely a part of that. The injuries last year were huge, and I do think that McCaffrey got worn down as the year went on. There are a lot of reasons why sort of the explosive element of running game diminished. But Mike McDaniel, for sure, is part of that. He's a creative mind, and that's why the Chargers ought to be. If you're playing fantasy football this year, pick up Amari Hampton on your team, the running back for Los Angeles, because he's got a good head coach calling the shots there.
Really quick, Matt, before we get you out of here, I assume Clay Kubiak still calling plays in preseason. Is that the case?
Yes, he did, certainly against the Titans.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, just want to make sure on that one.
Hey, Matt, great stuff. We really appreciate the time, man, and we'll do it again soon.
All right, sounds good, guys. Talk to you later.
There he goes. Matt Barrows covers the 49ers for the Athletic, excuse me. He's on the offensive side of things. Yesterday at Chargers-Niners joint practice, Vic Tafur, who also covers the Niners for the Athletic, was on the defensive side of the football. Maybe so a little 1-2 punch there.
Yeah, maybe we'll get Vic on tomorrow, and he can
shed
some light on the defense.
Love Vic.
I'm curious. I want to hear what was going on with Osa Odigizua yesterday, because from the sound of it, I've heard anywhere from 4 pressures, 6 sacks. Like, he had a day, it sounds like, that just absolutely wrecked shop on the Chargers backfield. And I've seen a lot of comments of like, Justin Herbert threw a bomb down to his receiver on the sideline, burning Jair Brown. But if this was a game, he would have been sacked by Odigizua.
That's what I kept saying yesterday in all these different training camps. Like, it would have been a sack, but there was an incredible throw and catch.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. I don't know what to take into account anymore.
I mean, on the
with
one
these
hand,
things.
yes, it's awesome that Osa broke through the line and got to the quarterback. That's a win. At the same time, though, it does change the fact that Jair Brown got lit on fire in the secondary.
I do think that last little tidbit was interesting, though. I do think they miss Mike McDaniel here in San Francisco. And
Well, it seems like, again, there's
if they
layers
have
to
a
it, though.
third straight year where they can't run the ball very well, yikes.
Well, it's also why they can't run the ball. They're not able to run the ball because I do agree with him.
Lack of creativity?
There's lack of creativity, but I also think lack of healthy running back.
Yeah.
Like if you got Patrick Taylor Jr. and Sincere McCormick as your running backs going into week 11, and we're sitting here like, oh, this run game sucks. Well, yeah, it's because you got your practice squad running backs as your RB1 and 2.
Sure.
So, and I do think there is some what Matt said at the end that McCaffrey did wear down towards the end of the year. Maybe it's because of, again, just the hits he took at the beginning of the year or in the time he spent as a receiver, or the fact that he was a 29-year-old running back last year with 1 billion miles on his legs. Like, I do think, yeah, there's probably something to the whole, maybe the creativity of Mike McDaniel offsets any deficiencies you have from your running back room. I also just think having a healthier, fresher running back room would help as well. So I think it's a bit of both. They had injury issues last year. Yeah, maybe they do miss McDaniel a little bit, and it's up to Clay Kubiak to, keep filling that role there. And that's why I asked him. I just want to confirm, yeah, he is still calling the plays there, and I'm sure that was probably mentioned on the broadcast last week, and shame on me for missing that.
That's all right. I'm just laughing because Ken, who's done that twice in the show today, he's like, you got to break, dude. You got to break. He did that 7:42.
It's got 9:42 in bold.
No, it's funny.
That's on me then.
Because you got the Willard and Gibbs clock on your mind, I think, where they break. They have a late break, I believe,
No,
right?
it has 9:42 in bold. Damn.
Well, you know what?
No, it actually has 9:49 on the paper I gave you.
Nope. I'll show you the other one.
Uh-oh.
Well, you're looking at...
Uh-oh.
We'll see here.
Keep going.
The one I have says 9:12 and 9:49, but I'm curious what paper you have then.
Well, I'm curious if you're going to be at our Red and Gold Summit, which is back again for another year. All of you better
don't
be
go
there.
off of that paper.
September 3rd, live from Jack's Restaurant and Bar in Pleasant Hill. Willard and Dibbs, 2 to 6. All of us from 4 to 6. And all of us means Brian Baldinger included. That's right. Baldy is going to be there, NFL Network analyst, former NFL offensive lineman, and our guy every single Tuesday here throughout the entire NFL season. Brian Baldinger going to be there in the flesh. So come say hi. It's going to be fun. Jack's, dude, it was the Blue and Gold Summit, the Warriors one.
You can actually call that the one, the Warriors Summit.
I know, because we're the flagship of them. But I was just trying to, play on words there. But that was off the hook, man. Do they still say that, the kids? Off the chain. It was lit AF.
It was tight.
Tight.
That's what we used to say as kids.
Stop it.
Man, that's so tight.
I still say sweet.
Now, tight apparently has a different meaning this summer.
Don't say that again.
I still say sweet all the time.
Sweet was a good one.
Like Steiny does too. Sweet.
Sick.
I think we have a drop of him saying it too.
Sick is another one.
That's a good one.
You and Shasky love Sick.
It's a good one.
Oh, that's so sick.
It's sick, bro. You got to add the bro to it.
It's like, oh man, that pass that Brock threw was so sick.
But Jack's Restaurant and Bar in Pleasant Hill, it is lit AF, and it's going to be September 3rd. So be there, be square. Sam, I'm talking to you. You're East Bay guy. Come on. You better be out there.
Yeah.
Chase.
September 3rd.
Sam Bruno, I know it's a long drive. You better be out there. Ken, that's East Bay. Come on.
10 minutes away, baby.
It's right near you.
I'm
You're
right
going to
there.
be there. Let's go.
Ken basically lives at Jackson Pleasant Hill.
Let's go.
They call him the mayor of Jackson Pleasant Hill,
Do
actually.
they really?
No, they don't, but that'd be cool if they did.
I was going to believe you. By the way, we've had a great selection of guests on this week. Herm Edwards, I heard yesterday, former NFL coach. Hello.
He plays to win the game.
Well, he's a Monterey High School legend as well, at Mr. 831, Herman Edwards. So I always have a love affinity for him. Don't press send. Always. Don't press send. Be careful with that. He's always been a staunch believer in that. So just be careful. You've never heard that? Herm Edwards coined the phrase, don't press send. It's basically saying be careful what you send out to on the internet via text.
Yes.
Don't press send.
Tweet smart.
Yes,
basically.
exactly. Just don't be an idiot is basically what he's saying.
That 1 second you take between finishing your tweet and hitting send, you could do a lot of great things in that 1 second. The amount of tweets I've left on the cutting room floor because I'm just hyping. I was like, you know what? This is stupid. Don't say that.
But I was listening to Willard and Dibbs in that interview, and Herm just never thinking about the injuries of as a reason to blame why a season goes off the rails outside of the quarterback, really. But he just doesn't want to hear it. And I love that the surly nature. He gets offended by the question almost blaming injuries. He's like, football coaches are built different. We just can't do that. You're not going to. The fans might, the media might, the coaches just will not. And it's something I really appreciate about the 49ers season last year. It's just something I don't want to have to appreciate again this year, them overcoming the injuries. I would like to see them as healthy as possible. But you know
absolutely.
what? This is sports, man. Like the Chargers, they just lost their starting center. Like that sucks. That's another huge blow for Justin Herbert. Talking about the running game. And Matt's like, hey, you want to take Omarion Hampton? Well, I don't know, Matt. They just lost their starting center. So do I still want to do that this year? Now, fantasy football is different. You just go by usage rate with all these guys if they're going to be featured a lot. But yeah, interesting little couple tidbits from that Mike Silver article, and then just hearing again from Matt Barrows about Mike McDaniel. And I do think he has been missed here these last couple of years. And if they just have another season again where they cannot run the ball effectively, I think it's a fair question in the upcoming offseason. Again, I'm not trying to be, Captain Negative over here, heading into the season, but maybe Shanahan needs someone else to help him out. Maybe, hey, give a shot to Clay Kubiak, who's now the new OC. I have no idea, but something needs to change if you have a third straight season where you can't run the ball effectively. That being said, let's go Kalen Black. It sounds like he's going to start tomorrow.
Yeah.
That'd be fantastic.
So we'll see Kalen Black. We're going to see Brock working with Kalen Black. We're going to see Brock working with Dejon Stribling. I meant to ask Matt, I want to see if we're going to see some Mac Jones, but my guess if Brock is playing, then Mac will probably play as well. So I'm curious to see how Mac's going to look. So
it's probably going to be a lion's share to Adrian Martinez because Curtis Rourke, who's probably going to be out.
Matt did mention that Martinez got a lot of snaps and did not mention Curtis Rourke. So yeah, Adrian Martinez. Woo.
Final thoughts? Are we ready for that? Let's go.
Hey, Spadoni, shut up.
I'm going to shout out my 4-month-old now. She turned 4 months on Saturday. Natalia Spadoni, crushing it, getting her shots yesterday. I always feel so bad for those poor little babies, man. They got those thick, meaty thighs, and they just stick the needle in there. I was like, oh. But you know what? Just get the little pacifier ready.
Rub some dirt in it.
She forgot all about it.
We all got to go through it.
What was that? What was that one you just played? What the hell was that? Who was that?
Is that a Guru Wham?
That's Steiny.
That's Steiny whining? Oh, wow. Matt Weinmetz?
Doing his best Wario impression.
Oh, Wario? That's not bad.
Sound like what Steiny sounded like
it's
after.
It's more of a Wario. That's what he is. Yeah.
Sounds like what Steiny said after he knocked his glass over yesterday.
They're calling him Matt Spillmetz these days.
Weinmetz, Spillmetz.
Yeah.
At least he's back Metz.
But no, shout out to Natalia for being a champ and getting those shots. I heard the walls were thin at the office yesterday, and so there was like a toddler, like a 3 or 4 year old screaming, "No, I don't want the shot." We've all been. No one likes to do it. I try to tell that to like Benny, who's like he's like 7, right?
I say like thin walls at this office here.
No.
Some toddler screaming.
No. But like Nora's.
There's a joke there, but I'm not going to make it.
Nora's of the age. Benny. It's like they get. You see the needle, they freak the hell out, right?
Not the shot.
I keep telling them, I was like, no one likes, even when you're an adult, Benny, we don't like taking it. It's just, it is what it is. But at least at this age, I promise to get you something. You want to go to Mickey D's? You want to go to get a little toy at Target? Just do this for me for the love of God so we can all get through this. Just don't fight us. Yeah. That's it.
I just look away.
Yeah, that's what you have to do.
Looks like, sometimes like to go to it. One of my, when I was in college, I did a news report on people getting their flu shots. That was a big thing. I was getting their flu shots at the time. Shout out vaccines. And at the end of my shot, or at the end of my story, I got a flu shot.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, like a part of the story is like, everyone should get their flu shot like me. And then I had the doctor inject me
just like
on camera. No, you have to suck it up there.
Yeah.
Like the doctor's always like, we only have one take to do this, so we better get it right. And so apparently I heard like one girl said she saw it. She screamed when it happened because some people don't like watching people get stuck.
No, they don't. There's big fears. I was when I tried to tell Benny, I was like, dude, you just got your shots. There's some like adults that are deathly afraid of doing that. And I don't shame those people. You have a phobia, you have a phobia. But just know.
Yeah.
It's not easy.
But I thought that'd be a fun twist. I'm doing a story on flu shots. Why not get a flu shot, on camera as part of the story?
There you go. Nice little PSA there from Sam Lubman.
My final thought is let's keep it 7 in a row. Let's get this first win against the Lynx tonight, Valkyries. Let's keep it going. Just keep the good times going because Lord knows we need some team to make this summer feel worthwhile, and it ain't going to be the one down at 3rd and King, unfortunately.
Loudy. Boys in the back?
My final thought is about the Little League World Series. It's going to kick off today in
Please tell me you're not betting on
Williamsport. No, I do not bet on children's sports. But yeah, some big news for my hometown, Bayonne, New Jersey. They are representing the Metro region in the Little League World Series. First time ever in 75 years they've done this. I mean, absolute wonderful story. They've never gone this far. Like I said, they were down 6-2 in the regionals to Connecticut. Someone they've actually beaten before, but it was a winner-take-all regional. Stormed back, took an 8-6 lead in the bottom of the fifth, won their region. And yeah, they're going to take on the boys from Bridgewater, Massachusetts today at 4 p.m. And look out for Mason Rincon. This dude was walked 3 times intentionally in the regional final, and they still pulled out a win. Watch out for him, man. He's going to be something to look out for.
Hear that, Buster? Keep an eye out for, say his name again?
Mason Rincon, and he's a pitcher, too.
There you go.
Those Heat.
Ken, you might have a job in the scouting office someday.
We'll see.
Chase.
Shout out Bayonne, but my final thoughts, just want to thank you guys for using some of those notes that I took from Mike McDaniel from the Why Is Everything, but just such a great book, and I'm shocked that I have never read it before, but if you're a Niner fan out there and you're really trying to understand Kyle Shanahan's scheme, and especially this year, I mean, all these different coaches, McVay, Shanahan, McDaniel, I mean, Raheem Morris, the new defensive coordinator of the 49ers, they're all intertwined, and it just explains to you how the Shanahan regime came up and just the actual X's and O's and the inside stories behind it. So definitely recommend. Shout out Mike Silver.
And shout out all of you listening. Steiny and Goo coming up next. And this is going to be sponsored by Fremont Bank, here for you and here for good. Shout out to Valkyries. Go Veronica Burton. Let's go. Tugboat.
There is nobody like Baldy.
What I love about Baldy is that he loves ball.
NFL Network's Brian Baldinger every Tuesday at 7:30 with Spadoni and Shasky.
Sleep is overrated. I'm just trying to give America what they want.
Baldy, all season long. Don't miss it.
Hi, I'm Richard Estrada with Atco Pest Control. What's bugging you at home? You can grab a spray or set a trap, but real pest control starts with identifying the source of the problem and keeping them out of your home. Atco has been servicing Bay Area homes since 1985. We take the guesswork out of it so you can move on. Go to atcopest.com. Trust Atco for the solution.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Thinking about upgrading your sleep? Now is the time to shop Sleep Number. Trusted by millions for nearly 40 years, Sleep Number offers superior comfort, personalized adjustability, temperature benefits, and value that is unmatched in the industry. And right now, during the Sleep Number Labor Day sale, all mattresses are on sale. Invest in your sleep and experience firsthand Sleep Number's personalized comfort. Stop by a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com to learn more.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every moment counts. You may be entitled to medical care and financial compensation, but time matters. The attorneys at Boxer & Gerson are here to protect your rights and fight for the treatment and support you need. Boxer & Gerson have helped thousands of people across Northern California who were hurt on the job. Don't wait, don't guess. Get answers. Call Boxer & Gerson today at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Ragnar the Terrible got a job at a big bank. Let's listen. So what's it like being a 5th century warlord?
Same as big bank. We conquer and extort gold from conquest.
Huh. We just lower our customers' deposit rates and raise their fees.
And if they argue, put on their floorboards and crush while dining.
So smart. Star One isn't like the big banks. We think banking should be pain-free, with lower loan rates, higher deposit rates, and friendly customer service. Star One, in your best interest.
Looking to get your next project done right without running all over town? At Ashby Lumber, everything you need is in one place. From premium lumber and building materials to doors, windows, decking, and hardware, we've got it all, ready when you are. Whether you're a contractor on a deadline or a homeowner starting something new, our team knows the products and helps you get it done right the first time. 2 locations, Berkeley and Concord. Ashby Lumber, one stop, done right.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed? Now through August 24th, new Xfinity customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
Hey, what's up, flies? This is David Spade.
Dana Carvey.
Look, I know we never actually left, but I'll just say it. We are back with another season of Fly on the Wall.
Every episode, including ones with guests, will now be on video. Every Thursday, you'll hear us and see us chatting with big-name celebrities.
And every Monday, you're stuck with just me and Dana. We react to news, what's trending, viral clips.
Follow and listen to Fly on the Wall everywhere you get your podcasts.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose, and millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
Oh. And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
He cannot be that guy.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
All righty, good morning, everybody. Steiny and Guru with you on a Wednesday morning. Let me tell you one thing that I've discovered in my many, many years of driving a vehicle. Mirrors are essential. You know, when we're young and we're just learning how to drive, maybe like an Evan or a Chase in there, you really don't know how to use your mirrors. You think you know, but you don't know at 20 to 30. Then you get to be about 40, 50, and you're like, wow, these things make a big difference. But you got to have them. Yeah. You got to have the mirrors. Yeah. How you doing, Goo?
I'm not doing well, partner. Somebody took my mirror. Wouldn't get a little touch-up at the barbershop in Sac. I couldn't get to Marky D in the Union. Shout out Ralphie, the celebrity barber in Sac. And Sonny, I'm getting cut. I'm feeling fresh. Young lady comes in and says, "Who's driving the Cadillac?" I pop up. Right, still got the drape thing on me. I said, "That's me. What happened?" Truck just went by, knocked off the mirror, and got me on the driver's side door. So I got damage there. I showed you and Evan. And, I'm at 56 years old, Stoney. I said it could have been worse. I could have been in there. They could have hit the back and, crushed it to the front like a Coke can. But what I'm learning is about my immediate family and friends is I guess your boy has a rep. I tell my boy June, I send pictures on the thread looking for some comfort. You got bad luck. Text Dibs. Dibs checked in on me on another subject matter. When it rains, it pours. What? Like, I'm trying to do the best decision-making I can, living life, taking care of my kids. I'm not perfect. And then this morning, my phone blows up. I guess Sarah and Vinny. I came up out of nowhere. I'm getting texts. Apparently, I'm wearing too much cologne in the office. I just can't win. So now, Stoney, I had to hand solo Mario Guaretti. You know how far I got to drive with no rearview mirror. That's like the television of the car. You don't realize how much you need it. So I was in the fast lane the whole way, so I knew I didn't have to get over or worry about anything to the left. $1,000 deductible, bud. That's on me. No, but the Dibs one hurt me when it rains and pours in June. Like, Snotty, real quick, you and Evan, You think your boy has bad luck? Or am I talking too much about my life? That might be it.
Well, I would say that, and I never saw this movie, but wasn't there a movie maybe 20 years ago with Jim Carrey? And he just lived his life, and he had no idea that he was the subject of a television show.
Truman Show. A great movie.
Truman Show.
Look at E.
So maybe it's something like that.
Now, I got my kids are healthy. I'm healthy, knock on wood. I got you and Evan, the listener, so I don't feel like I got bad luck. But, dude, that hurt me. Now I look like the caddy is from the hood. No rearview mirror, dents on the back.
Well, now you got to get it fixed. Yeah, now you can get a ticket.
Yeah, you said that. Mm-hmm.
I mean, an early great line. You haven't. So,
what we got?
So he didn't leave a note?
No. No, Evan said that. Yeah. Them days are over, Evan. Good Samaritans, man. Yeah. What you got? What we got?
Yeah, just another day in the office.
Bad practice for the Niners?
Yeah, we'll see. We're not there yet.
It's not a big deal. Get it out your system now.
Before we even get to the Niners, let me tell you what I think has become one of the dumbest things.
Oh.
This is dumb stuff. And your team's involved.
Warriors.
Stupid joint practice fights. What a bunch of idiots. I mean, how dumb can you be?
Go ahead, man.
I mean,
getting thrown out of practice.
It's so ridiculous.
It is, man.
It's almost like that's why they have them, so that guys can do it. Anyway. First thing I thought was interesting about the joint practices is a little afterwards was, and we'll talk about it obviously today, was, Brock Purdy. They asked him, and he basically said, honestly, I don't think that was our best day.
I like that.
Yeah, and I almost feel like, I don't want to make too much of it, but that statement almost feels a little different from Purdy. Saying, you know what, it wasn't our best day. I always think of Purdy as someone who's like, I got to be better, and, we got to execute better, and we as a team, and he always, anything 50-50, he kind of takes the blame for. But I do think that this is just like a different tone when like, whether he likes it or not, and whether he's capable of it or not, and I think he is, like, he's the leader of this team right now.
And that's why I love it. Obviously, He feels like he's empowered now, and he's earned it. And he talked about this maybe a year ago, coming into last season, that his voice will grow. But obviously you want him to practice and play better. No harm, no foul right now. But when you told me what he had said, I'm like, yeah, he's a leader. It's his team. And I think as he goes, this offense goes. And, we always talked about yesterday, Kyle has him on a leash in regard to, having him kind of programmed, or Kyle Steiny, he has the skedaddle is as good as anybody in the league right now. It ain't Lamar Jackson level, but he uses it at his disposal at the perfect time. He's getting better and better at it, and obviously you don't want him to have to use it. So I was just thinking about that on the drive home before I got hit. You know what? Maybe that leash ain't as tight as we think. And this year, all dependent obviously on the offensive line, his legs are a big part of his repertoire.
Yeah, I mean, I think Shanahan controls, what Purdy does, and as long as Purdy operates within the system, he'll give him more and more and more leash. Mm-hmm. But I also think Shanahan's the kind of coach that at any given moment can reel him in. And what I mean by that is put him in safer situations, put him in less risky situations. Maybe, Shanahan does love to run the ball a lot. So, but yeah, I mean,
you got to be able to ad-lib these days,
Yeah, when we're thinking about Purdy, I keep looking at this team saying he's not the biggest issue on this team.
Not at all. And that's a good thing, because we're in a quarterback league, right? You would think the Niners got their quarterback for the next 5 to 7 years, barring injury.
You would think, unless something changes, and things can change.
Like that touchdown to interception ratio was a bit too high for me. It was Garoppolo-esque last year for Purdy, and I know he'd missed some games, but all in all, they still had a successful season, and he did pretty well. But man, Steiny, my $1 million question is, and I'll be able to tell you when I see it, but man, can he just take it up a level or two? Not that it's bad, but man, they're going to come into games, man, and Purdy's going to have to win them some,
I mean, that's
kind of comes with the territory.
Yeah, I mean, we got to see the weapons he has, and we got to see, if McCaffrey's healthy and is Kittle playing early in the season and is dribbling the real deal. Does Mike Evans have it, still have a couple good years in him? If all those guys, and it's possible, when you look at McCaffrey, you look at Kittle, and you look at Mike Evans, I mean, they might all be declining. And if they're declining, I don't know what a guy like Brock Purdy can do to kind of win games single-handedly.
But he's ascending, no.
I mean, who?
Brock.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, if how do you measure it? If he's ascending, but the three guys around him are declining,
I got you.
What does that even look like? I mean, he's obviously got weapons, and when they're healthy, he can spread the ball around. I'm just wondering he played with some guys who were McCaffrey was in his prime a couple years ago. Ayuk was coming on. Kittle was really good.
Debo was Debo.
And he was good. Yeah. But McCaffrey's not getting any younger, and Kittle's hurt. And I don't know what Mike Evans has. So all those are going to kind of determine what kind of year that Purdy has, but more importantly that the Niners have.
And real quick here, a monster test week 1 against that Ram defense.
Yep. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. A couple things we're going to jump into. Jim Harbaugh, obviously, is back in town, and he said something about Brock Purdy that's kind of interesting. We'll have some fun with that. And then also, Evan threw a question out to us on the text thread last night, and I thought about it, and I gave some answers, but there was a bigger issue at play, and it's a little bit scary. I know you don't know what I'm talking about, but I'll explain it better on the other side. That segment was sponsored by Ceremony Ford.
The summer sales event is happening now, and Ceremony Ford has incredible offers built for game days, school drop-offs, and road trips. Hurry in and upgrade your ride at Ceremony Ford, right off of 280 in Coleman and Daly City, or visit ceremonyford.com.
Hey, something big is coming on September 2nd, and it's DraftKings Game Day. It arrives with massive deals, exclusive deals, and an all-day celebration built for sports fans. The countdown has begun, and all roads lead to game day. The DraftKings Sports app is now live in all 50 states. That means California, Texas, Florida, all over. Every fan is in on the excitement. One app, every sport in all 50 states. DraftKings Game Day is yours. So remember the date, September 2nd. DraftKings Game Day is the kickoff of a new season, a new era, and the biggest day in sports history. Get pumped and get ready to celebrate. New DraftKings customers sign up with the code 957TheGame, spend $5 to get $150 in rewards within 14 days. That's code 957TheGame. In partnership with DraftKings, the crown is yours. Event trading offered by DraftKings Predictions, a CFTC registered introducing broker. Trading involves risk of loss. Market availability varies. Eligibility restrictions apply. $50 every 7 days via click to claim issued in non-withdrawable predictions dollars that expire in 1 year. Ends August 23rd. Terms dkng.co/predictions promo. Nationwide based on sportsbook, predictions, and free-to-play sports contest availability. It varies by state.
Need to get something off your chest?
I'm going to call you crazy in Spanish. You're loco.
Stuck in traffic and can't take it anymore?
I can't handle this.
We've got the solution for you. Call the Sound Off line at 628-400-9880. That's 628-400-9880. And leave a message. It's Sound Off. Every morning at 8 a.m., starting Monday on 95.7 The Game.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is Chris Dolan.
And I'm Vanessa Deniston, senior attorney from the Dolan Law Firm. Chris, what's with all these out-of-town personal injury firms coming into the Bay Area with these catchy jingles and funny names?
Unlike the Dolan Law Firm, most of these firms are from out of state or in LA.
The Dolan Law Firm is headquartered right here in San Francisco, going on 30 years.
We live here, we work here, we win here.
Injured? Don't wait. Dial #4HELP. That's #4HELP.
A lot of Bay Area banking customers are faced with a choice. Which financial institution best fits what they're looking for? It might make sense to consider a bank's history. Take Fremont Bank. For 60 years, we've provided stability and consistency with an emphasis on relationships. We've grown one customer at a time, not through mergers or acquisitions, because that's how you can do business when you're independently owned and community focused. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Cap off your summer at the Good Guys 39th West Coast Nationals. Over 3,000 of the country's baddest hot rods, muscle cars, customs, trick trucks, and more. All this weekend at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasant. Details at good-guys.com.
In 2026, Bay Alarm celebrates 80 years of security. For the Bay Area, that means local service including burglar and fire alarm systems, 24/7 in-house monitoring, and custom security designed to work with business operations. Bay Alarm has real people rooted in your community looking out for your business. After 8 decades and 3 generations of family ownership, our promise is still the same. We got you. Learn more at bayalarm.com.
Stand Up to Cancer, with support from American Airlines, is charting a course towards a cure. Together we move towards our final destination, ending cancer once and for all. Go to standuptocancer.org/AA to learn more.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at Amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today.
Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Hey, Mom, now that I have an after-school job, I think I want to buy a drum kit.
Okay, Rockstar. Let's look at your account. When kids start making money, Chase has easy-to-use tools and expert bankers to help them learn how to manage it.
And next month, I'll buy the bass drum and the cymbals. Oh, and maybe some noise-canceling headphones for you.
Aw, you've thought of everything. Help kids save, budget, and build financial independence, all with Chase. That's good for kids and good for parents. Visit your local Chase branch and get started.
Account subject to approval. J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Skechers elite athlete OG Anunoby has been making history on the basketball court.
Anunoby tips it in. Unbelievable. What a shot.
He's been balling out in Skechers high-performance basketball sneakers, and the world is noticed. But how does OG train off the court to keep in peak physical condition? Hands-free Skechers Slip-ins Aeroburst. They help prepare OG for the physical demands of playing at a championship level. Get your pair of Aeroburst for only $165 at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever high-performance running shoes are sold.
I was just a pig in heaven.
You just got to look at his numbers and stuff.
Yeah, fellas, hey, get back to arguing now.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. Niners and Chargers had a joint practice yesterday. Brock Purdy.
Honestly, I don't think it was our best day. I feel like fundamentals and stuff were just a little off and whatnot. I mean, obviously there was some good stuff, some stuff we need to work on, but I just feel like we could have came out with a little bit more chip on our shoulder. Offensively, I don't know how our defense did, but yeah, that's just overall thoughts.
Isn't it funny how the quarterbacks take the mannerisms of their head coach? He said stuff 4 times in that 14-second bite.
I wasn't counting.
Yeah, listen.
Good kids.
No, it was only 3.
Honestly, I don't think it was our best day. I feel like fundamentals and stuff were just a little off and whatnot. I mean, obviously there was some good stuff, some stuff we need to work on, but I just feel like we could have came out with a little bit more chip on our shoulder. Offensively, I don't know how our defense did, but yeah, that's just overall thoughts.
All right, so Purdy said the 49ers can be better, and they'll have their first crack at it tomorrow, and Purdy may get a couple snaps.
Yeah, I thought he was going to go snapless during this short, 3-game preseason, but yeah, get it out there, get the rust off. But I'm super excited about Week 1 Thursday just to see, where he's at and where this offense at, and looks like Kyle's going to be a go, or you think I'm jumping the gun in regard to him being available to make that trip?
Well, I think
that's kind of died down. Look like he's getting better, huh?
Yeah, I think he's probably going to be a factor. So we got a couple places to go today, but I was just thinking about this for a minute, and I don't want to bring up something bad, but okay. Before the Giants started their season, I looked at their team and I was like, they're not that much different than last year. So how are they going to get better? Anyway, they didn't have a great year. So I have a question 49er related, kind of like that, but it's about a more specific part of the game. All right, so the 49ers did not run the ball well last year by 49er standards, right?
Okay.
Why would they run better this year? McCaffrey's a year older. The offensive line was pretty healthy last year. Yeah, they missed Kittle for 6 games. But, McCaffrey's a year older. The line is still the line. And so, why would we just expect the 49ers to be a better running team than last year?
Well, it starts to me on an individual basis. What if Trent is better? We talked about Pooney, who had a great rookie season, and, he wasn't bad, but what if individually, he's better at his job? And every man on that offensive line, I know they still got a battle at left guard, but the bottom line is, to me, Steiny, that would be on an individual basis. Guys have better years. And let's just say, for instance, because we don't know, and I don't think this is the answer, McCaffrey slowing down, but if you're facing the 8-9-man box because they don't fear your passing game, I don't care if you got Walter Payton, rest in peace, back there, you're not going to be as successful as you've been. So my quick answer to your question would be, man for man, these guys have better years, and then as a group, they have better results. That would be my answer.
All right. And I just look at it realistically, and that is, if you're telling me that Trent Williams is the best guy on the offensive line, I'm telling you right now, he's not going to have a better year than last year, probably. It's guys at his age don't get better. So he's their anchor.
Right.
And last year, if you look, I mean, he played in most of the games. So when
Which
I
was
look
a
at,
good thing in itself.
Right. But when I look at Trent Williams, I don't look at a guy who's getting better. I look at a guy who's kind of holding on, and the best case scenario is he would continue to play at the level that he's playing at now. But I even think that's a lot to ask. I guess what I'm saying is, I'm still looking. They have, do we like McKivitz? Pooney apparently had a down year last year. And, yeah, obviously they can get better. But just when I look at pro sports, and unless you're like a young player who's really emerging, like I don't see an offensive line that's going to be able to carve holes for McCaffrey, and McCaffrey I think we got to get used to maybe their running game not being as dynamic as it was 2 or 3 years ago, and then where do they go from there?
Well, I mean, and that, to me, that sounds like all hell broke loose, if you're correct. But Trent Williams, I put him in the category of LeBron James or agent Steph Curry. Yeah, they're older and they're not what they were a couple years back, but they still are bringing something to the table. You talk about Pooney. We saw what he did and what he can do. McKivitz, those will all be questions that the Niners got to answer, Stoney, moving forward. But, man, if you're going to tell me this team is going to duplicate their win total or surpass it, or let's just say a notch below 12, 11, but you still make the playoffs, the run game is everything. And I know they brought in Robert Jones. You got Willis and those guys fighting at left guard, but we'll see. I don't have the answers, but we'll be able to see it once we watch it. And the first the first test out the gate is that vaunted, Aaron Donald or not, Ram defense with Myles Garrett, that D-line.
Yeah, I mean, and that's where, I'm not – when I just look at a team, okay, the 49ers defense wasn't great last year. All right, well, they're getting Warner back. He's a difference maker. Is Bosa coming back? When he's healthy, he's a difference maker.
They brought in Greenlaw.
They've got some defensive backs who are young and probably getting better. And I'm willing to allow for that certain aspects of the team to get better. But I don't go into a season just hoping. Like, Trent Williams is not going to be better than he was last year. So, and McCaffrey, like, they need to get better in other ways.
Well, Trent's your best O-lineman.
Right, but you do understand that if he's been a 9 his whole career out of 10, or a 9 or a 10, and now he's a 7 or an 8, like, he's not as good. You won't run the ball as well as you would when he was at a 9 or a 10. So, like, yes, he's still playing at a high level, higher than any of the other offensive linemen, but he's not playing at the level that he once played at. And that was one of the reasons last year that probably McCaffrey's yards per touch were down to 3.9 when he ran the ball. And again, when I look at essentially the same offensive line, and I look at essentially Christian McCaffrey, the same player, only a year older, but coming off a big touch year, I just don't see how they're going to run the ball better.
Well, I'll say this for Trent, Stoney. I know you hated this when we talked about it, but he was second-team All-Pro last year, at his age. Let's just say you can get that, or if he takes a step back, are the rest of his O-linemen taking steps back? And, I look at the Niners and you say, what's the strength? It was kind of head-scratching last year. Yards per carry were down, and nobody kind of knew why or where to put the blame. But I guess that is an area of emphasis to where they have to be able to get back to what they were when they were winning. And that was, we're running, and here we come, and we're going to have success doing it. But all in all, Stoney, how bad was it really when they won 12 games? Or when I say that to you, and I know it's not just you, do people default? Because it is the NFL, man. It's hard as hell to win games. They were still able to run it well enough to win 12 games.
Well, I think if we're, they ran it well enough to win 12 games, but it wasn't even close to what it was the year ago or 2 years ago. If I close my eyes and think of McCaffrey, in 2023, it's a pitch right or it's a pitch left, and he gets 7 or 8 yards.
I'm with you.
It happens all the time. I don't remember many of those last year.
I
really don't. I remember pitch right, pitch left, 2 or 3 yards. So, how's that going to get better unless either your line gets better or McCaffrey turns back the clock or
teams are respecting your passing game.
Well, they
more
better.
now.
That's what I'm saying. But okay,
and you brought in Evans and Kirk.
Do you think those receivers are good enough? Are going to be good enough to actually change the run game dynamic? Because I don't.
Now right.
So who is like, to me, last year they had Pearsall half the year, Jennings, and Kittle for 11 games.
And I respected
are Mike Evans, Kirk, Stribling, and Kittle going to be? Are they that much different? Well, are they significantly better? I don't know if they're going to be better in the pass game.
Well, Mike Evans, healthy, Steiny, is still a 50-50 dude. He can go get it. So, I think that will help. I really do. And if Stribling's what we think he's going to be or what he's been in camp and he can hang on to the ball, I've seen Kyle Shanahan do more with less, and now I think they've made enhancements. Obviously, you lose Pearsall. You brought Debo back. We hadn't even talked about this, and I kind of brought it up last year. I don't know how many snaps he's going to play. And Sonny, what if he's receiver number 2, but what about that window dressing when he's in motion that they lost and nobody ever once thought maybe, just that component to their run game was missing, and now it's back. And I'm grasping at straws, but they're 49er straws. And
well, if you're grasping at straws, then at least you know
that something needs to improve.
Well, yeah, at least you know if they're grasping. When you say they're grasping at straws, it means you acknowledge they might have some issues.
Yeah.
So, and here's the thing about Mike Evans. Yes, if Mike Evans is Mike Evans, he's an upgrade.
Okay.
But what if he's at the point in his career where we can't just pencil in 16 games, 1,100 yards. I just don't think you can do that after last year. Now, do you expect Evans to be healthy and have that? That's fine.
Right.
I'll give you 15 games and 1,000 yards.
That's how I'm looking at it.
Okay, but I don't know if I would bet on that with him. Obviously, Pearsall's gone. Stribling, he's a rookie. So what can we really, expect out of him? There's a lot of excitement. Yeah. He might be better than we think. I don't see, if I look at last year's offense, so they had Jennings at wide receiver. Okay. They had Kittle at tight end. Juwan Jennings.
Yeah, Pearsall.
They had Pearsall for half the season. And then what'd they use?
Ayuk before he got hurt.
Yeah, but who's the guy I'm forgetting? Who, not Bourne.
Robinson.
Anyway, yeah. I'll just say this. Pearsall and Pearsall, Jennings, Kittle, to me, Mike Evans, Stribling, Kittle, they have to prove they're better than those other guys from a year ago. And the other thing I don't I'm sorry, this is where people forget. We were talking about Debo Samuels he was absolutely a step slow 2 years ago, that he'd lost a step.
I'm with you.
So we can't assume that he's going to be a great player. Anyway, this is just my long way of saying, when I look at the Niners offense, I don't know how it's going to run the ball better than last year, and I'm not sure it'll be able to throw it better than last year, though if everything falls into place, I think they will be able to.
Yeah. My biggest question mark about I'll tell you this, and we both know, you tell me if I'm speaking for you in the wrong manner. The strength of this team is on the offensive side of the ball. Would you give me that? There's no way the defense is anywhere remotely close. Now, it could be and everything comes together, but you got Warner coming back. We don't know what you're going to get from D-Law.
Well, let's put it this way.
Greenlaw, Bosa. The strength to me is McCaffrey, Kittle, again, assuming health, and Brock Purdy.
Wasn't their defense pretty good a couple years ago?
Yes.
Okay, so I would give, that's the thing. I mean, if Warner and Bosa come back and they look like themselves, I think their defense is going to be better than last year. It almost has to be.
Yeah, you can't fall from the floor.
I give and maybe it's because they didn't have a great year, but I see their defense getting better, but I'm wondering how their offense is going to get better.
Yeah.
Well, maybe their offense gets better just because their defense gets better, because that happens sometimes in football.
Or that trifecta you mentioned, Stribling, Mike Evans, and Kittle, is greater than what we saw, especially just more healthier, you hope, with Pearsall, Jennings, and Kittle.
Yeah, I mean,
because Kyle's shown us, Donnie, he doesn't need, again, I got to be careful here, he doesn't need Jerry Rice, for this offense to function, and we kind of seen that. I know IQ got paid, but we seen Jennings do what he did. We've seen Demarcus Robinson, who was a ghost, come out of nowhere and get, make plays in the playoff game. So they've definitely earned the benefit of the doubt. But if you're hitting me with goo, they got to be better than last year. The run game, everything. No argument here. No doubt.
Right. And I'm just asking how.
Yeah.
Tell me how the run game gets better with the same personnel, essentially. I guess the answer seriously is, well, they're receiving. They have more weapons now on offense. And my question would be, do they? I mean, Juwan Jennings was pretty good.
Yeah, but he's not Mike Evans healthy.
Well, we'll see. We'll see, right? Now, at this point. I expect Mike Evans to have more than 643 yards receiving.
Right.
But he didn't last year because he got banged up.
Yeah. And
Kittle, Kittle's another one. I mean, we are so used to him playing at a high level.
But now the Carfax reports.
Exactly.
I got you, man.
All right. So, again, I'm just wondering how the offense – is this offense better this year than last year? And my answer would be, wow, whew. That remains to be seen. That's all I'm saying.
To say, okay, you know what? Let me watch my words. I expect it to be, but I'm assuming health.
Well, didn't they have one of the best offenses in the league last year? I mean, there's kind of two different things. They put up a lot of points last year, but they didn't run the ball well for average. So, I don't know if they're going to score as many points as last year. I guess that's the number one way to determine if you're a good offense or not. I'm just I see how their defense can be better.
Yeah, well,
if they get a couple guys back.
Yeah, they're right, and they remain healthy.
But you can't tell me that their offense is going to be better just because Evans is better than Jennings.
Okay.
And
Stribling is a rookie.
A rookie is going to outperform Pearsall.
And Kittle's back.
And Kittle
if he
is
can be
back
healthy.
at his level.
And McCaffrey.
And by the way, who's Kirk? What's he doing?
Well, he's hurt. Christian.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
but he's a vet.
To me, the tight end and the receivers have to show that they're not the same guys as last year, even though the names are different.
Yeah.
And I don't think they are.
I don't think it's a big stretch for this unit to surpass last year's.
The offense?
Yes.
Well, this is what I mean. They scored a lot of points in games, but they didn't run the ball well. So I don't see how they're going to be better than last year offensively, unless they can run the ball more efficiently.
And who's running the ball? And I know Black was part of the joint practice yesterday. I'm excited to see him. But man, there's just nobody walking the San Francisco streets that could have a conversation about one Christian McCaffrey and Kyle Shanahan. And we talk about Christian's age, if it comes up, and it should, in the conversation, and somebody say, hey, you know what? They don't want to duplicate his touches or his usage. So then now I'm thinking about, okay, when he's not on the field, I thought Brian Robertson Jr. was going to be a big thing. He had about 50 carries, he was a ghost too. And I would just ask Kyle, man, that is something that's on your list of what you don't want to have a repeat of, and that's Christian left, Christian right, Christian up the mid. Okay, so who's running back two? Black? How's he going to do when Christian's not out there?
Well, I'm also thinking a big problem last year. The numbers, Christian McCaffrey had twice as many catches.
That is wow.
As everybody else on the team except Jennings and Kittle.
That's amazing to me, man.
So that tells me that their receivers weren't good enough.
And unavailable.
And the receivers, they don't have Pearsall, who was as explosive as a receiver they had.
And it was done.
See, you get it. Yeah. You get it. And so it's all going to come down to Mike Evans.
And health. I know that's so easy to say, but it's real, right? Especially here.
Yep. 888-957-9570 is the number. Talking 49ers, they, of course, play the Chargers tomorrow at SoFi. They had a joint practice yesterday. This is what Jim Harbaugh said about Brock Purdy. He came into the press conference yesterday and started talking about Brock Purdy, and he obviously likes him.
Yeah, just how good he is. His timing, his decision-making, his accuracy. I just like how cool he is, how cool he plays and all that, Same kind of the same way I think of Kyle, it's cool. I love the stuff he puts on tape. I love his demeanor. Love the toughness of his teams. I love that they're really good at football. And, great to be around it.
All right, that was Jim Harbaugh talking about Brock Purdy, Kyle Shanahan, the 49ers, their tough football.
He said how cool he plays.
Right.
And Purdy does play cool.
I mean,
the Dougie in the end zone against Cleveland, Stoney, that's cool.
I don't think that's what he meant.
But I'm talking Daryl Johnson words.
Okay, so if I said to you, describe Purdy in one word, you would say cool? Like, I never thought of him like that.
Boy next door in regard to his attire and his mannerisms, walking and talking to the media. But on the field, he's got some flash.
Well, how would you describe him?
Cool. Flair. Shout out Rick.
Yeah, I would never use those words.
Like when he gets a first down, like he's not a robot.
Good. I think he's good. If we're going to say one word to describe him, I'd say he's good.
Well, I'm talking about...
I'd say solid.
But I'm talking about his...
Yeah, I think he's more reliable.
He's got a little
flashy.
Ricky Henderson to his game.
That's fine.
Yeah, and he shocks us something when he get the first down, he'll get the touchdown, he'll do his little stuff.
Yeah.
So
that word never crossed my mind. Couple other undersized, tough. I think he's gutsy. I think he's diligent.
I guess I'm asking about his personality. I took that as his personality.
I think he's talking about how he's like played like Montana cool. I don't know. I think he's savvy. I think he's elusive. I think he's fleet.
Yeah,
I don't think he's cool. Like he doesn't remind me of Joe Montana. Not that I'm saying he's got to be at a
But Joe
Hall
was
of Fame
stoic.
level.
Joe was just cool, like a killer. I'm talking about just the flair that I feel like Brock plays with. And is demonstrative when he gets a first down or gets in the touchdown and the shock us with the little dancing.
Well, demonstrative kind of, isn't that the opposite of cool?
Well, flamboyant.
Yeah, I've never thought of Brock Purdy as like cool. I've thought of him as...
Well, he said he played cool.
Right.
So I guess I'm saying in between the lines. Like you described, I agreed with every word you said to describe Brock as a guy. But yeah, when I see him out there, he's got a little cockiness to him.
888-957-9570 is the number. Once again, the 49ers, they have the Chargers on their schedule tomorrow down in L.A., and they had a joint practice yesterday. No fights. So that was the
fights
different.
are fussle, right? In football, that's how I feel.
Yes, absolutely.
Except when Myles Garrett tried to hit Mason Rudolph with the helmet.
When was that? A few years back?
Yeah.
Yeah, you got to be careful.
In jail. He hit that guy with that.
Yeah, you got to be careful with those. You got to be careful with those helmets.
Yeah.
Don't you think? All right. One thing I want to talk a little bit about is this question that Evan asked us on the thread last night.
Oh boy.
And he was kind of lumping all the teams together, and he asked a question that I answered, and I think you did too, in your own way. But the problem is not that the answers are right, wrong, or indifferent, but that if you really think about where these teams are, I think it can get a little scary. But I'll talk about that on the other side. If you want to jump into the conversation, would you? If I gave you one word to describe Brock Purdy, would you use cool? What other words would you say about Brock Purdy? Hey, tonight's a big one. The Valkyries are back in action after clinching a playoff spot, taking on the Minnesota Lynx at Valhalla tonight at 7 o'clock. You can listen right here on 95.7 The Game and on the free Odyssey app. Just search Valkyries for all the action. And that segment was also brought to you by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week for Signature Select 80% lean ground beef, 6 pounds or more mega packs, just $5.99 per pound. Clip coupons from the weekly mailer or download them from the Safeway app. See you in the aisles.
Hey, there are things the insurance company hopes you never find out, like how quickly they try to close your case, how they look for anything you say to use against you, and how the first offer is almost never the full value of your claim. Because the faster they settle, the less they have to pay. That's not a coincidence. That's the strategy. So before you call them back, call Beam Law. From the first call, they take over, handling the pressure, the negotiations, and the legal fight so you don't get pushed into a decision you can't undo. Beam Law has recovered millions for clients across the Bay Area and has been named Best of the Bay by SF Weekly 4 times. So if you've been injured or lost someone due to someone else's negligence, don't wait. Call Beam Law now at 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555. Or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
It's the greatest 3 words in the English language. Football is back.
Purdy, touchdown, San Francisco. What deception.
And we can't get enough of it.
Niners.
It's go time for the 49ers, and we are all in.
That's the best coach in the NFL. Shanahan.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-497-8091. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-497-8091. That's 800-497-8091. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
You've worked too hard to wonder if your wealth manager is actually working for you. The decisions you're facing, what comes next, who you trust, have consequences that last. Getting it right matters. Baylord has been in the Bay since 1969. No parent company, answering only to their clients. The kind of people who understand what you've built and what's actually at stake. The right wealth manager changes everything. Find out if Baylord is yours. Baylord.com. That's BAILARD.com.
When you get injured, you're not just facing pain. You're facing an insurance company. Insurance companies don't send compassion. They send adjusters, a trained pack whose only job is protecting the insurance company. You need a guard dog. When the insurance company unleashes its pack, Habas Law unleashes a pack that's bigger, smarter, and trained to ferociously hunt down every dollar you deserve. And trust me, every insurance company already knows the names of the biggest dogs in the fight. Habas Law. Visit habaslaw.com.
Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcome.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877-CARS4KIDS to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to cars4kids.org now or call 877-CARS4KIDS to donate your car today.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
For years, Gone South has been a podcast about crime in the American South. But for our new season, we're widening the lens. Through deeply reported, narrative-driven stories, we're digging into the myths, scandals, and power structures that still shape the South, and in a lot of ways, the country itself. Follow and listen to Gone South Season 5, an Odyssey podcast. Available now on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your shows.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
What do parents think of back to school at Staples, where supplies start at just 25 cents?
Staples has the latest laptops with up to 40% savings.
I may hug the cashier.
So embarrassing.
It's the most wonderful time of the year.
It's a wonderful time at Staples with up to 40% off select tech. Staples. That was easy. Visit Staples today or shop online and in the app. Ends 9/12. Exclusions apply.
Make every swing count. Join Pettinelli Financial Partners for the 11th annual Charity Golf Tournament benefiting the Autism Society San Francisco Bay Area. Register your foursome or become a sponsor today at PettinelliFP.com.
Who are these people?
Steiny's got the most juice in the Warriors organization.
You guys are New Year's Eve every day from 10 to 2.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, we're back. Talking a little 49ers.
Yes, sir. Football is back.
Praise hell.
You have some good news or something?
Well, yeah. Austin, San Jose had the line of the day. Said, Guru, do you live by a substation? I will leave that there, but I don't. You know, what I like to do, you know, when you're off, Steiny, and I'm getting ready for the show is talk to my coworkers, mingle.
Mm-hmm.
So Friday I was in there talking to Megan, our girl in sales. Awesome, Meg. We met her husband, Bryant. But what if I told you, and I cleared this, they're having a kid, a baby girl, Steiny, November 12th. That is good news, and I want to share it, and she said I could share, so congrats. Do you remember where you were when you found out you were having your first?
No.
What you mean, no? You had to get a call or a text?
I can't remember.
Wow.
Almost 30 years ago.
Okay. That's you.
Well, then we know it wasn't a text message.
Well,
I didn't have those.
No, you're right, but Steiny, you had to find out. Did she come home and say, hey, we're having a kid?
It was, no, now I remember.
Okay, tell me. I remember where I was at. I fell out.
The doctor sent a telegraph. That's how I found out. See, I'm making fun of my age.
Oh,
don't you get it?
I was up here like, damn. I didn't, but you truly don't remember, huh?
I actually do.
Okay.
You got a call from the doctor. Isn't that how it usually happens?
No, I got mine through Mia. Well, no, it wasn't Mia. It was, yeah, my son's mother, Donovan's.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Congratulations to Megan.
Mm-hmm. And Bryant.
Brock Purdy was on the Built for More podcast. And
whose podcast is that?
Well,
my bad.
No,
hey, Marcy, Built for More. Go ahead, Steiny. He was on
Marcy. That wasn't Marcy.
Yeah, she waved.
That was Bob. Marcy's not here today. Jeez. And see, this is kind of what some people, I don't want to say have a problem with, but you know, you just did a whole.
If they got a problem, call me. If you got a problem with goo, call me. We could talk about it. I don't need you to third person. If you got a problem, I hadn't heard about it, so don't do that. I don't like that phrasing.
Well, I'm gonna go forward with it anyway.
All right, go ahead.
Yeah, you just said how you love talking to coworkers and camaraderie, and I don't know, maybe you're talking to the wrong people.
No,
you think? So I'm going to ask you this. Okay. Like, that was Bob, not Marcy. So are you sure Megan is pregnant?
Right.
You sure it's not Lauren?
Listen,
could it be Lauren or
listen,
Leslie?
One of my rituals is Marcy walks by and I throw up, she'll wave, I'll wave back. So I saw the silhouette of whoever I thought was Marcy. It was Bob. My bad.
Okay.
And you're right to call me out on, but she is pregnant.
Which one? Marcy, Bob, Lauren,
Megan,
Lindsay, or Megan?
And Brian are expected. Okay. Yeah, that's pretty good.
And by the way, the Built for More podcast is hosted by a guy named Denny Thompson, who works with quarterbacks and has built a podcast around faith. So that's why Brock Purdy was on.
Got you.
Oh, good stuff.
Like, I got you.
He's a pastor. He's a pastor at a church.
Gotcha. All right. So this is Brock Purdy on the separator between levels once you reach the NFL.
Okay.
Everybody in the NFL as a starter, even second string guys, they're the best in the world at what they do. And you can have a great team in college, be surrounded by a great supporting cast, you know, all these SEC schools that recruit great and they got great teams and they win national championships. And I'm not knocking them for that. That's awesome. Keep doing that. But like when it comes to the NFL, dude, you're playing against the best of the best at every position. And so with that being said, it's like, how do you separate yourself? The talent, everybody's so talented. And you got to be talented to play, yes. But at the end of the day, man, it's coming down to the mental part of the game of processing quickly, making the right decisions over and over and over. Kittle told me my rookie year, I'm like, dude, so like, what is it? And he goes, have you heard that Marshawn Lynch quote about you're going to get got, but you need a got more than the other guy or something like that? It's whoever can.
It sounds like a Marshawn Lynch.
Yeah. I was like, huh? And so I listened and I thought about it, and he goes, Brocky, he's like, at the end of the day, you just got to be more consistent than the guy across from you and do better longer. You know, they're going to make great plays. You're going to be, but who can do it the longest, mentally, physically, all of it together?
Wow. Like, I believe all of that, man. It's talent everywhere, Stoney. And you always laugh at me because you think I don't respect the 13th man on an NBA team or, you know, the last man that don't even play on a football team, but you had to be Billy Badass somewhere to make it to the pros. But I believe that. Like, you got to keep reinventing yourself, man.
I mean, the one thing that I feel like is, okay, so when Purdy was, and I think he's right. I think he's absolutely right. So when Purdy was drafted in the 7th round as the last pick, man, I believe that because, like, he got a break, or I don't want to say he got a break, but when he was evaluated right away, we took into consideration he was the last pick in the draft. Look what he's doing. This guy's the last pick in the draft. Well, now it's been 3 or 4 years, and he's been in the league, and it no longer matters that he was the last pick in the draft. He's a starting quarterback. So how good can he be among the 32 starting quarterbacks? Like, I can't think of anything more irrelevant in a way than at this point than, well, he was the last pick in the draft. No. Like, that's done. He's makes a ton of money. He's been starting for years.
Quarterback to Super Bowl.
Whether he was fairly or unfairly picked 7, like, he's just a regular old quarterback now who gets judged like every other quarterback.
Wow, that's fair. I had no problem with that, and I think you knocked that out the park. I guess if we're doing a bio on him, you know, that'd be part of the story, but he shed that. He's gotten paid. He's won an NFC championship game. He's quarterbacked the Super Bowl, and now he's won wherever you have him ranked. You know, he's a top-tier quarterback.
How many tiers do you have on your quarterback list?
Well,
because I'd have him 2nd tier.
Okay, now you would have to break that down because I had him 9th. I had him like top 10, and there's some guys that he's beaten along the way in playoff pressurized games to where that means something to him. But then I sit back and I'm like, okay, was it 11 Brocks versus 11 Dak Prescotts? No. Did the Niners maybe have a better team? But I've seen Brock Purdy perform on the fly. You know, outside of the game, he got knocked out in the playoff game in Philly. But what he did against Geno Smith in the playoffs, Dak Prescott, Jordan Love, like, I can't unforget that. Went toe-to-toe with Mahomes, you know, in the Super Bowl. So I got Brock Purdy like 7th or 8th on my list, man.
Yeah,
would that be considered your second tier?
That's a little high for me, but that's definitely 2nd tier. You know, I think there's 4 or 5 quarterbacks that we'd all acknowledge we would take over Purdy, right? We take Josh Allen over Purdy.
No doubt.
We take Burrows over Purdy.
No doubt.
Stafford.
No doubt.
Mahomes.
No doubt.
Okay, so there's 4.
Okay,
so
gotcha.
Whether I don't know how you feel anymore about Lamar Jackson or any of those other guys, but like,
he's done more than Lamar, but
that's tier 1.
Yeah,
that's tier 1, and Purdy's not in that, which is fine.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, whether he's 8, 10, 12, that's up to you. But you know, when I think about Brock Purdy, like I said, and I'm thinking about words to use, like, I think he's good.
Yeah,
I think he's solid. You know, I don't think he's elite. I think he's pretty reliable. I think he's tough.
What would elite look like in this Kyle? Like, can you get to elite? You know, what would that look like in Kyle's offense? Because elite to me was 2023 Brock Purdy when they went into that round. I know I keep bringing this up, but they went into that Christmas game against the Ravens, and he was an MVP candidate along with Lamar. Like, can he get even greater than that for him?
I mean, I think that year he had what? I'm talking about Purdy.
Yeah.
31 touchdowns, 10 interceptions, something
he
like
had
that.
It going.
So that's, you know, I mean, a year like that, I think everybody would take out of Brock Purdy. This is Kyle Shanahan from yesterday. First of all, this is what he said about this supposed hold-in.
Okay.
I mean, people make a lot of assumptions, and that would be one that they're wrong on.
All right, so he downplays the hold-in.
All right.
But he was asked about McCaffrey's injury and when we might expect him back, and this probably should make 49er fans feel pretty good.
I think if it wasn't Christian and we were in a game week, I think he would have played today.
Is it related to the calf or Achilles?
No, just some tightness. He'll get sensitive if I say where. So.
I mean, Steiny, for him to, that's funny, but for him to say if it were game week, he probably would play. And after what I did personally, I wasn't by myself, but it's about me at the summit last year when I was overly concerned when we got that breaking news about the calf and we saw how he just went out and played 17 games. I mean, for Kyle to say if it were game week, he would play, like, man, nothing going on here. I don't believe.
And then obviously the other big injury guy for the Niners is Nick Bosa. What's going on with him? It was about a week ago they announced he was going to be week to week.
Yeah, he's making a lot of progress. And he's a lot less irritation, soreness, and tendonitis, whatever you want to call it, than he had last week. So we think he's going the right direction, and we see him similar to Christian.
All right, so it seems to me that Kyle's kind of, and the team, downplaying these injuries.
And I think
they
love the
feel
fact
like
that
they're healthy.
And we only got two, but Stoney, the regular season's, not too far off. You know what I mean? So we're going to find out who's what. Bosa has me nervous, man. Just that knee, that leg that he's had prior injuries on. So all according on who you read and who you talk to, this tendonitis, some say, it's just par for the course. But, man, you don't want it to be like an arthritic type of thing to where, he's just going to have issues with it. But, man, they need a big season from him.
All right, let's I'm going to go through some of these injuries, Goo, and what Shanahan said. This is what's going on with George Kittle.
I kind of listen to George the same way you guys do. George isn't a big put a date on it, and I'm not going to be that dude either. But I think you guys can tell how he's talking, how he looks, that I agree. I think it's sooner than later.
All right. So I think Kittle's got a shot to play week 1. Who else is hurt? Mikael Williams.
Yeah, I mean, he's further along. I mean, he's further away than those other guys you guys just asked about, but we do think he's close. I mean, I do think week 1 would be a long shot, but we haven't ruled it out yet. But he's progressing very well.
All right, so it sounds to me like McCaffrey, Kittle, and Bosa could play week 1. That's what I'd be optimistic that they could play week 1.
Yeah.
What did you hear?
McCaffrey for sure, so I'm not worried. Stoddy, I don't think we're going to see Kittle week 1. And what if I told you we're not going to see Bosa week 1? That's just how I'm seeing it.
Yeah, and I wouldn't that wouldn't alarm me.
Like, remember how I talked about you while you left, Evan and I was like, Stoddy was saying 17 games, you got time. But that does fit the narrative when you're talking about injuries,
For sure. I mean, if they're not ready, it's pretty simple. You don't play them, especially because you got to go travel 15 hours. And if they're not quite ready for week 1, they get 10 days off before week 2. And the old saying, rather be safe than sorry. But I do like, I feel like none of those injuries are going to linger into week 3 or 4.
Except maybe Mikael.
Yeah, absolutely. Unless one of those 3 guys, I'm talking about McCaffrey, Kittle, or Bosa, have a setback. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Leroy. Leroy's in the house, and Leroy's in Oakland. What's up, Leroy? How you doing?
I'm doing fantastic, Steiny. What's up, Guru? How you guys doing, man?
It's football season, baby.
It is football season. I am so excited, but I'm most excited about coming out to the summit. I had a great time last year, me and my wife, so we'll be back out there, man. Hey, I just want to say, Steiny, you mentioned, hey, 49er fans, when you look at Purdy, when you see Purdy, what do you see? Do you see him as cool? Do you see him as this? When I look at Brock Purdy, when I see him as everything Mr. Irrelevant is not. Mr. Irrelevant is incapable. But I look at Brock Purdy and I see him as capable. I see him as important to the matter that we're talking about. and that's the quarterback of the San Francisco 49ers. So he walks around like he knows that he is important and that he knows that he is capable. And that's all I got. I just wanted to answer that question. No, I see a guy who, not necessarily a chip, but someone who knows he's capable, someone who knows he's important, and I just hope it translates into a good season because, honest with you guys, I got us at 10 wins. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I'm right around there right now, Leroy, for sure.
You think that gets you in the playoffs?
That's always a year-to-year thing, depending on what other teams have done. Who was the did 10 wins make it in the NFC last year?
I'm about to tell you now. I don't think so, but I could be wrong. Hold on.
But what we're talking about is, Jim Harbaugh yesterday was asked about Brock Purdy, and if someone were to ask me about Brock Purdy, what I thought of him, I might tell you what I thought of him. But Harbaugh really likes him, and we were talking to the boss today, and he was like, "You hear what Harbaugh said about Purdy? Here it is."
Yeah, just how good he is. His timing, his decision-making, his accuracy. I just like how cool he is, how cool he plays and all that, Same kind of same way I think of Kyle, it's cool. I love the stuff he puts on tape. I love his demeanor, love the toughness of his teams. Love that they're really good at football and, great to be around it.
Yeah, so, heard that, and then the boss was talking about it. He's like, you think if you asked 49er fans to describe Purdy in a word or two that they would use cool? And I was like, that's a good question. I was like, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'd probably use, I think he's good. I think he's solid. I think he's reliable. I think he's tough. And so he was just saying, what are some of the one-word descriptions you would have for Brock Purdy? And the bottom line is most of my words are positive. You know what I mean? I think he's gutsy. I think he's a little underrated. I think he's savvy. I wouldn't say he's elite. I wouldn't say here's the one thing I would put in there now, Goo. I think he's a leader. I think we've seen him become a leader over the last 3 or 4 years. He's no longer looking at himself as a 7th-round pick. I got to fit in. I got to do everything the coach says. I got to spread the ball around. I think now he's looking at it as, this is my
team.
Yeah, even though you would never get him to say, this is my team. He's not the kind of guy who would even use that terminology, I don't believe. He would just say, yeah, I'm the quarterback of our team. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because that's who he is.
Now, I feel like, shout out Shasky, because I feel like I'm butchering the assignment, but I feel like it's Steph Curry or Steve Nash, mild-mannered guys off the court or off the field, and then when they step on the field, they just they go into Lou Ferrigno, Incredible Hulk. And I feel like that's what Brock Purdy's persona, when we see him just mild-mannered with the, Sears Roebuck outfit, just coming in, just being a regular guy, he turns into something else on the field. And that's why I thought, again, I'm hearing Harbaugh say he plays cool. I see that lightweight swagger sometimes that I love from Purdy that blows me away. I'm like, this dude ain't, he's different than the guy walking into the locker room. But you described his whole person, and I feel like I'm just describing the guy on the field. He's got that arrogance and cockiness at times. Yeah, even to make throws, Yeah,
no, I'm just,
is he cool?
I mean, he's not a speed merchant, but he's not slow. I mean, I just, kind of all the key. He doesn't have his arm is, would you call him accurate? Harbaugh called him accurate.
Yeah.
I think he's pretty accurate.
Yeah, he came out the chutes accurate. I mean, yeah, that can definitely improve. Let me ask you this, Steiny, just real quick. I'm having fun. Radio Steiny compared to Steiny off the air. A big difference?
No.
And that's how I feel about myself if somebody were to ask. But Brock, I feel like is, just real unassuming, but he turns into a monster on the gridiron.
Yeah. Just kind of throwing that around. 888-957-9570. Just, in vintage Harbaugh way, I don't know. He's interesting to listen to talk. And, he's so cool. Brock Purdy's cool. It's like, well, he's kind of corny, actually. He's kind of a flannel shirt dude.
Yeah,
and
that part,
he's pretty,
you're right.
he's pretty, I don't say nerdy, but he's pretty straight-laced, right?
Yeah, but on the field, he's different to me.
Right.
Yeah.
888-957-9570 is the number. Talking about the San Francisco 49ers. They had a dual practice yesterday, and they have a game tomorrow against the Chargers. Here was Kyle Shanahan talking about who may play, who might not play.
Yeah, not all of them, but I expect a number of starters to play, unlike last week. So I haven't told them yet, but they'll find out soon. But yeah, you guys will see a number out there.
Including Brock?
Haven't told him yet, but there's a good chance.
All right, so it looks like Brock Purdy may play.
I can't wait to watch
tomorrow. We'll see for how long.
Yeah. How long would you go?
Probably series.
Yeah, I'd give him 2. Well, dependent, right? You can go 3 and out, and then you're sitting, or you go 3 and out. We'll give you 1 more.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how they do that. If he plays, they have a 10-play drive. Is that enough?
No, that's more than enough to me.
This is more Brock Purdy. This is Brock Purdy talking about the defensive line intensity from the Chargers yesterday.
Yeah, man, I think, Coach Kraseric does a good job with just like their intensity, man. Like every play, they're going to shoot their gaps and you're going to feel them. And especially on the edges too, like I really got to step up in the pocket, against our guys. And they do a good job getting around the edge, and also on the keepers and stuff, they're there in our face. Like you can just feel them every play. And it feels like they do a good job with rotating guys, and the next guy that comes in, they're going to bring it too. So I feel like that's obviously a huge part of a team, down in the trenches, man. If you have a good defensive line, you can go really far, and I believe we have that. So obviously, we get Bosa back too. That's going to be good, and Mykel Williams, so it's going to get even better.
All right, so he was talking about his own defensive line that he goes up against in practice, and he likes what he sees about what he's going up against, even without Bosa and Mykel Williams out there.
Yeah, you asked Donnie. Last year, Green Bay was the worst playoff team, and they had 9 wins and got in.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
but that was last year.
Yeah. This year, and somebody won the division with 8 wins, didn't they? No. That team won.
Carolina.
What was their record?
8-9.
So 8-9 got a team in, and 9-8
but
got
that
a team
ain't happening in the West. But yeah.
Well, it's not happening in the West, but somebody's going to gobble up a playoff seed.
Wow.
With those kind of numbers, but kind of interesting.
Hey, this is what I wanted to run by you. Tell me if you think we've been together almost 10 years, man. I just share stuff with you that comes to mind. At what point do you get worried about Kittle and Bosa of the injuries that they endure and the rehab to where they're not what they were when they come back? Like, I'm more worried about Kittle as Bosa's a whole different story because he had history with that knee. But how many more, injuries can Kittle sustain to where 85 is not 85? Like, that's a big concern. And when you go out there, the game doesn't stop because guys are injured or coming back from injury. It's a violent sport, and he plays hard. But I'm worried about Kittle, Stoney. Like, how many more can he endure before it robs him of his true powers, I
mean, he's getting up there anyway.
Well,
it's just like, in a way we talk about Steph Curry and like, I'm worried about the runner's knee. It's like, that's not the only thing to be worried about. You also got to be worried about him turning 39 years old. As for Kittle and Bosa, I can just tell you my opinion, which isn't necessarily right.
Yeah.
I'm a little more worried about Bosa because I think Kittle, for the most part, if he's healthy, can do the things the Niners need him to do, which is block.
Right.
And then if when he gets back to 100%, then he gets back into the pass game. But Bosa's a guy that they need to, like, if Kittle just returns and is pretty good, I think that's
Take
fine.
That. Yeah.
But
Bosa's different, man.
Bosa's got to come back and be, better than he's been since that year that he had a while ago, I think. What do you guys think at 888-957-9570? On the other side, I want to take a look at all 3 of the Bay Area teams and where they are right now and where they're going in the future. Who are our team's core players? That's what we're going to get into on the other side at 888-957-9570. Your golf game may not be perfect, but it can still make a difference. Join Pettinelli Financial Partners for their 11th annual charity tournament at Harding Park. It benefits the Autism Society, San Francisco Bay Area, on Friday, September 11th. Go to PettinelliFP.com to learn more. So you want to get in on that golf tournament, and that is on September 11th. The Valkyries, they are also back in action tonight after clinching a playoff spot on Monday. They take on the Minnesota Lynx at 7 o'clock. You can listen to it right here on 95.7 The Game and on the free Odyssey app. It's all brought to you by Unstoppables. As the official laundry fragrance partner of the WNBA, Unstoppables brings the freshness. Feel confident, stay in the moment, and smell unstoppable. Try Unstoppables laundry scent boosters for as low as $5.
Need to get something off your chest?
I'm gonna call you crazy in Spanish. You're loco.
Stuck in traffic and can't take it anymore?
I can't handle this.
We've got the solution for you. Call the Sound Off line at 628-400-9880. That's 628-400-9880. And leave a message. It's Sound Off. Every morning at 8 a.m., starting Monday on 95.7 The Game.
In 2026, Bay Alarm celebrates 80 years of security. With burglar and fire alarm systems, 24/7 in-house monitoring, and local service, our promise to the Bay Area remains the same. We got you. Learn more at bayalarm.com.
Cruise on out for the Good Guys 39th West Coast Nationals. Over 3,000 classics, Good Guys Autocross racing action, a huge automotive swap meet, and so much more. All this weekend at the Alameda County Fairgrounds. Details at good-guys.com.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed? Now through August 24th, new Xfinity customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
Looking for something fun and free to do midweek? Come explore Welcome In Wednesdays at History Park. Brought to you by History San Jose. Every Wednesday through August, step inside one of our historic buildings, shop unique local finds at the gift shop, and enjoy the charm of this beautiful open-air museum and park. All for free. Take a walk through time at Welcome In Wednesdays, only at History Park, located in Kelly Park at 1650 Center Road. Visit historysanjose.org for details. That's historysanjose.org.
Toyota's national sales event is on. Save big on Toyota's 21 hybrid and electrified models. Score deals on the 50 MPG Corolla Hybrid and 51 MPG Camry. Get 1.99% APR on the all-electric 2026 CHR. Or get 0% APR plus $500 finance cash on that fully electric 2026 BZ and the BZ Woodland. Toyota's national sales event is on now. Stop by your local Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places. Offers available through TFS to buyers with premium rated credit. Not be combined with other offers. Ends 8/31/26.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
For all contest rules, go to 957thegame.com/rules.
Earn up to 6% on gas and EV charging through September 7th, 2026 with Stanford Federal Credit Union's Rewards Credit Card. Make the most of your miles. The Rewards Credit Card offers low rates, no annual fee, and get 25,000 bonus points worth $250 cash back when you open and use your new credit card. Visit sfcu.org to apply online. All credit cards are subject to credit approval and membership eligibility. Terms apply. sfcu.org.
If life is a game to be won, then every child deserves to play on a level field. Children International is empowering young people in poverty on their journey by giving them the tools, the training, and the skills to shape their own futures. From the early days of development through all stages of growth and into employment. This is how, together, we can help end poverty for good. Learn more at children.org.
Did you know Skechers makes high-performance footwear for almost every sport you play? Here's what our athletes are saying.
Hi, I'm pro basketball player OG Anunoby. I dominate in Skechers basketball. Skechers delivers championship-level performance.
I'm WNBA star Jackie Young. Skechers keeps me quick, comfortable, and ready for anything.
And you can get high-performance Skechers and hands-free slip-ins technology. Just step in and perform.
I'm pro golfer Matt Fitzpatrick. I play in hands-free Skechers golf slip-ins.
Find yours at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or whatever high-performance sports shoes are sold.
New Game Plus with Oxy makes your laundry smell incredible and fights stubborn smells, like the ones your dog Biscuit brought into your freshly made bed last night. But you washed that all away with Game, and now you're drifting asleep to the scent and sound of waves. Ah, no, that's the dog licking your ear.
Biscuit.
It just might be our greatest scent ever, now with odor-fighting power. New Game Plus with Oxy.
Sniff the difference. Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter.
I'm just going around in circles. So what? They don't care who you are. They want their money.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
We're in a good mood now, man.
Why?
Carter just brought in his beautiful, brand new baby girl, Sienna.
Yeah.
If I'm saying it correctly, just gorgeous eyes. Not like a brand new baby, Stoney.
Well, 6 months old. That's getting older by the day.
That's brand new, pal.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
At 6 months old, you already start developing bad habits.
Ah, look at you.
Both
She's beautiful,
the kid and
Carter.
the parents.
They did well, man.
Congrats, Carter.
No doubt about it.
Way to go, buddy.
Said he golfed this morning.
I'm congratulating you. The hell did you do? It's about your beautiful partner.
Well,
she did the work.
He had the potion.
Please.
By potion,
yes,
you know what I
but
mean.
Like, everybody's got the potion.
Well.
Don't talk about that.
There you go.
Talk about whatever I want.
Hey, what's up? I'm going to the Valkyries tonight.
Nice.
0-2 against Minnie. Yeah. Got to take care of that. Ball holla.
It'll be a big game.
I was disappointed we didn't get Tiffany Hayes, Valcatraz. If I had guts, I'd go up to her tonight and say, hey, that was dope.
She's not a monster. You could probably go up and tell her that, and I don't think she'll claw your eyes out.
I hear you.
Say, hey, Daryl the Guru Johnson from 95.7 The Game. That's really clever.
That was good.
All right, Evan, talking to Evan yesterday, and we got the Warriors coming off a 37-win season. Giants, obviously not having a great year. Warriors trying to bounce back from a 37-win team, and then the 49ers, who had a good year last year despite a bunch of injuries. They made it to the playoffs and won a round.
Yep.
And they're in a little bit different of a space, but who knows how different. So I want to get into this because I think there's kind of levels to it. But Evan asked a question, and he threw the 3 teams out there. The Niners, the Giants, and the Warriors.
Right.
And which members of those teams right now would you be able to confidently say are part of the core of those teams? And the thing he said was, pick 3 players off each team that are your core players, that you're going to build around. Now, just indulge me for a second about the idea of building around.
All right.
Because I think when we say building around, it assumes that the people you're building around must be stars. And
I didn't take it that way, but okay. Well, obviously they're talented. Go ahead, Stan.
Well, I mean, for example, I'll just throw a guy out there. I think the Giants, I think Eldridge would be a guy.
No doubt about it.
Okay, well, we don't know if he's a star. You know what I mean?
Right.
So,
but I couldn't come up with 2 others to go with them. That's how scary it is for me right now, looking at the big club.
But what I'm saying is just because a guy might not be a superstar down the line.
No doubt about it.
Doesn't mean that you don't want to have him on your team.
Yeah. Who knew Draymond was going to be a fixture? Even when he took over.
So,
you know what I mean? Who knew what he was going to be?
Right. And so, but Draymond's rookie year, you wouldn't say he was part of the core.
No doubt about it.
Okay, so.
And that's why we love sports.
So who are some of the guys, like if I said Giants, 49ers, and Warriors, and you have 3 at the most, but you don't have to put 3 there.
Okay, then I'm okay then with can I start with the Giants?
Sure.
I got Bryce and that's it.
Okay.
Now I know their farm system, the rankings, and it's kind of exciting, but you don't know what you have until we see these guys on the farm that they got from all these trades. They went from 15th to 6th or something like that. So that's awesome. But right now, today, and I'm watching this team, especially with what's left of it, right now I can just for sure, Stoney, say Bryce Eldridge is all I see. I thought Whisenhunt, I feel like that ship has sailed, and I could be cruel, but what have you. It is Bryce Eldridge. So that's the one of all I have for the Giants right now. You got a problem with that?
Well, I have, I would, Casey Schmidt is a guy I want to keep. But again, this is kind of what I'm talking about. Nobody wants to build around Casey Schmidt. So, yeah, if you're just saying who would you build around, I guess, but Casey Schmidt's already done more in his career than Eldridge. Eldridge may have more potential than Casey Schmidt, but yeah, I'm with you. It looks like Eldridge has more potential, so I would build around Eldridge, but it doesn't mean I would just because Schmidt's not a superstar doesn't mean I wouldn't want him on the team.
Yeah, and him being hurt, I just totally, he's 27 years old, Stoney, and I love what he's done. So if I want to be fair, because I totally just, because he was hurt, forgot about him, I'm going to add him to that list. So I got 2 Giants, Casey Schmidt and Bryce Eldridge.
All right.
He deserves that respect.
I also have the guy I have on there, and trust me, I'm not trolling.
For the Giants.
Yeah.
All right.
It's still Devers. It's still Rafael Devers. He's 29 years old. He's their best home run hitter.
But Stoney, I think they're trying to get rid of him.
I'm sure they are, but
for right now.
Okay, so let me ask you this: if you get rid of Rafael Devers, what do you do about 32 homers and 80 RBIs?
Okay,
how do those get replaced?
Let's talk. What are those 32 homers and 82 RBIs done for you since he's been here? I'm not trying to poo-poo what he's done. It's not equating to winning, right? So yeah, okay, if we lose that,
but is he the reason they're losing?
But he's
all I'm saying is if you take 30 homers and 80 RBIs out of your lineup, where do you get that from next year?
Well, what if you don't and you go get hope for the future
with
what you bring in?
That's fine.
Okay, because I feel like his timeline and where the Giants are at, the 2 timeline thing that people hate, it's not aligned. And I just feel like something's up, man. And if they could, we'll find out. But if Buster could get off of Devers, I don't feel like he'd be like, oh, my gosh. But I hear you, 80 RBIs plus and the 30. But, Stoddy, I just don't think he's destined to be here. So that's why I didn't have him down.
Okay, so
and you're talking about a big Devers guy when he first came.
So if you're not going if you don't want Devers here, then you do realize you're probably not going to be good for a couple years.
And I think you're going to not be good with him here.
Okay.
You know what I mean? That's what I'm going on. That's how I'm going on.
I'm just wondering if you trade Devers now for a guy who's not going to be in the major leagues for 2 years, like what do you do with 30 homers and 80 RBIs?
Well, you're about to lose 100 games possibly, and I'm not blaming Devers for all that by any stretch, but what has the record? You can give me the
I don't understand this.
Like, with Devers.
Like, Devers is their – what if I said Devers is their best offensive player?
Okay, but what – and I'm taking
so
the
why
page
is it
out of
his
your
fault?
Book. I'm not saying it's his fault. My point is he hasn't changed the culture here.
Okay.
And I got a year and a half plus to go off of that, so I think I've come to the realization.
Why do you say this about Devers, but like you bring up like a guy like Kittle and Bosa, and you'll say, well, you know, can they reach that, you know, that level?
They've already played in the Super Bowl twice.
Well, and Devers is a champion. So
not here.
What I'm getting at, Goo, is like, okay, here's what I would say about Devers. Is Devers a superstar? No, but he's the best offensive player we have. Yeah. And like you use that argument for Curry and for McCaffrey and for Trent Williams. It's like, I'm just telling you, if you get rid of Rafi Devers, you get rid of your best offensive player probably.
And Steiny, you got to keep it real with me. I hear you. I've been pro Devers, and I think he is a superstar. Okay, I don't know what's going on, but what I've done is I've realized, Mr. 90-game win prediction, what I've realized is this team is so far from winning or contending, I now can see, I see it, I feel it, that Devers, we've seen, you know, him alone can't fix this.
Okay, and
I'm ready to turn the page, and if you could flip them for some top prospects, I would be willing to do that. And I think they might want him out of here. And then maybe it's the personal part of Devers that I really just want to get out of that business. But Steiny, yeah, I'm not putting it all on him, but it hasn't worked.
But and you like when you got Rafi Devers, like this is the part I don't understand about Devers, and I'm not a huge fan. Yeah. His numbers are very similar to Boston, right? They're pretty similar. So when you acquired Devers, you hope to get those numbers. And it's like, okay, you got those numbers for the most part. Let's say 90% of the numbers. And he's been the player who resembles the back of his card. So, like, but he hasn't been a bust. And so, like, but he's still your best player. I'm using your argument that you always use, which is, well, Steph, and I get it, you're going to say Steph's different. When Steph plays, when Devers plays, he hits.
Okay, I'm going to say this, Donnie, and I'm going to go one step further, and I don't know, I'm going to go Valcatraz because I don't know how you can escape this one. This feels like the same conversation we had Klay Thompson's last year when he damn near ended up at 40% from three, and you said, and you were passionate about it, yeah, Goo, it's 40, he got there, but there was some, you know, I can't just sign off on it was 40. There were some ups and downs and some downs and ups. I feel that way about Devers and the ball club. They got so many other holes that I wasn't aware of, that I undersold, that where I feel like, yeah, you hit the back of the baseball card, but when you look at the record since he's been the inception of the trade, it just hasn't.
My question would be this: if you're a Giants fan and you're looking to move off Devers, is it because you want to go young because this team is not going anywhere, or do you want to get off Devers because you're like, yeah, he's not as good as we thought? Because it can't be the second reason, is all I'm saying, can it? He's the same player.
No, it's not the second reason for me. It's one, Steiny, I don't like his body language. I don't think that his teammates like him. I could be totally wrong. And I don't feel like he, in this situation, Boston, he was a champ. Can't take that from him. I just feel like he's not a fit. I don't think the manager, I don't think they mesh. So I'm just out of the Devers business if I can be. But when you're going to tell me a guy got his numbers, but the team lost 100 games, I'm like, okay, so what's that really getting us?
Oh, look, if I used the Kuminga, you'd be like, well, why is that on
how about
Kuminga?
This? Has the Devers trade been successful for the Giants?
No.
And I'm not blaming Devers. Right. And that's how I'm looking at it.
I'm looking a little deeper than that, and I'm looking at a guy who came to the Giants and he basically was the player they expected when they traded for him in terms of numbers. Small drop-off. Yeah. So, like, nobody can say, well, Devers has come here and just absolutely stunk.
But what if he's a clubhouse cancer?
Well,
that's
do you know that he is?
No, I feel like he is.
Okay, well then that's a different story.
And
I've never heard him called a clubhouse cancer. Okay. I know he's weird.
I hear you.
I know he's a little aloof.
But Buster did tell us when he talked, Steiny, they were listening to any and everybody. And if he was that guy, he would have not been on that list, I feel.
Well, I just wonder, it's like you've traded for the Giants made a trade for a guy, and when they made a trade for a guy, we were all like, this guy's a 35 homer, 90 RBI guy, blah, 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 blah. This guy's a star. He's a superstar. He's somewhere in between. Yep. He's this, that, the other. All I'm saying is he's basically he's had a year and a half or 2 years here, 1 year and a half here, and like, he is who he is. This is who he clearly was in Boston. So,
but
Posey really messed up, is what I'm saying. Because,
and I'm mad at
it's unfair. This guy's basically doing what he's always done. It's happened to coincide for whatever reason with the team not winning, and now everybody's saying, well, Devers has to go. When, like, it's not like he came here and, like, when Tom Gugliotta came here, and he was just like, what happened to him? He stinks. Devers has got his numbers.
Yeah, and I was a big fan, but I'm again, you could say I'm being unfair, Steiny. A lot of why I want to get out of the Devers business is I believe something's going on outside of Bay. Like, that stuff matters to me. You got me on the numbers, and he's been swinging it. But, man, you've been the guy preaching the record for the team since he's come here, so it's bigger than just him. But, man, if it's not going to equate to winning, I think it's time you look in the mirror and say, okay, what are those 80?
What if I said something like this? Yeah. You know, the Giants have really wasted Devers the last year and a half. He's been the exact same player. He's been in Boston, and they
wouldn't be wrong.
Okay, well, that's the way I feel about, like, wasting Logan Webb. It's like, every team's got good players on a bad team.
But we're talking about a year and a half compared to 7 years.
I'm just saying, okay, so since Devers got here, the Giants are 91 and 126. They failed him. They failed Devers.
Oh, man.
I mean, if I want to look at it that way, I'm not to do it. I'm just saying, when I look at the Giants and I look at their ages, Devers is still only 29, and I think you can get a lot more for Logan Webb. And obviously Devers comes with issues, and if you don't want him as your core, I totally get it. I almost didn't put him on here either. But I was just thinking, he's still a 30 home run hitter.
And the age is still sexy, but Steiny, it's the personal for me. What I believe to be, the personal stuff, man.
I mean, but if I came in today and said, ever since the Giants got Devers, they stink, so he's obviously a cancer. You'd be like, you don't know that, Steiny. And I'd be like, you're right, I don't know that. But I just know that the coinciding hasn't looked good, and I don't know how to explain that.
And I'm a guy still, maybe I need to get a life and move on. But, man, Steiny, I watch every game, man. I try to. And that Miami thing, it meant so. Like, I feel like he doesn't even want to be here. And now that they're losing, that wouldn't be a stretch. But I don't know. The numbers you're hitting me with, you sound like me. I get you. But I'm almost lightweight proud of myself because I think there's something going on. I don't want to say the manager can't check him, but I feel that way. But I just feel like the fact that we got almost 2 years worth and that he hasn't impacted winning or his numbers haven't, like, okay, Steiny, is it going to be the end of the world if you're going to lose 100 with them? When you say, how are we going to replace 30 homers and 80 RBIs? You're totally right. But if we're going to lose 100, we can do that a litany of ways.
Well, what Giant impacts winning?
Right now, not many.
Right. Not Webb, not Chapman, not Adames, not Devers. Nobody really impacts winning.
Well, I would say Webb when he has the ball.
Okay. And I'd say Devers when he's 2 for 4 with 2 homers. I don't know if he's had a 2-homer game. But
I feel lightweight bad that I'm saying this because I was a big Devers fan, but a lot of this, Steiny, is reading, watching with my own eyes, and just a feel I have like he's not part of their future, man.
I'm not.
No, I hear you.
Disagreeing with that. I'm just saying.
Because the numbers are there, and I love the numbers, and I'm like, you hit me with them, But damn, and I'm not saying he's the sole reason they've sucked since he's come. I don't know why.
Bottom line is the Giants got the player that they expected to get.
So you're saying he held up his end?
Yes, for the most part. But Posey clearly didn't didn't know enough about his track record in Boston because he thought popping Devers into this lineup was just going to, I don't know, elevate everybody else.
So did I, though.
And it was almost like Devers wasn't good enough to elevate anybody, and then he became a guy whose outs you could get. Yeah. And it's like, boy, Devers isn't that good. And you look and it's like, damn, it's almost the exact same thing as he did in Boston. So,
and I could be wrong, Snotty. He may not go anywhere. Maybe you're.
And the other thing is, I mean, you can't build, I'm just taking a shot here. Can you build around a guy who doesn't play a position in Eldridge?
Yeah.
I mean, he can't.
Evan was a little rough on him yesterday on the ground.
Devers is an average fielder, and he's 5 times better than Eldridge.
I said to Evan, I responded to you guys, it's spring training for the Giants right now. Miss me.
Well, and I get it, too, that Eldridge is the future, but, Eldridge.
He looks the part, man.
We'll see.
I got you.
I mean, I think Devers, if I'm looking, has probably had 5 or 6 30 home run years. We just assume Eldridge is going to do that? I don't know. So what I'm saying is, you can cast off Devers and build around Eldridge, but right now I see a hitter that isn't as good as Devers or a fielder. And I get it. He's 19 or 20, whatever he is, but there's no guarantee that he's going to be, 30, chalk him up every year for 30, 35 like Devers.
And I'm coming off the Kaminga L. Remember, I was a guy that thought he could be the next tier.
Let's go to Shane in San Francisco. What's up, Shane? How you doing?
Yo, what's up, guys?
Hey.
I had to check Willard yesterday on this subject about blaming Devers, and Willard had to get really defensive very quickly and interrupt the phone call, as one does. But blaming Devers, man, I don't know where all this stuff comes from, and again, Guru, I'm always on your side, but it's back-to-back times now, and I'm feeling like I don't know where you're coming up with this stuff, man. The clubhouse cancer narrative, are you on Twitter, bro?
No, I'm watching the games. Real quick, did the Miami fiasco?
Dude, I watch it.
Okay, listen, real quick, and you can finish. The Miami game, I will never forget. I will never forget that. You can, and I get it. Devers is a stud. But there's something going on with that dude that I believe other dudes on his team, even managers, don't feel him. And I think that stuff matters. But if it's all about just the numbers, you got me.
No, it's not about the numbers. I watch baseball just like you do. I don't rewatch the games 3 times a night like you do, but I watch a lot of baseball. And if you watch Devers play, other than he didn't run out the pop-up and stuff like that, which is dime a dozen type stuff. The dude is an enthusiastic ball player. He wants to win. If you see him when he makes, when he hits, when he's out on the base pass, when he's trying to read hits and score from second type stuff, dude runs, you know what I mean? He goes for it. He high-fives his teammates. He gets hyped up. He's there to win. And just because that nothing burger waving off the pinch runner in the 9th or whatever that was, guess what? They lost that game, and the guy on first that pinch ran for him never made it off.
I got you.
And I think if you look back on it, there was 2 innings and extras that they ended up losing where Devers would have had him at bat.
Okay, so last thing, and I know I'm getting on Stoney's nerve.
No, you're not.
If he was great, why would Boston, and you could say I'm being unfair, but it's real now, if we're going to pull all the stops out, why is he not a Red Sox? Because people didn't feel him, man. He's too good. He should still be in Boston. That's what I'm telling you, man.
I'm an OG Red Sox fan, actually. I'm born in Massachusetts, so I love the Red Sox. I love the whole identity. But over the last decade, I mean, the last World Series win was super special that he was a part of.
Okay.
And he played an important role in that. But, I mean, I know better than anybody, bro. Boston culture is it's not exactly
I got you.
Forgiving or lack of a better word. I don't know what to say in this moment. But,
well, I mean,
it's a rough crowd.
Appreciate it, Shane. And yeah, they had legitimate issues with positions that he didn't want to play and that kind of thing. Yeah. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. We're talking about who are part of the Bay Area Pro Team's core moving forward. And we're talking about Rafi Devers right now, yes or no. 888-957-9570. That segment was brought to you by the California Office of Traffic and Safety.
School season is here. Remember your driving ABCs. Stay alert for bicyclists and children crossing. Stop for students getting on or off the bus. Look out in school zones. Follow the posted speed limit. ABC. Go safely, California. A message from the California Office of Traffic Safety and Caltrans.
Hey, something big is coming on September 2nd. DraftKings Game Day arrives with massive deals, exclusive deals, and an all-day celebration built for sports fans. The countdown has begun, and all roads lead to Game Day. The DraftKings Sports app is now live in all 50 states, California, Texas, Florida, Maine, all 50 of them. Every fan is in on the excitement. One app, every sport. Again, every state in our country. DraftKings Game Day is yours. Remember the date, September 2nd. DraftKings Game Day is the kickoff of a new season, a new era, and the biggest day in sports history. So get pumped. Get ready to celebrate. New DraftKings customers sign up with code 957TheGame. Spend $5 to get $150 in rewards within 14 days. That's code 957TheGame. In partnership with DraftKings, the crown is yours. Event trading offered by DraftKings Predictions, a CFTC registered introducing broker. Trading involves risk of loss. Market availability varies. Eligibility restrictions apply. $50 every 7 days via click to claim issued in non-withdrawable predictions dollars that expire in 1 year. It ends August 23rd. Terms, dkng.co/predictions promo. Nationwide, based on sportsbook predictions and free-to-play sports contest availability, and it all varies by state.
Football is back, and you know what that means. It's summit time. All the hosts together again on Thursday, September 3rd from 4 to 6 p.m. live from Jack's Restaurant and Bar in Pleasant Hill. But wait, there's more.
I'm hoping Brian Baldinger can somehow, some way make an appearance.
You give me the date, Joe, and I will be there with you.
Let's go. Freaking go, baby.
Book it right now.
That's right. Baldy is coming. All the hosts and Brian Baldinger. Thursday, September 3rd at Jack's Restaurant and Bar from 4 to 6 p.m. with Willard and Dibbs getting us started at 2. Be there.
When you get injured, you're not just facing pain. You're facing an insurance company. Insurance companies don't send compassion. They send adjusters, a trained pack whose only job is protecting the insurance company. You need a guard dog. When the insurance company unleashes its pack, Habas Law unleashes a pack that's bigger, smarter, and trained to ferociously hunt down every dollar you deserve. And trust me, every insurance company already knows the names of the biggest dogs in the fight. Habas Law. Visit habaslaw.com.
Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes. Giants fans, step up to the plate and hit one out of the park for Bay Area patients in need of blood. Stanford Blood Center and the San Francisco Giants have teamed up to save lives, and you can help. During the entire month of August, everyone who donates blood at any Stanford Blood Center location or mobile blood drive will receive a redemption card for a free Giants jersey. Scoring your jersey is quick and easy. Visit StanfordBloodCenter.org/Giants for all the details you need. Help give your fellow Giants fans more days at the ballpark and schedule your donation today. When selecting a financial institution, how do you know you're making the right choice? As Bay Area bank customers find themselves at a crossroads, maybe it's good to consider if you want your bank to be community-oriented or corporate-minded. Fremont Bank has grown by providing stable, consistent service to the region, its families, and its businesses for 60 years, all without a single merger. And we intend for more of the same for the next 60. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
You listen to 95.7 The Game for the best sports insights. Now, use that same power to grow your business. When you advertise with us, you're reaching a massive audience of local consumers and business decision makers every day. Let our team help you build a game plan that delivers results. Scale your business and win the market. To get started, visit Advertise with 957 The Game at Odyssey.com. That's Advertise with 957 The Game at AUDACY.com.
Football season is here, and you know what looks great at your tailgate? A brand new Ford from Ceremony Ford. The summer sales event is on now, and this offer is built for game day weekends, school drop-offs, road trips, and everything else life throws at you. For a limited time, get special 0% APR financing for 36 months, plus $1,500 total cash, no payments for 90 days, and a complimentary 2-year Ford premium maintenance plan on some of Ford's most popular models. That $1,500 total cash includes $1,000 in summer sales event down payment assistance, plus $500 final days mega bonus cash. We're talking the 2026 Ford F-150, Bronco, Mustang, Mach-E, Explorer, and the Mustang. Or get up to $15,000 off MSRP on select new 2025 Ford models. Before the season really gets rolling, upgrade your ride at Ceremony Ford, right off the 280 in Coleman and Daly City, or anytime at CeremonyFord.com. That's the winning play call. Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford dealer.
From carriage house to glass aluminum doors, RNS Doors has a full line of commercial and residential garage doors and gates to suit anyone's taste and budget. Visit rsdoors.com. RNS Doors. Look for the red truck.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I took the gas hose out of my car's tank. Ooh, not smart. And I drove off while still attached to pump number 3.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois. This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
San Francisco morning, clouds burning off, sunshine, high of 66.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
Mason just stinks in the red zone. Blake Snell, he stinks. We're going to get to some Niners talk, faux show.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. We are talking sports.
And giving out parental advice to Carter. I shared it with him, one of my secrets, Steiny. You tell me if you have any you can share with us. But when the little kids and I was babysitting would get on your nerves, say, let's go on a little field trip, put them in the car. Hit a corner or two, they be asleep, then you come right back home.
That works for some
first
kids.
take while they're asleep.
That works for some kids.
There you go. Evan will find out. You got any secrets?
Nope.
What do you mean, no?
I don't have any secrets.
Like when your baby sat, it was just you and the kids.
I wouldn't think of myself as so self-important to give parenting advice. Look, the bottom line is this. You can't recreate having a baby. You can't work on being prepared. You have no idea what to expect. Everybody must
if it's the
experience
second
it
time
for
around,
themselves.
you can't.
Okay, but Carter just had a baby. I wouldn't be so presumptuous as to give him advice, quite frankly. Every baby's different. Every parenting situation is different.
All right.
And who would I be to tell Carter, oh, do it this way?
Well, I didn't say it like that.
I'm a little different than you.
You had 3 daughters.
No doubt.
He has 1 daughter.
Right. And he must experience.
There's nothing that you learned from your 3 experiences that you could not tell him what to do.
My man, Evan.
But just impart a bit of advice.
Wow. Wow, Evan.
Okay.
Profound.
Yeah, you're right.
Don't be judgmental.
You're right. Follow your gut. That's what I would do. Just follow your gut. Because you can't prepare for it. Every experience is like your first play as a rookie.
Right.
So you have a million of them. So I can't tell somebody, hey, here's what it's going to be like your rookie year. And it's going to be, no, you just.
But when you get to your third daughter, you're a veteran now. You logged so many innings.
Right.
Tell me what it's like with bases loaded, no out.
No.
And my fastball, come on, man.
You're like the Draymond of parenting.
But no. My advice may not work for him.
And that's
like I would say something like, dude, just don't sweat it. Go with the flow. But if he's uptight and he sweats it, you can be successful that way too.
Successful. I love it.
I mean, I believe you can give advice on parenting, but
you don't
gotta
give
go
it
through
like
it.
do it. No
you gotta
doubt.
go through it. Yeah,
but Stoney, we're seasoned. You got 3, I got 3. That's 6.
Yeah.
I feel like I could, I'm not saying take it to the bank, but,
I don't know what I would say, though. Like I wouldn't say, don't let the baby sleep in the bed.
And that's what we just talked about it when you left, Carter and I couldn't do it.
I've seen success stories on both sides. I wouldn't presume to say don't do that. We broke a lot of rules in parenting,
There we
and
go.
I couldn't be more proud after 26 years. So I just wouldn't, I'm not an expert on parenting.
I hear you.
How about this? Just do the best you can. How about that?
No, I don't do
Does that count?
I don't. I would like an OG to give me a little more than that.
All right. How about you'll be fine?
Now, what if they're just crying? How did you have a secret? I would turn on the music and then dance.
If they're,
we're dancing.
The one thing
Your crying's not that, and it would work.
The one thing I would, if you're really, really, really dealing with a baby that's crying, I used to just put the baby in the crib, shut the door, and just take a 5-minute. I'd probably walk outside the house for 5 minutes and just gather.
CPS on line 1.
If a baby's been crying for 38 minutes and you're getting frustrated, there's nothing wrong with putting the baby in a crib and walking out the door for 5 minutes, knowing they're going to be crying. What are they going to be crying more? Crying more than they did for the last 38 minutes?
That's too funny.
It's about, this is the thing. If they're going to continue to cry unabated, but you are going to grow more frustrated with their crying, well, then you must put their crying on the back burner.
Yes, that's how I do it.
Because that's when trouble starts, when you get frustrated.
But you don't want to isolate them and close the door, though.
I said 5 minutes. Because what'll happen is when you don't do stuff like that, that's when you do stupid stuff.
Yeah.
That's when you lose your temper with your baby. And God forbid anything else.
Yeah.
There's not, so I don't understand. You're holding a baby. She's crying like crazy.
Right.
You're getting frustrated, but you're not allowed to put the baby down.
No, you can do what you want.
Well, I just told you what I would do.
Yeah.
I would put
But
Mary
then you would
Page.
leave, right?
I would walk out of the room to get away from the noise for 5 minutes, so you could regroup. What do you think they're gonna? What do you think they're gonna get out of the crib and pull a gun out of the drawer?
I would do that.
We're talking about a 4-month-old.
Normal people would do it after the crying subsided, but I get what I get it
The
started.
safest place for a baby is in a crib.
Yeah, I hear you.
Especially if you're right outside the door.
I don't know why I'm laughing. I'm just picturing you doing it.
The other thing is, that's the
The
other
hell
thing.
with this.
They're just like dogs in a lot of ways.
Whoa.
You leave them for 5 minutes, then you come back in and comfort them.
Well,
then they start crying. You leave them for 10 minutes, and you just build up the increments. I guess I do have a lot of advice, come to think of it.
Boy, you're
but
on
nobody
a
wants to
roll.
take it.
Yeah,
So the hell with
I
you.
wonder why.
I don't care.
But I got you. You got through it. You got
I don't
through it,
understand why
beautiful
that's-
girl.
I mean, what did you do?
started.
Knock your baby around when you got frustrated?
When I had that moment,
Yeah,
I would
what'd you
turn
do?
on music and we would dance. And I would.
Okay, well, it sounds like you had it all figured out. Good for you.
I like the system I had.
Great.
But it wasn't perfect.
Right.
There were some trying times. Yeah.
I know this might be hard to hear, Steiny, but that was some really good advice.
Yeah, I guess I have it. Although Guru wouldn't take it.
I didn't like the door
why would
closed.
Door slamming. How about that? I don't even, I think that's, I got to tell you.
I got a little jail feel to
I got to
me.
tell you, I think the way I handle that is about as healthy as you can handle it.
No, hey, who am I to judge, Donnie? You got it down.
Quick question for both of you before we get back into sports.
Yeah,
How did you take care of yourself while you had the baby? Like catching up on sleep,
Nothing. You can't do anything unless they nap. When they nap, you can do something, but then you're so tired that you take a nap too.
No, Evan, I had a flask. I had to hit a corner. No, sometimes we're at home. I wasn't driving. Steiny, I would lose my mind.
So,
changing the diapers
it's
and
all
they
fun and
crying.
games. We're having fun. but you guys like really come down my road about this. And so I say, well, one of the things I know about parents with kids is they can get very frustrated. And that's when dangerous things happen, when the parent gets really frustrated.
No doubt about it.
So I would put my baby in the crib. Like I thought we were kind of, and then you're bringing up a flask. So I'm just, I'm a little concerned.
They were napping, heaven. Dude, stop
let me tell you, I like my method.
I got you, baby. I'm
not putting her in a crib and going down the street. I'm putting her in a crib and stepping outside the room for 5 minutes.
I did react like you were going down the street. Oh, man.
I'm out.
Maybe we'll get another chance, Donnie, at grandparenting.
That's not parenting.
That's the easy part.
Exactly.
You're the good police.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm. Oh man,
let's go to Dwayne. Dwayne from Stockton. I can't even remember what we were talking about
Devers.
before this.
Devers,
oh yeah, that's right. Hey Dwayne, how you doing?
Hey, good morning. What's up with the homies?
Hey. What's up?
Hey, Steiny, man. So I was listening, man, and you're throwing out a lot of numbers when it comes to Devers, except for the most important number, and that's winning percentage.
Okay.
What about that number? What about the winning percentage since we traded for that guy? We were 10 games over, and we were squabbling up with the Dodgers like we normally do before the trade. And I want you to look at the numbers since the trade as far as winning percentage for the Giants, how many games under 500 they are. So I'm down to get him out of the Bay, man. I think Buster should have ate some contract and got him out of the Bay. There were some people that were trying to fleece him. He should have just got fleeced. You know, sometimes you got to eat crow and eat money. He could have got that done. So I really wanted Devers out of the Bay at the trade deadline because he's the only guy without a no-trade clause anyway. And I tell you who else got to go. Vitello got to go too. We talked about the other day, Goo, and we're right, bro. Everybody else is wrong. All these Vitello backers, bro, they are the type of people who don't know when it's shaking time. They don't know when it's shaking time. They don't. They're the type to stay in a relationship 5 years too long and then cry about the 5 years they lost because they didn't have the backbone, the spine, the brain, or whatever, the business sense, what was required at the time, what was necessary. My last thought is this. You know, Buster got in his feelings. He's been in his feelings a lot this year, and I forget what game it was, but the next day, everybody was a fire sale. The next day, everybody, I want to trade everybody. He's way too early on that, bro. He showed his hand too early. This week, he said Vitello's coming back for sure. Once again, way too early, bro, because if this team finds its way to 100 losses, I don't know how Buster can honor that statement. Hey, thanks for taking my call, fellas.
Hey, Dwayne, there was a ton of good stuff there. The least of which was or not the least, one of which was the very one at the end. And I actually don't disagree with that one.
With Vitello?
Yeah, I do think it's a little too early to say, well, he's definitely back.
Yeah.
I mean, they could go 5-27 to finish the season.
Yes, they could, man.
But here's the thing. And I think here's one part we're missing about Devers. Yeah, they were 41-29 when he came. But they were 500 for 4 years. They weren't winning before Devers got here, and all of a sudden they're losing. Here's the other thing about Devers, and I've been asking this question for a year and a half because I don't know. Can it really be Devers? Can you really have started the year last year 41-29? And since that moment, you're 91-126. Like, if you say that's Rafi Devers, then then move him. I don't know how you got Devers and got worse. I don't know. I'll say it again. How did you get Devers and get worse? I don't know. I don't know what happened, but I don't know how much of it is Devers and isn't Devers. I find it hard to believe that one guy playing like he's always played in Boston, putting up the numbers he pretty much put up in Boston, he's not the reason, he hasn't been a reason they're winning.
And it's easy for me to say that now, but yeah, that's a lot to do with it too. Their pitching is just, and that's on Buster. That's all on Buster, but yeah, it's not even just the whole enchilada with Devers. I'm just out, man. It's just, and you could say, Goo, you're speculating and whatnot, but if we're going to lose 100 games or the possibility is there, miss me with, what are we going to do if we don't have the 30 home runs and 80 RBIs? We'll still lose 100, Well,
I mean, this is the way I look at it. Well, don't get, if you go ahead and put together a great staff now and then just lose Devers. Okay, you just lost your best home. Like, now you're going to have a run problem. Or you might have a run problem. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. We're just talking about who's part of our young cores in the Bay. Giants, Niners, Warriors. Goo and I were talking about the Giants and, what core players on the Giants, if any, would you build around? And, the one thing we got to talk about when we even say build around is if you're saying who would you build around, does that have to be a star?
Yeah.
Does it have to be a star? I mean, I'm looking at the Warriors right now, and with all due respect, it's like, okay, who are you building around? Well, I have a couple guys that I would, but that doesn't mean that I think they've got a 1 and a 2 already.
Gotcha.
Can you build around role players? Like the Warriors may have to build, in the short term, they may have to build around role players till they can sign a free agent. The Giants may have to, build around some guys and make another big splash or two, and hopefully this one will work, or the ones will work.
Who did you have for the Warriors?
I have Lendeborg, Pajemski, and Moody/Richard. But again, like when we talk about this, that doesn't mean I think Lendeborg's going to be a star. Certainly doesn't mean I think Pajemski's going to be a star. And it doesn't mean I wouldn't trade him. But right now, those are the 3 best young players on the team. And the fastest way I could get the Warriors back to competitiveness would be for each of these 3 guys to get better in the next year. And then you bring in a player better than those 3 guys if you can. Maybe next year you're like, wow, Lendeborg can be a 1. He can be the best player on a really good team. All right, then you're obviously building around Lendeborg. I think that's a lot to ask now, but like right now to me, Lendeborg, this is what's interesting. You could tell me to pound sand or not. Lendeborg hasn't played a game, but I'd probably build around him. Like, he's the most untradeable guy on the Warriors as far as I'm concerned.
And that's why we love sports. Again, Stoney, everybody's excited at the possibilities. You look at his physique and just his pedigree and what he did in college and his position. I'm like, it's all setting up. If he holds up his end of the bargain, man, they may have something. So I get the excitement there. But the other 3, I felt like you were Pods, Richard and Moody, like that's just pretty much all their young players.
Exactly. I mean, if you get to 3, no, I don't consider Pods part of the core. Like, yeah, I'm putting him on this list, but I'd trade him in a second if I could.
So that's why I left him off.
Well, the only guy that I wouldn't trade right now probably is Lendeborg because I don't know how good he's going to be.
Yeah, and I guess, Donnie, for me, he was the only one I had on the list. And
That's
I guess
fair.
The build is so strong, right? Like, what if Nahegan said, I want to build this station around said host? Then you got to really know he's in love with that host, right? Yes. It wouldn't just be, because if it was just an average host and he was okay with them, I don't think he would use, I want to build around the average host. It's got to be somebody that you're in love.
Problem with the Warriors is they've got 6 average hosts. And they, we just hired a guy, Yaxel, who everyone's like, this guy's going to be better than fading Steinmetz Curry. This guy's going to be better than old Draymond Green. And then you go from there. Dave's in Santa Clara. What's up, Dave? Dave.
No,
I'm sorry, Santa Rosa.
Santa Rosa.
Santa Rosa.
Santa Rosa.
My bad. That's my neck of the woods. Old neck of the woods.
Steve in Santa Rosa. I don't know how you got my name wrong, but don't matter.
His name's Chase, and he's on the hot seat.
My thing is the Giants. Yep. I don't have a problem with their lineup. The only one that I think it needs to go is Chapman. I don't like Chapman. He's overrated, and we haven't missed him since he's been gone hurt. The Giants' problem is their pitching staff.
Yep.
Yeah.
And pitching leagues, look what won the World Series last year. Pitching.
Toronto, all they needed was a sacrifice fly, and they would have won the World Series, and the Dodgers pitchers put them down. That's where it's at. And we have no pitching. We got probably good pitchers. I think the real problem is who's coaching them.
Yeah.
The kid goes over to Milwaukee and turns into a superstar. What does that tell you? You know, we need better starters, and we really need a dynamite closer and some relief pitching. We don't have it. They got a 3, 4, 5-run lead in the 7th inning. Relievers come in, they lose 10-5. I mean, it's that clear. I don't see how anybody, you know, and I don't know about the manager. I think he could hang with him for another year. But and I think what they're doing now is they're holding auditions for next year,
right?
Bringing up all these guys from the minors. But the big three that we expected everything from kind of fell on their face. I'll stick with Adames. I think he's good enough.
Right.
I'll stick with Devers. He's come around. But Chapman never delivered. And he's the easiest strikeout with runners on in anybody that I've seen in the major leagues. High fastball. He still gets burned on it all the time. He hasn't improved. And I think he's kind of the cancer in that clubhouse. When he got on the other guy for missing the ball that he threw in the dirt, you know, that don't cut it. That don't cut it, you know. If I was on that team, if I played first base, if a third baseman did that to me, I'd take a swing at him. Dude, you want me to catch it? Throw it to where I can catch it. He made a lousy throw, and then he griped at the guy because he missed it.
Yeah.
And he doesn't. What does he do? What does he do with runners on? Nothing. He's dead weight.
Thanks, Dave. David Santa Rosa.
Yeah. And Adames is not the only one. Like, you're going to laugh at this, and it's fine, Stoney. Like, I've seen Devers in pressurized situations swing and miss and leave runners on. It seems like that's just infected the whole Giant lineup. And now as the season grows, you know, you look at the back of the baseball card, and he's going to land where he normally does. But, man, my eyes aren't lying to me. It's not just Adames. It's been this team all year long, like with guys in pressure situations, more times than not in the orange and black, somehow, you know, don't get it done.
I mean, to me, it's like and I'm not gonna stand by Devers, you know, till I die. I'm just saying that if you want to get rid of Devers and you don't think he's part of the core, it has to be because you think he doesn't want to be here, he's unhappy, he's a problem in the clubhouse. Because if you want to get rid of him because, well, he hasn't really done anything here in terms of hitting and fielding, I would say BS. He's actually been the same player here virtually than he was in Boston, which tells me that Buster Posey, he fooled Posey with the eye test. Because if we're disappointed and Devers is essentially who he's been, then that's on Posey. Now, if Posey's like, I didn't know he was an attitude problem, well, that's on Posey too.
Yeah, right.
But so I'm just saying, if they move Posey, if they move Devers in the offseason, like
there's no good in it.
I'm
it's
not
still
gonna,
a
right, but I don't want to hear people say, "Oh, Devers stunk here and he was good in Boston."
Well,
no,
they would be wrong.
He was the same player in Boston and here that he was in Boston.
And
so Buster really, really messed up. Think about that. It's like he gets a player who does what he expected him to do, and now he's got to move him. Why? Well, because I don't know why. I don't know why they want to move him, because he didn't want to get pinch run for. Well, everybody on this team's done something that they should be ashamed of this year, whether it's Adames, whether it's Chapman.
And what about the right on the table brought to you by Echo Pest Control, which, Stoney, and it's your prerogative. You could say it. I really think it's a big deal that moving forward, if there is no Devers trade, where is Bryce going to play first base? Like that, to me, that should supersede everything going on with the Giants. And that's even Devers being happy. But for Buster the other day to insinuate, he didn't even insinuate, he said it, they took calls on everybody. That means I think he's open to, and again, you're right on the premise of it was his heir, was Buster's heir, but the bottom line is I think they're closer now to, and maybe they have been, they know there's no telling, to life without Devers is not going to, the roof's not going to cave in, you know?
Well,
and what about Eldridge in that first base dilemma, which is, forget this year, but next year going forward, I got to believe they want Eldridge at first base.
I know, and it's like this is what we always do. We're assuming Eldridge will be able to play first base. Like, we're assuming that.
Well, I'm assuming he's getting the opportunity.
Okay, fine. But then with the opportunity, he may stink until he gets passable. Devers is already beyond. Devers is fine as a fielder at first base. Like, Eldridge has to improve to get to Devers. So it's like, you can give Eldridge the opportunity, and I get it. He's the young future, but that doesn't mean like, oh, he's going to get good at playing first base right away. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. We're talking about who your core players are for the Giants, for the Warriors, for the 49ers. Who are you moving forward with on any of these teams? Is there anybody on these teams that you wouldn't trade? But who are you going into the next 3 or 4 years believing in and building around? 888-957-9570. Our football coverage on 95.7 The Game is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi. One price, 5 years guaranteed. Xfinity, imagine that. Also, the Valkyries, they are back in action tonight after clinching a playoff spot. They take on the Minnesota Lynx at Valhalla tonight at 7 o'clock. You can listen right here on 95.7 The Game and on the free Odyssey app. Just search Valkyries for all the action.
Need to get something off your chest?
I'm going to call you crazy in Spanish. You're loco.
Stuck in traffic and can't take it anymore?
I can't handle this.
We've got the solution for you. Call the Sound Off line at 628-400-9880. That's 628-400-9880. And leave a message. It's Sound Off. Every morning at 8 a.m., starting Monday on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, it's Willard and Dibbs for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals for members. And as always, save up to 20% weekly on hundreds of exclusive offers from Safeway. Just clip the highlighted deals from the weekly mailer or click the deals in the For You section of the Safeway app to breeze through checkout. Signature Select 80% lean ground beef. 6 pounds or more mega packs, just $5.99 per pound. Hormel Black Label Bacon, 12 to 16 ounces package size. Selected varieties also just $5.99 each.
Also, juicy autumn crisp green grapes or red seedless grapes, just $2.49 per pound. Finally, clip or click Lucerne 24-ounce sliced or 32-ounce chunk or shredded cheese. Selected varieties, just $6.99 each. Limit 4 items.
I would say 4 is unnecessary, but in this case, it was necessary.
Well done.
These and other great deals are available in the weekly mailer and the For You section on the Safeway app. Go to Safeway.com for more details.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed? Now through August 24th, new Xfinity customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
I move mountains for a living. Literally. That means I don't carry hand lotion, and when it comes to serious heartburn, I don't mess around with anything but Rolaids Max Strength. Its dual-active formula has 1,500 milligrams of calcium carbonate and magnesium hydroxide that relieves heartburn fast. And the best part? The roll fits right here in my pocket, so I can get back to moving mountains.
Rolaids spells powerful relief. 1,500 milligrams is our highest amount of acid per tablet. Read each label. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
T-Mobile is launching something no other wireless network offers. Introducing Nothing.
Pay nothing today and walk out of the store with a new phone.
What did he say?
Nothing.
You definitely said something about nothing.
Exactly. Go to T-Mobile, pay nothing up front, and leave with a new phone.
Wait, nothing rules.
She gets it.
Hey, thanks for nothing.
For the first time ever, switch to T-Mobile, pay nothing. No taxes, no fees, no money down. And walk out with a new phone. There are 250 reasons to choose T-Mobile, and now nothing is holding you back.
On eligible devices with qualifying credit plan and 36-month finance agreement.
Sprained wrist, ankle twist. Broken thumb can't make a fist. Busted knee, surgery. That patch of ice you didn't see.
Where pain starts, Jernavix suzetrigine begins. Jernavix is a non-opioid 50-milligram prescription tablet for adults with moderate to severe acute pain that reduces pain signals before they reach the brain.
Tendon tear, nose repair, tripping on that broken stair, dislocation, operation, moped crash while on vacation.
Do not take Jernavix with CYP3A inhibitors. Avoid use with grapefruit or liver problems as these may increase side effects. Tell your doctor about all your medicines if you are pregnant or breastfeeding. Jernavix may make certain medicines and birth control less effective. Side effects include itching, muscle spasms, rash, and elevated muscle enzymes.
Joint displacement, knee replacement, fell on marbles in the basement, ladder slip, broken hip, that rock climb where you lost your grip.
To learn more about Jernavix, ask your doctor. Call 1-833-589-PAIN or visit jernavix.com.
I think we should have an open relationship
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Let's definitely do that.
with our cars.
Oh, FlexCar. Yeah, that's what I meant too.
FlexCar is the first and only month-to-month car lease. Swing from a Wrangler 1 month to a Prius the next. FlexCar. You drive everything.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with auto pay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter.
This is the story of the one. The one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I was at the Circa putting in work.
This is on camera. They can hear you. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
We stink.
Speak for yourself.
We didn't ask Evan, how was his birthday celebration, the dinner? Did he get the steak? And how was the comedy show, E?
Also, what Guru end up getting you?
We're going to do that today. We got a date after.
Oh, good.
And then I'm going to the Valkyrie game.
He's not listening.
Oh, okay.
He's happy birthday. Happy belated birthday,
Sorry,
my
guys
man.
are
No,
talking
I
about-
got you.
We asked how was the comedy show and did you get that steak?
Oh, didn't get the steak. Went to House of Nan King right here over the block, but the comedy show was pretty damn funny.
Joy Coy?
That's
Please.
Whitler's dude.
Please, no, this guy's on SNL. No, Michael Che, his one joke that I thought was pretty funny, it was more of a string of jokes, but he compared himself to his SNL co-host Colin Jost, who was married to Scarlett Johansson, top billing actress in the world. and he kept talking about how their dating paths are so dissimilar, it's not even funny, despite the fact they have the exact same job in New York City.
Wow.
And how Scarlett will always want to invite Che over for dinners, like double dates.
Sure.
And the last thing that he will ever do is bring a date to Scarlett Johansson's house.
Wow. The beautiful, by the way. Sounds like you had a good night. And I'm getting.
I think of her more.
He asked,
as
"Did I get
very
you something?"
talented.
And I'm getting you something after. If you know what I mean.
Well, you also don't have to. It's okay.
Yeah.
You're not going.
Yeah, Sonny's already turned us down.
It's a Wednesday, guys.
Dude.
You don't know by now. I don't know what to tell you.
That's pretty good.
We're talking about
life.
Who are part of the cores of these Giants, 49ers, and Warriors. We've had some good talk about Devers. Where does he fit? You know, the other thing is when I put this into context, when you're like, who's your core, so who are you going to build around? Well, one of the reasons Devers is in my, I think you got to build around him category is because they can't move him.
Well, if they decided to go to the
move him
buffet
at the deadline
and eat some bread.
They didn't move him at the deadline, and they wanted to. So if you can't move him, you got to find the things that he can do to help. And then, when we talked about the Warriors, I think it's interesting. And I hope it's a sign of your growth. You didn't have Steph Curry in your core.
No, I didn't, Scotty. That's my guy.
All right.
The chef.
Okay. Now let's go to Fleet from Oakland.
Our guy.
Because he has a different Warriors core.
Oh.
We're talking about all three teams. What's up, Flea?
Okay. The Warriors core is Steph. What's going on, guys?
All right.
Before I get started, what's going on? Hey. And I got a question for you guys. And I got a specific question for both of you guys.
I love it.
The Warriors core is Steph, Porzingis, and Yaxel. By All-Star break, Draymond Green will be traded. By All-Star break, he's going to be gone. And this is a question for you guys. When did you guys feel like I found my guy when it go between, as y'all being a team on the radio, when did you guys feel like that's my guy? Like we make a great team.
Wow.
And that goes for both of you, Steiny and Gould. How you guys feel when you said, oh, Steiny's my guy, we make a great team. When did y'all feel that?
Wow. That is, Flea, that's, wow. I'll let you go first. I know you're eager. You hate this stuff. I love it.
I hate it.
I love it.
What was the question?
When did you know we were, like, we might have something?
Well, there were a couple times, there were a few times when I thought we had it, and then we lost it. And then we had it a little bit, and then we lost it for a long period of time. We basically are, you know who we are? We're Devers. We hit about 244, 30 homers, 90 RBIs, which is exactly who we've been, just like Devers.
Devers has never had a limo waiting with Steinmetz and Johnson for him.
He's got his own driver.
Because of ratings. He ain't had that here.
Have we ever won the equivalent of a championship?
Yeah, we were number one in the market. No, so
he was number one in the country. We were number one in Northern California, Cowtown region.
Hey, it's the fourth largest market.
No, it's not.
That's in my bedroom. I got it written on the wall.
Yeah, we're
number
bigger than
one
Dallas.
in the market.
We're bigger than Dallas.
You don't cherish the wins.
No, and you don't look in the mirror and acknowledge what we're not the fourth largest market. Not even close.
All right, fifth.
Well, like ninth.
Trying to give me 8 more ahead of San Francisco.
Philly, New York,
Chicago,
Boston, Chicago, Miami, Philadelphia,
I want to check
DC,
Miami,
LA,
DC,
Houston. They're all bigger than this little small town.
Right. DC, Miami. No, that don't count. Anyway, Flea, I'll tell you when I knew.
We might not have been able to make it in any other market except this one. Don't you get it?
Tell me when I can
We
go.
would be booed out of town in Philly.
I feel like I'm getting
You
an
couldn't
Oscar
have handled
and you're
Philly.
preventing me from reading my victory speech. Evan, you don't know this. You may. I think we've talked about it. There was a day that you had rotating guys doing the show with you.
Yeah.
And you were asked about, And they were some talent. And I'll never forget, I owe you a lot, man. You were asked a question, and it was going, I would be in a week, somebody else would be in a week, somebody else would be a week. And you never said it to me, but I knew you had said it because the schedule had changed. And that's when I felt like I still had to work and deal with your crap, but I felt like we might have something.
Well, it wasn't like you beat out a lot of guys. There was only one other guy in the picture. And quite frankly, it was kind of a no-brainer.
You got a little cop to you. Man, you know how to do it. Oh, please, man. Oh, my gosh. You are something. So when did you know?
I never thought about it like that.
Fleet is awesome, man. That's what makes you, man.
I think, what have we been together, 9 years?
It's going on 10.
We've left a lot on the table. There's no doubt about it. But I don't think, for example, okay.
We've had 4 editions of our Dibs and Bonte.
All right. How about this? Yeah. Why don't we do this? Remember I wrote down a few words for Purdy? Do they fit for the show?
Okay, dude, I love this. All right, hold on.
Show's good. Okay, fine. Yeah, it's the show's
been
good.
Great at times.
Show's solid. Okay, I use solid. Yeah, this one's going to be a problem. I called Purdy reliable. You think we've been reliable? I don't. I've missed a lot of time.
No,
I've had surgeries. Okay. I've had surgeries. I've been banged up a little.
And we've had Evan to fill in for me with my I don't.
Well, if you were Mac Jones, that'd be one thing.
Okay, explain how we've been here 10 years in.
Because the market stinks. Because we have no competition. I mean, seriously.
That's why we had some real competition. But anyway, you're the greatest, man.
Okay,
you're the greatest. I get it. Yeah.
Are we diligent? No. That's what I called Purdy.
But see, I don't like any of those.
I called Purdy savvy. Is this a savvy show? No.
How about this? Are we real? Are we authentic? That's what that's how I judge us.
Okay.
I listen to the other shows.
Yeah.
Our station's phenomenal, but I'm talking about in other markets. People love you, man. You can pick your nose and people would like it.
Yeah.
That's what you like. They like that's you.
I'm just saying. You just
don't demean us.
I'm not demeaning us, but we get buried in any other market.
Steiny, we wouldn't.
Buried.
I got people reaching out saying, I'm listening to y'all.
You know what? Here, I'll challenge you.
Okay.
Go get another job in another market then. I'll bet you can't. I'll bet you can't. You know why? Because radio's not respected out here. You got to go to a big boy to be a radio superstar. Yeah, you got to be in Philly. You got to be in New York. They got love for you got to be in LA.
They got a little love for the goo in Pittsburgh.
I'm sure they do.
Daryl, but yeah.
Absolutely. You didn't have a career. Exactly.
You hated that question, Flea. Oh, dude, I get you now more than ever. But no, seriously,
Sonny, what would you think is your key to your success? Well, I don't think I had a lot of success, first of all, and I'd got to credit the market for being so soft.
See, please. We got legends out here.
We got nobody.
Radnich, Papa.
That was 15 years ago.
Don't Pete Franklin?
Right, they're not us. We're not in those guys' categories.
I'm not saying we are.
Okay, well, then we haven't, then we've left stuff on the table. No. We're not as good as Radnich.
We're
not as good as
part
Papa.
of Bay Area
Not as good
radio.
as Pete Franklin. Not
Those
as good
are
as
legends.
Tolbert. Not as good as Barbieri.
Yeah.
Don't you get it?
No, I got
We're
it.
not even on the Bay Area Mount Rushmore.
You're underselling us, but we're not better than any of those you mean.
No, in 3 days after we're off the air.
That I'll give you.
Okay. Legend.
I didn't use legends. You got more fans than you realize, bud. That's what I'm saying to you. And just own it. It's okay. And I know what you're doing.
Right. God,
it's like we win an award. And
why
he goes
is it
up and tells
so
the people,
hard?
We don't deserve this. Evan, that's what he's doing.
Why is it so hard?
The market's so weak.
To look yourself in the mirror and be honest. That's not you.
I do it every day.
People. It's okay to acknowledge your flaws.
No doubt.
And it's okay to say, I'm not the best at everything.
I think we do that together.
No, you never miss an opportunity to bring up the ratings.
Well,
you like to draw attention to ourselves. I don't like that.
And that's what I, and I like it because you don't like it. But sometimes you like when I do it.
I actually don't. Let's go to Ben from Hayward.
Man.
Ben's stuck on the Giants hitting.
Okay.
What's up, Ben?
Oh, man.
Hey, I don't care what you say. I love you guys.
Thank you.
There you go, B.
Appreciate it.
Hey, just real quick, if you want to keep, if we have to keep Devers, we build with him. We don't build around him. I mean,
that's great. I love it. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Okay. And one guy gave a pass to Adames. He's batting .224. And Chapman's .235. You have to figure out a way to get rid of them and start over, because all this talk about pitching. Yeah, of course we need pitching, but they don't score. They didn't score last year. They don't really score this year. So, you got to start over. This whole business of keeping those two guys, oh my God, you got to figure out a way, because it's not going to work. It didn't work last year. It didn't work this year. And the thing about Devers, yeah, he's got his numbers now, but what was he doing?
I'm with you, man.
What was he doing in the beginning of the year when they really needed him?
He's a slow starter.
Yeah. Well, and look what it got us, right?
Yep.
I'm just saying, if you have to keep him, okay. But the other two guys, oh my God, no. You got to figure out a way to get rid of them.
I feel like Buster's trying, man. I really do, Stoney. We'll never. Well, he did. He told us. They were listening to any and everything. And I'm just looking at Adames, and I got caught up with what he was doing in Milwaukee with the power. Stoney, he's never been an all-star. But, okay, forget the bat. And I know a lot of people can't. But, man, he is not a slick fielding shortstop. I'm looking at his body. I'm like, man, dude, what?
So was he a slick fielding shortstop, or did Buster Posey? Like, here's another guy, Adames. The numbers, yeah, the batting average has dropped.
Yeah.
But, like, Adames has been 83% of who he's been. Yeah. And Chapman's been, outside the injury, kind of like Chapman.
But he was Bowmel's guy, I thought,
The point is that Buster Posey acquired 3 guys. And obviously Chapman was here, and he said, we got a very good core. And they are a mediocre core.
No doubt.
That's the bottom line.
And will you admit to the caller's point, because he was on it, I don't want to take, I was the biggest Devers fan. But, Stoney, I'm all the way out, personal stuff, what have you. But you got to admit, he's putting lipstick on a pig, because early on when it was, he wasn't getting it done along with his teammates.
He's a slow starter. Period. End of story.
Yeah, but you came down Clay's road the year he ended up damn near 40%. You're like, Goo, you can't tell me, yeah, it's 40. But there was some turbulence along the way. That's how I feel about Ralphie, where he's at.
The difference, Clay Thompson's a notorious slow starter. Devers is a notorious slow starter. But, yes, Clay didn't have a great year when he shot 39.9%. Right. But at the end of the year, 40. Right. But, I mean.
You fought me on it, though. Like, Goo, hey, Goo, I get it's 40, but
I mean, I know you're going to say there's a cop-out, but I think baseball's different with the numbers.
Well, I'm mad at you.
I just do. I mean, like, if in baseball you have, 90 games where you go 0 for 4 and you strike out 4 times, right. That's unrealistic. But that does mean 70 games you're going to hit. Like, it takes, if you have one bad game in basketball, like a really bad game, you can get it all right back in the next game or two. Like if you make some threes. But like the thing with Devers is I don't know what we expected from him except who he was in Boston, and he's not that different from him.
Well, let me ask you this. Are you saying, and I'm asking you the question, if Posey goes shopping on the pitcher aisle and bullpen aisle in the baseball Walmart, and you don't trade Dever and Adames, Chapman heals, you got Jung-Hoo Lee Schmidt coming back, Eldridge, do you think this team could then compete?
No. Like, what if we found, and listen, you're going to say, well, you just said Devers is great. I'm not saying Devers is great. But now we've seen this core, Devers, Adames, Chapman. Buster Posey thought that was a really good core.
So did I.
They're not.
Yeah.
They're mediocre or below average as a core. So how can that not be on Posey? He acquired 3 guys that he thought could lead this team to success. They're worse than we thought.
So, Steiny, what can you realistically do
That's
then?
my point.
Move
It's
on
like,
from the core if you could move some of those guys or decide to eat money.
I don't know what you do. You made these mistakes over 2 or 3 years. You can't just snap your finger and it's over. The bottom line is say whatever you want. Devers, Adames, and Chapman are essentially all doing pretty much what they've done their entire careers. And Posey thought that was going to be good enough for that to be a successful core. And what we found is over the last 1.5 to 2 years, that's a below average core. So, like, what did he think? Did he think they were better on the field than they were on paper? Did he think the players around those 3 should have been way better because they would have helped those 3 guys more? I mean, and here's the other thing. This is where you got to count me out. Like,
New addition.
I'm not coming into next year being like, well, Devers is going to give you 35 and 85, and Adames is going to play, and he's going to do it. Like, we've already seen it 2 years in a row. They're not good enough doing what they've always done. You know why? Because when they were on good teams, they were like the 5th best player on their good teams. Even Devers, right? That team was loaded.
Yeah, but he
now
was
they
a
gotta
top
be
3 player on that World Series team.
Okay,
to me,
top 3? That's fine. Now he's got to be the best. And he's not hitting 38 homers like he did in Boston.
But do you give any credence to the fact that the stuff that you do in the clubhouse, if I'm right, or if you're a cancer or guys don't like you,
wouldn't let me get away with this.
It matters though, right?
Absolutely, but you wouldn't let me get away with it. I'm just saying, you're right. If he's a clubhouse cancer, he's got to go. But if I was like, Goo, come on. Like when I say something like, I don't think Devers respects Vitello. We can't say that, Steiny. It's like, okay. But I do believe it, and you believe that Devers is a cancer.
Right.
I don't believe Devers is a cancer.
Oh, man.
I think Devers is like, just let him alone. Just let him alone.
But even that...
Especially a guy like Vitello.
Yeah.
I mean, does Rafi Devers have to be managed? No, just put him out there 158 games and let him hit his 33 homers.
You're not going to like this. I got Eldridge in my core. I'm taking Chappie out, and I don't think I'd... So he's got to get first base. So something's got to be done this offseason if Devers goes nowhere. But now if you're Buster, don't you think he's trying to move him? Like
he's trying to move him at the deadline.
Yeah, no doubt.
Okay.
So for the people in the back that are telling me don't get accustomed to or don't think about Eldridge being the first baseman come April next baseball season, I'll take that bet.
Okay, but what I'm saying is if Devers is off the team next year and Eldridge is your full-time first baseman, can you acknowledge that perhaps for the next year or two, you've gotten worse at first base? Unless Eldridge hits 35 next year. All right. Because he can't field a lick.
Let's just say for this discussion, I give you that in first base. But what about the team component? Are we still losing 80 or 90?
Well,
I'm not blaming a lot. Well,
I'm not blaming
money,
Devers for this team stinking.
But how do we then how does the team inherit this talent? Because that's what we'll call Adames.
Well, I disagree.
Endeavors.
Like, stop saying.
But you're the guy that gives me the record, sister. Well,
like, stop. Quit trying. Like, stop.
We've had baseball aficionados on these airwaves say the Giants might have action after they pulled off this trade.
That was 1 week into the season.
No, I'm just talking about the reaction after the trade. It was there.
Okay, great. Everybody was wrong, including Buster Posey.
Yeah, but who knows why?
I'm going to credit this guy right here. Who? Right there. Evan Giddings. The day they got Devers, he said, they need more than Devers. Yeah. One guy's not going to make a difference on this team. Victory lap for Evan. Yeah. And he was right.
Take it, E.
I mean, I kind of want it.
Well, you got to.
It's 30 games below 500. I didn't think that was going to happen.
No, nobody did.
Now, I appreciate that. Like, that's right. They needed more, but not this bad.
It is one of the most confounding things in Bay Area sports in recent years.
And the thing is, it continues if we don't find out why.
Well, you seem to know why. So
I
we're
no,
trying
I
to move
don't.
Devers.
I thought it was the manager. I
You
thought
said it
they
was
needed an
Devers.
infusion of. No, I thought, Bob Melvin's dead, man. They need a guy. They need a youngster, and that's why I was pro Tony.
No, but listen, nobody, when they got Devers, was saying, what a terrible move.
Nobody. Stein was the other way.
Like, okay, great. We were all wrong. I thought it was going to, like.
They were 81 and 81. I'm not saying that's the playoffs.
Right.
They weren't this bad. So
why should they have gotten better? Their pitching stinks. It got so much worse. They have no pitching. Like none, zero. All right. Hey, that segment, 888-957-9570. That segment was sponsored by Cache Creek Casino Resort. You're going to love the way Cache Creek Casino Resort feels. Every escape there will feel a little more extraordinary. Every getaway a chance to make the moment yours. Everything at Cache Creek Casino Resort will feel wonderful. Cash in at Cache Creek Casino Resort. And as you know, something big is coming on September 2nd. DraftKings Game Day arrives with massive deals, exclusive deals, and all-day celebration built for sports fans. The countdown has begun, and all roads lead to Game Day. The DraftKings Sports app is now live in all 50 states. That means California, Texas, Florida, Maine, Massachusetts, all 50 states. One app, every sport. DraftKings Game Day is yours. So remember the date, September 2nd. DraftKings Game Day is the kickoff of a new season, a new era, and the biggest day in sports history. Get pumped and get ready to celebrate. New DraftKings customers sign up with the code 957TheGame. Spend $5 to get $150 in rewards within 14 days. That's code 957TheGame. In partnership with DraftKings, the crown is yours. Event trading offered by DraftKings Predictions, a CFTC registered introducing broker. Trading involves risk of loss. Market availability varies. Eligibility restrictions apply. $50 every 7 days via click to claim issued in non-withdrawable predictions dollars that expire in a year. Ends August 23rd. Terms dkng.co/predictions promo nationwide based on sportsbook, predictions, and free-to-play sports contest availability. It varies by state.
There is nobody like Baldy.
What I love about Baldy is that he loves ball.
NFL Network's Brian Baldinger every Tuesday at 7:30 with Spadoni and Shasky.
Sleep is overrated. I'm just trying to give America what they want.
Baldy, all season long. Don't miss it.
Wait, everything on this IHOP value menu is just $6?
I told you it was amazing. A huge plate of pancakes, bacon, and eggs is just $6.
Wow.
There's also French toast, a ham and cheese omelet, and oh, they got a BLT and fries now.
Okay, we're coming here every day.
You don't have to tell me twice.
Feast for just $6 with the IHOP value menu. $7 in some locations, available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Jane is a small business owner. Tell them what that's like, Jane.
Yeah, well, it's like a roller coaster with a lot of ups and downs, and some days things can feel like they're flying off the rails.
Yep, it's a lot. But the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business can help you manage it all. With the largest, fastest fiber-powered network designed for 100% reliability with business internet and wireless connect.
Nice. So everything stays on track.
The Total Solutions Advantage. No one does business like Comcast Business.
The more solutions you add, the more you save. Get started today with a qualifying internet package for as low as $60 a month when you add an advanced solution. Plus, new customers, ask how to get up to $1,500 in prepaid cards when you add 2 lines of mobile to a qualifying gig bundle. Don't wait. Call today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. New customers only. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and automatic payments with bank account required. $60 offer requires 300 meg internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Prepaid card offers end 9/13/2026.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every day you delay can mean lost wages, delayed medical care, and more stress for your family. At Boxer & Gerson, we fight for people just like you. Construction workers, delivery drivers, factory workers, restaurant staff, hardworking folks who get hurt just trying to earn a living. We won't back down. We get results. You work hard, you deserve real help. Call Boxer & Gerson now at 510-835-8870 or visit BoxerLaw.com. The consultation is free, but waiting could cost you. Boxer & Gerson, justice for workers.
Hi, I'm Richard Estrada with Atco Pest Control. What's bugging you at home? You can grab a spray or set a trap, but real pest control starts with identifying the source of the problem and keeping them out of your home. Atco has been servicing Bay Area homes since 1985. We take the guesswork out of it so you can move on. Go to atcopest.com. Trust Atco for the solution.
Right now is the perfect time to head to Saramonte Ford. Huge selection, big savings, and straight up great deals. They've got a lineup of brand new Fords ready to roll. Trucks, SUVs, and hybrids, all priced to move. Whether you're buying or leasing, Saramonte Ford makes it easy, fast, and stress-free. So don't wait. Stop in person right off 280 in Colma or online 24/7 at SaramonteFord.com. That's SaramonteFord.com. Saramonte Ford, your San Francisco Bay Area Ford dealer.
It's 5 o'clock. Your employees are headed home, but you're still updating spreadsheets, switching between software, and wondering where the day went. There's a better way. Odoo brings accounting, sales, inventory, CRM, and more together in one fully integrated platform. So you spend less time managing software and more time running your business, because your workday should end eventually. Try Odoo free at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I am grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
I know everything. So I'm asking the great Rich Mitchell.
I owe Curry nothing.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Count the bucket, baby.
According to Nielsen's designated market area, the rankings of the top 5 media markets, New York, LA, Chicago, Dallas, Philadelphia. You're worthless. Thank you.
Where's San Fran? Dibs just came in and said it was confirmed. Nielsen, we're the 4th largest market.
According to Nielsen's designated market area, the top 5 media markets in the country are New York, LA, Chicago, Dallas, and Philadelphia. I don't hear San Francisco in the top 4.
We're probably at 6, and you can't see it.
Yeah, well, we ain't 4. We ain't on the Mount Rushmore. We're called, you know what we are? We're others receiving votes.
Not 5,
not 6,
man.
not 7.
It's like the top 20 in football. We're like Tulane. Others receiving votes.
What cities you want? Let's just keep it real. Where you want to go? New York, the Bay Area, and LA. Chicago, okay. I've been there. It's cool. But those are the big 3.
If you think so, I guess you don't watch Fox News.
I don't.
Okay. They don't think San Francisco's up there.
Hi, Stephen A.
Okay. No,
you know what? That was uncalled for.
He's your guy.
No, something's going on, Steiny.
You better be careful.
The cookout pass is getting revoked.
How come, Goo?
He's doing too much.
Well,
he went on Sean Hannity.
Okay.
If you think that's already nothing. I don't want to get fired. I want another 10 years with you.
You ain't getting that. God.
Could you imagine? We'll be super gray.
No, this is like you saying, can you imagine you and me for 10 years? Like, hey, Steiny, what if the Warriors won 60 games last year? It's like, well, they won 37.
Yeah, I got you.
People will never remember this.
Thank you. Thank you. Nobody's going to remember us, Goo.
I don't like the effort that you're going. You're taking a chisel to what we've built. Like, okay, we're not 4th. Run with it. No, I was told we were 4th. Dibs came in and verified.
We're not 4th.
And I like to see what you use to see because it can be outdated. Like, I got to fact check.
Look,
I'll let Evan come up with it.
You do realize.
We're San Francisco, baby.
That's right. Cowtown compared to the big boys. God,
man said
I can see somebody out there saying, this guy is such a jerk.
Oh, they're out there, Steiny.
And they don't know my sense of humor.
No doubt.
Well, you're not that funny, Steiny. Well, then listen to another station.
They like you, man.
We're talking about, what are we talking about?
Devers and the Giants.
Yeah.
I'm with Willard. I didn't hear him yesterday. I want him out of here. They're out of here. You know, the caller called, we're coming down this road. No, it's just, there's something that I've seen the light with Devers, and he can remain a Giant. I'll root for him, but Steiny, he is a black hole when it comes to personality.
180 games from Devers to go from your favorite player.
And some antics.
Okay. One antic. And every player on the team this year has done something they should be ashamed of.
Well, can I count
every
two?
player.
Yeah, I
don't know why you single out Devers.
I got two.
Okay.
One, for the debacle that was, not coming off the bag, and then moving your ass out the way when the coach tried to pat. That's two.
Okay. Oh, two. Same incident.
Don't touch me.
We get to
Don't touch me.
But you won't say. So Chapman said twice to Schmidt.
I love that.
Catch the effing ball.
Yeah, I like that. Catch the ball.
But that's two incidents in your book.
No, Chapman don't even count. That's not even an incident.
Well, then you clearly have not. That's not. You don't show up a teammate
Chapman
like that.
wasn't being insubordinate.
Okay.
He was telling the youngster, catch the rock, man.
That's funny.
Draymond Green. That's what he was doing.
He ain't Draymond Green.
Well, on this TV is.
Like, see, this is,
Big Butt Devers?
That's fine. I get it.
What?
Now here it is. And, what Chapman did, I didn't have a problem with it. Okay, fine. Now today, you're okay with a guy undressing a young player in front of everybody. All right, that's fine. I wasn't at the time. I thought it was a bad look, and I don't think there's much of a difference between Chapman doing what he did to Schmidt and Devers doing what he did not coming off the bag, and Adames doing what he does all season long.
Oh, Steiny, I disagree with you.
Whatever Roop did that time.
No, he was just saying, yeah. Well,
so I don't know why you single out
one's
Devers.
Being insubordinate.
They're all being insubordinate.
Nah, Steiny,
the whole season.
OG telling the youngster to catch the ball is to me, come on, man. That's like Draymond when he throws a pass and the guy doesn't catch it and he gets on, I don't like it.
Well, what about when it's Draymond's fault?
Yeah. I come in here and come down this road.
No, my point is like, okay, now today, what Chapman did, you loved. All right,
and I did,
okay.
Well,
I don't think you loved it at the time.
I think it's unfair to say that's up there with not coming out of the game or trying not to come out of the game, Stoney.
I think there's been about 8 things this year that have been egregious.
You could be right. There might be 12.
And plus, the other thing is like, seriously, how old's Schmidt?
27.
Okay, so he ain't that young even. So he kind of undressed a veteran or a guy who's been around. And who the hell's Matt Chapman?
No, your third baseman.
It hasn't been a good year. Guys haven't been at their best. When years like this happen, it brings out the worst in guys and players and coaches. And to me, that goes for everybody on the team.
Even the manager.
Nobody's comported themselves well.
Even the manager.
So I'm not going to pick out and single out Devers.
So you want him here?
I didn't say that. You're not going to be able to get rid of him. I loved what our caller said. You have to build with him, but you don't build around him. I love that. I hadn't even thought about that terminology. So I'm just saying, go ahead and get rid of Devers. You're getting rid of your best offensive player, right? As bad as he is.
We're not winning the damn thing.
Okay.
So I'm just saying.
Right.
And what if the manager can't even dare talk to him? Get rid of that for Vitello, then his job becomes easier.
With all due respect, Vitello's got no need to talk to Devers. Devers been in the league 11 years. Just pencil him in.
Yeah, but I'm your boss.
Okay, so what's Vitello going to say to Devers? Hey, Rafi, we need you to backhand that ball. Hey, Rafi, we need you to just hustle over to first base a little more.
You're killing me.
You let these guys go, those veteran guys. And I kind of agree. If you're going to use they're not winning with him, then get rid of Curry.
That's different.
Well, of course, because it's Curry. But it's really the same. It's the same. Let's go to Big A. Big A's in the city. All right.
Hey, what's happening, gentlemen? Hey, man, listen, Goo, man. You're getting up all of your feelings, man. I agree with Steiny on this one. Anytime you got a team on the verge of losing 91 games or 100 games, man, everybody's on the chopping block. Everybody's on the chopping block.
Gotcha.
And then you look at Devers, you're trying to demonize him, saying he's a cancer in the locker room. You don't know that. You just want to say, hey, if you get rid of Devers, we're going to have a better team. That's not the case. That's not the case, man. You got to let this play out. And Steiny's right on this. You can't demonize one guy for doing something and not demonize another guy for doing something just as equivalent to it. So, hey, get out of your feelings on this one.
All right. And real quick before you hang up, I just got a real fundamental problem of Chapman telling his teammate to catch the ball and a guy, and I've never seen it in the majors, and I've been watching for 40 years, not come off the bag because the manager summoned a pinch runner. That, to me, is not demonizing anybody. That was an embarrassment. That was Ralphie Devers giving a middle finger to the manager who he doesn't respect, but I didn't say much then. I didn't like it, and now I just watch him, and it's apparent dude ain't on the same page, man. And that's why Boston got rid of him. That's just how I believe.
I hear you. You're entitled to that, my brother. But the reality of the situation is that you can go up and down the roster, man, and everybody's been stepping in caca all season.
All right.
And Steinme stated that. He stated that. You go up and down the roster. But, hey, it's one of those seasons, man. This is what you got to grapple with. It's one of those seasons where you're going to lose 91 games or 100 games. So that's a hard pill to swallow. And so you just got to deal with that and then move forward. But you can't sit there and try to demonize one player and say, this is why we're not moving forward, because that's not the case.
Yeah.
That's not the case. I'm from Cleveland, man. I'm a Cleveland Indian fan. And so, hey, I
look at you. Guardians.
Yeah. Yeah. Been there, did that. So, yeah. It's all good, man.
And before you leave, we talked about the pitching being the kill. Like, that's bigger than Devers. I know that. This pitching is horrible, but I'm just telling you, man, this is bad.
And there's frustration all the way down the roster. You
Absolutely.
look at my man. He's the best pitcher on the team. But, man, he ain't got no support there. He ain't got no support. Webb ain't got no support. He's just out there. And so it's hard to get up every day and do what you do when you know the end results are coming and how they going to come. So that's a hard thing to do, man.
I got you.
Thanks, Big A.
So can I read something to you? And I know you were having fun, Steiny, but just give me the real Steiny response to this, because we're debating about it. So Austin in San Jose says, Guru, the Red Sox situation has nothing to do with Devers now. But what if I told you, Austin, it does? Because now we've got to watch him a year and a half, at least I have. I didn't judge him on what went down in Boston, but he was such a talent. Why did they get rid of him? We knew there was friction, but I wasn't prejudiced. I didn't judge him when he came here. I was excited, but I'm watching him nightly. I'm reading the articles from the beat writers. I just don't think he's a team player. I think it's fair now that I could say, you know what? Maybe that thing in Boston, they were onto something. I don't think I'm cooking the books with that.
But, instead of saying, why did Boston try to trade him, why don't you say, why did Posey get him if there were red flags in Boston?
Well, he was giving them the benefit of the doubt.
Well, okay, he made a mistake.
I
it
am
was
not
a
arguing
terrible
that.
move.
I'm
it
not
may have set
arguing
the
that.
franchise back.
You were right.
And I get it. You keep saying, everybody loved the trade. You're right. I was like, damn, they got Ralphie Devers. They traded a pitcher who hasn't been pitching in the big leagues. This is a guy who hits 30 home runs. Guess what? Just because everybody was wrong doesn't mean, Posey gets off the hook for it, because everybody agreed with him.
I'm not giving you any of that Posey skates free. It's horrible.
Okay. Well,
and he's got a list of horrible, and Vitello may be one of them.
No kidding. So, what do you do if you're Buster? You can't, he may not be able to trade Ralphie Devers.
But what about this?
Because he couldn't at the deadline.
What if he doesn't know what to do? That's the nightmare on Giant Street.
Well, it's already a nightmare on Giant Street. Right. What would give, I don't understand. So when they hired Buster Posey, or anybody gets hired in pro sports,
okay,
you just automatically think that they're going to be successful.
No.
Okay, so then Posey's been here for 2 years or whatever it is. Why would you ever think he's going to be successful after the 2 years that he's had?
Well, I thought because as a player, as a championship level player, he knew pitching and defense were a staple of something he went through, that he would have the vision to, and now I'm all over. How's that Patrick Bailey trade look? Like, they have nothing behind the plate, but we wanted to run him out of here because nobody else was hitting. When he wasn't hitting, Devers wasn't hitting, nobody was hitting, but he was the scapegoat. My point is, I'm watching Giant baseball. The catching position is suffering defensively. You can say no big deal, but my point is, I thought Buster had a vision.
Okay, what do you think after 2 years now?
It's an F.
Okay. So,
and I don't know if he's got study hall or the right teacher to get him to C+ or B. But he's going to get that chance.
I guess what I'm saying is why, like, when they hired Buster Posey, I was just, what do I know about Posey? Nothing, except when he was a player.
A champ.
Okay, did you put into the equation at all that sometimes players don't succeed in these roles? Did you put into the equation that he has no experience? Did you put into the equation that, I wonder how he can be really familiar with the minor league system? Okay, now he hires Vitello. It's like, I'm sorry. When they hire Buster Posey, I don't say, this team's going to win. I'm saying, let's see what he can do. So I never assume, like, a guy's going to kick ass.
Yeah. And what blows me...
Why would you assume Posey's going to kick ass as a GM? Just because he was a good player?
No.
Like, that doesn't
you have one of the
translate.
great managers, so you would know what goes into being a successful skipper.
Okay,
but
well, now
you
he's
go
hired
hire
3.
No, but I'm talking about Tony Vitello. Like, forget Tony the man. Tony the resume shouldn't have been the guy that, if I'm thinking Bruce Bochy had that big of an imprint on what you look at as a skipper, a successful one, Buster, why would you go out there and roll the dice on a dude that never did it on the major league level? And then you come
Why
out...
would you expect him to make every right decision when he's got no freaking clue? He's never done it before. And by the way, I'm pretty sure he's in his second or third year and we're our third manager. Like, he had the quintessential guy, old school guy in Melvin. Not good enough. He goes to Vitello. Not good enough. Tell me what he's doing
I can't.
Well, and that's the thing.
I said he might be the real Tony Vitello. I've said that.
I don't look at a baseball team and say, well, Devers, Adames, and Chapman haven't been very good since they've been Giants, but next year they're going to be good. It's like, no, they're not. Why? They're the same as they've always been, but they're not good enough. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports station, always live on the free Odyssey app, and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk studio. Here's another question I have. So the Giants have been 500 the last 4 years, and now this year they may lose 100. So have they taken, they've gotten this much worse, or are they just having a bad year? Like, what I'm getting at is Buster Posey has objectively made this team worse. Worse. Like, they are the worst team in baseball the last year and a half. So, I mean, and he might be able to turn it around, but, let's face it, it's fingers crossed. Hopefully he can make some good moves. What's been Buster's best move? I don't even, seriously.
I thought the Devers trade was his best move. But again, if you're not going to blame Devers because he's getting his numbers, that's what concerns me the most. I don't know if they know, the people in the know, what's ailing them. And I will give Buster this out. I mean, the Giants haven't won a playoff series in over a decade, so this is bigger than Buster. I'm just blown away that, he couldn't. Like, how much is the instruction? All that stuff's down here. Now, I know they got a bunch of trades and the farm rankings, they've gone up. But, man, if you're telling me, 2031, watch out, San Francisco Giants, I mean, how is that going to work when you're paying Adames, you're still paying Devers, you got Chapman. So I'm asking you, Steiny, when does the losing stop?
Not for a while. Like, what do you think, they're going to be good next year?
No, but the record resets, and you never know.
And here's the other thing about, I finally figured out, by the way, when we're talking about Logan Webb, well, the Giants have wasted him. What does that even mean? The Giants. Who are the Giants?
The team he pitches for.
Okay, but who are we talking about? Posey, Manassian, Bear, Farhan Zaidi, Bobby Evans, Scott Harris, Pete Petula?
Yeah.
Who screwed Logan Webb?
People responsible for fielding a winner.
Okay,
outside
that's
107 wins.
25 guys over the last 10 years. Who do you I don't know what that means. The Giants have let him down. They've had 17 guys at the top of their organization. Nobody's been able to get it right. How come?
Well, he's the one shining star, the guy that you could I'm talking about seasons now, seasons worth, to where you could count on, and nobody would deny that or fight that. But unfortunately, his seasons ended when the 162 was played, but once, because his team or the guys around him couldn't win.
Let me ask you this. Okay, the Giants have wasted Logan Webb. Let's get a little more specific. What Giant front office guy or manager has absolutely screwed Logan Webb the most?
I'm not even being mad. Why? Why do you care?
Because saying Giant...
No, the fact his career has been wasted. Right. Now you want to go Dick Tracy on...
Right.
Okay, so you want a name.
That's right.
There's names.
Give me names.
But it doesn't change the fact that it's been wasted.
Yeah.
His talent has been wasted. I think that's fair.
Yeah, you put an umbrella over the Giants. Let's go. Let's start really talking about it.
What are you going to do with that name? Because there's names. That's not just one person.
So, fine. You don't want to really get into it. Because what I'm saying is
who it is the phrase.
Okay, you want to say Giants? Was Brian Sabian involved?
No, you tried to yesterday. You tried to argue or go against the premise that he hasn't been wasted. You now know his talent has been wasted.
But who's responsible?
We could be here till 5 o'clock.
Thank you. Let's do it. We got a show. Who's responsible? Is it mostly Posey?
It's management.
Larry Baer?
Management.
Okay.
Put him on. We can.
I mean, how much of the wasting did Farhan Zaidi do?
He was here 6 years, 50%? Right? He got him to 70%. He got him to a playoff.
It's like there's no such thing as like the Giants with the same personnel at the top for 12 years. It's like there's nine guys who've come through the pike. Right. They've all tried to help this team.
I love that comp. It's different. I'm not saying he's as good as Mike Trout, but the bottom line is we could be here again till 5, Steiny, with those names. On the bottom line is the one thing you can count on with the Giants is Logan Webb getting the ball and pitching his ass off. And unfortunately, he doesn't have a lot to show for it.
Right.
Now, has he said a word? No.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, let's break down who are the Giants personnel that have hosed Logan Webb. Okay, Farhan's number one. He hosed him the most. Now, Bobby Evans. Did he do not, I get it. Yeah, the Giants have, but it's literally a dozen guys who have come through the organization, some of whom are still here, some of whom haven't been here in 4 years. So, yeah, okay, the Giants have wasted him, but what does it really mean? 4 regimes have been involved in wasting him.
Well,
so nobody's able to figure out what's going on in San Francisco.
And that can, forget Logan Webb for 1 second, Stoney, that continues to be the case. When does it stop?
Right.
And Buster Posey is now a part of it.
Okay. So you want to fire him now?
No, because I think he's Buster Posey, and he's probably get as many cracks as they want to give him.
Okay. So,
but if you said somebody wanted to fire him,
would you say
in
this
some
is
other market, I could understand.
Would you say this is going to be a 2 or 3 year process for the Giants?
No, I think longer.
Okay, so next year, if they go 80, if they go 75 and not, that's people are going to be pissed.
And I'm asking you this: is Devers, Adames, and Chapman still here? Like that, at some point you got to bite the bullet, man.
And do what?
And if you want to really start over and give Vitello, it's his team, he's the manager, and he doesn't have to deal with what I deem, I don't want to use cancer, problem child, then tear it down and spend to tear it down. But you can't start over with these dudes.
Money, and they made big mistakes.
Yes, sir.
And now you just don't get to fix those in a snap of a finger.
But to your point, if Devers is not the worst thing going for you with those 30 and 80 RBI, okay, add some pitching and see what you got. You said you didn't want to hear that, Steiny. And what if he goes and gets some pitchers?
All right, how are they going to do that? Do you think management's going to let him spend another $100 million?
I mean, you got to fix Hauser and Molly. Oh my gosh.
Well, why didn't he do it last year?
Well, he did. He just went to he went to Kmart and got Hauser and Malley and
so why didn't he spend bigger money last year?
Maybe he thought they were closer than they obviously are not.
I mean, that's the other thing. You got Devers, you got Chapman, you got Adames. Man, what are you going to do? Just go out and sign free agents? Give 2 pitchers $150 million?
You got to do something.
They won't do that.
But we don't know. They got to do something.
You really think the Giants are going to take on more payroll with these guys still on the roster?
I don't put it past them. Especially if they think their offense is not the problem.
All right. I don't know why you would give them the benefit of that doubt.
So if we bet 2 new pitchers this offseason for
they're not going to be big like they're not going to be highly paid pitchers.
So like Hausers of the world and Malley again. Like
yes.
I wouldn't be.
Or they'll try to find a Gosman or a Rodon to come in here. Like that's their MO. Because I guess they're not great at developing pitchers either. Because some young ones have gotten away.
Yeah.
But like I don't know where they go from here.
I don't feel like we're saying the same thing.
Like
man.
I don't know how much worse they really are this year than in past years, other than like their record.
Okay,
like,
I'll say this.
I don't know if this is who they are, or the last 4 years was really fool's gold, and they were basically a team 10 games under 500 that eked out a 500 season.
I know we're up against it, but I thought the switch from Melvin to Vitello was what this team needed. They were 81 and 81, and if you get some more fire in here, maybe that could bump you to 90, 9 games. But man, did I find out, along with a lot of Giant fans, there's other big issues going on. And can Buster fix it?
Buster's the problem. Maybe. Hey, you only get one shot at this. One chance to handle your injury case the right way, one chance to get the compensation you actually need, and one chance to protect your future. And once you make the wrong move, you don't get a do-over. Sign too early and it's final, say the wrong thing and it's recorded. Take a low offer, you can't go back. So before you make any decisions, call Beam Law. They step in immediately. They guide you, protect you, and make sure every move is made with your best outcome in mind. Beam Law has recovered millions for clients across the Bay and has been named Best of the Bay by SF Weekly 4 times. So if you've been injured or lost someone due to someone else's negligence, don't take that risk. Call Beam Law now at 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555. Or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
Need to get something off your chest?
I'm gonna call you crazy in Spanish. You're loco.
Stuck in traffic and can't take it anymore?
I can't handle this.
We've got the solution for you. Call the Sound Off line at 628-400-9880. That's 628-400-9880. And leave a message. It's Sound Off. Every morning at 8 a.m., starting Monday on 95.7 The Game.
In the market for a new mattress but overwhelmed by all the options? At Mattress Firm, we make it easy. Just drop in, answer a few questions, and our sleep experts will guide you to your perfect mattress. And with choices for every budget, it's no wonder more shoppers choose Mattress Firm than any other mattress specialty retailer. And now, save up to $1,400 on Tempur-Pedic Split King sleep systems. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
I move mountains for a living. Literally. That means I don't carry hand lotion, and when it comes to serious heartburn, I don't mess around with anything but Rolaids Max Strength. Its dual-active formula has 1,500 milligrams of calcium carbonate and magnesium hydroxide that relieves heartburn fast. And the best part? The roll fits right here in my pocket, so I can get back to moving mountains.
Rolaids spells powerful relief. 1,500 milligrams is our highest amount of antacid per tablet. Read each label. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
T-Mobile is launching something no other wireless network offers. Introducing Nothing. Pay nothing today and walk out of the store with a new phone.
What did he say?
Nothing.
You definitely said something about nothing.
Exactly. Go to T-Mobile, pay nothing up front, and leave with a new phone.
Wait, nothing rules.
She gets it.
Hey, thanks for nothing.
For the first time ever, switch to T-Mobile, pay nothing. No taxes, no fees, no money down. And walk out with a new phone. There are 250 reasons to choose T-Mobile, and now nothing is holding you back.
On eligible devices with qualifying credit plan and 36-month finance agreement.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and R&S Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from Valerie from San Mateo. We had trouble fixing our gate with another company, and my sister told me about R&S. After my gate was perfectly finished, I told Daniel there was a problem with my garage. We planned a day to have him come by and fix it, and my garage works perfectly now.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with R&S Doors, and they
they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
So, I need hamburgers, sodas, ice, and a DJ.
A DJ?
Relax, Spa. With T-Mobile, we're saving when we bundle home internet and phone lines.
Oh, wow.
Here to bundle and save big. Stay connected con tu gente with 4 lines from T-Mobile with fast, easy to set up 5G home internet and save up to $1,000 a year. Switch now on T-Mobile.com/conectate. Savings based on third line free via monthly bill credits. Internet discount with $15 in monthly bill credits and auto-pay discount. Qualifying credit required. Credits will stop if you cancel any lines or change plans. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Toyota's national sales event is on now. Summer isn't over yet, and neither is your chance to explore California in a Toyota. Get 3.99% APR plus $500 finance cash on 2026 Tacoma SR5. Or get 2.99% APR on 2026 Tundra. Time's running out to take advantage of Toyota's national sales event before summer ends. Visit your local Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places. Offers available through TFS to buyers with premium rated credit. Cannot be combined with other offers. Cashback offer excludes Tundra TRD Pro. Ends 8/31/26.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it today to carsforkids.org. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to donate your car today. That's CARS with a K.
If life is a game to be won, then every child deserves to play on a level field. Children International is empowering young people in poverty on their journey by giving them the tools, the training, and the skills to shape their own futures. From the early days of development through all stages of growth and into employment. This is how, together, we can help end poverty for good. Learn more at children.org.
This is the Game of the Week report, brought to you by Hyundai.
The biggest tennis tournament is about to begin in New York City. Ahead of the official events beginning August 30th, fans are welcome to attend the completely free festivities the week before. On the ground, spectators can watch the high-stakes qualifying tournament matches, open player practices, and marquee exhibition events.
The Game of the Week report is brought to you by the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. Learn how it's so much more than just another SUV at HyundaiUSA.com.
Oh, hey, Sarah. Did you hear my daughter Katie got Camper of the Week?
That's a big deal.
We got a big deal too, right, Mom?
Honey, shh.
What's that?
Okay, that Hyundai Santa Fe, I only paid.
Nice.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days, or 1.9% APR for 72 months on the Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Plug-in Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid. During the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Offers end September 8th. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
Oh, Diggy Zua.
That dude should return his muscles.
I lost. I'm out. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I'm giving a Diggy Zua.
We haven't talked about
over under. I'm taking the over. 11.5. No, 10.5 sacks. 10.5.
Wow.
Because I think he had 9 last year, didn't he?
Yeah, but yeah, he needs help. Just like
Bosa.
Bosa needs it too. But man, that's a lot, Steiny. Let me
see what he's for him. I may have just said something that Goo usually says. I may have gone out on a limb.
I'll bet you he doesn't get 11.5 sacks.
I was trying to get
I said 10.5.
I'll bet you 10.5.
How many do you have last year?
I don't care.
Really?
I want to say he had 9 last year. Steiny.
Yeah, I thought it was up there.
Yeah.
Well, it's going to take me a while to spell his name.
Well,
no, let's lock that up now.
Yeah, we're in the 4th largest market.
All right, Odiggy Zua with...
It's got to be 9. Drew Brees.
Oh, boy.
More than that?
No, this can't be right.
Oh.
Are you looking at what I'm looking at?
My guess would be 5.
Yeah, I wish. This can't be right.
No, I would know.
More than 3?
Never had more than 4.5. I take it, like I said.
Wow, dude, he was so mind.
Let me tell you something.
Man.
Don't let him have a breakout year.
Well, he's got some action.
He's pretty good.
Snaps.
He's going to be like He's going to be a better version of the guy they got from the Eagles who stunk.
Oh, man,
Hargraves.
that was just bad. I'll say this to that. We haven't heard him injured, though. You got to say that about OC. We haven't heard him nursing anything, not yet.
Just jinxed him.
Not yet.
Yeah. You wanted to give a shout-out.
Oh, yeah. You got it. It's for you mostly, but, oh, boy. I can't. Okay, here it is.
I'm excited.
Hey, Goo, can
Okay.
you give a special shout-out to my daughter, Michaela, and the James Logan JV and varsity girls flag football team whose season kicks off today. Go Colts.
Let's go, Logan.
All right.
So that's why she wanted me. Michaela, remember I told you I met them at Chaplin's in the Union. So shout out to the JV and varsity girls flag football. Man, I wonder what time that. Well, I'm going to Valkyries tonight, but I'm going to a game. Yeah, let's go, Colts.
Good luck.
Yep.
Good luck to
What was your
Michaela.
high school nickname?
Blue Jays.
What was it? Franklin? What was your high school? The name.
Blue Jays.
But the name of the Blue Jays, like James Logan Colts. What was your
The holy name,
Okay.
Blue Jays.
All right. What about yours, Evan?
We were the Panthers. St. Mary's College High School
Right.
Panthers.
I was just curious. Dude, I got a crazy trivia question for you, too. This is from our guy, Jim Molay, but this, you got to be an intellect, so I don't know if you guys are ready. All right, you ready? Here we go.
Sure.
Of all the 2026 NFL logos, only one team's logo consists of a single color. So on a transparent background, there's only one color. I know the answer. Which one is it? I just spent 4 hours on this, Evan. Oh, Evan looked like he already knows.
I think I know the answer, but I want to know what Steining
Okay.
thinks.
Can you give it to me again?
Okay.
I was responding
Of the-
sarcastically.
okay. Of all the 2026 NFL logos,
Okay.
all 32 teams, only one team's logo consists of a single color. So on a transparent background, only one color. Which team is it?
Well, I'll be honest with you now. Do you mind if I now?
Oh, no.
Look
You
at
have to
all
do
the
that.
teams
No,
in the
for
NFL.
this, you would have to do that. Evan thinks he has it. Evan, while he's looking, give us a guess because we could end this quick.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. I'm pretty sure it's because the logo was updated this year, because I do not remember this
say it.
team having only one color. And they play in the Niners division, yes or no?
Yes.
Yeah, see, like, the Rams had yellow in their logo the last 4 years.
Let me
I
look
can't, but
at it.
it's not, he got it. But I wanted to fight Jim because, not literally, I'm looking at the Cardinals and theirs is red.
Wait a minute. I'm looking at yellow
Yeah.
and blue.
But the background,
I think it's
if you
the,
put it
the
on-
logo on their helmet. And apparently the Rams only have a blue because they updated. I saw it a couple
Evan,
weeks ago.
you got it. But you didn't look at the chat, huh?
No,
you
but
got it.
I remember some people talking about it because I thought it was really weird.
And I'm looking
They
like,
still
why
have
are the
Ram-
Cardinals not?
They still have the yellow Ram thing. What am I missing? I just said Rams' new logo on helmet. It still got blue and yellow.
It's only supposed to be blue.
You get it?
No.
Like if you put it on a...
I'm missing something here
Dude,
for sure.
I'm-
Like, Steiny, if you pull up ESPN and you pull up the NFL page, it'll have a drop-down link of all the logos for each team. And if you look through all of these teams,
Look at his
the only one that has a single color is the Rams. Like the Cardinals have red and black, Niners have red and white,
Jim.
Seahawks gray and blue, but the Rams are only one.
NFL.
Yeah, go look.
Drop down to teams. Oh, no, logos.
Okay. You got it?
Just hover over the
it's
NFL
blue.
page.
It's all blue.
Yeah, it's-
right.
All right.
But you're right. I swear the last
Tricky.
few years it's been yellow or gold.
Yeah. Hashtag random. That was a great random one.
Yeah, I don't know. I
My question
I
is, why wouldn't
expected-
it be the Browns?
That's what I thought. Because
Well,
I think
that's
they
a
have
good
that
one.
the one thing right here,
The stripe.
where it's a little different color. I expected a little more out of Mole.
Well,
it's not Cleveland Browns with a hint of white. It's
Yeah, I
just the
don't-
Browns.
Hey, Steiny, you taking Ben John? I'm being real here, and Evan. quarterback combos. I know we did this show, but I got to bring this one to the table because it is sexy to me. Ben Johnson, Caleb Williams.
Okay.
Brock Purdy, Kyle Shanahan.
What team do the other guys play for?
The Bears.
And you know I'm kidding.
Yeah.
The Shanahan Purdy. They're just more.
Evan, I'm
more
taking Ben Johnson. Where Caleb Williams is at and what he's done early, I'm just asking you, I ain't leading the witness. Ben Johnson, Caleb Williams, or Purdy and Kyle?
Caleb Williams is like a great home run hitter that strikes out a lot.
Wow.
He's going to hit 250, but he'll probably hit 35 home runs.
I'm curious, how do you determine when you're given two choices and you just say, this one because they've done more? And then how do you determine when you decide, I'm going to take the guys who have accomplished less?
Because I believe this
feels like a double standard.
No, and I love that. But and you don't know this because, we talk Niners here, but Stoney, Ben Johnson and Caleb Williams, they're destined to win a Super Bowl. Like that, I really feel like that's going to happen in our lifetime. Here in the next 7 years.
What about Kyle and Purdy?
I don't know what's around them, and if they have to reboot and replace the OGs, that's why I always say to you guys, my fear is has the Niner window closed. That doesn't mean Purdy and Kyle are done, but then you got to take time to rebuild to get back in that race. I think these guys almost knocking off the Rams in the playoffs. I like his play calling. Is he Kyle? He's up there, but he ain't done as much as Kyle. But he's got a guy that can, Stoney, keep, like Purdy, but just at a greater, like if I told you Caleb Williams or Brock, who you taking?
Brock Purdy.
Evan, is it even close, Brock or Caleb? I'm taking Caleb.
Yeah, I'd rather have Brock Purdy right now.
I mean, here's all I'm saying. If I'd be like, I'm taking Caleb Wilson, you'd say, Stoney, he's been to 2 Super Bowls whatever, and you would run down his accolades and you would win the argument. You just would. Because Purdy's been there,
but
done
your word is nuanced.
I
And
know.
this is a young quarterback that is more physically gifted than Brock, okay, for whatever that means. But now you got a Jedi in Ben Johnson is Purdy has in Kyle. So if Ben Johnson's the guy that I think he is with the skill set that his quarterback has with his gifts, I think danger ahead for other NFL teams. And last year they gave the Rams all that and some, in that playoff game.
What year is this for Ben Johnson?
This will be his second year. Stoney, I mean, he knocked it out the park. Well, just a thought.
His quarterback doesn't even complete 60% of his passes.
But like but Evan, they still have success.
They had 6 fourth-quarter comebacks last season. That's a lot.
A lot of people picking them to fade.
How many games did they win last year?
11.
Yeah,
a lot of people saying they're going to be what Daniels and what's my boy, the coach for the Commanders did last year. They went to the NFC Championship and just regressed.
Well, okay, here's
Quinn.
All right, so you're convinced Johnson and Kay,
they could get. Yeah.
All right, I'll bet you right now they won't win as many games as last year.
No, I ain't taking that. Yeah. My whole thing was 7 years. That's 84. That's 84 months. We got a long while. But when I heard that, I'm like, it happens. But like, what if I told you the Bears are making the playoffs? I feel like they're a playoff team.
I'm dismissing you.
No.
You just said these guys are destined to win a Super Bowl, and I said, well, then
I said in the next 8 years.
No,
I didn't
8.
say. Yeah, I said 8 years.
Okay.
Well, I said 7.
Okay.
Could be 12 more.
Okay.
You hated I didn't take it. No, Stoney,
I knew you weren't going to take it because you, once again, as the great Chris Townsend used to always say,
what?
You got over your skis. You tend to get over your skis.
I was giving Ben Johnson and Caleb Williams a compliment. I'm telling you, they're a problem. Like, let's make
They're
that
not even going to win 9 games.
How about let's make it? Will they be a playoff team?
That's
They're
not
in a
what
division.
you said. You said you see them winning a Super Bowl
in the next 8 years.
Okay. Well, then they should make the.
All right, let's make the bet. Next 8 years, they'll win one.
I'm not making a stupid bet like that.
That's what. Come on, I'm not saying this year.
Ben Johnson might be fired in 2 years.
But I didn't. You would win. But I didn't say. I didn't say they were winning the Super Bowl this year. I'm saying will they be a playoff team to your 11? That's fair. Meet me halfway.
No, you're just...
Because you know they're going to make the offs.
You're just guessing on everything. You don't believe half of what you say.
I'm willing to make a
really
bet
don't.
that they'll make the playoffs this year. Where
That's
you at?
great.
Where you at?
I'm not making that bet.
See?
I'm not making that bet because your original statement is just like
8 years.
I think Jim Harbaugh will win a Super Bowl with Herbert in the next 8 years. Like, okay, great. I don't know what that means.
All right, and then you wanted some action, and you wanted to make it all that in 1 year. I said that's a dumb bet.
The bet is if you think they're so good, they won 11 games last year. I'll bet they don't win 11. That's all I'm saying.
That's not a fair bet.
Okay, well then you don't really believe in them this year.
Playoff team.
Okay.
Where's the bet?
The way you were talking about this juggernaut, I would think you think they were going to elevate from last year.
They could. That could be on the table
then
right
bet
before.
it.
No.
So you don't really believe what you're saying about these guys.
I said they'll be a playoff team.
Right, after you said they were going to win the Super Bowl.
In 8 years.
Okay.
Yep.
I mean, that's
For me,
just...
Dude,
it's back to work and attacking with an enthusiasm unknown to mankind.
Just make the bet for the playoffs, not 11.
No.
That's a whole lot of winning.
You make the bet about your first instinct on this team.
Can I make the bet?
Sure.
Oh, Evan, we got one?
Yeah, you can have the Bears make the playoffs. I will take them to not.
Let's lock it in.
I don't do that. He does.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying, we got one, E.
Sounds good.
I'm putting it on the ledger.
Go Vikings.
That division's really good, too.
Dude, I know it. But they're good, E. I think they're good. They got some weaponry.
Yeah, but you don't think they're going to win 11 games?
No, you're really irritated because you want me to bet they're going to win the Super Bowl this year. I didn't say that. But, Steiny, they're making the playoffs. It might not be 11, but they could win 13. E, I'm with you. Talented division, but they're talented as well. That's all.
Packers, Lions, Vikings with the quarterback.
What if I told you I feel like the Lions are going the wrong way?
All you got to do is win one against the Bears, and that hurts your bet.
Well,
they also have a last place schedule this year.
Now, that helps.
We'll see.
What else you want to bet?
You don't. I don't know. Say another thing outlandish that you back off of.
8 years.
Cowboys win a playoff game.
No, I'll take that bet.
That they won't?
Seriously, they will.
Oh, yeah. I think
Remember,
they will
I've
too.
been out on them. Steiny knows.
Let's go to Mike in Marin.
Mike.
Hey, Mike.
Hey, fellas, you know, I think Guru is right. Guru is right because
I didn't know it was
Caleb
you,
Williams
Mike.
He has
all the height. He's got the height.
Mike,
He's got the height that Brock Purdy doesn't have.
The
And
first
he's got
thing you
more
say, Mike,
speed.
that goes
He's got
nuts,
more
I'm
speed.
cutting you off.
Okay, and because I saw him play at USC, and he's done this all the way in college. You know, Brock Purdy's a great passer. We're not going to take that away from him, but he's small.
Right.
He's on the shorter side. Caleb Williams got the height. He's got the height. That's what makes everything easy. Makes it a lot easier to see everything.
Sure.
And he got speed.
All right.
Just like Brock Purdy, but Brock Purdy been injured already. You know, so he got a little less speed. And Caleb ain't been injured already. So what he lacks is talent.
He's due to get
makes up
injured.
for his speed and height. Yeah, speed and height. So you keep that going, and I think Guru's right. They will win the Super Bowl this year. Guru is a genius.
I didn't say this year.
He
The
didn't even
next
say
7
that.
years.
Thanks, Mike. Hostile, you're fired. Does he use a different name?
No, that's the guy that said he watched. Yeah, all the L.A. athletes play. Remember in Hollywood? That's our guy, Mr. L.A.
Mike and Marin.
Dude, I'm excited.
For what?
The Valkyries tonight, Minnesota.
Yep.
That's going to be a game.
Finals preview?
Could be.
Oh, holla.
7 o'clock start. Valkyries, Minnesota Lynx. They've had trouble with them during their brief 2-year history. But the Valks are going to the playoffs for the...
And I get to see my girl on the other team, Olivia Steiny. She's a baller.
Mm-hmm.
But everybody knows she's getting love from everywhere.
Yeah, she's a good player.
Yeah.
She's a good player. I know what I wanted to ask you. Can you tell me about a guy?
This is up my alley.
Yeah, I know it is.
Yeah.
That's why I'm throwing it to you. What's the deal with this guy?
I'm excited.
I see him on TV. I don't think I could recognize his voice in a million years. What's the deal with Pat McAfee? Pat McAfee.
To be honest?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to give you my opinion, the street's opinion, and where I think they're clashing. Steiny, I think he's talented. Okay. I like his show, but He makes 20. He makes 65 a year to Stephen A's 20.
Okay.
He just dropped a country album.
Okay.
A lot of people call him a left winger because he did some stuff.
You mean a right winger?
Right winger.
I know a little bit about it.
So there's that. And people, I believe the streets think there's a double standard. He was on there with the vape the other day, and they were talking about trees and whatnot on the show, on the actual show. And you had Monica McNutt go get her nails done, or she was at a salon and did a hit from the salon. And then, people went crazy that she was unprofessional, and they always double back to McAfee, and it feels like the double standard that he gets in regard to the freedom that he has on his show. But, yes, Donnie, a lot of people blame him and Stephen A. for ESPN cleaning house and, Damian Woody's of the world and Scott Otto. Anyway, they just put a lot at his doorstep, and they question his politics, if that even matters, if you get my drift.
Okay.
But at the end of the day, as far as sports, I like the show.
Okay.
Have you listened to his album?
No.
What made you bring him up?
He was on our rundown.
Oh.
Well, it was just announced that he's going to be a part of Monday Night Football's coverage on ESPN this season.
For $65 million, you got to work, so they're going to run him in the ground.
But you're a guy.
He played in the leagues, Donnie.
I know. Yeah. He's a punter.
Yeah.
No, but here's my thing. Like, you're an announcing guy. Like, McAfee's on Monday night. Are you like, that's cool? Because you're the guy who, if you like a guy on a Monday night, you'll be like, Steiny, I'm excited for this guy. Where does he fit?
What if I told you Monday Night Countdown, even with the great Ryan Clark, had ran its course for me? So it was just about Troy, and it was about Buck. So I'm not outgrowing it. I'm just not there. I'm doing something, preparing food or what have you, and I'm there for kickoff. I've kind of missed an hour or two coverage before on Monday Night Football, if that makes any sense. So I do miss Van Pelt Scott, so I'm out.
So in other words, basically what you're saying is you're big on pre- and post-game shows. Just that one falls under the radar.
Yeah.
Okay, so him being there is not going to make you change your routine.
Oh, no. But
so he's not that good.
Yeah, he ain't bringing me in, but it is a flex for him to be on there because he's basically replacing Ryan Clark, who I thought was exceptional when he was breaking down football, man.
Does he, how does he dress for studio shows?
Well, for his show, he'll have the wife beater and
sleeveless.
I'm trying to stay for the next 10. But Steiny, it doesn't look like he has to check anyone. He does what he wants. Freedom.
Yeah. What's wrong with that? Sometimes guys.
You ain't got it like that.
Oh, really?
The Steiny style.
Really? I wasn't born with it.
Well, he don't got a Willard problem. You got a Willard problem and a Dibbs problem. He don't have that. But I do like his show.
I don't have any problems.
Well.
None. I'm sitting pretty.
What else is on your mind?
Looking forward to golfing today.
Where at?
Same place I always go.
Yeah. Alameda.
Yeah.
Carica.
Yeah.
I'm learning.
Yeah, you are.
Now, when will you take Evan and I?
Probably never.
That is
I'll
weird.
meet Evan out there.
No, that's weird, though.
Well, there's also an assumption we want to go.
Yeah.
No, but Evan,
Good.
like you've never golfed with Shasky.
We're working on it.
But it's been 9 years.
All right, so.
I don't get it.
No, Shasky hasn't been here 9 years.
But about enough.
No,
like, you don't take guys under your wing.
That's right. You're right about that.
I nailed it. The dude glowed when I told him. You lit up.
Can I be honest with you? This is going to be tough for me to say, but I have been thinking about it as it relates to you and golf.
Yeah. Oh, I got something for you.
I'm never going to golf with you unless it's a company function. I'm sorry, but
and that's fine.
I'm sorry, but
no, that's fine.
Yeah. I love you.
I don't know if I'd like your other friends. Like, I've been thinking about that.
You would. You like them. They don't like me. They like you more than me.
What about this? You got me thinking. While you were gone, you hate LeBron. I don't know why you hate LeBron golfing. He's got his own golf YouTube channel.
He is a
dude. I text Evan on the side like this is going to. Why you hate on him?
I don't hate on LeBron, but his thing with golf is so corn, and it's so contrived, and it's so obnoxious, and it's so like horning in. It's just
he's picking up the sport.
Take a play off. Like, you don't golf, you're getting into it. That's great.
He's got his own channel.
Get into golf, and when you have a legitimate swing, start talking about it.
Yeah, it's bad.
It's like you just don't get to, I'm going to be a golf influencer.
Well,
no, you're not.
When you're the king,
his swing stinks.
No, it's bad. His swing is, Bronny's is beautiful. But Steiny, you can't hate on a guy coming to the sport.
Yes, I can.
Well, you can hate it, doesn't stop it.
It's fine. The guy has to horn in seriously, he's a guy who's like, over the course of this calculated dude, over the course of his 20-year career, has seen golf explode in the NBA. He wasn't a part of it.
All right.
Because probably 10 years ago, he was like, I'm too serious about the game, and these guys don't care, and I'm above it. And now he's like, oh my God, everybody, look at Steph Curry. He gets a lot of attention from golf.
You think
look at Austin Reeves. He gets a lot of attention from golf. Look at J.R. Smith. Look at all these guys. They're good at golf. I've got to horn in on golf. I'm not a part of it, but now I have to horn in on it because I feel like I'm being left out. You are, because you stink. He is
But is it a bad thing?
Yes.
Even though he stinks, is he a bad? Because he's using his stardom.
To do what? Bring attention to himself about a sport he's never played? Because
No,
now he
share
wants
his
to be.
golf journey.
Listen, he just realized in his mind, golf is the in crowd, and now he's got to get there.
Huh?
But you're not in there, LeBron.
But he got
You know
his
why?
channel.
Because you stink. Because
I
your
wonder how
swing
many
stinks.
subscribers now. I'm about to check.
Unbelievable. I don't care how many subscribers. There may be a little group of NBA guys who are in a group that I'm not a part of, so I've got to make sure that I get into their group, even though I don't belong.
Well, his career's winding down
sad.
too, Stoney, so
It's
he's trying to pick
sad.
up other hobbies.
It's pathetic. I'm not in this one. Valkyries are back. Real basketball team, real basketball players. You don't see them posting pictures of Nakasi golfing. What the hell? Anyway, Valkyries are back tonight. And you know it. They clinched the playoff spot on Monday. They take on the Lynx. Had a little trouble with the Lynx, but tonight they tip off at 7. You can listen to it right here on 95.7 The Game and on the free Odyssey app. Just search Valkyries for all the action. That segment also sponsored by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week for Signature Select 80% lean ground beef, 6 pounds or more mega packs, just $5.99 per pound. Clip coupons from the weekly mailer or download them from the Safeway app. See you in the aisles.
It's the greatest 3 words in the English language. Football is back.
Touchdown, San Francisco. What deception.
And we can't get enough of it. Niners! It's go time for the 49ers, and we are all in.
Let's go Niners!
In 2026, Bay Alarm celebrates 80 years of security. With burglar and fire alarm systems, 24/7 in-house monitoring, and local service, our promise to the Bay Area remains the same. We got you. Learn more at bayalarm.com.
Cap off your summer at the Good Guys 39th West Coast Nationals. Over 3,000 of the country's baddest hot rods, muscle cars, customs, trick trucks, and more. All this weekend at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasant. Details at good-guys.com.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed? Now through August 24th, new Xfinity customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity.
Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by your workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer and Gerson can help you get back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer and Gerson at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer and Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Hey, Dan Dibley here. Baseball season is in full swing, and there's no better place to be than Kalshi, America's #1 prediction market platform. Right now, a Los Angeles team that happens to wear blue is trading at 37% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade would pay out $257 if that sad reality came to pass. On Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house, and as the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. Download the Kalshi app and use code DIBS, D-I-B-S, that's 1B, and you get $10 when you trade $10. K-A-L-S-H-I. Kalshi, trade on anything. 18 and over only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Kalshi products are not available in all jurisdictions. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
Ragnar the Terrible is interviewing at a big bank. Let's listen.
Everyone, this is 5th century warlord Ragnar the Terrible. He killed it in his first interview. Not literally, but close. Ragnar, what would you do if a customer complained about high loan rates?
I make video presentation.
Star One is nothing like the big banks. We have better rates, minimal fees, and friendly customer service. Star One, in your best interest.
Right now is the perfect time to head to Saramonte Ford. Huge selection, big savings, and straight up great deals. They've got a lineup of brand new Fords ready to roll. Trucks, SUVs, and hybrids, all priced to move. Whether you're buying or leasing, Saramonte Ford makes it easy, fast, and stress-free. So don't wait. Stop in person right off 280 in Colma or online 24/7 at SaramonteFord.com. That's SaramonteFord.com. Saramonte Ford, your San Francisco Bay Area Ford dealer.
Hey, it's Brew. Between my radio show, filming content, editing videos, and trying to stay connected with family, reliable Wi-Fi isn't really optional anymore. I just need it to work. And that's why I like that with Xfinity, you get the most reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi with the best equipment at one price for 5 years, guaranteed. No contracts or commitments. Plus, Xfinity makes getting connected simple with same-day Wi-Fi so you can get online in minutes. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber or coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi. Xfinity, imagine that.
Roll out. Pros, find the right flooring for the job in Lowe's newly redesigned flooring showroom. Shop our expanded assortment of trusted brands and get up to 35% off style selections, Stainmaster, and Stainmaster Pet Protect Special Order Carpet. And while you're here, save $100 on a DeWalt 20-volt max 6-amp-hour 2-pack of batteries. Now just $179. Get more of what you need faster and save more where it counts from the ground up. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 8/26 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
I scream. You scream. We all scream. Because Wendy's famous small classic Frosty is just $1 for a limited time. More screaming, happy screaming, summer screaming, dollar small classic Frosty screaming! But please don't scream in the drive-thru. It hurts the employees' ears. Get a $1 small classic Frosty for a limited time, only at Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. A la carte only, not valid for delivery. Limit 10 per transaction. Price may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
Oh, I'm Steph Curry. Don't interrupt me.
You guys got to put some respect on my gambling.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, it's time for the crossover brought to you by Bay Alarm. Rest easy. We've got you covered. BayAlarm.com. Willard and Dibbs officially in the house.
The fellas.
What's up, gentlemen? Hey.
Yo. What's up, Steiny?
How we doing? We were trying to identify team cores earlier today. And
core?
Yeah, and who's a keeper and who's not, and I'll just start it this way. Evan threw out a text. who you building around if you're each of these teams? Building around. And it's almost a question that's got to be defined. Because when I hear who you're building around, I automatically think, well, they must have a young star. Because that's who you build around. But let's say the Warriors. Do they really have a young star? Are they really building around Pods? We had a caller that said no. They're building with Pods. I thought it was a great distinction.
I think that's fair.
Anyway, so we were just talking about keepers and, Giants. Who's your core? Would we all agree that we're at highest priority? It's Eldridge, right?
No doubt.
Okay.
For sure. That golf shirt is a keeper, too, by the way.
Thank
Just
you
want to
very
let
much.
you know.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, that's fancy.
Look at him smile.
Yeah, you
Nice.
got like a logo, like your English royalty or something over there.
It's the Crail Golf Society and Club.
Oh, it's a society.
It's a society.
You're part of a society?
Well, no, I'm not a member.
Oh, okay.
But I saw the society when I was there.
Like the Dead Poets Society? Is it similar to that?
Good movie.
Very good movie.
I forget that
I'm
movie.
glad we finally agree on a movie.
Captain, my Captain.
I get that movie mixed up with the one where he says, or is it the same one? How about those apples?
That's Good Will Hunting.
Yeah, I get those two mixed up.
Yeah.
Also, Robin Williams, my former co-star.
Okay.
Lover. That is great.
Facts.
Facts. Yes, facts. I think Robin Williams has a bigger role in one of those than the other.
True, and he actually was in the credits, and I was not. And actually, one of us quit the movie early.
Yeah, you were robbed.
And I don't think it was him. So there you go.
Oh, and the Frisbee went under the... Remember, you wouldn't...
That was during the filming of Jack, but yes, that's one of my low points as not only an athlete, as a human being.
It's a great deal.
Yeah, it's so bad.
You got good stories.
You need a book, man.
Yeah. I mean,
Anyway.
I'll have Steiny write it.
We've been just talking.
I don't know if it'll get done.
I didn't want it. You had a premise. Go ahead. Eldridge.
Right, so for the Giants, and here's the other thing. Evan was like 3 guys. So he's like, identify 3 guys. So, I said Schmidt.
Yeah, that counts.
And then...
That's what I was saying. I was listening to this in the car earlier.
And I fixed it
because
because
you were
he's
like, Eldridge, and I'm like, Schmidt.
Yeah.
Schmidt.
But he was hurt, so I forgot, but I went
I'm
back
like,
and
this
put
is
him
Bull
up.
Schmidt.
We picked him up.
Yep,
And
you did.
This is where the war started.
Devers. But it's not just,
Yeah.
I love him. It's that you might have to build with him if you can't get rid of him.
You might.
And it's just like...
Are pitchers off the table here?
Well, I thought Webb.
Sure.
I think he can get more for Webb than Devers right now.
How much more of Webb?
That's
good
why
Webb do we got?
Devers.
You know what? I feel like Webb. We're on the back 9. Like,
well, I don't know if we're necessarily. I mean, I get where you're coming from. Webb has 2 more years on his deal. Devers has 418.
like I was thinking 5 years from now.
Logan, you could trade without paying any money. That'd be the biggest distinction I would make.
I mean, you could get more for Logan Webb.
Somebody would just love to have Logan Webb.
Yep.
But no young pitcher, right? Or unless you got one in the trade that sent your ranking. Willard, I love what you said. All that's good, the farm stuff, but talk to me when food is ready.
Right?
Right. The draft pick. They are right now completely activated on rebooting the pitching in the farm system.
And that first base conundrum with Eldridge, I think it's real. That's why I think they want to get rid of Devers if they could.
They do, but I don't know if they can. And so if you want to talk about the core, and I guess, Steiny, what I'm hearing you say is like the core of the next, 2 to 3 years for each of these
on the
teams. And so, like Devers, it's Devers and or Adames, because I don't know if you can get rid of both of them, but I do think that when you go Eldridge and Schmidt, and then you have to pick whichever one of the vets you're going to be, quote, stuck with, and that becomes your core.
Let me ask you this. If we found out today that you can move one of those 3 guys, which one would you prefer moving? Chapman, Adames, or Devers?
This is a tough question.
One.
Yeah.
We're going to give you, and you know what? We're going to even tell you that the move you'll take. You'll be like, that's not bad.
Well, that's different.
I have the emotional answer and then the roster functional answer.
All right.
The emotional answer, I think most Giants fans would say right now, is let's get rid of Willie Adames. They seem maddest at him. And I get that.
And they should be.
Right? Like your ROI is lowest on Willie Adames. Yeah. However, I would also say if you really look at the way the Giants roster and farm system are built, that they are probably more likely to find a new home for Rafi Devers. because Bryce Eldridge is ready and probably ready numbers-wise to pick up for the production that you would lose there. And number two, the Giants farm system at the lower levels is littered with great-looking young middle infielders. So in theory, you could wait until one of those is ready before you try to move on from Willy Adames. And whether that's trading him or just having a very high-priced person on the bench, one of those. So I think Devers is the most likely.
Tibbs?
For me, it would be Adames because he is not a shortstop, and every day that passes, he's less and less of a shortstop. Defensively, he's not very good.
At all.
And so now you've got, second base that is, I guess, open. It's open now, and it's going to be open next year. So if he wants to go out and play second, and you have a shortstop who can go and take his place, well, yeah, but Mark makes a good point about your shortstops. They are all 1, 2, 3, maybe 4 years away, and so you're a little bit stuck in that spot, but I wouldn't mind them getting a stopgap guy to play short, and you put Adames at second, or you trade him. And the thing about Devers, as a DH or a first baseman, a hybrid, he's your best hitter no matter what.
Where are you putting Schmidt?
You're putting Schmidt at either second or third or short.
I mean, if Chapman's still on the team, that's your third baseman next year.
Right.
If you move Adames to second, are you playing Casey at short?
Can he be your left fielder?
He'd be better at short than Adames.
Yeah. I would say it's his weakest of the three positions that he plays.
That's fair.
And I know he plays 8, but you know what I mean.
Yep.
I think I'd love to see him at third or second.
Interesting.
And my rosy outlook, I'd like to see Bo Davidson be the starting left fielder next year.
All right.
That's, maybe getting ahead of ourselves. But
Interesting. So Adames is hurting you at shortstop. So you have to move him to second base. And then somebody else has to play that position, even though it's his third best position.
And I don't even know.
Ideally, you don't do that stuff.
Ideally, we're not in an ideal world now.
What's Smith's best position? Third?
Well, he came up as third baseman.
Right.
And I think that's his best
and
position.
Second baseman, he's really good at, but that's the least important position of the three.
Yeah.
So,
wow.
I heard you guys the other day, and you made a compelling argument for you and Dibs are going back and forth, and I got to be careful here with my words. You weren't defending Mike Dunleavy, but you were trying to break down just basically what he inherited and what he's hit on in the draft. And we were just talking about Giants pretty much all day, and I'm asking both of you, how can Johnny Cochran, the late, great Johnny Cochran, defend Buster Posey up into this juncture in his tenure as president of baseball? Because it's everywhere I look, I'm trying to look for some good. And the Devers trade, I loved it. We all did. But outside of that, this rotation now and the Bull and the Bailey trade, I'm starting to think man, when he wasn't hitting, Devers wasn't hitting. Devers ain't what he was now. Nobody was hitting. But I'm like, behind the plate is just, it's almost lightweight embarrassing. And it's been that way. But how can one defend Buster up into this point now? Like if Buster's name was Daryl, would he be in trouble?
If I was a lawyer, if I were a defense lawyer, the first thing I would bring up is the calendar. And and again, this is how I would attempt to argue. I'm not even saying I agree with all this, but I'd show a calendar and I would say this is a little quick for people to be, a little quick for people to want to fire people. And then the more intricate answer, which I think you were kind of alluding to me is more, and I said this the other day, I think the Giants are already rebuilding. They'll just never say that. To me, there was a shift in their focus somewhere along the road. The acquisition of Devers was very much congratulated by all of us.
Everybody.
So I don't blame Buster for doing that because at the moment, you were 41-31. You needed a bopper. You couldn't find one to say yes. It made sense in the moment. It appears to have blown up in their face at such a level to where somewhere before the season started, they shifted their focus from winning now to we have to regenerate the young players in this system, A, and a new CBA is coming next year, B, which explains why they did bubkiss in the offseason to help the Major League roster. And that's why the conclusion I come to is they would love to trade Rafi Devers.
Oh, man.
It doesn't fit with what they're doing anymore.
Right, and honestly, if you look at what you talked about, Daryl and Guru, is if his name was like Bill Swift, not the pitcher, but just some guy named Bill Swift, I don't think that Buster survives the year, but it's Buster Posey, and give him a chance, and he's a legend and all the rest of it because you traded for Devers and you had a guy in AAA who wants to play the same position, and you also signed Willy Adames, and I think when you signed him, you overpaid him, and you probably didn't even think about the fact that he's not a great shortstop. Man. So those two, the 1-2 punch of that, and then you add in the fact that Kyle Harrison now suddenly is healthy and knows how to pitch. Like, that's a disaster.
And Will, I went real quick, Snotty. I wasn't saying fire him. I could say Giant fans have all the right to be upset with the job done thus far.
For sure. Of course, absolutely.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk studio.
I think TK wrote an article today that I agree with.
Oh, I think that's
standard.
Okay.
Next year is sort of the reckoning year for Buster Posey. Not meaning like you get to either keep your job or you're definitely fired.
But now it's real in the field.
I think that's the year where you can really start to form a should he be in this job or not kind of an opinion. Things get going really, really fast, and this has totally blown up in their face. And so he doesn't skate on that by any stretch. But again, I go back to what I just said. When he acquired Devers, we were all in favor of it. I totally get why he did it.
I was saying, come on now.
It for whatever reason, the ingredients taste awful.
And you won 81 games last year, the same club.
Yep.
And
but you lost a lot more than you won after the trade.
Before you came in, I asked Steiny if it's all about the pitching and bullpen, which is bad right now in the youth. But is Buster going to go shopping at the pitching Nordstrom's this offseason, barring no work stoppage, to get a top tier, try to get a couple guys, or will it be the Hausers and Malleys of the world? Snotty was like, I don't think they're going to go try to get I go, if the opportunity presents itself and you're telling me this offense is better than what has been showing and you get some starters in bullpen.
When the Giants got Gausman and Rodon,
yep,
were they big money pitchers at that point, or did they need to, reestablish their value?
No, Gausman was one of those guys that they, wanted. They sort of assessed with him, hey, there's some analytics. We want you to kind of throw this pitch a little bit more.
I loved him.
Right, and he came in and really popped as a Giant. That's what allowed him to get a big contract elsewhere. So that wasn't big money, and Rodon was a more known quantity, but was coming off of a major injury. So he had a very short contract, and it was kind of a prove-it thing.
But Buster spending, do you expect that to enhance?
No, I don't.
Ooh. No, they're not going to get the top pitcher and give him 7 years and $238 million. They're not going to do that. So if you're going to go out there and get a free agent, you're going to try and find somebody like Gausman or Rodon, who is somebody who is in need of a little bit of a boost and a restart. And then you're probably going to try to look at your AAA and your other farm arms, which so far has not been great. And, we talked about Wisenhunt yesterday and how he is showing himself to not be the guy. And then you got Seymour and Tidwell and all these other guys. None of these pitchers are going to be your number 2 next year or your 3.
And they'll still be in need of a closer.
Well,
big time.
It just is my take is they are already in a rebuild.
Damn.
So you don't spend big when you're in a rebuild, and then add on to that remember now, the lockout comes in December, and that's happening. You don't need to worry about whether or not that's happening. That's happening. 1,000%, I promise.
Well, they got to be careful who they call up then.
Well, it's partially that.
Okay.
Are you going to manipulate the 40-man roster? Because minor league baseball will still play.
Hello.
But who's getting signed before
right.
they get locked out? The players are going to be very activated to do that. I think the owners will be less apt to pay. So then you do that dance of what's the right number. Like, I'd bet Tarek Skubal gets a big old thingy from the Dodgers before the lockout happens.
Okay, all right.
But I bet a lot of teams, Giants included, will they already kind of play the waiting game with the way they do free agency. How you doing, Steiny?
I'm dynamite. Feeling good.
Where are you golfing?
Carica.
Out of bed.
Yeah.
What'd you shoot last week when you went out there?
91. Got a little frustrated, actually.
Did you?
Yeah, you know what that looks like for me? I go, boom.
Swing?
All right.
Do you bang the ground with the club?
Well, it's probably fatigue. You had just came up from your trip, 8 days of straight golfing last week.
Maybe. I think you might be right. You actually, you know, Goo, I'm sometimes quick to disagree with you, but you may be right on that one.
I think at our age, we can use fatigue for everything every day if you want.
Yeah.
I mean,
we're busy.
Yeah.
There's a lot going on.
I get tired every day.
Yeah.
I got
No
Blue Chew
doubt.
coming back, too.
Oh, yeah? It's coming back?
It's the gold. Blue Chew gold.
I love it. Okay.
I don't get it. Is it blue or gold?
The gold. It's Blue Chew gold.
Blue Chew's the brand.
Yeah.
Gold is the version.
Yeah. When you're looking
The
at
colors are blue and gold, and Guru is the tester.
when you're looking at metal in the bedroom, don't settle for a
We all
bronze.
need a little help.
Don't settle for a silver.
That's right.
Reach for the gold.
And they'll still be in need of a closer.
Yeah, I'm Guru, and I'm looking for the gold medal in
Turn
between
that
the
around
sheets.
fast back there,
Yeah.
didn't you?
He did.
He just did that 78 seconds
Hey,
ago.
brother, can I ask you a quick question?
Of course you can
about
ask
these
me
two
anything.
guys in here. So I'm coming from the barbershop, feeling fresh. I'm coming out. Car parked on the street. Big truck comes by, hits the window and the side. So I got damage. No rear view mirror. The glass is off. It's just terrible.
They hit the left side mirror.
And
Okay.
people came in. Who's driving the Cadillac? And I go, me. Anyway, I'm talking to Dibs, and, you know, we check on each other. And I tell them what happened, send them photos. When it rains, it pours. That's what I got back.
When it rains, it
This
pours.
is right.
Okay.
Text my boy June the photos. You got bad luck. Now, you've been in 2 accidents, and you were not seriously hurt.
I'm not
Your
even a
kids
little
are
bit
off
hurt.
in college. Do you feel like you got bad luck? Because I don't feel like I got bad luck.
Not at all.
I got some stuff going on.
Not even a little bit.
But when friends use your mishaps on I didn't deal.
This is a mischaracterization sensation.
Okay, that's
is what
a
it is because
No,
and
say your
I'll
side.
Pay the buck because he sent me a picture coming out barbershop, 2 pictures, and my response was anything stolen. Thinking
no,
that,
right.
I didn't know what actually had happened yet. I saw the
It's
mirror.
like my mirror. My mirror was
Yes.
stolen by the front of another car.
And he said, no. They hit it, kept going. Someone ran in, told me. Fist pump.
Watch it. You know, I'm not a good
See, that
texter.
was my first question. They didn't stop?
No, they kept
They
going.
just kept...
It's 2026.
And I said, sucks. I got hit by a motorcycle on the bridge and it took out my mirror, $500. And he says, dude, I just did a quote and it said 125. And I'm like, yeah. And I was going to hit submit and turned out it was 625.
Yeah, it was
WTF.
I hit submit safe light. Don't come to the job.
And I responded with GODDAMN.
Yeah.
So before I got to when it rains, it pours, there was a back and forth. I was showing interest, concern, and a lot of empathy before I got to the cliche, when it rains, it pours. So that's the full backstory
I got
on
you.
the back and forth.
I think you handled it appropriately. You could have ended it in a different tone, is all I'm saying. But it's not inappropriate.
Right.
It's just about how everybody's brains work.
Yeah.
Mine is flawed in the other direction.
Right.
Mine is completely flawed in the other direction. I will find
Okay.
both car accidents. Literally, one of the first things I said to lovely Christy and the kids, I'm like, if this was going to happen, this was exactly the time for it to happen.
Wow.
Find
the positive.
It's summer. You know what I mean? It didn't. I mean, I missed a show. I missed one show, right? Because there was one of the accidents was a real bad accident. But with what was going on with the schedule and all these things, I didn't have to be at a class, or kids didn't need to be at school. It's summer. That's the way my brain works, which is annoying, but that's the way my brain works. Can't help it.
Snotty, you had my back. You were like, who did it? That's it in the photos.
I was just glad you weren't driving the car.
Well, very good. There it is, Will.
Yeah.
With what we do every day, I can't think of anybody in this room as not having good luck. I can't think of it any other way. This is.
I could cry with that.
This
That's
is-
how I truly feel about what we do here.
There's people listening to us that they don't like what they do every day.
That's real talk.
And I feel for
You hear that, Steiny?
Yeah.
Steiny, are you one of them?
There's another way to look at this.
Yeah.
You ever see a movie called Metropolitan?
Ooh.
No.
It's from back
I don't
in the
think
day.
so.
It was about these 6 New York kids that were just graduating high school into college. They were all wealthy. They were all sons of prominent people. And they had a buddy who was, middle class. He happened to be the middle class, guy in the room. And they were all talking one day, and they said, well, what do you guys want to do? What do you want to do? And the middle class guy goes, I just want to work with, I want to work with the less fortunate. I want to give back. I want to work with people who don't, have a lot. And they're looking at him and they're like, yeah, that's you. You are the less fortunate. So what are you doing? So some people think they're the less fortunate, or they're doing well, but they're really the less fortunate.
Well,
maybe that's us.
I don't want.
That was well said.
I don't want to get all milk and cookie. This is a message I try to hammer home with the kids constantly, because we live in a community where they look around, and for instance, we talk about kids going off to college. There's a lot of kids in my community that can point to anywhere they want on the map and go anywhere they want. Wow. And mommy and daddy are right there with their $100K a year. No problem. Let's get your apartment all filled with new couches and all of that stuff. And I'm not one of those families. And so, but whenever I hear them do that little down the street, they're going to go to a private school in New York, I'm always like, you're rich.
Wow.
You're rich too.
I love that.
Different levels to this, but just I don't want to hear. I don't want to hear about being poor.
And you always do this when you talk about being hungry, like as hungry as I've ever been. Like the hungriest I've ever been is about 1/10 as hungry as somebody who's truly hungry.
Yep.
Whether it's somebody in Africa who actually doesn't have food, or somebody here who is unhoused and has to fight to survive to actually eat. And so I think about that whenever I, think to myself, oh my God, I'm hungry.
Whenever you're hungry.
Right. It's like, okay, you're hungry, but you
preaching.
ate like a meal that you probably got in a restaurant 7 hours ago, and oh boy, you're really hungry. And so it's a little bit like what you're talking about.
Perspective.
You can do something about it when you're hungry.
I can hear my dad saying, you don't know what hungry is.
Wow, man.
Yep.
That'd be something my dad
Before you
would
go,
say.
Steiny, I want to answer a question that you threw out earlier about, hey, if the Niners go 10-7, is that good enough to make the playoffs? And so I did a quick dive in the NFC, and since they expanded to 7 playoff teams, only one time did you need 10 or more wins to make the wild card.
So 9 often gets you there.
In other words, 10 has never not made it.
Right. I'm looking at the 6 years.
Green Bay had 9 last year and got in.
9-7-1, 11-6, and then 9-8, 9-8, 9-8, 9-8.
Interesting.
That's the NFC. The AFC is a little bit different. 4 of the 6 years you needed at least 10 wins, but in the NFC, the third wild card had fewer than 10 wins in 5 of the 6.
It's a good nugget. I appreciate that,
Brock
Dibs.
playing tomorrow preseason.
What's that?
Brock.
Yeah, we got
he's
a
gonna
game
play
tomorrow.
Yeah, they're
Valkyries tonight.
I'm going.
It's a big one.
95.7 the game at 7 o'clock. Tune in. And Willard and Dibs are next. The 95.7 the game.
Yeah.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. They're cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal.
This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan,
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Hold on, I'm not ready. Okay. Hey. What's going on?
What's up, kid?
What's going on?
Yeah.
Oh, hey, Greg Cosell Day. Greg Cosell in 1 hour. And he said he watched the game. He reached out to us and he said, I watched, I watched the game and there's a lot to discuss. This is going to be a meat sandwich today. 1 hour.
There you go.
You better be ready.
Oh, yeah? 1 hour?
Better be ready.
I'm ready. We got questions, and, he's going to weigh in. At least now we have a little bit of tape that he can break down, and the fact that he watched the game means that we can ask him about the game. And I do also want to pick his brain about last year where the Rams and the Seahawks, what they did especially in the Seahawks game where it was a playoff blowout, and the Ram game, even the first game where the Rams kind of went through the Niners and Mac Jones was, fighting for his life out there and the Niners won. But what did those teams do last year that the Niners need to scheme defensively different this year?
Yeah, well, and, the sauce is different every month of a football season. So the 49ers went 2-0 against the Rams and Seahawks early in the year, and then they went 0-3 against the Rams and Seahawks late in the year. The easy thing to do is to say, well, the 49ers were completely hurt at the end of the year, and therefore that's what kind of turned the tide. I think that the Seattle Seahawks in many ways became who they became in the second half of the year and ended up being the best team in football. The Rams were right alongside them. Same thing. I think both of them were two of, and this is by metrics, not opinion, they were two of the healthiest teams in football, which might also at least be a factor in why they got so much better. But that'll be a great question for Greg, because I know like the three of us, four of us, we've been talking out. I know Grandy's really been wanting to do this. He's like, let's do a deep dive on the Seahawks, Rams, and Niners. And I'm like, yes, but I don't in the moment feel qualified to do so. Like the fanciest take I can come up with right now is it won't look the same this year as it did last year because that's not how it works. There it is. There's my analysis. I can't tell you who the Seahawks' third linebacker is or how this has been. Like I thought Steiny brought up a good question today with regard to how things might or might not be different for the 49ers. This is a question I want to ask Greg. How can the run game be different? So the yards per carry went down, right? Last year was a really bad year.
Yeah, they
for
were
yards
last,
per
I think,
carry.
in football.
Okay, so yards per carry. Well, they're bringing back the same running back and the same offensive line, except for left guard, where they don't even know who it's going to be. Why is it going to be better? Now, I was sitting there listening to them, and I was thinking about it. First thing that comes to my mind is, well, I think Dominic Pooney was playing unhealthy last year. I don't think he was right. This year, I think he's right. Doesn't mean he's going to stay right. Guys could get hurt. The depth of their offensive line might be a little better this year than before, but how is depth challenged? Like at the top of the offensive line and the running back tree, it's the same group. Why would this be any different? When in theory, by the way, the Rams defensive line, I don't know if you've heard, it potentially got better.
Right.
So I would like
all your guys are 1 year older. Like Trent Williams is a year older, and Christian McCaffrey's a year older. So I'm kind of with you. Like, what do you see on tape? And everyone we've asked about that, and maybe it was John Feliciano last year, or it was Greg Cosell and all the experts. It felt like the answer was always, well, they were just one block away. Either one guy missed his assignment, or McCaffrey cut the wrong way one time. It felt like the breakdown was individual, not a collective.
That kind of sounds like a Golden State Warriors offseason answer, though, doesn't it?
A little bit.
We're going to come back with the same people, but we're going to play better this time.
We're not going to turn it over as much, and we're going to go in and focus more, and we're going to get better.
Maybe.
Yep.
Maybe. Like, they're allowed to. Anyway, we're going to get to that with Greg and much more, and I think that'll get sprinkled in throughout the entire show, the entire week, the entire month. The Niners, the Rams, the Seahawks. We got something else Seahawk related a little bit later on in the show too. But I wanted to throw this out. Hopefully none of you have had your fantasy draft yet. Let's be real. I know this is where everybody's brain goes. Whenever there's a major injury, we don't think about the player. We don't think about the team. We think about our stupid fantasy rosters. So cheers to every one of you who in the 8th, 9th, or 10th round this year grabbed Jaden Higgins from the Houston Texans. Because there have been a lot of camp reports that Jaden's looked really good. And Jaden is going to be he's going to be that B to Nico Collins A. And that Texans team is going to be healthier this year, and they're going to move the ball a lot better. So Jaden Higgins, nice little sneaky pick. Well, that's a torn ACL in a joint practice yesterday. And I thought of you because yesterday you were, let's get rid of these stupid joint practices.
Right.
Now, I didn't know if you were being kind of tongue-in-cheek on that or if you do actually feel like joint practices should go away.
I feel that way.
Okay.
Yeah, not tongue in cheek. Like the idea of Jaden Higgins tearing his ACL, I get it. It could happen in the first game if you had no joint practices, or it could happen in a preseason game.
Or regular practice.
And I think about just college football, and I said this yesterday, where college football, you've got, your scrimmages against each other, and then you go out there and you play in week 0 or you play in week 1, and normally you take on a patsy unless you have one of these big paydays, and you go out and you play football, and you're playing football and it matters. Like, this doesn't matter. Joint practice, I get it. You want to develop your callus and you want to have preseason games. And I think that the preseason games are mainly because the team and the league, they want to make money. And if you're a season ticket holder, you have to pay for those games. And so there's big time money attached to it. But the joint practice thing, to me, makes no sense.
Okay, I want to read something to you. I really like this guy, Louis Riddick. Do you follow Louis Riddick at all?
He's phenomenal.
He's phenomenal. This is a guy who easily has been offered to be a GM in this league, but is also a media content creator, and right now is with and has been with ESPN for a long time. And he sent this tweet out yesterday, and I thought it'd be a real good one to enter into our conversation, because I thought that Herm Edwards yesterday was hitting some of the same drums that Louis Riddick hit at 5 o'clock last night. Louis wrote, "Abolish joint practices, abolish preseason games, abolish minicamp and OTAs, abolish hitting too hard. Hell, maybe abolish the regular season too, and just pick the playoff teams based on what they did the year before. Would that make everyone happy? I have never heard so much complaining about, all caps, everything in my life." That's the tweet from Louis Riddick. How does that grab you?
It grabs me that he's being like really, really sarcastic.
For sure.
And I get it. And like, abolish all of it, abolish hitting. And if you want to go all the way back to like the serious part of it, which is abolish joint practices and abolish like the preseason games. Okay. I think that if you did that, the quality of football in the early part of the year would suffer, but you wouldn't have guys like this, Jaden Higgins, getting hurt in a meaningless joint practice. So I think that the athletes now have evolved to the point where, you have these guys going head to head in a joint practice, and injury becomes much more of a likelihood.
Herm Edwards yesterday with us. Hello. This is what he said about all of the talk about the preseason being diminished and going away.
When I started, now I'm going to age myself, there was actually 6 preseason games. There was only 14 regular season games. Yeah, 6 of them. Six. I came in the league 1977 with the Eagles. There was 6 preseason games, 14 regular. Now, here was the deal. I knew early I was going to be a starter, so Dick Vermeil told me, he says, hey, look, in the preseason, he says, you go out there with the vets because you're a starter. He said, in the second quarter, you ain't leaving the field. Just stay out there. Just keep playing. I got to get you experience. And so he was correct, because anything else, these young guys need to learn how to play. And the only way to do that is through playing. I mean, I always say this. It's kind of funny about football players. You know what they do for a living? They play football. I watch half of them now, they wear baseball hats on the sideline. Like, what are you doing? You're a football player. It's football time. You got to play football. That's how you get better when you play football. All I know is this. What I witnessed this weekend, I watched the best player in football, Josh Allen. It was like, hey, I'm playing not just one series. I'm going to play a couple series. And I said, it's refreshing. He's a football player. Go play football. Stop worrying about getting hurt. Because as soon as you think you're going to get hurt, you're getting hurt.
I love it. And obviously, Herm is amazingly entertaining with the way he speaks. What are you doing? It's football time. You're a football player. Play football. Look, I think there's 2 things going on here for the purposes of our conversations. One, this is something that a lot of people feel right now. But 2, I think we especially feel it. And I've talked about this already the last couple of weeks, and I don't think it's going away. I think the 49er fan base right now, some of it runs the risk of being what I would call a worrywart, because we've been, at least in our minds, burned by this just 1 or 27 too many times. Dre Greenlaw just trying to run onto the field at the Super Bowl, or these metrics that pop up every single day, talk about how one of the 49ers are one of the most injured teams in football. Grandy, I love what you sent out today. Matt Mayoko put out a list of the teams that have the most people on IR, guess what? A, the 49ers are not at the top, but B, they are like, I don't know, 4th or 5th place with 4 people. You don't even know who the hell 3 of them are. You've never, ever heard of them. They were never going to factor into this season for the 49ers. It's Ricky Pearsall, end of list. So I think that we are overly triggered by this. You cannot protect these players. And Lewis and Herm have a point. Like, the Niners are also going to lose some people for the season this year. This is how it works. There is a line where we're going too far with what we want to get rid of and how we attempt to protect the players out there.
There's a line, but I don't know where you draw that line. And, every team does it their own way. And so Josh Allen wants to play in the first game, and he plays 2 series, and great. He got sacked a couple times, and he is 6'5" and 240 or whatever. And so maybe he's more likely to endure that. And so you look at every team, they have to go about things in a different way. I think about Summer League in the NBA where, like this year, Will Richard in his second year, he played Summer League in Vegas. And it's like, oh my God, you played Summer League? That's almost unheard of, but he wanted to go out there and play, and he played 7 or 8 games, and Yaxel the same thing, but Steph Curry didn't play Summer League, and, Draymond and Horford and whatever the vets didn't, and yet in football, we feel like it's that important that you go out there and play, and so every team does it differently. You mentioned before the Rams, like the Rams don't play anybody in the preseason. Right. So it just depends on who you are and what your personnel is.
I know, but I also and I said this to you, I think at the top of the week, or maybe it was last week, the word that I'm just kind of, I don't know, in a way, I'm currently done with it. Concern. That's what I used to hear everybody talking about all day, every day. What are your concerns? I don't have any with the Niners. Bad crap's going to happen. Some good crap's going to happen. But like, why would we look at this through this lens of, oh no, like, I have this concern. Nick Bosa is he a concern? He got hurt last year. He's coming back. He's on track. We'll see what happens. But there's no way to bubble wrap everybody by continually doing away with things that could lead to something bad happening.
You can bubble wrap in the preseason. That's my point.
But not really.
But Bosa won't play in the preseason.
He's practiced, and just as many people tear their ACLs in practice.
Okay.
Valkyrie's in action tonight. First place Minnesota in town, 7 o'clock, Chase Center. It's here on 95.7 The Game and on the free Odyssey app. We're sponsored by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water, 888-957-9570. It's Willard and Dibbs.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Hey, it's Willard for Habas Law. When you get injured, you're not just facing pain, you're facing an insurance company. Insurance companies don't send compassion, they just send adjusters, a trained pack whose only job is protecting the insurance company. You need a guard dog when the insurance company unleashes its pack. Habas Law unleashes a pack that's bigger, smarter, and trained to ferociously hunt down every dollar you deserve. And trust them, every insurance company already knows the names of the biggest dogs in the fight. Habas Law. Visit habaslaw.com. Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
Need to get something off your chest?
I'm gonna call you crazy in Spanish. You're loco.
Stuck in traffic and can't take it anymore?
I can't handle this.
We've got the solution for you. Call the Sound Off line at 628-400-9880. That's 628-400-9880. And leave a message. It's Sound Off. Every morning at 8 a.m., starting Monday on 95.7 The Game.
This August, American Vision Windows lets you pick any 2 offers. Free expert installation, free sound package, free upgrade to Sun Matrix. We pay your tax, or no interest and no payments for 18 months. Get your project done before fall with your choice of savings. Visit AmericanVisionWindows.com or call 888-347-0711. That's 888-347-0711. New customers only. Restrictions apply. Call or see website for details. Offer ends August 31st, 2026.
A lot of Bay Area banking customers are faced with a choice. Which financial institution best fits what they're looking for? It might make sense to consider a bank's history. Take Fremont Bank. For 60 years, we've provided stability and consistency with an emphasis on relationships. We've grown one customer at a time, not through mergers or acquisitions, because that's how you can do business when you're independently owned and community focused. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
Football season is here, and you know what looks great at your tailgate? A brand new Ford from Serramonte Ford. The summer sales event is on now, and this offer is built for game day weekends, school drop-offs, road trips, and everything else life throws at you. For a limited time, get special 0% APR financing for 36 months, plus $1,500 total cash, no payments for 90 days, and a complimentary 2-year Ford premium maintenance plan on some of Ford's most popular models. That $1,500 total cash includes $1,000 in summer sales event down payment assistance, plus $500 final days mega bonus cash. We're talking the 2026 Ford F-150, Bronco, Mustang, Mach-E, Explorer, and the Mustang. Or get up to $15,000 off MSRP on select new 2025 Ford models. Before the season really gets rolling, upgrade your ride at Serramonte Ford, right off of 280 in Coleman, Daly City, or anytime at SerramonteFord.com. That's the winning play call. Serramonte Ford, your Bay Area Ford dealer.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like public works supervisor.
Hey, this waterman is under a ton of pressure. Did you ever fix it?
Yeah, 3 layers of duct tape. Wait, should I have added a 4th layer?
This is a job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Back to school season is here, and Dollar General has everything you need to start the school year strong. Don't forget to grab a pair of bright yellow sunglasses from the Yellow Glasses Project for just $2. Every purchase makes a difference, with 100% of proceeds helping support teachers, classrooms, and nonprofit organizations working to improve reading and literacy skills across the country. Stop by Dollar General today and shine bright with the Yellow Glasses Project, available now at Dollar General. The Yellow Glasses Project is a program of the Dollar General Literacy Foundation.
Skechers elite athlete OG Anunoby has been making history on the basketball court.
Anunoby tips it in. Unbelievable. What a shot.
He's been balling out in Skechers high-performance basketball sneakers, and the world is noticed. But how does OG train off the court to keep in peak physical condition? Hands-free Skechers Slip-ins Aeroburst. They help prepare OG for the physical demands of playing at a championship level. Get your pair of Aeroburst for only $165 at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever high-performance running shoes are sold.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Valhalla, it's Gabby Williams. You're listening to Willard and Dibs, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios on 95.7 The Game.
Valcatraz tonight, 7 o'clock.
Lock it down.
This is a big one now.
No doubt.
This is 1 versus 2.
Yeah, it's a monster matchup.
Yeah.
Down there at Chase Center.
Yeah. Lynx. First place. Valkyries. Second place.
Valcatraz.
Let's ride.
Yeah.
Okay. Like, you want to be championship? Let's see it.
Right.
Tonight's the night. Tonight's the measuring stick.
It's a litmus test, Mark.
Sure.
Is what it is.
You want me to say it's a must win, and it's not, unless you want the 1 seed.
I mean, if you
then I believe it is.
If you want the 1 seed, then yes. I don't think that you can get the 1 seed without winning this one, and you probably need to win this one and then win the next one,
other one,
against
yeah.
the Lynx.
Yeah.
The other one
is there though,
which is next week, right? But
another one.
You probably need both. And honestly, if you look at the schedule for the Valks, I think it's 8 of 11 on the road or 7 of 10. I don't know the exact math, but
it's a lot.
A lot of road. So go ahead and defend Valhalla and, beat the Lynx and then go out there and see if you can do more damage.
I like when you do Valhalla.
A little bit like Gabby, the way she does it in her rejoin.
There's 10 games left, and 7 of them.
7 road.
7 are on the road.
Yep.
7 are on the road. So
7 road. Getting closer.
The top 3 teams in the W, by the way, Minnesota's won 4 in a row. The Valks have won 6 in a row. The Fever have won 5 in a row.
Yeah, because
no one loses.
Yeah, the other teams are just ducking out. They're just ducking out. They're tanking.
They're retiring. Shout out Ogumake, who announced that she is actually retiring.
She's retiring, yeah.
Yes,
yeah.
NECA.
So anyway, that one's going to be on 95.7 The Game tonight. Odyssey app if you want to find it there. So let me admit something as to why this is starting to hit me the way that it is. We just had a texter text in, 510, thank you for listening. Okay, Mark. A little sarcastic, but that's all right. How can colleges have no preseason games but play fine week 1? I used to use that same argument. It's not an unfair argument, but I've kind of backed off of it a little bit because I just don't think the two are all that comparable. Like I know it's the same sport, but they're very different. And the majority of great teams in college football, I know there are some exceptions, but the majority don't have any preseason games. And then they start with the Citadel, which is a glorified preseason game. Because what you're not dealing with in college are athletes that are the same as the teams that you play, but you are in the NFL. Plus, I think things are much, much more complex in the way things are kind of delegated throughout a staff. That's actually what Herm Edwards told us yesterday. He's like, the preseason games are very much about the staff. I think there tends to be, this might just be my perception, I think there's a lot more turnover from year to year in the NFL than there is collegiately. I know that's changing in the age of NIL, but from coaches to players, etc., I think that there's more to deal with in the NFL. And I'm not sitting here saying that starters should be running around out there during August. Here's what I am saying. I think that and I am one of the most guilty people I know, we have fallen in to the 2026, or even call it 2018 or 19 or 20 or whatever, the modern era. We have fallen into the trap. We do this as parents. We do this as spouses, and we do it as sports fans. We're overprotective. We try to do everything for everyone. And like, I'm looking at you, and you've got a almost 4-year-old daughter.
Yep.
And you, I know, have had kids from a previous marriage, but your wife has not. And I can promise you, and this is not a criticism, but the two of you will parent that girl very differently than you were parented. And you will try to protect her from all kinds of things that, quite frankly, I could argue you either A, may not be able to protect her from, or maybe you shouldn't. Because people need to go out in the world and take some lumps sometimes.
It's funny you say that because I went to the park with her 2 days ago, and I sit back about 10 or 15 feet away. She's on the structure and she's doing what she's doing. I have eyes on her, but about 80% of the other parents or nannies are within 4 to 5 feet of their child who's 2 or 3 or 4. And, first of all, what are you going to do if little Timmy slips and falls and you're right there? Like, you're just going to overreact and then they're going to cry. And so I'm a little bit more of like a removed, withdrawn father because I am older and I've been through it once or twice before. And so, yeah, I know exactly what you're saying and you're not wrong. And as we get further down the road, and it's funny, you talked about me being, quote, parented. I was not parented
at all.
I was fed and kind of clothed.
Yeah.
And like, if I showed up for dinner, I got dinner.
There's no judgment here. I was awful at this. I still am. Jude started 7th grade today. He still gets up on every school morning. All right, well, what's for breakfast, Dad? And big dummy me, oh, you want pancakes this morning? I'll go make pancakes. And I go make pancakes. Because it's who I am, and it's what I love to do. And yes, at times, it causes problems because there's a dependency there that maybe they could have moved through a little bit earlier in life than I allow them to.
It's a little codependency because you want them to depend on you, you know?
No doubt.
I'm totally with you.
Yeah. So I very much, to me, this is an analogy with the way I hear people watching sports now. You can't protect them. You can't do it. You can try all you want. It's not going to work. Like, plenty of dudes, and I can give you the list, have ended up on IR this year when no one touched them. In fact, the first thing that we often, what's the worst hyphenated word in all of injuries in sports?
Non-contact injury.
Non-contact. Yeah. So what on earth are you protecting them from? Oh, we can't have joint practices. We can't play them in games. Why? Well, because there's too much contact. Well, what's the worst injury? Non-contact. You can do this simply by changing direction. In fact, that's often what it is. And it's happening in practice constantly. So I'm with Louis Riddick. And I just very much think that, and then I'm trying to get on a soapbox here, but I think that this is kind of who we've become. We really, I had a cat as a kid. His name was Butterscotch.
We need more dogs.
when meow, we had one named Meow. And you know what we would do? We loved Butterscotch. Butterscotch was the greatest cat I've ever known. He was a lap cat. He was so fun. He was social.
We don't need a bunch of cats in here.
No, we had one. Meow.
Like a cat.
He likes, I don't know if he likes.
Little cat.
I liked to play football with him.
Butterscotch was being a little cat.
Butterscotch.
What's going on? I said, there's a cat in the house. Cat in the house? I said, yeah, there's a cat in the house.
Yeah. He was the running back. I was the linebacker. I was like Fred Warner. And I trained him. People think you can't train cats. You can. My cat saw me get down on all fours like I was going to tackle him, and he would fall over on purpose. That was his way of saying, I don't like this game, but I kept playing it because I was a kid. And this is what I did with my cat.
So you were Michael Strahan and he was Brett Favre.
Yeah. Brett Favre. Right. Yeah, exactly. That's a perfect picture.
Butterscotch would just fall down so you could get the cat record?
Totally. And I did. But I bring the cat up because you know what we did with the cat? When he wanted to leave the house, see you, dude. See ya. And we didn't put an eye tag on him. They didn't exist. He went wherever the hell he went.
He's a cat.
And then he came back.
Right.
For dinner. And he came in, and we would watch shows together.
We don't need no meows. Yeah. We don't need no cats.
Rinse, repeat tomorrow. We didn't try. You wouldn't even think of doing that now. I don't think. Lovely Christy, they've got a cat. The cat's not even allowed in the backyard.
Yeah, Cliff the cat, the legendary Cliff that my ex-wife took number 1 overall in the divorce draft. He is a free-range cat. I have no idea where he goes. I do know that every 8 or 9 days he comes back with a bird or a mouse or both if it's been a good day.
Butterscotch did the same thing, and they would love to parade him around. They think they're bringing you a gift. You're like, I don't want that. It's just like a fruitcake. Don't bring me that, please. Now,
you want to see a cat prance proudly? This dude comes back like bird in mouth, like, look at me. Look what I've done.
Exactly.
And he actually stalks. Every year there's like a little nest in the backyard where mama bird is thinking, I'm okay. I'm up here. And Cliff will just sit there and wait until mama bird flies out to get some worms or whatever. And then Cliff is like, you don't need more dogs. You need me.
Meow.
That's right.
It's no different than when the kids bring home that artwork from 3rd grade. You're like, oh, for me? Let's put it on the fridge. It's beautiful.
You'll wait till they go to bed and it's in the recycle bin.
Anyway,
that's it.
We live in an area that's got a lot of wildlife, so I understand why my lovely wife and her daughter do not let the cat outside. They may never see the cat again. I understand. But this is what I know. I don't have a cat anymore, but this is what I know a lot of families. This is how you do it now. You don't let the animals out because we have to protect everyone from everything. And it just popped into my head as I was listening. First of all, as I read Louis Riddick yesterday, and I'm thinking about yet another August where no matter how much we shave off of this, the takes are going to be the same again next August. We've got Herm Edwards. We had 6 preseason games. Then we went to 5. Then we went to 4. Now we're down to 3. A lot of people think as soon as we go to an 18-game schedule, it's going to go down to 2. Can we get to 0? Probably. We probably will. Will it help? My opinion, no. No. Actually, it might make it worse. I have no idea. I'm not a doctor. I don't study the science. I have no idea what's going to happen. But I do not believe that the more we try to trim all this stuff away because it frustrates us when players get hurt, I don't think there's any way to protect them.
Well, I mean, you could protect them to the extent that they wouldn't be getting hurt in these meaningless preseason games. And I know a practice can happen and a guy can get hurt in practice, and that's just part of what happens when you are a pro football player. But when you have these games that are preseason games and you play a guy and he goes out there and he gets hurt in a preseason game, that doesn't really matter. And yeah, you can sharpen up your tools and you can develop that callus and all the rest of it. And so there's value in that. But beyond that part of it, like the preseason games, honestly, if they were that important, these guys would play more of them.
We just got a text that you'll enjoy. 510. The wife has 3 cats. And they've only sniffed outside in a carrier.
Right. And honestly, and I'm not trying to judge other cat owners, but first of all, if you declaw your cat, that is cruel and unusual.
Yeah, that's taking their defenses away.
Exactly. Well, some people will declaw the cat and have him be an indoor cat.
Right.
And that to me is like completely not dehumanizing because it's not a human, but you're taking away the actual essence of being a cat. And so if you have a cat and you don't allow them to be outside, then to me, you're not doing it right as a cat owner.
Well, I mean, I do think there are circumstances that are different. First of all, the cat, the characteristics of the cat. I do think where you live matters. You got a bunch of coyotes running around.
Sure.
You know what I mean? Like, sure. So I'm not here to judge. I'm just observing. And I think that that's a piece of what has become the conversation in football, especially. We are ground zero for this. We are the substation of the entire injury conversation in football because we feel more affected by it. We feel more triggered by it. And so there's this constant, at least what I hear, there's either just people who want to express constant concern or all kinds of different ideas on how you can fix this. You can move your practice facility. You can practice less. You can practice in a different way. You can fire your trainer and then fire him again the next year if it doesn't go better. You can do all of these things. And my opinion is you're still not going to stop injuries. It's not going to stop.
You're not going to stop the injuries, but you can lessen the chance that you have injuries during a time that is really not going to matter.
Maybe.
And that to me is the bigger issue.
Do you know that for a fact?
No, you don't. And you could have a guy not play at all. Like, let's just talk about, Trent Williams, who he's healthy and he's not going to play preseason. I don't know if he's doing a lot of joint practices, and you're going to go ahead and kid glove him, and you get to week 1, and he might pop a hammy, and it might be because he didn't actually play during the preseason. So to your point, like, you just because you bubble wrap a guy doesn't mean that he's going to be guaranteed to not get hurt.
Well, no, I mean, football players will tell us they're guaranteed to get hurt, right? What's the injury rate by week 17?
You say 100%.
100%.
And you're probably not wrong.
Yeah. Now, Trent does practice, and to me, that might be a little bit more. He's a special one because one thing, and if you're a Warrior fan, you know this, and actually just if you're a human being and you know this, if you're a human being that's either had his or her 30th birthday or 40th birthday or 50th birthday, just the matter of age will suggest that your injury chances go way up. So with Trent Williams, he is much older, much more of an advanced NFL age, number one. He's also carrying around north of 300 pounds. So I don't really make a distinction between what it is Trent's doing. I'm just making a distinction into whether he's doing anything at all. So what I'm saying by that is I don't think there's any more chance that he gets hurt in a preseason game than in a practice. I mean, you're engaging a defender either way. You're activating your body. You're changing directions. You're doing all of this at age 38 or whatever he is. And so I don't know if I've seen any data that's going to tell me joint practices and preseason games are actually more dangerous than regular practices. I mean, he's not wearing the quarterback jersey. You can touch him. You can hit him. You can knock him around. He's doing reps with Niner defenders. I don't see that as being very different than doing reps with Charger defenders.
I think it's different to the extent that, you're going against your teammate, and your teammate might be a little more aware of who you are and how old you are, and not that they're going to go easy on you because you're Trent Williams, but the other team, like the Chargers, they're not going to even really care who they're going against. It's going to be more intense. And again, we are kind of splitting hairs. I think the bigger question for me is what's the value of going through all of this? And for me, the value is finding out your 2s and your 3s, who actually is good enough to make the team, not your 1s.
I can't answer that. Only the people who do it can answer that. And every single time you and I or any other show we've done, whenever we have people on who do this, they swear there's value. Have you ever had a coach? Have you ever even heard a coach sniff around the idea of, we really don't need to do this?
No, but there's different value for different teams. Like the Rams will not play a lot of their guys ever at all. And, Buffalo had Josh Allen play 2 series in the opener.
Very specific group, though. I think McVay's gotten this reputation that he doesn't play anybody, which is not true.
But he doesn't play his top high-profile guys.
Very specific guys. Right. And again, with Matt Stafford, we're talking about someone who is the same age as Trent Williams, I think. So we're talking about somebody who's much older. If Aaron Donald does come back, same thing. They're going to be very, very easy there. Devontae Adams, advanced age. But I don't know that he's sitting everybody all the time. Same thing like joint practices. Those guys, they participate. The Rams participate in joint practices, even the good ones, to a certain degree. So I understand where you're coming from. I think this is what we've seen health groups do in sports now. They kind of have almost an individual plan for every player. I know the Warriors do. They've spoken about it. Like they'll sit down at the beginning of the year, in theory, and almost have a blueprint for Steph Curry, for Al Horford, for Kristaps Porzingis. They might be able to tell you in October which games they're going to miss in February because there's a lot of science around it. So I can't discount what you're saying. I just think it's different for every player.
It is, and I do think that as we continue to evolve as a sports science country and teams start to figure it out, I look at the Niners this year, and it seems like they're going about their practices a little bit differently, where if you've got a little tiny thing, if it's a tweak or if it's tightness or if it's a quad for Evans or if it's a hamstring for Dejon Stribling, you go ahead and you sit for a week and then we'll get back to you, as opposed to the old school, which is, you can't make the club from the tub. I think that now teams are being a little bit more hyper aware of, protecting guys early in the year.
Richie in Queens called in. Hi, Richie. What you doing, man? Thanks for calling.
Yeah, guys, I just jumped in. I heard it. This has been a subject for a while. I mean, obviously, growing up with 6 preseason games, and I remember Joe Namath playing a full game against the Giants and blowing his knee out. Should he have been doing that? I know Bryce Hall just got tweaked something, and they said for 3 weeks he's not going to play. I just think the injuries, and the Giants have been noted for their park, for their turf, that all the injuries they've had. So. And you brought it up too, like even if you're out there halfway, and I agree with Herm Edwards said about, just play the game. If you're going to get hurt, you can get hurt with the non-contact just as quick as you can, just running on the sideline. So that's always been a tough subject. And then you see the first 3 or 4 games sometimes in the season and regular season, and they're so far behind because they haven't had their real contact and haven't really been, playing up to par. So it's always been a tough set. Can I tell you guys a cat story?
Sure, Richie.
Okay, it's kind of a demented. Not so much demented. I had a gambling problem years ago. I haven't made a bet. I watched the games now since 1982. So I used to go out on a Sunday morning, and we had this big house cat that was 25 pounds. And I loved animals, but for some reason this cat did not like me, and I wasn't fond of this cat. So I would go out on Sundays, this is before cell phones and whatever, to put my bets in. I would pretend to go out to get the papers, which I would, and the rolls, and put my bets in without my wife knowing. So one day she woke up and said, you know what? I got up early. We had a few drinks the night before. You don't have to go. Now, guys, it's 10 to 12. I've got to get out to get my bets in. Okay? I'm going to admit that I had a problem. I looked around, and we had this cat for 6 years, and it was a house cat, never went out. And I said, I'm taking the cat out. And she said, the cat never been out. I said, well, it's going out today. Now, I walk down the stairs. I'm in a two-story apartment building. I walk out. The cat freaks, guys. Never heard the traffic and the buses. I walk to the corner, to the phone booth. The cat is kind of tearing me apart as I'm on the phone with my bookie. And I hear, how's it going, Rich? I said, never mind how it's going. It's not going too good. You got to take my bets real quick. I got people pointing to me like I don't know. There's a cat in there just ripping me from shreds. I had marks for almost 8 years after that. So I pick him up, and I put him under my arm, and I said, Willie, just hang on as much as you can. And I took him home, and my wife said, you know, there's something wrong. I said, there might be something wrong with me, but at least I got this cat out one time. But the point being, I told this story at GA meetings, and I know it was funny, but it was also sad, too, that you would go to that degree.
Fair enough. Richie, thank you very much for calling. Was the moral of the story that the cat saved Richie from a gambling addiction? Or was the moral of the story something different? Did I miss it?
The moral of the story was he took the cat out. He had gotten so low with his gambling that he actually had to take the cat out in order to try to, smoke screen in front of his wife, and he got carved up.
25 pounds?
Yeah.
It's a big cat.
It's a big cat.
It's not a little cat.
Andreas Galarraga.
Big cat.
That's
Very
right.
Good. All right, we're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. That was interesting. Greg Cosell coming up in 20 minutes. And we need to put to bed this Jim Harbaugh calls Brock Purdy cool thing, which we can do coming up next. You're on Willard and Dibs.
And it's Dan Dibley here. You know that baseball season is in full swing, and there's no better place to be than Kalshi, America's #1 prediction market platform. Right now, there's a team in Wisconsin, might be Milwaukee. They're trading at a 12% probability to win the whole thing, meaning a $100 trade pays out $856 if, in fact, they are the last team standing at the end of October. On Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house. And as the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. Download the Kalshi app and use the code DIBS, DIBS, and get $10 when you trade 10. KALSHI. Kalshi. Trade on anything. 18 and over only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Kalshi products are not available in all jurisdictions. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
Wait, everything on this IHOP value menu is just $6?
I told you it was amazing. A huge plate of pancakes, bacon, and eggs is just $6.
Wow.
There's also French toast, a ham and cheese omelet, and oh, they got a BLT and fries now.
Okay, we're coming here every day.
You don't have to tell me twice.
Feast for just $6 with the IHOP value menu. $7 in some locations, available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Buy more and get more this fall at Ashby Lumber, your local Millgard certified dealer. From September 1st through October 31st, purchase qualifying V400 Tuscany or V300 Trinsic windows and receive a gift card valued from $200 to $1,000. Plus, earn bonus gift cards from $350 to $750 on qualifying patio doors and moving glass walls. Visit Ashby Lumber's Berkeley or Concord showroom for complete details. Milgard Windows and Doors at Ashby Lumber.
FlexCar, we know radio ads are annoying, but not as annoying as car salesmen.
Sign here, please.
Never talk to one again with FlexCar, the first and only month-to-month car lease.
No, submit to my extortion machine.
Insurance and maintenance included. Switch cars anytime.
Switching Bronco to Camry to Telluride willy-nilly? Oh, no.
Oh, yes. FlexCar. You drive everything.
I felt a jackhammering pain in my jaw.
Like someone sawing my bones.
Barbed wire in my shoulder.
Like a cattle prod in my hip.
Like I put my foot in a blender.
Pain is different for everyone. But where pain starts, Journavx suzetrigine begins. Journavx is a non-opioid 50-milligram prescription tablet for adults with moderate to severe acute pain that reduces pain signals before they reach the brain. Before those signals tell the brain to feel
Like I punched an angry beehive.
And pain reduction can finally begin. Do not take Journavx with CYP3A inhibitors. Avoid use with grapefruit or liver problems, as these may increase side effects. Tell your doctor about all your medicines if you are pregnant or breastfeeding. Journavx may make certain medicines and birth control less effective. Side effects include itching, muscle spasms, rash, and elevated muscle enzymes. To learn more about Journavx, ask your doctor. Call 1-833-589-PAIN or visit journavx.com.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose, and millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
Jane is a small business owner. Tell them what that's like, Jane.
Yeah, well, it's like a roller coaster with a lot of ups and downs, and some days things can feel like they're flying off the rails.
Yep, it's a lot. But the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business can help you manage it all. With the largest, fastest fiber-powered network designed for 100% reliability with business internet and wireless connect.
Nice. So everything stays on track.
The Total Solutions Advantage. No one does business like Comcast Business.
The more solutions you add, the more you save. Get started today with a qualifying internet package for as low as $60 a month when you add an advanced solution. Plus, new customers, ask how to get up to $1,500 in prepaid cards when you add 2 lines of mobile to a qualifying gig bundle. Don't wait. Call today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. New customers only. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and automatic payments with bank account required. $60 offer requires 300 meg internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. Equipment, tax, and fees extra. Prepaid card offers end 9/13/2026.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Be a dog. We don't need no meows. We don't need no cats. We need more dogs.
Now, back to Dillard and Wibbs on 95.7 The Game.
I mean, we ended the show with that yesterday. I wasn't even thinking about that with the analogy that came up today, but we're on a good streak with dogs and cats, which is also a change that's happened in society over the last 10 to 20 years. Dogs and cats are now equal with people.
Equal in terms of like how people feel about them?
Oh, yeah, we get to go everywhere. get to be on the planes and in the grocery store. And
you've been on a plane with a cat?
People's. I mean, I don't know.
Being a little cat.
Sometimes they're, down below or in a carrier or whatever. But
right.
I'm just in general. I think people love their dogs and cats more now than they used to.
They do, but I don't think we've gotten to the point yet where you've got your cat like under the table at a restaurant. If you're gonna like
dog for sure.
Yeah, don't get me started on dogs because dogs are everywhere. They are ubiquitous.
It's actually funny that dogs are allowed and maybe cats aren't. And I don't know that cats aren't allowed. I bet there would be some sort of an equality conversation if someone's like, no, we only allow dogs. But cats, that doesn't make sense for the cat. The cat doesn't want to just sit there on a leash or something like that. But you could probably, if you do it with the dog, you could probably do it with the cat.
Probably.
And why not? The cat is cleaner than the dog, by the way. That's a fact.
Yeah, and the cat will clean itself.
That's my point.
Right. And, the dog is probably more likely to sit there and beg for food. I don't know if I've ever seen a cat, sit there and beg for food.
You should go to Lovely Christie's house. It's pretty funny. They have a dog and a cat. And the dog, along with the people, have kind of trained the cat how to come over to the refrigerator and sit like a dog.
Right.
And then they get cheese.
I get the cat will okay, it's dinner time. I'm going to go and I'm going to start meowing and I'm going to hover around the dish and look, dummy, I'm hungry. It's dinner time. Meow, meow, meow.
But that's the cat kind of leading the way. This is the people leading the way to get the cat to come over and sit. Like the cat gets called over to the kitchen. Come here. And then the cat comes over and then they sit at the refrigerator. And they get cheese.
But it's not like the cat is coming it's dinner time and you all sit at the dinner table and now the cat's going to be there like most dogs are and just going to sit there and beg.
No, the cat doesn't have to beg. Cat just jumps up on the table.
Right. Okay. I guess I'm
just telling you how it works.
Pet own differently.
Again, this is not my house.
Yep. I get it.
We suck at it too, though, because the kids are always giving pennies. They want to be Penny's favorite. So they're like, yeah, here you go, under the table. And then I'm like, don't do that. And they're like, oh, sorry. But then they do it again tomorrow.
Right.
Yeah, they just.
Oh, it spilled. It was an accident. Oh, yeah, the broccoli spilled, right?
Oh, she won't eat the broccoli.
Smart.
Yeah. Dog doesn't like vegetables. She likes carrots. Anyway, Jim Harbaugh on Brock Purdy. We played this yesterday, and it's still alive today because people are having a hard time kind of making sense of it, which is not the first time when Jim Harbaugh speaks. But here was him yesterday talking about Brock Purdy.
Yeah, just how good he is. His timing, his decision-making, his accuracy. I just like how cool he is, how cool he plays and all that, Same kind of the same way I think of Kyle, it's cool. I love the stuff he puts on tape. I love his demeanor, love the toughness of his teams, love that they're really good at football, and great to be around it.
Yeah, first of all, I was a little uncomfortable with how breathy Jim sounds while he's doing this. It just kind of hit me in a little bit of a, same as Kyle.
Yeah, he's cool.
Yeah, but people are having a hard time with Brock Purdy and the word cool.
Well, what I heard him say is
kind of funny.
I don't think that he's talking about oh man, the things he wears and he hangs out with all the popular kids, man. He's really cool. I hear him talking about football, and when you watch Brock Purdy, he's pretty cool.
Yep.
He gets in the pocket and he doesn't usually look jittery, and when a decision has to be made, he makes it, and when he has to contain and go out and make a play on his own and run it, he's pretty smart, and he gets out of bounds. He doesn't make a lot of reckless and foolish mistakes. So to that extent, yeah, he's very cool.
I agree with you completely. I think you nailed it, which is this wasn't necessarily about when I think of Brock, I think, ooh, cool guy. Brock is very much not cool guy. He arrives to the stadium with a backpack on. So he's not Mr. Cool. But what you said, I think, is what Jim, at least from my perspective, that's what popped into my mind when I'm listening to him talk. You're talking about somebody who is undersized and underdrafted and goes out on an NFL football field and has, for example, run a ball into the end zone and done the Dougie. He's very sort of comfortable in situations that you would think would terrify him. I would think that being on an NFL field at his size, with supposedly his lack of whatever you want to call it, arm strength, regular strength, and from what we're hearing, he's put on some muscle this year. That's great. And even just the look, because he's got the aw shucks face. So he kind of looks like a guy who should be terrified back there. And he's not. He does not play that way at all. His personality and his look don't match.
I mean, his personality, that from what we know, is just kind of an aw shucks. I'm from Iowa, and I married my high school or college sweetheart. Now I have a couple kids, and I got my lineman Toyotas because I have this new endorsement. So you guys all get trucks, and I'm just kind of a regular guy, even though I'm making $53 million. But I don't know if you think about who on the Niners would you say is really cool?
Fred Warner.
That's a good one.
If you're asking me for that version of the word cool, Fred Warner.
Right, like George Kittle. I mean, George Kittle's a lot of things.
Yeah, that's
he's goofy and fun
cool.
and quirky.
Yeah.
I mean, to me, I would think Trent Williams. I mean, he is cool. He's a grown man. He's a veteran. He's the silverback, and he's been doing this forever. And it's nothing kind of phases him. But Kittle, to your point, I wouldn't say that he's cool. I would love to hang out with him.
I think Christian McCaffrey's got a certain level of cool to him. Fred Warner. I get where you're coming from on Trent. Trent is also the most intimidating human being I've ever seen in sports. And I don't mean that for me. I've never seen an athlete have the effect he has on other athletes. These are the biggest alpha dogs on the planet. And when Trent walks over to them, they're all like, never mind. They even talked about it at the joint practice with the Titans. Everybody kept fighting. And then they'd be like, and then Trent would walk in and everyone would be like, okay,
right.
Never mind. Never mind. We're good. We got it, big man. Trent Williams is the alpha to the alphas. So from that perspective, I think that's a good call too.
Yeah, I mean, as far as being quote cool, Kyle Shanahan's not cool and he's super nerdy and smart and does what he does. Robert Saleh, to me, he's pretty cool. He's very cool. And so when I hear Harbaugh talking about Brock Purdy, I don't really hear him say man, Brock Purdy, he's so cool. And he gets all the girls and he's captain of the swim team or whatever. He's cool in the pocket, and that's kind of what you want.
Yeah, he's not high school cool, but his style of play, I do think of, and by the way, they used to call Joe Montana Joe Cool, and this is where I get myself in trouble because no, I'm not comparing Brock Purdy to Joe Montana, for goodness sake. But if you want to talk about their build, do you know what I mean? And their style of play, sort of what set them apart or what helps them effectively do what they did. Joe Montana, easily you could argue him to be the best quarterback of all time, but slight in build, not drafted in the first round, and would sneak up on you with his competitive drive and the way that he would navigate a football field with just beautiful touch throws. I think all of those things to a certain degree, a lesser degree, but to a certain degree, are characteristics that Brock tries to carry with himself too.
Yeah, and I do think that the Montana one is about coming from behind in the fourth quarter.
Sure.
Brock's done that a few times, but that's where I think that you start to get that cool moniker.
Valkyries, 7 o'clock tonight, Chase Center, Lynx in town. It's right here on 95.7 The Game and on the free Odyssey app. Search Valkyries and you will find all of the action. It's all brought to you by Unstoppables. As the official laundry fragrance partner of the WNBA, Unstoppables brings the freshness. Feel confident, stay in the moment, and smell unstoppable. Try Unstoppables laundry scent boosters for as low as $5. Reminder as well, what if your next round of golf could change lives? It can. Join Pettinelli Financial Partners for the 11th annual charity golf tournament at Harding Park, supporting the Autism Society San Francisco Bay Area on Friday, September 11th. Learn more at PettinelliFP.com. Okay, Great Cosell time. Here we go.
Let's go.
Rams, Seahawks, Niners, Kalen Black, Jaden Duggar. What did he see in the preseason game against the Titans? We're going to get to all of that with the best in the business at NFL Films next on Willard and Dibs.
This game day traffic is brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. If you're heading to see the Valkyries at Chase Center tonight, Bay Bridge metering lights are off, so you move well until you get to the island. Then you'll be sluggish past the Central Freeway. Northbound 101 is going to be solid from 280, and northbound 280 is hitting the brakes at Cesar Chavez.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Need to get something off your chest?
I'm gonna call you crazy in Spanish. You're loco.
Stuck in traffic and can't take it anymore?
I can't handle this.
We've got the solution for you. Call the Sound Off line at 628-400-9880. That's 628-400-9880 and leave a message. It's Sound Off. Every morning at 8 a.m., starting Monday on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, it's Willard and Dibs for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals for members. And as always, save up to 20% weekly on hundreds of exclusive offers from Safeway. Just clip the highlighted deals from the weekly mailer or click the deals in the For You section of the Safeway app to breeze through checkout. Signature select 80% lean ground beef. 6 pounds or more mega packs, just $5.99 per pound. Hormel Black Label Bacon, 12 to 16 ounces package size. Selected varieties also just $5.99 each.
Also, juicy autumn crisp green grapes or red seedless grapes, just $2.49 per pound. Finally, clip or click Lucerne 24-ounce sliced or 32-ounce chunk or shredded cheese. Selected varieties, just $6.99 each. Limit 4 items.
I would say 4 is unnecessary, but in this case, it was necessary.
Well done.
These and other great deals are available in the weekly mailer and the For You section on the Safeway app. Go to Safeway.com for more details.
You only get one shot at this. One chance to handle your injury case the right way. One chance to get the compensation you actually need. And one chance to protect your future. And once you make the wrong move, you don't get a do-over. Sign too early, it's final. Say the wrong thing, it's recorded. Take a low offer, you can't go back. Before you make any decisions, call Beam Law. They'll step in immediately, guiding you, protecting you, and making sure every move is made with your best outcome in mind. Beam Law has recovered millions for clients across the Bay Area and has been named Best of the Bay by SF Weekly 4 times. If you've been injured or lost someone due to someone else's negligence, don't take that risk. Call Beam Law now at 415-523-5555, 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555, or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
Cruise on out for the Good Guys 39th West Coast Nationals. Over 3,000 classic Good Guys Autocross racing action, a huge automotive swap meet, and so much more. All this weekend at the Alameda County Fairgrounds. Details at good-guys.com.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed? Now through August 24th, new Xfinity customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto-pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
Back to school. The kids are headed back to class, but termites, they've been busy all summer, eating, breeding, and damaging your home 24/7. If you've seen termite droppings, don't wait. Call Pacific Coast Termite at 800-PACIFIC for a free inspection. And if you need treatment, Pacific Coast Termite uses orange oil and Ultraset, so there's no move out, no tent, no poisonous gas, so you don't have to leave your home empty, potentially inviting burglars in. Termites don't take the summer off. Call 800-PACIFIC. That's 800-PACIFIC. PacificCoastTermite.com. Some restrictions apply.
Want to talk about low testosterone or impotence? No way, right? But did you know 1 out of 4 men suffer from this condition? Listen to Dr. Robert Rowley from Prime Male Medical.
At Prime Male Medical, we specialize in acoustic wave therapy, sublingual lozenges, injectable medications, and testosterone treatments.
Get your first visit, PSA test, testosterone test, Doppler ultrasound, and a year of follow-up visits for just $99. Go to PrimeMaleMedical.com or call 415-761-4037. 415-761-4037.
Hey, it's Brew, and I feel like everything in my life depends on being connected. Whether I'm uploading a video, hopping on a call before my show, or video chatting with my family back in Michigan, I never have to think about my Wi-Fi. And that's why Xfinity stands out. You get the most reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi with the best equipment at one price for 5 years guaranteed. No contracts or commitments. Plus, you can get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber or coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi. Xfinity. Imagine that.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
That's a great question.
It's a great question. That's a great question.
On 95.7 The Game.
This one feels extra energetic. I don't know about you. This one just feels extra energetic. Maybe it's because there's an actual preseason game.
Maybe.
From which we can draw.
Perhaps.
I think there were more text messages this morning between everybody involved in this conversation than usual. Like ideas and things that people wanted to say.
Have to be. My energy is coming from looking at his face on the YouTube feed, and it's a little bit like when you get that linebacker who's creeping up to the line like they're going to blitz, and you know they're going to blitz, and you know you can't stop them. And so I'm that quarterback trying to, Omaha! But it's too late because here comes Cosell.
Yep, and he's wearing black, which means it's a funeral for the rest of the NFC. Let's talk about it. Thank you. It's Greg Cosell, NFL Films, joining us on the River Islands guest line. And yes, his handsome mug is on YouTube as well. Hi, Greg. How you doing?
Gentlemen, what's happening?
Well, a lot of the same, but then again, also everything's different. I want to just leave it to you. What stood out to you? Because I know you watched the Niner Titans, air quotes, game. What jumped off the TV for you?
Well, when I watched the tape, I didn't see the game on TV, but when I watched the tape, I'm really looking more at individual players because I'm not really thinking in terms of schematics or tactics. I'm just looking at players. You know, one of the things, because I watch so much college tape and see so many college players, because I evaluate probably 200 to 250 college players in detail before every draft, I'm always anxious to see those guys that I look at and that I know something about, so they're not foreign to me. So I'm really looking at individual players because there's not really schematics. I mean, obviously they're going to run plays that they've run in practice and that they want to see guys execute, but we're not, you're not thinking in terms of attacking the specific defense. So for me, it's mostly looking at individual players.
And who stood out? Like, as you looked at the tape and guys who you analyzed in college and who are now debuting in a preseason game, who'd you like?
Well, obviously, I know a lot of people are talking about Stribling. He played the entire first half, caught 7 balls. I think 2 plays stood out to me probably three. One was a negative, but two plays stood out to me as far as receiving. He had a catch. It was a curl route on the first play of their second possession where the ball was thrown a tad late, and the corner Flott was able to sort of get up behind him, and he had to grab it over his head, just snatching it with his hands. That's what you really like to see with a receiver on a curl route, not having to use his body to catch the ball. He snatched it out of the air with his hands. That was a really good catch. And then obviously the long play, the 32-yarder. And that was the first and I think only snap where he aligned into the boundary. Every other snap, he aligned to the wide side of the field, either as the Z receiver or in the slot. And so the 32-yarder came when he aligned into the boundary. He ran the go route. He got on top of Flott. You saw the excellent body control, the ball tracking with great hand-eye. So that was a play that, you want to see the verticality because he is a 4-3-6 guy, and you want to see that element in the 49ers offense. The play that I'm sure he was disappointed in, and I'm sure Kyle Shanahan will talk to him about it because it's so important for the Niners, is it was the third play of the game. They ran a pin-pull concept, which is a foundational run in their offense, and he missed the block on the DN Johnson, and it resulted in a 4-yard loss. And, that's a block that he must make in the context of the 49ers run game. But that's how you learn. That's what preseason is for.
Greg, I was anxious today to talk to you about the offensive line for the San Francisco 49ers. We know that last year their metrics as and this is not just the line, this is a running back, this is the whole team, but their yards per carry went way down, and it's alarming, in fact, a little bit for a Kyle Shanahan offense. We can go over the reasons for it, but I wanted to ask you, with largely the same personnel coming back, McCaffrey, your lead back, it's the same, at least four of them, with a competition at left guard, pretty much the same offensive line.
Yeah.
What would be their reason for optimism, if any, that they will be better this year?
It's funny because I've done, over the summer, I do college guys, but then I turn to the NFL. So when I turn to the NFL, because I'm not under the gun with deadlines like I am during the season, I can do a little more research. So, last year, obviously, and I'm sure you guys know this, was the lowest running game output since Shanahan became the head coach, which I think was 2017, if I'm right. But the crazy thing is, and this is where it's kind of it's kind of an enigma. It's crazy. They averaged almost 7 plays per drive last year, which is really excellent when you think of the whole NFL. And they scored points on 47% of their drives, which was third in the NFL. So it was a very odd, contrasting mix of seeming like they couldn't control the ball with the run game, but yet they did control the ball. So when you look at this O-line, as you said, there's really only one position that's up for grabs, and that'll be left guard. My sense is the competition will end up being between Robert Jones and Carver Willis. That'll be my sense. Robert Jones, was in Miami 2 years ago, started 17 games for a Mike McDaniel offense. So he's very familiar with the terminology and the methodology. This is not all brand new to him. He missed last year with a neck injury. We don't know where he stands, but if he's healthy, I think he's in the mix along with the rookie Carver Willis. And Willis, of course, is making a transition from tackle in college at Washington to guard, which is not an easy transition. I watched him pretty carefully in this preseason game. There were some good plays and some bad plays, which you would expect. That's not unusual or abnormal. To me, Connor Colby is going to end up being a little bit more of kind of the rotational journeyman type guy. I would be surprised if he won the job, but that's just me based on tape.
And based on the tape, are you seeing either of those other top two candidates being able to run this sort of a zone scheme? Because it seems to me that last year they had, 4 of the 5 offensive linemen do well on any particular run play, but they didn't have quite the syncopation. Is one of those two guys able to mesh, especially with Trent Williams on the left side?
Well, you would assume Jones can do that because he's done it in that style of system. Now it comes down to whether he's 100% healthy and where he stands after missing a year. It's hard to miss an entire year and just step right back in. Obviously, he's never played next to Trent Williams or next to Brendel, so we'll see. But, the same would be true for Carver Willis, who's doesn't have any experience playing guard, going back to his college days, I don't believe. So, for him, it's all brand new. Not only does he have to learn how to play guard, but he has to learn the terminology, the methodology. He's got to learn so much more than Robert Jones would have to learn.
Greg Cosell, NFL Films, with us, Willard and Dibbs. Greg, can I dig a little bit more into those metrics that you just shared about last year, about how it was their worst run year, but they were still able to control the ball? When you watched last year, did you ever get to a point where you felt good about why they were having a hard time running the ball?
Well, I mean, I think that, look, there's a stat for backs that is, broken tackles, missed, backs. Yeah. And McCaffrey actually was among the highest in the league at breaking tackles. So the problem was obviously the O-line, in my opinion, I thought the O-line struggled a bit in the run game. Because the more I think about it, I don't think, and I guess we'll find out, look, McCaffrey's going to be 30 years old. I mean, he played over 90% of the snaps a year ago. The guy never comes out. He ran over 300 routes. There's going to be some point where, as much as he stays in shape, the body is just going to give out to some degree. So we don't know the answer to that. But I didn't believe watching last year that McCaffrey lost it. I know that's easy to say because the numbers weren't there. But just watching every single game and every single play, I don't think McCaffrey looked appreciably different. Now, I know he didn't have the long runs. I mean, they only had 46 runs of 10-plus yards, which was the lowest number in the Shanahan era for 10-plus yard runs. And I'm sure a lot of people listening are thinking, oh, I'm wrong because, he couldn't run, he didn't have, 40, 50-yard touchdown runs. But he also didn't have a lot of clean holes where he could generate velocity and speed.
So, Greg, how might Kalon Black factor into this? I know he didn't play in the preseason game, but he was back at joint practice against the Chargers yesterday and reportedly had a really good day. What do you know about his skill set, how it fits into what Kyle likes to do?
Oh, well, I mean, as you guys know, we've talked about him. I really liked his tape coming out a lot. I mean, Kalon Black, to me, when I watched his tape, and again, when I watch tape of guys, I don't know where they're going to be drafted. So, I'm not sitting here saying, well, I thought he'd be a Niner. I have no idea about that whatsoever. But I really liked watching him. I thought he was tough, physical, a grinder, powerful, kind of a no-holds-barred runner. I mean, he was the kind of back that he would run over people. I forget, he ran over someone who was a big-time player, and he's just a very, very physical guy, and I really liked him a lot watching his tape, and I think he fits the 49er run game. He's a grinder. He sustains an offense. Now, the pass catching stuff, just because he wasn't thrown to in college doesn't mean he can't be a receiver. We just didn't have exposure to that on his tape. I'm sure when they studied him and they worked him out, they probably threw him the ball quite a bit. And first of all, he's not going to be their third down back anyway. The more important thing for him, I think, is blitz pickup. He's not going to be their receiving back. So blitz pickup to me would be the more important thing.
Is he so different than Brian Robinson last year? I'm just struck by, Brian Robinson comes in and he is a veteran and yet he never seemed to stick in the system. Does Kalon Black have skills that are much more of a good fit with Shanahan's offense than Robinson last year?
Well, Robinson's also, in a sense, a grinding type back. Now, Robinson, he was a free agent, right?
Yeah.
I mean, he just signed the 1-year deal. He was a free agent after this past season. So yeah, they're not going to re-sign him to any big number, and they probably feel they can get a backup running back in the draft, as they did. And they did the year before too with Jordan James. So they're not going to re-sign a back, and they've had great success obviously over the years, as you guys know, with backs who are not high draft choices. So I mean, look at what Jeff Wilson did for them for years. I mean, they've had great success with those kinds of backs. So they were not going to re-sign Brian Robinson.
Greg, another camp standout who I think the 49ers are very excited about is Osa Odighizuwa. And yes, we've talked about him before, but specifically as Nick Bosa comes back, it's sounding like Mykel Williams will not be ready for week 1. How do you think the presence of Osa changes this pass rush that needs to be so much better?
Well, they've clearly made a commitment through that trade and the drafting of Grayson Halton to get some juice in the interior with a pass rush, because that's what Odigizua is, and that's what Halton is. Halton, watching him at Oklahoma and watching him in this first preseason game, and again, I'm just looking at traits. I know, although he did beat Skoronski, who's an all-pro type guard, on the play where there was a penalty, but he did sack Ward where he beat Skoronski. So they clearly made a commitment because they had no inside pass rush a year ago. And quite frankly, when Bosa went out, they had no outside pass rush either, because they had one of the lowest pressure rates and sack rates in the NFL a year ago. As you guys know, that's not news to anybody listening. So they made a commitment to the interior pass rush because Collins and West are not truly pass rushers inside. Even if they like them and they feel they're going to be really good players, they're not truly pass rushers. They're more run defenders. So they made a commitment there. The big question is this. When Mikael Williams is ready to go, and it may not be till week 3, let's just throw out week 3 for the sake of discussion. So what are they going to do with him when they go to their nickel? Because last year, under a different coaching staff, in the nickel, they moved him inside. He only played outside in the base. He moved inside in the nickel. Now, much of that, I think, will depend on other players on the outside and what Halton can do as a rookie. If they feel Halton can come in and play 20, 25 snaps a game as an inside pass rusher in nickel, he won't play in base. In nickel, then they'd want to keep Williams outside, in which case they really have to work with him as an edge pass rusher.
You mentioned Grayson Halton as an interior pass rusher. How is he in the interior against the run from what you've seen on tape?
He was, again, this is just, the Oklahoma tape you have to put in its own category, because Oklahoma did a ton of slanting and stunting, which I doubt the Niners will do anywhere near as much as Oklahoma did. So that's not a true comparison. But to be honest with you, I was surprised a bit watching him in this game, because I thought that he showed, a little more physicality than I would have thought. There were run game snaps where he displaced interior offensive linemen in this preseason game. But essentially what he is he's a one-gap penetrator. He's a pure 3 technique. He fits the profile of an NFL 3 technique D tackle, where you line up in a gap and shoot a gap, where you're not hand fighting with the offensive linemen, although you have to do that at times, but that's not the strength of his game. But he did do that a couple of times against the Titans and handle himself well.
Greg, this might be a weird one, because I know Mac Jones would have to be thinking back to last year, but the team is very intrigued by Curtis Rourke, and obviously he did some interesting things in this game. How would you compare those two, and do you think that Rourke could play well enough to where it would encourage the Niners to sort of put Mac Jones back on the trade market as they did in the offseason?
Well, all I have with Rourke is what I've seen. They're with him every day, so they can answer that better than I. But stylistically, Rourke fits the Niners. He's a timing rhythm player. I remember watching his last year at Indiana. That's what he is. He's a timing rhythm quarterback that theoretically fits a Kyle Shanahan system. Now, again, they're with him every day. I can't speak to what they feel about him. You'd have to feel really, really good about him, because Purdy did miss games last year. You know that if Purdy were to go down and you put Mac Jones in, you can line up and you can beat anybody. I mean, Mac Jones did very well when he played last year, and he has NFL. He's been an NFL starter and played well. So this is a team that is not looking to rebuild or to retool. They're looking to compete. So, it would all depend on how they feel about Rourke, but Rourke is stylistically is that style of quarterback.
And you probably won't be able to expose him to, waivers or put him on the practice squad. Somebody might snatch him up. Yeah, so that'll be a roster decision. I do want to ask you about Jaden Duggar and what you saw from him on film, because, Greg, I'm fascinated by the player that he might be, kind of a hybrid linebacker, secondary pass rush guy.
Well, there were 2 guys on defense that really fascinated me. Well, 3. Duggar and Martin at linebacker both fascinated me a lot. I really liked Martin a lot. He's the twitchiest of the linebackers that played in this game because obviously Warner and Greenlaw did not play. He's got some twitch to him. Martin, he's got short area burst. He's got explosiveness downhill and laterally. He's a missile. I mean, there were snaps where he attacked downhill in the run game with power and force. I liked what I saw of Nick Martin, and I watched him at Oklahoma State as well, so I was familiar with him. Duggar's a fascinating guy. He was a former safety. He's got great length. He's got plus speed to play sideline to sideline. That he lined up over the slot at times, depending on the offensive formation. He's almost got the combination of linebacker safety traits. You know, he's almost like a big nickel guy in some ways. So he'll be interesting to see as he develops. He'll make the team, but just the length and the speed is something that gets you excited. But the third guy, we talked about Halton. The other guy that I was really intrigued by, and again, he was a 4th-round pick, so I don't know. He was the defensive player who played more snaps than anyone, and that's the corner Prysock. I mean, he played predominantly left corner. He had snaps in press man and off coverage. I really liked the way he played. I did him coming out of Washington. He is long. He's a good athlete for his size. I'm really curious to see. They obviously wanted to get a good look at him because, as I said, he played the highest number of snaps of any defensive player.
Greg, while we're in the defensive backfield, how are you sort of seeing the race for snaps at the safety position? We haven't talked about it a lot. It's the same group that it was last year, and it wasn't terribly great year for them last year. So between Mustafa and Brown and Siegel, how are you seeing that shake out right now based on performance?
Well, I would think that, the leaders in the clubhouse are Brown and Mustafa. I mean, I think that, if they had to play a real game tomorrow, Brown and Mustafa would be the starters. Siegel obviously got a lot of snaps last year early in the season due to injury. And then when Mustafa and Brown came back, Siegel did not get many snaps. So obviously they feel that those two guys were better a year ago. I can't speak to Siegel's improvement or lack thereof, because I'm not there every day. I think those would be the guys in the mix. Davis has been in the league. He's never truly been a starter. I remember when he came out of Cal, he was drafted high because he ran really well. He's been a special teams player. You can play him, but I don't think he'd be in the mix to be a starter.
All right, Greg Cosell, NFL Films, big moment that we've been waiting for. Who do you like in the NFC West this year?
To win the division, are you asking me?
Exactly.
Looking for a lock here, Greg.
This is the big prediction at the finish, Greg.
Come on.
I mean, I'd have to say right now, that's a tough call. Let's just, because now you're getting into, injuries and all that, which we'll leave out for now. I would say I like the Rams. If you really said right now.
Well, it was a good run, Greg. Yeah. It was nice having you.
But the Niners are second, right?
Oh, are they in that division too?
Yeah.
I meant the Niners. Okay. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
I meant the Niners.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, I forgot they were in that division.
Forgot where the old bread was buttered for a second there, Greg.
All right, Greg, we'll keep working on that prediction as we get closer to the season. How about that? Deal?
Sure, why not?
All right, perfect. Hey, Greg, thank you. We'll talk to you next week.
All right, guys, appreciate it. Thanks.
Yep, Greg Cosell, NFL Films. He's the best, and you might have gotten like the best one ever out of him there at the end.
And I'm glad that you and I are so locked in on anticipating the laugh and then waiting, and that might have been a 7-piece.
You got to step back. Well, we can review it coming up next. I'm sure Grandy will already have it cut.
No doubt.
But yes, I've learned when Greg starts laughing, I just push away.
That's right.
The microphone. I just get away. Just take a play off.
You had the same instinct as me. I was going to ask him who he liked tomorrow. Niners getting 1.5. Niners giving 1.5 on the road.
Oh, their favorite?
And home dog. Chargers and kind of semi-home dog.
Yeah, no, the Chargers are not a home dog. You have to have a home to be a home dog.
They're a dog. They're a wayward dog. They're a dog away from home.
They're a lost dog.
Something like that.
Yeah,
we need more dogs.
Yeah, we do. That's true. Lazy dog? I enjoy lazy dog. Anyway, Red and Gold Summit, back for another year, Thursday, September 3rd. Jack's Restaurant and Bar in Pleasant Hill. If you didn't come to the last one, you missed out. It was the most lively one we've ever had. We're doing it again. We'll be there from 2 to 6. All the guys will be there from 4 to 6. And this year, that includes our friend from NFL Network, Brian Baldinger, on the scene, in person, get a pic, get an autograph, all that stuff. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. 888-957-9570 is the number. We'll continue with your phone calls next on Willard and Dibs.
And meantime, it is Dan Dibley here to talk about, you guessed it, Fremont Bank. And you know it's a family-owned bank. With that family-owned feel, they started back in 1964. And when they built it, they wanted to create this local ecosystem around relationships that benefit all of us here in the Bay Area. And they are proudly independent. And I'm so glad that that is the case, because they take care of their customers like myself in that independent fashion. And when you go there, you get the top quality customer service. They know you, they know your family, they know your goals and your needs. And as a result, they take care of you in so many different ways. They're very responsive, and they provide that great customized customer service. They take time to evaluate exactly what I need and what my needs are, and they go out there and they check those boxes. And by the way, I haven't paid an ATM fee since I joined them more than 6 years ago. The other institutions will charge you a fee, but not this one. They actually will reimburse the fee that you are charged from that other place where you try to go out there and get your money. And when you deposit your money with Fremont Bank, it gets repurposed and reinvested into the community, home ownership, philanthropy, nonprofits, all the other good things that make our area so strong. They have 21 branches throughout Northern California, 20 here in the Bay Area, one in Carmel by the Sea. So there's one close to you. You should go in and see for yourself what exactly full-service banking is all about. It's Fremont Bank, turning family-owned businesses into household names.
There is nobody like Baldy.
What I love about Baldy is that he loves ball.
NFL Network's Brian Baldinger every Tuesday at 7:30 with Spadoni and Shasky.
Sleep is overrated. I'm just trying to give America what they want.
Baldy, all season long. Don't miss it.
I just bought a new automobile the same way they did in the 1900s when movies were silent.
Well, I just got this Jeep from FlexCar. Maintenance and insurance are included, and I can switch cars anytime.
What are you, high on giggle juice?
The first and only month-to-month car lease. FlexCar, you drive everything.
On September 2nd, DraftKings Game Day arrives with massive deals, exclusive deals, and an all-day celebration built for sports fans. The countdown has begun. All roads lead to Game Day. The DraftKings Sports app is now live in 50 states. That means California from Texas to Florida. DraftKings Game Day is the kickoff of a new season, a new era, and the biggest day in sports history. New DraftKings customers sign up with code ALLNEWS, spend $5 to get $150 in rewards within 14 days. In partnership with DraftKings, the crown is yours. Event trading offered by DraftKings Predictions, a CFTC registered introducing broker. Trading involves risk of loss, market availability varies, eligibility restrictions apply. $50 every 7 days via click to claim issued in non-withdrawable predictions dollars that expire in 1 year. Ends August 23rd. Terms dkng.co/predictions promo. Nationwide based on sportsbook, predictions, and free-to-play sports contest availability varies by state.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run, because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When you get injured, you're not just facing pain. You're facing an insurance company. Insurance companies don't send compassion. They send adjusters, a trained pack whose only job is protecting the insurance company. You need a guard dog. When the insurance company unleashes its pack, Habas Law unleashes a pack that's bigger, smarter, and trained to ferociously hunt down every dollar you deserve. And trust me, every insurance company already knows the names of the biggest dogs in the fight. Habas Law. Visit habaslaw.com.
Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
golf, community, giving back. Join Pettinelli Financial Partners for the 11th annual charity golf tournament benefiting the Autism Society San Francisco Bay Area. Gather your friends, clients, or colleagues for a memorable day on the course while supporting programs and resources for local individuals and families affected by autism. Whether you're signing up a foursome or becoming an event sponsor, your participation helps make a meaningful impact. Visit PettinelliFP.com today to register and learn more. We look forward to seeing you on the course.
Lemonade! Fresh squeezed lemonade! Lemonade? Oh, nuts.
Is your business struggling to be seen? Not reaching the right customers?
Yeah.
Odyssey's here to help. Your one-stop shop for digital marketing.
Wait, really?
With targeted digital media, plus SEO, SEM, social, OTT, and more, we help your business reach the right audience and drive results.
Whoa, hey, one at a time.
Stop missing out on valuable customers. Visit digitallocalads.com to learn more about our local advertising solutions. That's digitallocalads.com.
Okay, people, line starts here.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Trust is earned. That's why I've stuck with Straight Talk. Same price since 2009 on Verizon's 5G network. Cause shoot, anyone can make a promise. Keeping it for years, that means something.
Now plans starting at $25 a month with 4 lines. Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Same price claim applies only to the base monthly price of our $45 plan from October 2009 to present.
New Game Plus with Oxy makes your laundry smell incredible and fights stubborn smells, like the ones your dog Biscuit brought into your freshly made bed last night. But you washed that all away with Game, and now you're drifting asleep to the scent and sound of waves. Ah, no, that's the dog licking your ear.
Biscuit.
It just might be our greatest scent ever, now with odor-fighting power. New Game Plus with Oxy.
Sniff the difference. Game.
Forgot where the old bread was buttered for a second there, Greg.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
That's a good one. That's a good one. Kind of like Dejan Stribling.
A good one.
He's a good one.
Yep.
I think he's going to be a good one. I'm not going to be hypocritical.
You're liking it early.
Yeah, we've never seen him play NFL football, so I'm not going to put anything in ink. But there's a lot to be encouraged about, and we're not alone. Wait till you hear what one big-time former NFL wide receiver said about Stribling. We'll have that in just a second. But as we've been mentioning a couple times, big game at Chase Center tonight. Valcatraz is going to try to lock up the Lynx. The number 1 team in the NBA is visiting the number 2 team in the WNBA. So you can hear that on 95.7 The Game, Odyssey app as well, if that's the way you want to go about it. And so we're counting down to that as well. Bleacher Dave in West Oakland is checking in. Hi, Bleacher Dave. What are you doing?
Man, I'm getting ready. I'm fired. I'm getting ready for this Valks game, man. Ready to go to Valhalla.
Let's go.
About the D. Man, number 1, number 2. Giants are boring and the Warriors are off season. Let's all get into women's basketball because it's super exciting. We got two streaks going here tonight. So the Valkyries have sold out every game, and they've lost every time they've played the Lynx. So I think one of those streaks is going to get broken tonight, and it's already a sellout. So that leaves you one other. I think they're hungry. I think they're ready. I do think the Lynx are on a tier above them, above all the rest of the league by themselves. But I think they're going to win tonight. I think that thing is going to end. I don't know how plugged in and how much you guys watch that league, but Olivia Miles is freaking amazing and excitement to watch. What do they call it? The spectacle? I'm looking for tonight to be a spectacle and to go out there and have a bunch of fun. I think here's my prediction. Gabby Williams, she shut down Paige Beckers in the first half yesterday because that's what she does. I think Olivia Miles, I think the Valkyries are going to guard her because last time she went crazy from three-point line. And she's gonna be locked up in Valcatraz in Gabby's own little personal cell over there in Valhalla. One of the things to look for, right? The Fiji Collar is a free agent after this season. The perennial MVP and deploy pick, maybe the second best player after Asia Wilson, free agent this year. Is there any more attractive free agency spot in the W than San Francisco
Oh, no.
And except for
No. The answer is no. No. And by the way, that's probably, hey, Bleacher Dave, have a great time, man. Thank you for calling in. That's probably something that when we've talked about the Valkyries, we haven't mentioned enough. I think that also within a year and 3/4 of another season, they have probably cemented themselves right now as the top free agent destination in the entire league. And that has to do with the fact that A, they're winning, B, the ownership backing that they have, and maybe most importantly of all, I know that, fans may not want to pat themselves on the back, but the what they have created over at Chase Center, Valhalla, during these games is, listen, I haven't gone to WNBA games in all the cities by any stretch, only a couple cities, but I think that this is pretty unmatched in terms of atmosphere.
Right, in terms of I don't know, you sell out every single game and the crowd is bananas and the crowd just gets louder and louder each and every game. And I just wonder about the free agent piece of it, because if you are a free agent and you look at this destination, well, you're going to have to play defense because it's, it's Valcatraz for a reason. It's because Natalie Nicase, the head coach, demands defense and their whole identity is defense. So if you are a free agent and you're looking at places to go, if you come here, you're going to have to expect that you're going to play 40 minutes of defense each and every night.
That's okay. I mean, listen, I get what you're saying. Maybe that's, that's the dirty work. It's not the fun part, but that'd be pretty weak sauce if somebody's looking at coming to the Valkyries and being like, nah, I'm not going to come there. I don't want to, play hard.
It's not only playing hard. It's like, you have to go out there and play actual defense and win. I do think that's the one thing that the Valkyries right now are kind of lacking, and that is that go-to, you are our number one chief scorer. And they've got a committee, and certainly they've got people who can go out there and get it done. Gabby Williams is among them. But if you look at, the other teams and the named star, the named scorer, the Valks don't really have that player. And so maybe someone will emerge. Maybe it is Gabby Williams down the stretch here, but that would be the one thing I would look for if I were the Valkyries in the offseason, is to try to find that number one scorer.
All right. This, at the risk of getting the excitement level turned up even a little bit more, we wanted to play this for you and get some reaction to it. By the way, I have it's not a story or whatever. This is just an odd sort of admiration I have for the guy you're about to hear. Steve Smith, former NFL wide receiver. Long time ago, I don't know how many people know this, Steve Smith and Chad Ochocinco were teammates at Santa Monica Junior College.
Wow.
I think, if I've got that right. They also both worked at the same Taco Bell right down the street. To go back and hear their backstory is really, really amazing. These are grinders. These are hard workers. This is a long way of me saying I really admire this guy. I enjoyed talking to him when he's come on radio shows before. I value his opinion.
Mighty Mouse.
Mighty Mouse, exactly. So Steve went on along with James Palmer. They got a podcast, Steve Smith and James Palmer podcast. And listen to what he said. Remember yesterday, we were talking about where this wide receiver core could end up ranking in the Shanahan 49ers era. And he kind of tackled a similar question.
I think this is the most complete wide receiver group that Kyle Shanahan has had as a head coach for the San Francisco 49ers. I know he's had it as position coach, OC, but I'm talking about as the head coach of the San Francisco 49ers. I think this is the best group he's ever had in San Francisco in his tenure. Here's why. Mike Evans, complete wide receiver. The only guy in here because of age that I think is a little bit different is the new acquisition with Debo. But Mike Evans, complete receiver. Stribley, complete receiver. Unfortunately, he's not healthy, but Ricky Pearsall, right? Robinson. It's really unique and interesting. Jacob Cowing. And they just have a lot of different guys that they can throw at you. And they all run some really good routes, uniquely created to their roles.
Okay, this is the point that I like that Steve is making. And we did talk about it a little bit yesterday. There's no way I can sit here today and tell you what the health of this group is going to be, what Stribling is actually going to do, even starting to throw Watkins and Cowing and these kinds of names around. Debo on his second tour of duty here. But what I really like is just simply the setup. So if you want to go, Ayuk, first-time Debo, and Juwan Jennings was a better group. Okay, fine. This, to me, is a more diverse group, potentially. Just in terms of the skill set, the characteristics that these receivers have, put them out there with a play caller who's elite like Kyle Shanahan, and that's where my mind goes. It's not necessarily best, but it feels like potentially the most diverse.
It feels like the deepest to me, and yes, it's diverse for sure, and you've got Stribling who can come out there and maybe be your big body guy. He can also get down the field, and we know that Demarcus Robinson, we saw it in the playoffs, he's able to get down and make big plays. You actually have a boundary X for the first time in a long time in Mike Evans. You've got Deebo Samuel at his best is a, quote, wide back, and then you've got, Cowing and other younger guys, not even to mention Christian Kirk, who may or may not even actually make the team. So you could talk about Juwan Jennings and Debo and Ayuk at their peak and say, yeah, those three might be better than this year's top three, but this year's top three, you don't even know who they are. It might be top three, top four, top five. You've got a much deeper group, I think, this year.
All right, next thing that Steve wanted to throw out there with regard to this group. This is where he starts to zero in on Stribling. Listen to what he says.
I think people that were interested in Stribling, people will not be shocked to see what Kyle, when he gets his hands on him, what kind of wide receiver he will be. And I think they just found their soon-to-be best route runner when Kyle Shanahan gets him for the next couple of years, because here's what he is. He is what they were hoping Brandon Ayuk can be, but he has a little bit more of the mental bandwidth. He was with Lane Kiffin at Ole Miss, right? Mm-hmm. Lane Kiffin can get on your damn nerves.
Wear you out a little bit.
He can wear you out. And what was told, and what do you and I know about Kyle Shanahan and Brandon Ayuk early in his career? Mm-hmm. He was in the doghouse because why?
All the time.
Kyle was constantly on his butt. Generally, when Kyle Shanahan is constantly on your butt, what does he see in you that you don't even see in yourself? The complete receiver. I think with Stribling getting drafted and getting him in the building, Kyle sees this as the future wide receiver for the San Francisco 49ers that they can rely on.
I mean, it's interesting because when Stribling was drafted, in theory, Ricky Pearsall was still very much on the table. Kyle talked about mourning the injury to Ricky Pearsall. So I don't know what the plan was upon drafting Dejon Stribling with regard to who's my future one, or if Steve sees this as something that developed after the fact because they got him in the building and they're so excited about what they're seeing on the field. I'm not sure. But now knowing what's going on with Ricky's body and the fact that there are all kinds of questions about how he's going to come out of that on the other side, yeah, I mean, Steve's probably not wrong. And I love the fact, this is another characteristic of the room, because the wide receiver market has gotten so out of whack. I love that right now it is Stribling, it's young guys, Stribling, Watkins, and Cowing, and then other people on short-term deals. That, to me, is perfect if you can get production out of it.
And that's what you want. You want a mix of vets and guys who are either rookies or young players on, obviously, team-controlled deals. And if Ricky Pearsall can come back next year for his third year, even though it would be his fourth year, but it counts as his third, well, that's another piece that you're going to have under team control. So I love the composition of the room right now, and you obviously are expecting health from many of these guys, and Mike Evans coming off his first really injured year. The other piece of it is I wonder how much they knew about Ricky Pearsall's injury and how much they knew about whether or not he actually could make it into camp and through the year, and if that's why they went out and they took Dejon Stribling.
Yeah, I mean, if that's the, I don't know if that's the case.
I don't think we'll ever know, right?
Yeah, I mean, they're good actors. They're good actors if they knew something was wrong with Ricky. They certainly did not, on the lead up and OTAs and camp and et cetera, they expressed that they expected Ricky Pearsall to show up and perform. They went through a whole offseason plan, said that he hit all of his markers. They're ready to go, got to camp, thing flared up. So, sure, there's always more going on behind the scenes, but they certainly acted like they were planning on him to play football this year.
I'm sure they were, but at the same time, you have an insurance policy in a wide receiver that they loved, and more people turned out loved him than the consensus mock draft board would indicate.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. One more from Steve Smith. Check this out. This is where he sort of gets into a predictive nature with regard to Stribling this season.
And this is a really good spot for that to start, isn't it, Steve? I see a couple of things. You have Mike Evans in that room. You have
so he's going to take the number one corner, and then the slot would be Christian Kirk. What is he going to do? He's going to require some attention. CMC, line him up outside. You go him in
all
motion.
the eyes are there.
Right? Yeah. All the eyes, linebacker. Right? And then Debo. Line Debo up, put him in motion. What's going to happen? Oh, somebody's got to get the big guy.
Got to count.
All of a sudden, the corner is not a starter. The second, number 2 guy, he's not, he's not covering him. So Mike Evans has the starting best corner out there covering him. Christian Kirk has the best nickel guy covering him. The linebacker with George Kittle, he's got him, and then CMC, whatever he's doing, and then Debo. Man, you're getting deep into that corner spot that they don't necessarily think he's good enough to cover Mike Evans. Well, guess what? There's probably going to be a third or fourth corner who Stribling played against in college, or a guy who's a gunner on special teams, who's developing.
This is a fun visual that Steve's throwing out here right now. And actually, before we even talk about predicting this year, I want to take the point he just made and talk about last year, because this is something we never, ever talked about. We go, oh, that was nice that Jauan Jennings kind of like he was able to step up and do some good things. We never talked about the fact that Jauan Jennings was going against the other team's number 1 corner. And their number 2 corner only had to deal with Kendrick Bourne or Marquez Valdez-Scantling.
Right, Sky Moore or whatever,
or whatever the heck was going on. And this is no shade at any of those players, but these are different levels of athletes. Now, the premise that he's throwing out there calls for, we all know what I'm about to say, the 49ers have to stay healthy. Those guys all have to stay on the field. But the trickle-down effect that he's potentially talking about is a real thing. And it has been maybe even so far as a couple years since the 49ers have been able to offer that to Brock Purdy and the offense, which is receivers that at least have some of those elite traits. And instead of going up against the number 1 or even number 2 corner, now they're going up against nickel people. And quite frankly, if you're a first-round talent or an early second-round talent like Debo and like Dejon, that's a humongous advantage.
Yeah, especially when you talk about like even the pre-snap reality of what the Niners used to be and what they try to get back to this year, which is you look in the huddle, you're the defensive coordinator of the other team, and you look at the personnel group and you see, all right, it's Debo, it's Juszczyk, it's Kittle, it's McCaffrey, and it's Brandon Ayuk, for lack of a better way to describe what you're looking at. And so the defensive coordinator's thinking, we don't know what's going to happen when they break the huddle. It could be McCaffrey in the slot and Debo in the backfield. It could be Juszczyk playing the second tight end spot with Kittle and McCaffrey in the backfield, and then Debo goes in motion. And so defensively, when you have these different sorts of players who can do a lot of other things, it becomes harder to scheme against. And the way Steve was laying that out, yeah, you've got Stribling and you've got Debo and you've got McCaffrey and you've got Kittle and you've got Mike Evans. Well, who knows what they're going to come out and actually do?
I mean, to the point that I was trying to ask Greg Cosell earlier. Like, it's the same offensive line and the same running back. How are they going to be better running the ball? And I'll be straight with you. I wasn't terribly thrilled with Greg's answer. He didn't really arrive at, hey, this is what needs to happen for them to get better. He sort of started talking about McCaffrey. I circle back to the question again, why did they not run the ball? and he goes, yeah, the offensive line didn't perform great. I'm like, well, it's the same people coming back this year, so why would they perform better? And maybe we just got our answer, at least it pops into my head just by listening to Steve Smith. Maybe it's just as simple as this year, if the Niners get some health on the outside, you can't put 8, 9, good Lord, it felt like 37 people in the box, and that receiving group could even open up the run game.
Right, and didn't they have like the worst separation rate in the pass game?
100%
in football. And so you had me just thinking about Steph Curry and the gravity. And we all talk about Steph Curry and the gravity. And when Steph Curry's not out there, even if you have every other Golden State Warrior, it's going to be harder for them to get open and get shots because the defense doesn't have to worry about Steph Curry absolutely everywhere and at all the times. We talk about the non-Steph minutes and how do the Warriors get buckets? Well, it's tougher. When you have Jimmy Butler, it's fine because he can get his own bucket. But when you don't have Steph out there, it's tougher on everyone. And I think the same thing applies to the Niners offense, where if you have McCaffrey, and I'm looking at it here, Kittle played 11 games. Pearsall played only 9. So there was games out there where you would have, Tonjes and you would have Marquez Valdez-Scantling, no disrespect, and Kendrick Bourne. So if you're a defense and you see the huddle break and you've got Marquez Valdez-Scantling and Demarcus Robinson and McCaffrey and Tonjes and Juszczyk, you're thinking, okay, McCaffrey, let's go ahead and make sure we double and bracket him in the pass game, and we'll single up the other guys, and we'll probably be okay. And they were.
Mike in Santa Clara wants to weigh in. Hi, Mike. Thanks for calling. What's good?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah,
I mean, in this case, I honestly think that our receiver group in general is very in-depth right now. Mike Evans, as long as he stays healthy, he's going to take that X slot, and very proven in this case. You put the other guy on the other side. Let me start with the slot before that. You put Debo in there, and then you put Stribling or potentially Kirk in there if he's healthy. I mean, you still have potentially when Kittle comes back, but at the same time, I have to say the X factor is going to be the tight end position in this case. Let's say Kittle isn't back there. Tonjes has proven plenty enough that he can still play that mark in the case. So I still think that the tight end position is going to be the X factor. I'm not worried about Christian McCaffrey having to take more snaps out of the backfield as a receiver in this case. I just think that, we still have a deep receiving group in this case. And we also have, again, that X receiver in Mike Evans. So that's all I wanted to say, guys. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Mike, and I think those are all fair points. And look, I know the arrow is now pointed in a positive direction for George Kittle, but he's got to prove it. He's got to go out there and do it. I think the 49ers, from the reports we hear, from talking to everybody there, they seem very encouraged by what they're seeing also behind George Kittle at the tight end position. Tonjes did some interesting things last year. For whatever reason, the other tight end,
Luke Farrell.
Yep. I kept wanting to say Luke Gifford. I'm like, I know it's not Luke Gifford. What's his damn name? Luke Farrell, who is traditionally a blocking tight end, has been much more involved in the passing game in this camp. Can they get him very much more involved? I don't think Braden Willis is going to make the initial roster, but he has had a nice camp as well and is in the mix. Can they get production out of that group? Not just with Kittle, but behind Kittle. I think right now they feel positive about that.
And they should. At the same time, for me, the bigger key is Kyle Juszczyk, because he can actually flex out and be a pseudo tight end in certain formations. And so when he's able to get out there and play and be your regular fullback, it doesn't always have to be 2 running backs and 1 tight end, 21 personnel. I do think that this year you're going to see a lot more 3 receiver sets because they're deeper at receiver than they've been almost at any point in the Shanahan era.
Do you want to answer this text that just came in from our friend with a 415?
I mean, yeah, sure.
Mark, is it too obvious for your fantasy football team name? Willard and Stribbs. Would you like to answer that one?
I think that you actually debuted that yesterday, Willard and Stribbs. And so
Willard and Stribbs.
Or it could be like Willard and Stribby because you're Willie and Stribby.
Willie and Stribby.
It could be that.
I mean, if we start getting fancy and we go like 3-0 or something, maybe we'll change it up and do that.
Yeah, Willard and Stribbs. And man, hopefully this year is not like last year for you. That thing got away from you in a hurry.
That was actually funny. That guy, you know how when like there's stuff that's bad and then it's so bad that you just start laughing?
Yes, no doubt.
Remember when I was like second in the league in scoring, but 0-8?
I do
or
remember
something
that.
Or whatever the hell it was.
Remember
it
when
was hilarious.
I got fired by this very station and then I got a parking ticket later that day? And so I went out of the bar.
I didn't know about the parking ticket.
Oh, I went out and the
Are
parking,
you serious?
Oh, yeah.
You got fired and had a parking ticket waiting for you?
No, I saw him do it. I'm like, hold on. We need to do like a little photo series here. So we took a couple of pictures. I'm like, I need one of you putting the ticket under the windshield. I need one of me and you. I need one of you in the vehicle.
Only you would get a ticket and come up on the meter maid and be like, selfie.
Dude, hilarious.
I mean,
to your point about being 0-8 with the second most points, that's kind of what that day was.
Valks in action tonight. First place Minnesota Lynx in town. Valhalla, 7 o'clock. Listen here on 95.7 The Game or on the free Odyssey app. Just search Valkyries. You'll get all that action, okay? Coming up next, hey, Seahawks, we're coming for you. And this isn't even really about football, okay? That's next on Willard and Dibbs.
This game day traffic is brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. If you're heading to see the Valkyries at Chase Center tonight, Bay Bridge metering lights are off, so you move well until you get to the island. Then you'll be sluggish past the Central Freeway. Northbound 101 is going to be solid from 280, and northbound 280 is hitting the brakes at Cesar Chavez.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Need to get something off your chest?
I'm gonna call you crazy in Spanish. You're loco.
Stuck in traffic and can't take it anymore?
I can't handle this.
We've got the solution for you. Call the Sound Off line at 628-400-9880. That's 628-400-9880 and leave a message. It's Sound Off. Every morning at 8 a.m. starting Monday on 95.7 The Game.
In the market for a new mattress but overwhelmed by all the options? At Mattress Firm, we make it easy. Just drop in, answer a few questions, and our sleep experts will guide you to your perfect mattress. And with choices for every budget, it's no wonder more shoppers choose Mattress Firm than any other mattress specialty retailer. And now, save up to $1,400 on Tempur-Pedic Split King sleep systems. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed? Now through August 24th, new Xfinity customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
The first ever Infiniti QX65 feels unstoppable. In a world that is frozen in its ways, this sporty fastback SUV never stops moving forward. Turbocharged performance. Intelligent all-wheel drive standard. ProPilot Assist 2.1. This is a ride beyond the expected. This is unstoppable progress. Discover the first ever Infiniti QX65 at InfinityUSA.com. 2027 QX65 expected early summer 2026.
For families living with Duchenne muscular dystrophy, birthdays are a reminder the clock is ticking. For too long, Duchenne muscular dystrophy has shortened lives. Cure Duchenne is changing that. Visit acurecan'twait.org.
Buy more and get more this fall at Ashby Lumber, your local Milgard certified dealer. From September 1st through October 31st, purchase qualifying V400 Tuscany or V300 Trinsic windows and receive a gift card valued from $200 to $1,000. Plus, earn bonus gift cards from $350 to $750 on qualifying patio doors and moving glass walls. Visit Ashby Lumber's Berkeley or Concord showroom for complete details. Milgard Windows and Doors at Ashby Lumber. Want to talk about low testosterone or impotence? No way, right? But did you know 1 out of 4 men suffer from this condition? Listen to Dr. Robert Rowley from Prime Male Medical.
At Prime Male Medical, we specialize in acoustic wave therapy, sublingual lozenges, injectable medications, and testosterone treatments.
Get your first visit, PSA test, testosterone test, Doppler ultrasound, and a year of follow-up visits for just $99. Go to PrimeMaleMedical.com or call 415-761-4037. 415-761-4037.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877-CARS4KIDS to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to cars4kids.org now or call 877-CARS4KIDS to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I left the pizza box on top of my car before driving home. Not smart. Oh, and a semi just turned my deep dish into a thin crust.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
San Francisco will be overcast tonight with a low of 57.
Weather brought to you by Staples. It's the most wonderful time of the year at Staples. They've got back-to-school supplies as low as 25 cents, up to 40% off select tech and more at staples.com/back-to-school. Staples, that was easy.
Hey, you're a football player. It's football time. You got to play football.
Are we boys or are you just trying to trap me, bro?
Now, back to
Dillard and Wibbs
on 95.7 The Game.
All right. This whole segment is going to be about doing the right thing.
Okay.
Doing good things. For example, what if you could play golf and change lives?
I would love to do that.
Right. You can do that. Join Pettinelli Financial Partners for their 11th annual charity golf tournament at Harding Park, supporting the Autism Society San Francisco Bay Area, Friday, September 11th. You can learn more at PettinelliFP.com.
All right. I'm there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Green check.
Okay. Perfect.
Here's something else you could do.
All right.
If you were a general manager of a football team, you're allowed to, not sign people who are accused of criminal kidnapping and armed robbery.
Accused.
Accused. However, there are some facts already in place in this case. Yes, trial needs to happen, blah, blah, blah. That's not even really what I'm getting at. This is not a due process conversation. This is a Seahawks process conversation. Because if you wanted Terrion Arnold, and we'll explain for those of you who don't know who that is. If you wanted him on your football team, and you want to do the due process thing, then great, wait. And due process will run its course. And then if it turns out that this has just been a terrible misunderstanding surrounding Terrion Arnold, well, then you can sign him then. But that's not what the Seahawks did. And here's the point that I'm making. This is not because the Seahawks are a rival. That's what sort of makes it relevant to us because they're a rival. But I would say this about any team that does this, and I would very much appreciate it if my favorite teams would not do this. The Detroit Lions are also a multi-billion-dollar organization, are they not? And Terrion Arnold, who is a defensive back in the NFL and a young one, and a not too long ago high draft pick, was a member of the Detroit Lions and was arrested and charged with 4 counts of kidnapping and 4 counts of armed robbery. As the alleged story goes, Terrion was robbed of $100,000 in cash and luxury items from a rental home. So allegedly, Terrion coordinated some friends to go rough up the people who did this. Okay, not legal, but some people will go, hey, turnabout is fair play. Here's the problem. They got the wrong people.
Wrong people.
They got the wrong young people.
So he's looking for retribution, and he goes out and grabs and roughs up, and I know kidnapping is a part of it, and turned out you didn't get the alleged perpetrators in your own robbery.
Correct. You got, and these were, I don't want to call them kids like they were 5 years old, but these were like teenagers. And roughed him up. Problem is, got the wrong people. Turns out he allegedly watched it all on a live stream. Just watched it unfold. And here's something that's not alleged. One of the kids now has brain damage.
So he didn't even go out there and grab and rough up the people.
No, he allegedly coordinated it.
And then watched it on some sort of a live stream.
Right.
And one of the individuals that they grabbed and roughed up, you're saying now has brain damage.
Correct.
Yeah, that's not great.
And the Seahawks thought, yeah, but can he cover Puka?
Somebody has to cover Puka.
Listen, I get it. I'm not naive on this. I understand that professional sports franchises, these rosters, communities, the whole thing, these are very large groups of people, and some of them aren't great. I am not on some sort of a high horse here. I am not under the impression that everybody who puts on a Bay Area jersey is just a perfect human being. That's not the case. Okay, I realize that. This to me is a little bit more about process. And Grandy actually was the one who brought this up before the show today, and I'm really glad he did because I wonder how everyone feels about this. In a general sense, we can make it general and then we can make it specific. But in a general sense, how much does it matter to you who the people are that are on your team? And forget abilities, forget X's and O's, forget exit velo, forget your 40 time, forget all of that. I'm just talking about the conduct of the human and how much that matters to you. I know a lot of sports fans who are like, it doesn't matter to me at all. Now, I think they're to a point. If this person is an abuser, if this person's a murderer, if this person is Aaron Hernandez, now we're having a very different conversation, obviously. On another level, though, it can be conduct of any particular type or just sort of, the way you go about your business. I mean, the general question is, how much does that matter to you as a fan?
It's a slippery slope, and it's also a sliding scale. And so you think about, and I believe it was Greg Hardy way back where he was, alleged to have done a lot of things, including throwing a woman onto a pile of guns on a bed and other domestic violence types of things. And so that became something that was really dramatic, and yet he got signed, and it's because he can go out there and rush the quarterback. I remember the Niners had a guy named Bruce Miller. I don't know if you remember that story.
Absolutely.
Where he, a week before the season started, allegedly, and I only say allegedly because I don't know if I've seen the entire video, but he was down near Fisherman's Wharf, Pier 39, and he went into the wrong hotel room and beat up somebody in their 70s, and the 49ers promptly released him, and his career was over. So I think when you talk about, as you were mentioning, like felons and other things, like Ray Caruth is a name that springs to mind. And
he killed somebody, yes.
Correct. But even if he was eligible to, go out and play football, like that is such a heinous thing that I don't believe would be signed. And then as you move on down the road, you might have a player on your team that doesn't align politically or socially with the area and what they might think and what they might believe. But when it comes to these types of things, like the Terrion Arnold story, about which I'm still learning, if you tolerate it, then you're basically telling your fans his ability to cover a wide receiver is more important than what he actually might represent as a person.
Do you remember the name Lawrence Phillips?
Of course.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah?
Lawrence Phillips.
Former Niner.
Former Niner. Ended up only playing in the NFL. 6th overall pick. Played in the NFL for a collective... 3 seasons. Drafted by the Rams in 96. Got a chance with the Dolphins in 97. Had to go overseas. Came back to America. Got a shot with the 49ers in 99. And then that was it. It was back to the CFL and pretty much flamed out assault of a woman, I think, more than once. And Lawrence Phillips' career was over. Lawrence is no longer with us. Lawrence lived to age 40. And is no longer with us. I just bring that up because spitballing, mind going to win your team gives a chance to that person who has a dotted past. And I'm not against that in theory. I think people can change, that people can better themselves. What upsets me about this is that we're still right in the midst of this. This whole thing just popped a few months ago. And the Lions were like, get him out of here. And the Seahawks were like, great. The Seahawks have publicly admitted that if this workout and timing had happened back when they were filming Hard Knocks, they would not have been able to sign him because of the PR disaster that would have come with it. So what is one of the great old adages with the way we behave, right? You're supposed to be trusted whether someone's watching or not, okay? You want to cheat on your spouse? It's not okay only if she walks in on you. Like, it's not okay even if you don't get caught. So if you're telling me you couldn't do it on Hard Knocks, why is it okay that you're doing it off of Hard Knocks? Why is not more being made of this? These are, and they are only allegations, but they are disgusting allegations that have changed lives. And the Seattle Seahawks, in the name of keeping their defense at a high level, got to replace Riq Woolen. They're going to go ahead and put all of those morals in their hip pocket and just move on. It's even been said that the Seahawks have said, if this court case goes the wrong way, then we'll release him. Yo, dogs, wrong order. If the court case goes well, then sign him. Don't sign him and then be like, but we'll let him go if this goes wrong.
But if they don't sign him, then somebody else might have beat them to it.
Well, then screw them too.
Yeah, and I'm reading this that he might land on the commissioner's exempt list once the...
You think?
Well, yeah, so you're going to sign him, and you may not even have a chance to play him because he might be on a list that prevents him from actually playing. So the PR hit is not going to be worth the fact that the player is going to come out and help you. The player might not even play at all. And so the one thing
I don't get it.
Well, I don't get it either, but if you look at every single team and you could look at different things and different incidents and you can draw your line on what you would tolerate and what you wouldn't tolerate. And I think we can all put the Ray Caruth and Lawrence Phillips, some of the most heinous things. You can put that in the, okay, that's an obvious no-brainer. But then there are other things that players have done and teams have said, we can tolerate that level of lawlessness or, things that have been done wrong. And this is one that is now dramatically front and center.
Yeah, Grady, what's going on?
Well, and with the commissioner's exempt list hanging over the head of Terrion Arnold, the Seahawks are preparing for that. They've also signed Trayvon Diggs, formerly of the Cowboys.
There you go.
So they're preparing for likely, even though they're signing Terrion Arnold or are planning to, they're planning on not having him for at least a stretch of time.
This is shameless. This is absolutely shameless. To me, this is not the way you go about your business. And I get it. Am I being naive? Am I being a little milk and cookie here? This is the adult world, and I know that there are a lot of non-choir boys running around in the NFL. But I thought we had arrived at a time where there was at least a little bit more of an awareness of this kind of thing, that you couldn't just thumb your nose at it. Second chances? Absolutely. Third chances? Sometimes? Absolutely. But to go do this right in the middle of it all? I would not want the 49ers to do this, and I'm glad they didn't.
I don't think that I would want that either, but, there are incidents across football where teams decide that the talent is worth the PR hit. And I'm thinking about Tyreek Hill as an example where, going back to 2014, 2015, he was arrested in college for punching and choking his then girlfriend. And this is before he even made it to the NFL. But, the cheetah, you got to have the cheetah. And so he's a Chief, and then he's a Dolphin, and he gets paid tens of millions, if not hundreds of millions of dollars, because he can run a 4.25 40, and he's a great wide receiver.
There's no doubt. And I mean, Joe Mixon once upon a time had this exact same thing, and I've told this story before. It'll bother me till the day I die. I was we're talking about at a girls' youth soccer game. Okay, it was the day after day 1 or day 2 of the NFL draft. I can't remember back then if they were doing 2 days or 3 days or whatever. But whenever Joe Mixon was drafted, and the word was the majority of NFL teams had him on the no draft list. We're just absolute. I don't care if they could change the draft to be 100 rounds and we're not taking him in the 99th. But the Bengals did. And I can't remember if it was round 1 or round 2 or whatever. The Bengals did. And this guy I know, his daughter's on my daughter's soccer team. So you get up on Saturday morning and you head over to the local field, get a little coffee, and go watch your 5-year-old daughters run around and play soccer. And I go up to him, and he's like, did you see what the Bengals did? And I go, I did. And I go, Joe Mixon, yeah, so what do you think? And he's like, well, can he run? And I'm just like, I get it, but gross, dude. But at least I understand, because believe me, we've watched Joe Mixon and Tyreek Hill and countless others play football and figure out a way to compartmentalize the whole thing. But at least the process on those had run its course. That does not make any of it okay. But there's a legal process that has to happen, and then the punishment is given, and then the league can come in and do what its punishment may or may not be. And they have total power in that. They may suspend Puka Nacua, and I guarantee you Rams fans are like, why? We don't even know. What did Puka do? He said some weird things, and he got drunk, and he might have had some drugs or something. We don't even know what Puka did. But if the NFL wants to suspend him for conduct policy, boom, they do. They don't even need to answer to anybody.
Demarcus Robinson got suspended 3 games for a pretty bad DUI. But going more than 100 miles an hour.
Yes.
And so
bad stuff.
Right, bad stuff. And so I do think that every organization has to figure out where that line is. And so, if you are, was it Henry Ruggs, who was a Raider who was going 115 miles an hour, and he actually killed somebody behind the wheel? It was vehicular manslaughter. And so, yeah, he's in prison. And when he gets out, if he's still able to play football, and I think he's getting out soon, not that far down the road, but he'll still be young enough to go out there and maybe be a professional football player, and each organization will have to decide if what he did in the time that he served, was it so bad that you can't tolerate or you can't stomach having him actually be out there?
3 to 10 year sentence. It's funny you brought him up. I saw this story recently. He was just denied parole 2 months ago. In June, Henry Ruggs, his next mandatory eligibility date will be almost exactly 1 year from right now. 1 year and 5 days from right now, Henry Ruggs will have another parole hearing. So he's going to be in prison for at least one more year.
And he's probably 26 years old, maybe 27. I don't think that he's necessarily that old. My point is not to make this about vehicular manslaughter or DUIs or any of that. It's more about the teams and the decisions and, your question about, as a fan, does it affect the way that you want to fan? And I'm thinking about the Giants Pride Night fiasco, where we now know that 3 players wrote scripture on their hat, and another one didn't even want to wear the hat, and so we know who those players are. And if you're somebody like myself, and I won't speak for you, but I think we're kind of in the same camp about it, it makes me feel a different way about those players than I felt before this actually happened.
Well, and we all have those players. I mean, like, there was a discussion for a period of time. Everybody can answer this their own way, but there was a discussion for a period of time after Nick Bosa throws on a red hat on national TV. And I still know, I know for a fact that there were players on the 49ers who were like, I don't like this. I know this for a fact.
Right.
So,
and again, social causes are different than felonious crimes. I'm not trying I'm not trying to compare the two.
For sure. And I think we get that. And anybody who's going to come at you for that, you're kind of being a cherry picker. The point is does any of this sort of shade the way you view the player or view the team? And I bring this up just because, again, Grandy mentioned it to us earlier today, and I'd been thinking about it. And so I did a little bit more of a dive into what exactly is going on in the Terrion Arnold situation. And the bottom line opinion that I come away with is that this is completely inappropriate behavior by the Seattle Seahawks. I mean, think about it now. Think about what the NFL is potentially doing. How hypocritical would it be for the NFL to say, you're on the commissioner's exempt list. If you ever become active for an NFL game, we're going to suspend you for conduct detrimental. But during all of that, you have no problem with your teams signing him? That doesn't make any sense. You can't tell me this person is not eligible right now. Oh, but you could sign him. Why would the Seahawks not be violating the conduct detrimental policy of the NFL by bringing him in if you as a league are saying you're not even eligible to play right now because at minimum we're going to wait for due process to play out and see where this goes, because these are crazy allegations and there's at least enough of your fingerprints on it that we're pretty terrified about where this is going. But sure, sign a contract. That does not make any sense to me at all.
I think it makes sense to the extent that, the teams are able to act of their own volition and make the signings they want to make. But the reality is, like you said, the league has the right, and they will exercise the right to put a player like this on their exempt list. And so, yeah, Seattle, go ahead and sign him. And you may not have a chance to actually play him, because we'll decide whether or not he actually gets to play, depending on the jurisprudence and how this trial goes and the rest of it. So the thing that strikes me more, Mark, is the fact that on Hard Knocks, an episode that aired last night, and I actually watched this one as I was cleaning up the kitchen, and you hear the GM say, if we knew, we wouldn't sign this guy because you're on camera and this is now going to be put out in the public, but now that all the taping is done, you can come out and sign the player. That, to me, is the hypocrisy of it.
I agree completely. So, again, we're talking about Terrion Arnold, a cornerback who was cut by the Lions because he's currently been accused with 4 counts of kidnapping, 4 counts of armed robbery. By the way, I think a professional sports team, this is one thing I always keep in mind when you see stories like this, they do their own background homework. So, for example, if you're on a team and you get arrested or accused of a crime, the first thing the team is going to do, they're not going to cut you right away. Not if you're a good player. Not if they want you on the team. We've watched this 100 times. They'll go, well, we're gonna let this play out a little bit. They may end up on the exempt list, but they're going to be like, let's wait and see what's going on. Well, the Lions waited about 4 seconds, and then they went and get him out of here, which tells me they did some sort of research behind the scenes. And this doesn't make him guilty without a trial, but it does tell me that the Lions didn't like what they found as they did their background homework. They did not like what they found. So they said, get him out of here.
Yeah.
You're going to tell me now, a couple months later, before the season has even started, the Seattle Seahawks are then going to just sign him, even though nothing else has played out to dissuade authorities from what's gone on in this particular case? I find the whole thing absolutely hypocritical, pretty gross. I'm glad my favorite team didn't do it. And the only part I'm thankful of, and I say this tongue-in-cheek, this will help me hate the Seahawks this year because they're sort of the more kind of, like kind, easy division mate. Like the Rams are the Niners' rivals. Everybody loves Sam Darnold. Nobody's threatened by Seattle. Win a Super Bowl and start behaving like this, now I got no problem rooting against the Seattle Seahawks every time they take the field.
It's always easy to root against Seattle and also the Rams, but I'm with you in terms of this and the fact that the GM on Hard Knocks was talking about, well, we would have had to cut him if, he was our player, and then Hard Knocks taping is over, and now you go out there and you sign him, and you probably won't get to play him. This one is a head-scratcher for me.
All right, we're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. You can certainly weigh in on that. 888-957-9570 is the number. Coming up next, we'll circle back to August football, which so many people seem to want to cancel. Is that the right thing to do, yay or nay? Plus, we're moving toward Valkyries at 7 o'clock. Big game, Lynx in town. Willard and Dibbs.
It's the greatest 3 words in the English language. Football is back.
Set your will upon them. The best you've ever given right now.
And we can't get enough of it.
The more physical team, go win this game today. Go send it to them from the first whistle to the last.
It's go time for the 49ers, and we are all in.
That's the best coach in the NFL. Shanahan! Shanahan!
You've worked too hard to wonder if your wealth manager is actually working for you. The decisions you're facing, what comes next, who you trust, have consequences that last. Getting it right matters. Baylord has been in the Bay since 1969. No parent company, answering only to their clients. The kind of people who understand what you've built and what's actually at stake. The right wealth manager changes everything. Find out if Baylord is yours. Baylord.com. That's BAILARD.com.
Cap off your summer at the Good Guys 39th West Coast Nationals. Over 3,000 of the country's baddest hot rods, muscle cars, customs, trick trucks, and more. All this weekend at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. Details at good-guys.com.
FlexCar, we know radio ads are annoying, but not as annoying as car salesmen.
Sign here, please.
Never talk to one again with FlexCar, the first and only month-to-month car lease.
No, submit to my extortion machine.
Insurance and maintenance included. Switch cars anytime.
Switching Bronco to Camry to tell you ride willy-nilly. Oh, no.
Oh, yes. FlexCar. You drive everything.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every moment counts. You may be entitled to medical care and financial compensation, but time matters. The attorneys at Boxer & Gerson are here to protect your rights and fight for the treatment and support you need. Boxer & Gerson have helped thousands of people across Northern California who were hurt on the job. Don't wait, don't guess. Get answers. Call Boxer & Gerson today at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson. Your life is worth the fight.
Jane is a small business owner. Tell them what that's like, Jane.
Yeah, well, it's like a roller coaster with a lot of ups and downs, and some days things can feel like they're flying off the rails.
Yep, it's a lot. But the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business can help you manage it all. With the largest, fastest fiber-powered network designed for 100% reliability with business internet and wireless connect.
Nice. So everything stays on track.
The Total Solutions Advantage. No one does business like Comcast Business.
The more solutions you add, the more you save. Get started today with a qualifying internet package for as low as $60 a month when you add an advanced solution. Plus, new customers, ask how to get up to $1,500 in prepaid cards when you add 2 lines of mobile to a qualifying gig bundle. Don't wait. Call today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. New customers only. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and automatic payments with bank account required. $60 offer requires 300 meg internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Prepaid card offers end 9/13/2026.
On September 2nd, DraftKings Game Day arrives with massive deals, exclusive deals, and an all-day celebration built for sports fans. The countdown has begun. All roads lead to Game Day. The DraftKings Sports app is now live in 50 states. That means California from Texas to Florida. DraftKings Game Day is the kickoff of a new season, a new era, and the biggest day in sports history. New DraftKings customers, sign up with code ALLNEWS, spend $5 to get $150 in rewards within 14 days. In partnership with DraftKings, the crown is yours. Event trading offered by DraftKings Predictions, a CFTC-registered introducing broker. Trading involves risk of loss, market availability varies, eligibility restrictions apply. $50 every 7 days via click to claim issued in non-withdrawable predictions dollars that expire in 1 year. Ends August 23rd. Terms dkng.co/predictions promo. Nationwide based on sportsbook, predictions, and free-to-play sports contest availability varies by state.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
What are you asking exactly? I'm still confused by your question.
I think you just answer your own question.
Dub Nation, it's Steve Kerr. You're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
I think Dana's going to come on in like a half hour.
Gucci.
Yeah. I think Dana's going to call in.
Love it.
No. Yeah. He's coming on. Getting ready. Lynx. Valcatraz.
Rain dance.
7 o'clock.
Oh, yeah.
95.7 The Game.
It's awesome.
Always fun to catch up with Dana, by the way. Just those of you who have never heard Kevin Dana either do a game or do a radio interview. It can go multiple directions. You never know what's going to happen.
Cash me out one time.
When Dana starts talking.
Gucci. Some curveballs in there. And I'm trying to remember what he said. It wasn't last time. It might have been the time before, but it was oh, wow. That thing came out of nowhere.
It was, yeah, we probably shouldn't touch it because it won't come off right.
It won't translate,
It was something very risque.
It was different, yeah, no doubt.
You better be careful.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
He's pushing it. But you know, when it comes from him and in the style that it came, it worked. But it pushed the envelope a little bit. So anyway, Dan is gonna hop in. We got a lot still to play with. 888-957-9570 is the number. We welcome your phone calls. Certainly can weigh in. We've been sitting here batting around the situation with Terrion Arnold, who is now apparently a cornerback for the Seattle Seahawks. It's a first-round draft pick in 2024, but was promptly cut by the Lions because a couple of months ago, he was charged with 8 felony counts. Charged 4 counts of kidnapping, 4 counts of armed robbery. Allegedly, he orchestrated a situation where some contacts of his were going to get revenge on a group of young men who he thought stole $100,000 in cash and prizes from his rental home. Turns out they got the wrong people and went and roughed them up. And allegedly, Terrion watched all of this on a live stream. And at least one of the kids has now permanent brain damage. So anyway, look, I want to make sure I say this out loud. Under no circumstances am I telling you right now that Terrion Arnold is guilty. This may come out. Like, I don't think it will, but let's say 4 weeks from now, it comes out and they're like, yeah, Arnold is not guilty. It turns out that this, that, the other, whatever, could not prove beyond a reasonable doubt. Well, then the Lions probably acted too soon and somebody should sign him and he gets to play football again. For me, the big issue here is the timing of it, the callous timing of all of this having happened and the Seahawks literally waiting 2 months to decide that this is an opportunistic moment for them to go get a first-round talent and pull him off of the street when the Lions wouldn't touch him with a 10-foot pole. That's what bugs me, and I don't know if it's just the age we're at in life. The further I go, the more I do somewhat kind of get tapped in with who the people are on my favorite teams. Doesn't mean they need to conform. Doesn't mean that, there can't be all kinds of diversity, and doesn't mean that everybody needs to be all perfect and whatnot, because I don't even think that really exists. I also don't want to act like we know these people. Take George Kittle, for example. Sparkly reputation, right? He's always out there on Instagram with his wife, and I don't know George. You don't know George. Seems like a really great person to me, but seems like. So I'm not trying to set the rules here, but I'm with you. The longer I go, the more this stuff bothers me when we do come upon things that we do know about people and they are negative.
Yeah, and I'm just going through the story and the details. The Athletic put out a great piece a couple of months ago about details of what, allegedly happened with Terrion Arnold. And so I don't pretend to know him or really any of these athletes. And so you think about the teams that we root for, and there are some athletes that we align with and some that we don't. But by and large, I think here in the Bay Area, the majority of the people on these teams are mostly above board. You may not agree with all their decisions or their beliefs, but that doesn't matter. Mm-hmm. And this is a situation where a guy is charged with not 1, but 8 felony charges. And, whether or not he'll be convicted at this point, I don't think matters to the extent of, Detroit obviously thought that there was enough there that they didn't want to be associated with him. And Seattle, even though their GM said, on Hard Knocks, yeah, if he was our guy, we probably would have to cut him. And yet, just a day or two after that airs, they go out and they sign him anyway. It kind of reeks of hypocrisy.
The whole thing's just kind of weird, isn't it? How would you have acted if you were I'll never forget this day. Let's say you had tickets to the Ravens game. And this was when Ray Rice finally got reinstated and he came back on the field. I don't want to assume all of you know what happened with Ray Rice, but Ray Rice, and it was caught on video, so this is not alleged. I mean, he straight with every single thing he had knocked his wife out in an elevator. I mean, full force, knocked her out. And it was all caught on video. And he went through the legal process and he couldn't play for a while, and then he was reinstated, and he comes back to the Ravens, and there was a full stadium of Ravens fans. And as Ray Rice comes onto the field, what would you have done? How would you have handled that?
Me personally, I probably would have not been thrilled. And then he gets his first 12-yard carry, and it's Rice. You know, that's what fans do. When you have a player come back and they do really, really well, you tend to forget the transgressions, even though something like that, you mentioned it, was so heinous. And we all saw the video of him doing it. And yet, you know, at some point, a lot of fans, for the most part, you forgive and forget in the interest of winning.
Standing ovation.
Right.
Yeah, standing ovation. I'm like, what are you cheering for?
Right. You're cheering for a guy who, I mean, a lot of good memories of him carrying the ball.
Right, but the ovation is specifically for what? Like great job getting reinstated? I like what? Right. What's the standing ovation for?
It's probably for the memories and for the fact that you love the player and now he's back. I'm with you. It doesn't make complete sense. And yeah, I don't know if like every fan was standing. I'm sure that some fans were just like, what are you all standing up for? But a lot of times when a player comes back and you're at the game, you kind of lose the context of, oh, that's right, this player did that to his wife. I shouldn't be happy about that.
I love this show. I love doing this with you. I want everybody to be involved and listen and engage, and that's all wonderful. And we love everybody who is tuned in, and the personal connection that we all have is great. So I don't want to make this any sort of a personal agenda, but this one's funny to me. I can give everyone a quick background. So Austin in San Jose is on line one right now. And the little comments that are next to it, we as hosts get like a little blurb of what the person might want to talk about. This one says, wants to push back on Willard. I just want to let everybody in on this. Austin doesn't do anything but push back on Willard. I have gotten to a point where I have memorized his phone number because I can see it every time it comes up on the text line, whether it's on YouTube, whatever it is. So what's funny about it to me is wants to push back on Willard. I'd love to know when that has ever not been the case. Austin, welcome to the show. Can you start out with anything I've ever said in my entire life with which you agree?
That's good, Willard. Thanks for letting me on.
Yeah,
man. That what can I say? What can I say after that one, man? You actually got me speechless. Thanks for tracking me and all that good stuff. Listen, it's funny you mentioned Ray Rice. You know, my brother back in Maryland's an avid Ravens fan, and him and I got into a very heated conversation when that whole thing went down a couple years ago, and I was totally blasting him for the fact that they were letting Rice play again after the videos. But here's the thing. To your point, the Ravens fans were willing to forgive him. Ray Rice was very well liked in Baltimore. I mean, and they were willing to overlook what he had done. It was really weird. So that would be my response to the Ray Rice thing. It didn't make sense to me, but fans are fickle, and there's no uniformity when it comes to how fans react to players. You know what I mean? So I thought it was funny. You must have been reading my mind when you mentioned Baltimore and Ray Rice, though. The one thing I wanted to ask you, Willard, was how would you react, or would you react differently, though, if this guy Armstrong was being signed by the Niners?
I would say the exact same thing. I would say the exact same thing.
Well, so let me just finish, though.
Yeah.
I would assume that the Niners had done their due diligence, Willard, with respect to, one, maybe they're smarter than everybody else. Maybe they know this guy is going to be cleared, right? So if he's cleared, you've got a pretty damn good player that maybe the Lions gave up on too soon. That would be my thing to push back on. And the way you love the Niners, I would assume that you would say, well, the Niners are smarter than everybody else, and they know something that we don't know, right?
So
Am I wrong, Willard, or not?
You are. And so what about the Lions? Do they not do their due diligence?
Well, but it could be again. You know, your opinion of the Niners is they're the greatest organization on earth. So if he signed with the Niners, you would assume that they're smarter than everybody else.
That's your patterning, Austin. That's your patterning, which is why I welcome you into the show the way that I do. I know that that's what you think about me. I know that you think that I blue sky every possible thing out there, and that the Niners, Giants, and Warriors have never done anything wrong, and they're all way, way better organizations than everyone out there, because that's the way you process what I say, which is not what I say. I happen to think there's some impressive things with the 49ers right now. I happen to think over the last 14 years there's some impressive things with the Warriors, and 10 years ago there used to be some impressive things with the Giants as well. That doesn't make them perfect. To answer your larger question, if the 49ers did this, I would criticize them. Absolutely, unequivocally, period, end of comment.
Well, would you be okay? Well, it's final thing on this. Would you be okay, though, if at the end of the day, Armstrong was cleared and he was okay to play with the Niners? Would you still object to him playing? I guess that's the bottom line.
Yeah,
right?
and I just answered that right before you came on, Austin, which is to say that I would have no problem with Arnold continuing his career if he were signed at that time. What bothers me about this right now is the timing of it, the callousness of it, the thumbing your nose at the entire legal process of it that the Seattle Seahawks are doing right now. There are some things that have taken place in this case that are already fact. And so at minimum, this is it's out of line and the timing is out of whack. That's what I would say, Austin. Just for fun, by the way, though, you never answered the question. What have I ever said that you agreed with?
Oh, I agree with you all the time, man. I just don't make it public.
I see. Will you do me a favor and text me next time you agree with me?
I will, Mark, for sure.
Thank you, Austin. Okay.
Thanks for letting me on.
All
Appreciate
right.
it.
Thanks for calling the show. Austin in San Jose, you're listening to 95.7 The Game. KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Come to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. And Austin in San Jose coverage on 95.7 The Game is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi. One price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that. Thank you for placating me and letting me get that off my chest with one of our very faithful listeners.
Right. Okay.
Appreciate it.
I mean, yeah. I mean, I don't have to placate you. I
know.
I just
wanted to say thank you.
Yeah. Okay. You're welcome. And I just sit idly by when he calls, and it's because of allegations he's made to me of a personal nature, and he seems to think that it's all good between us. No, it's not, and it never will be.
Okay.
So, and he wants to come in and always be the counterpoint to everything. So, yeah, I'm not placating you. I'm just chilling over here.
I'm
just chilling.
I know. Don't
Thanks.
Don't let anybody under your skin.
He's not under my skin.
You're way too powerful for that.
I'm not even worried about my skin or my power.
I know you're not worried about it.
Yeah, come on in. Come on in. I'm chilling. And so I don't know. If he was a 49er, would you be thrilled about him being a Niner? Of course not. And I believe that you would speak out in a similar fashion that you are about the fact that, this person, whether or not he actually did what he's alleged to have done. And, while you and Austin were going back and forth, I'm reading deeper into the story from The Athletic.
What did you find?
I'm finding that he is not directly connected to any of this, but the circumstantial evidence is pretty strong that, they apparently it was an inside job. They had a couple of 2 days or 2 long nights at this Airbnb, and people were coming and going. And the big turn in the story is that I guess his sister, I don't know if it's a Find My iPhone thing, but she basically called Terrion Arnold and said, "Why are you in Miami?" And he said, "I'm not in Miami." And she said, "Well, your phone is." And so apparently his phone was a part of what was heisted.
Okay.
And so that's when all of this kind of took on a life of its own.
Got it. Okay. Pretty interesting. Now, while we were all having that conversation, we've got some breaking news to pass along out of the NBA.
Okay.
Also interesting. There has been a fairly significant trade that has just gone down. No, it did not involve the Golden State Warriors.
Trades are hard.
Yeah, here's who it did involve. The Cleveland Cavaliers, Denver Nuggets, and the Clippers have agreed on a 3-team trade that will send Peyton Watson to the Cavaliers, Max Strus to the Los Angeles Clippers and an unprotected 2031 Cavaliers first-round pick and a 2032 Kings second-rounder to the Nuggets. I can only imagine that the Kings pick had already been traded. That's why it is now under the control of another team.
Other reports are saying this is eventually going to be a 5-team deal, but there's probably just going to be smaller pieces on the sides.
Watson gets a new 4-year, $88 million deal to join the Cavaliers. Also gets a player option and a trade kicker. Watson gets his money. But again, this involves Cleveland, Denver, and the Clippers. Peyton Watson goes to the Cavs and gets a new 4-year, $88 million deal. Max Strus goes to L.A., and the 2031 Cavs first-rounder and a 2032 Kings second-rounder go to the Nuggets. I think clearly the Warriors-related question that comes out of this is, how does Nikola Jokic feel about this deal?
Yeah, I wonder the long-term future for Nikola Jokic when you look at this deal. And so Denver gets a great first-round pick, which is going to be when Nikola Jokic is 33, 4 years from now, or actually more than, 4 years from now, will be when that pick actually lands. And so Denver's not completely stripping the thing down to its studs, but they're definitely trying to reshuffle things and move pieces around. I don't know if it is to give Jokic all the money he wants, but if you are Nikola Jokic, you're not looking at the roster right now in this moment and think, we got better.
No, it's already not good enough.
Right.
And now it gets worse. So, I don't know where this goes. If you looked at it like a parlay card, the idea of, for example, let's be fun for a second, Jokic joining the Golden State Warriors. He's the next big-time free agent, and the Warriors are going to have all of this cap space, right? Well, if the idea of Jokic joining the Warriors was a 10-team parlay, this is only the second game. That's kind of how I would view it. But it's not good news for those who want to see Jokic stay in Denver. I have no idea where he would end up. I still think that he probably will end up in Denver. There's a lot of ways for this to go, but the Nuggets right now, clearly not good enough. And if you think about what they've been doing the last few years, it just reeks of stuff going on underneath the belly of it all that I don't really understand. This is a team that fired their coach right before they were heading into the playoffs. And now here's a situation that unfolds with Peyton Watson that just dragged almost all the way to training camp. And now off he goes to the Cavs for 4 years, $88 million. The Cavaliers still have the James Harden thing sitting out there. They were hot after LeBron, didn't get him. We would be remiss if we didn't bring up the name Jonathan Kuminga here also, because I know that the Cavaliers were one of the teams reportedly looking at JK. This certainly affects that and maybe gives us a little bit of a breadcrumb as to why Jonathan is still unsigned as we approach September here, which is shocking, quite frankly. But anyway, the next domino to fall, if you will, and a significant move.
No doubt. And if you look at Denver's situation based on, salary and just salary alone, you probably couldn't afford to keep Peyton Watson anyway, because you've got the Joker who's making 59, Jamal Murray's making 50, Aaron Gordon's making almost 34.
Yeah.
Cameron Johnson's making 23, and Christian Braun is starting a 5-year deal worth 125. So Denver is kind of up against it financially. And so if you've got Peyton Watson and he needs that new money, and he does, I don't know if they could even afford to fit him into the picture.
It's only going to serve also, I think, for the Warrior fan base to still continue to feel left out. I mean, that's really what we're talking about here with the Warrior offseason.
Why couldn't the Warriors have done this?
Well, this doesn't even make any sense for the Warriors to be involved in something like this. But I do think with all of the PR efforts and the conversation that's gone on this offseason, I've sort of arrived at a spot where I understand why the Warriors feel the way they do and why fans feel the way they do. The Warriors are coming at this whole thing from a very logical standpoint. They're looking at this and they're trying to pitch to everybody two things. A, will you please trust us? We've done some really good things the last decade and a half. Will you please just trust us? And then secondly, they're trying to pitch the idea of, I know you wanted movement, but we're not doing movement just for the sake of movement. If you whittle down each maneuver that we made, the right thing to do was to kind of stand pat and hold on to our flexibility. You don't have to agree with that, but that's what the Warriors are trying to pitch. From a fan standpoint, there's no rationale to it at all. It's just we feel left out. It feels to a fan like there was a big party and they didn't get invited.
Right, and they didn't even think to reach out and try to get that invite. You know, they might have tried to get Giannis and they didn't, and Jaylen Brown turned out he went somewhere, and the package that they got was something that Warrior fans think that you could have actually ponied up and gotten. I don't believe that because Paul George can play, and right now Jimmy Butler can't. So there was a little sense, I think, among fans of, FOMO, the fear of missing out, and you are missing out. And so some of these deals that have happened, you feel like, why couldn't we have been a part of it? And you're right about this particular one. It doesn't seem like Peyton Watson would have fit in what you're trying to do because he's getting, $25 million a year now in his new deal, and you can't afford to do that. You're already pressed up against it.
Got one more roster spot, right?
Right, yeah.
One more roster spot? Two more.
And Mike Dunleavy said the plan is to use them both, unlike last year when they went in with only 14 men. Because they're going to be without Butler and Moody for at least a big chunk of the season. Another piece of news really quick. This comes from Chris Haynes. He says the Denver Nuggets are pivoting and have their eyes directed on 6-time All-Star DeMar DeRozan. So it hasn't happened yet.
He's still out there.
But it looks like maybe DeRozan may ultimately be a Nugget after this trade gets finalized.
Okay. There you go. I mean, keep on moving.
At the risk of come on. Give him a call. Kiss and make up.
Kuminga?
Yeah.
No chance.
Of course not.
But, I don't know what's going on with Kuminga.
Make the case why you wouldn't, though.
You wouldn't because he wouldn't, and you wouldn't because you wouldn't.
I don't know that to be true.
I don't think that the Warriors would, and honestly, what would that look like? So you bring back Kuminga on the minimum, and then you just repeat the whole thing of, you're not going to play him, and I don't know.
Okay, listen, I'm being completely tongue-in-cheek. But I do bet that, if you really wanted to open your mind, I bet I could make a case that for both sides it would actually be a good thing. That you're right. They won't do it. The experience was too weird, and the egos and all of the things that go into it. So, I'm being tongue-in-cheek. I just want to put that out. But I do think, I could make the case that if you all really could put everything aside, I bet I could make a case that it would be good for both parties. And one thing that I will say, wouldn't it stand to reason that Jonathan's a different person now? Would look at things differently. How about that? Not a different person. I don't know Jonathan.
Is he a different player, though, is the thing?
Wouldn't it make sense that Jonathan would view all of this through a different lens now?
You would figure, not that he needed to be humbled. I don't think that he did, but this has been very humbling to go from where he was trying to get a contract with the Warriors, and you wait until the very, very end, and you get a 1+1, and then you get dealt, and then you go to Atlanta, and they don't pick up your option, and you're thinking, okay, I'll go out there and get free agent dollars. I'll get $20 million a year somewhere, and here we are in mid-August, getting close to late August, and he hasn't gotten an offer that he's wanted to accept. And we heard talk of maybe it'd be the Lakers and it'd be $10 million a year. Yeah. And, that was either there or not there. And now as we sit, it seems like any offer that he would get is going to be less than $10 million a year. Less than Quentin Post money.
You would think. Yeah. And the Lakers are embroiled in their own mess. I don't know what the hell all is going on in Los Angeles right now with all these Mark Walter things, but that's neither here nor there. I guess that would be my curiosity. That would be my curiosity. I would love to know because we were all so uber focused on it and everybody had their sides and their arguments related to Jonathan Kuminga. And Joe Lacob even said on that TK appearance not too long ago, we didn't handle some things right, and he didn't handle some things right. And I think everybody can comfortably move on with that. But don't you think that, A, joining the Atlanta Hawks, which is filled with, much younger players who are not mentors, who have not achieved a lot. You saw the way CJ McCollum talked about him. So Jonathan experiences that and then gets kind of tossed aside by the organization. They opt out of his contract and then don't show really any interest in bringing him back at all. So you used the word humbled. I don't want to say that his ego was out of whack or whatever, but that's all what I'm betting. I bet that the entire experience might have adjusted a little bit on how he views the league, himself, the experience he had with the Warriors. I would bet that it has.
I would agree with you, but that doesn't mean that he's going to come here on a minimum and be the kind of player that they want him to be.
Doesn't mean that at all.
I think that the biggest issue with Jonathan Kuminga as a Warrior was the way he played did not jibe with the way that they wanted him to play. Now, can he suddenly come in and be that guy? Absolutely. There were times that Kuminga played great and he played well in the way that the Warriors wanted him to play. But I think, by and large, the player that Jonathan Kuminga is doesn't really fit with what the Warriors are looking for in that spot.
You could have him mentor Yaxel.
Sure. Yeah, because that'd work out great.
Yeah.
They're the same age, basically. And Kuminga might be a tiny bit older.
I think he's younger. Isn't Yaxel? Yaxel is either 24 or he's about to be, right? Who's younger, Jonathan or Yaxel? Jonathan is 23. Oh, he's turning 24 October 6th. When does Yaxel turn 24? It's close. Yeah, you might be right. He might be just a smidge. Ooh, he turns... No, Yaxel's like a week older.
Yeah, there you go. So who's going to mentor whom? Whom, by the way.
Yeah. I never understood who and whom.
Yeah, we've been through this.
I know.
We're not going to get to it again.
I don't want to know.
Yeah.
I just want to say who.
That's fine.
I just have removed whom from the story completely.
And that works.
Yeah.
I just was looking at this part of the trade that you just announced because Dennis Schroeder apparently was traded about 5 days ago.
Yeah, last week, yeah.
You realize that he's been traded 9 times? I'm looking at his basketball reference. He was traded by Atlanta, traded by OKC, traded by the Celtics, traded by Toronto, traded by Brooklyn, traded by the Warriors. He was traded by Detroit, traded by the Kings, and now traded by the Cavs. Mm-hmm. He's been traded 9 times.
And isn't he the one that he said something at the trade deadline that was kind of racy? The NBA didn't like it. He went on some sort of a rant. Do you remember this, Grandy? What was his point? I
think he compared being an NBA player and the trade deadline specifically to modern day slavery. I remember is what I remember hearing.
Yeah. It was something like
being told where to go and where to play, and you have no say in it, essentially.
I don't think the league liked that characterization, but you're entitled to your experience, and he has been traded a lot.
4 of the last 5 deadlines, he's been traded. Like only 2023 at the deadline was he not traded, but every other deadline, it's like, we got to make a trade. And we got Dennis Schroeder, and he makes the right amount of money to trade. He makes that mid-teens amount of money. He's a good throw-in or a good he's making $16 million, and we'll go ahead and throw him in the deal.
You can quit the league and just open a podcast or something. Nobody can trade you then.
Pretty much, yeah.
You know what I mean? Let's go to Matt in the city. Hi, Matt. Thanks for calling.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah, what's up?
Hey, as a Warrior fan, I'm just worried that if this is the end for the Curry era, I just want to make sure he goes down guns blazing. Maybe can we bring in some guys just to entertain? What about Bradley Beal? Is he a guy that we can pull in? I just want the staff to go out guns blazing, guys. That's all. And I just wanted to get your take on maybe bringing a guy like Bradley Beal.
Didn't Bradley Beal just sign with somebody? Who did Bradley? I think. Yeah. Hey, thanks, Matt.
I think back with the Clippers.
He just, He's back with the Clippers. So, no, you can't have Bradley Beal. This is such an interesting dynamic. I get what, that's that FOMO you were just talking about. I don't know when the last time somebody watched Bradley Beal play on a basketball court and was actually entertained by it. It's been a long time. So that does not, to me, represent guns blazing. I completely understand where Matt's coming from. You wish that you could snap your fingers and bring some players in that would sort of, I don't know, pop off of the floor, make you feel like there was a chance, all of these things. I think we're chasing ghosts. I don't think that exists. I think that the proof is in the pudding based on what has happened with the roster. And I don't know. I don't share people's anxiety with the whole idea of players getting old. Like they just do. This is where we're at. And it's okay. Like Trent can be old and Steph can be old and Draymond can be getting old and like, I don't know. It's okay. This is inevitable. This is all part of the deal.
Yeah, and I don't think that the solution, at least in my mind, is to go out there and throw names at it. Like you mentioned, Bradley Beal. It's a great name. He's a guy who can absolutely fill it up. And James Harden is still out there and available. And DeMar DeRozan, these are veterans who, in our mind, are better players than they actually still are. And so, yeah, if Bradley Beal was available, would he come in and would he be entertaining? He'd be somebody that we're familiar with, somebody we know, but I don't know if that leads you to be any better as a team than you are right now.
Played 6 games last year and averaged 8 points a night.
Right. And,
woo-hoo.
Exactly. And so you already have enough of those type of players. You've got Al Horford, who probably won't play back-to-backs, and Kristaps Porzingis, he struggles to stay healthy, and et cetera, Let's go
to Wando in Richmond. Wando, thanks for calling. What's up?
Hey, guys. I just haven't been listening to the whole show, but I heard you touch on Mark Walter and figured it's worth bringing up that I think it's interesting to discuss this on Sports Talk Radio, and it's all related to sports. And, the more the fans kind of scrutinize all the levels of their party too, quite frankly, it's really interesting. And so I'd encourage you guys to go down that discussion.
The rabbit hole. Yeah, Wando, what's interesting? The way you just phrased that, and thank you for calling in. I'll share with everybody. I texted you guys earlier, and I literally said, I'd love to talk about what's going on in LA. I don't know how to make it easy to consume for the audience. It is one hell of a rabbit hole. But if you want...
We'll start with, who's Mark Walter?
Okay, Mark Walter is the guy who just flipped the Lakers. Okay?
He bought it, and a year and a half later, he sold it.
Right. And this
made about $1 billion.
Actually, the valuation went up $2.5 billion, from $10 billion to $12.5 billion. He doesn't own every one of those dollars, but he became the majority owner. He is also a very big part of Dodgers ownership. And if you do want to go down the rabbit hole, it is deep, okay? He is basically accused in some criminal realms, and the thought process is he is trying to shed as many dollars as possible so he can liquefy and handle his kind of personal business. But what that has done is turned the Dodgers and Lakers into a playground, number one, and it's made the whole thing feel very uneasy for everybody there because now you have, Bob Iger and one of the Kushners come in, and he's now invested in the Giants, and now he's part owner of the Lakers, and with all of the funneling of billions that's happening with our government right now, it scares fans. So that's number one. Number two, you really want a rabbit hole? Go check out what this process has revealed with regard to how the Dodgers ownership handles their finances through their television network. I can't explain it to you other than to say, go do the reading and understand that they are cooking the books in such a way, all of these different companies that co-own each other. So you funnel money over here.
Right.
And it allows them, here's the bottom line of it, it allows them to basically pitch to baseball that their TV network is operating at a major loss, a major deficit. Therefore, that whittles down all the revenue sharing and the tax dollars that are owed to other teams. And it does things like, allow you to buy all the players and then have the gall to tell the world, your owner could do this too, but our owner is just the best. No, it's a crime ring, actually, is what it is. And so, yeah, that's the Los Angeles Dodgers.
It's genius.
Yeah,
and
congrats on your rings.
If that's the way that you go about it, and I know that their own network that they've owned has always been one of the more profitable ones because they're the only game in town down there. And so if they're showing a loss, it's kind of the way a lot of people approach their own individual taxes. And, I live in an area where there's 2 different shopping centers in our little town, and both of them have about a 40% vacancy rate. And
malls, yeah.
Well, and it's not because people don't want to open up shop in these malls. It's because by having vacancies, you can show a loss. And so if you're the owner of a big shopping center that has 28 storefronts and only 18 of them are occupied, the 10 that aren't, well, we're losing money on those 10, even though there's more than 10 people who want to come in and open up there. You can't charge enough rent to offset the losses that you can write off as a tax break.
Sound like we're turning into NPR right now.
It's a smart show for smart people.
We stop, drop, open up shop. Is that what you said?
That's right.
Now we bring in Kevin Dana. Let's do that. Dude, hey, do I still have the thingamabob on my board here, Grandy, or can you play it? Because we got to welcome Kevin Dana in on the River Islands guest line the correct way. Do you have it? Okay, Dana, stand by. Let us listen to your art first.
Last opportunity here for the Valkyries in the first quarter. 2 seconds left. Hayes with the deep pull-up and Anson from the logo with .1. Oh, my tip. Wow. 20-19 Golden State. That's from 40 feet, folks. It's the first lead for the Valkyries. She sized that thing up. She could have taken one more dribble. Nah. She wanted to shoot from right where she did. Talking her mess as she should afterwards. Wow, what a shot by Tiffany Hayes.
Now here comes Kevin Dana to talk his mess as he should. What's up, Dana?
Aloha, Willard. How you doing, man?
We are good. How are you doing? You're at Ground Zero for a pretty big game tonight.
Yeah, quite the game. I mean, think about it. They're only 2 back in the loss column from Minnesota. Now, it'd be a long way to get that tiebreaker, but they are pretty close to controlling their own destiny for the number 1 seed, which is just wild to think about in year 1.8. As you said yesterday, Risotto clipped it off for me, so thank you for the love yesterday, Mark. But you said like a season and 3 quarters in. Yeah, so like 1.75 years in, fighting a realistic shot to get the number 1 seed for the playoffs. Pretty wild.
What would be the secondary tiebreaker, Kev, if they split the season series and they wind up with the same record as the Lynx? What do we then go to break that tie?
Yeah, so it goes to record against 500-plus teams.
Oh.
So not playoff teams, but record versus winning teams. It just happens to be this year it's going to be likely the top 8 are all going to have winning records and the bottom 7 are all going to have losing records. So it would be the record against the playoff teams, and that's where going 0-3 against Las Vegas is going to hurt them. I looked at this a couple of days ago, and right now I think Minnesota's at 4 losses against the playoff field, and the Valkyries are at 7 losses against the playoff field. So they do have their work cut out for them there.
Okay, so the likelihood is they're going to have to actually finish with a better record than the Minnesota Lynx. And I guess, I mean, the real question here is, Kevin, like, how much do you think that even matters?
I think it matters to the respect that if you can get home court throughout the playoffs, I'm not sure how many teams are going to want to come through Valhalla to play in the playoffs.
Right.
Like, think 2007 Oracle on steroids, and I think that's kind of what we're going to get here at Chase Center in 2026. And I do think, like, while they don't have the tiebreaker, should note that Minnesota's 7 of their final 8 games are against playoff teams. So they don't exactly play, to borrow a Jim Tressel quote, the little sisters of the poor. They have a very tough schedule.
Kev, when you look at the Valkyries, and it's been such an unbelievable year, what's the one thing that they are lacking when they get into the deeper water, into the WNBA playoffs?
You know, Dan, I do think we'll see if what the clutch time scoring looks like, the go-to score Gabby has filled that pretty well. Veronica can do that. Janelle wants to do that and has been able to do that with some big threes in late games. I'm thinking about the game at Toronto where she really kind of brought that one home. But they don't have someone who's like a certified 20-a-game scorer, whereas like the Lynx have two of those players and another one at 18 in Kayla McBride. They don't have Asia Wilson, no one else has Asia Wilson. She's by far the best player in the WNBA. But so I am curious about that. What does the fourth quarter offense look like? They had the 1 for 16 in Seattle. It didn't look great in Dallas against Dallas on Monday. Now they held on to win that game because they had enough of a buffer, and their defense is that legit. The great defense that the Valkyries have, is that enough to carry them through a playoff series? Because there will probably be times where this offense bogs down. I mean, they are the worst team in field goal percentage. They get the fewest assists per game. They're like the fourth lowest scoring team in the WNBA. You don't see too many top flight teams have that kind of offensive profile. So I'm curious, as Jerry West says, good offense always beats good defense, whether they can kind of flip that script here in the playoffs.
Kevin Danner quoting the greats of the game throughout the conversation here on Willard and Dibbs 95.7 The Game. Voice of the Valks, and obviously, as you can hear in the background, out at the game, hour and a half away, the Valks hosting the top seed right now in the W in the Minnesota Lynx, and the game will be right here on 95.7 The Game and the Odyssey app. Listening to you talk about this team right now and what this could mean late in the playoffs, it is a very similar vibe to, I guess, how the Warriors ended up feeling when Draymond famously texted Kevin Durant from the locker room, right? It's like, man, we're getting bogged down by good defenses. We need somebody who is, I've always referred to it as the here you take it guy, which is late in the shot clock. Do we have somebody who can kind of clear it out? So is that your biggest question for the Valkyries?
Yeah, it kind of is. Now, I wouldn't I would qualify with this. Like, the vibes are immaculate. The locker room is perfect right now, or as close to perfect as it can get. And so sometimes if you add an alpha to that, like Gabby Williams is an alpha, and she fits seamlessly. If you add another alpha, what does that do to the situation? Like, is Veronica Burton or Caitlin Chen going to be texting Kelsey Plum after a WNBA Finals loss or something like that? Now Kelsey Plum does have a connection with Natalie Nakasa and Tiffany Hayes, going back to their Aces days. But I'm just throwing a name. Like, I'm not reporting anything. But curious to see how it looks in the playoffs. Like, the Valkyries, they kind of were missing that in the first round against Minnesota last year. They had that, I think it was a 16-point lead in game 2 and lost by 1. They have players who want to take those shots and have been able to make them, so it's not like they're completely bereft of having that go-to bucket getter. But there's a difference between, being able to do that and then just someone that you can absolutely count on and someone who's going to give you 22-25 in a playoff game.
What makes the Lynx so difficult, not only for the entire W, but particularly for the Valkyries to try to contain?
I mean, just the amount of weapons, or the number of weapons that they have. Olivia Miles is incredible. Like, probably first team all WNBA as a rookie. I don't think she's in the MVP conversation like some do. I think there is no conversation. I think it's Asia Wilson or bust. But she has been fantastic this year. Courtney Williams has an unorthodox game in the respect of she takes more than 7 non-paint twos or mid-range jumpers per game, and she hits them at a 47% clip. Kayla McBride is the leading active three-point connector in the WNBA, and she could pass Becky Hammond tonight for 4th all-time. Nafisa Collier is probably the second-best player in the WNBA. And then, Natasha Howard is an all-star, as a 3-time all-star, defensive player of the year in this league, Commissioner's Cup MVP, and that's your starting five. Like, their starting five is loaded. So they just have so many offensive options, and then defensively, they're one of the best defensive teams. Only they're 3rd in defensive rating and 2nd in offensive rating, so they get it done on both ends of the floor.
All right, Kevin, we're talking about what the Valkyries are going to have in store for the playoffs. What about you? The king of I don't even know. I don't want to call it one-liners. It's much more than that. The exaltation sensation, if you will.
That's a buck.
You know what I mean? Like, what are you saving for the playoffs that you're going to bring out?
I haven't even thought that far ahead yet, guys. There's still 10 games left in the regular season. I do not mean to give like a coach speak, like we're on to Cincinnati, Bill Belichick kind of quote here, but like
we're on to Cincinnati.
I don't. Oh, hey, you got the drop. Thank you, Grandy. That is one of my favorite quotes of all time.
For anything.
But, like, I don't really think about what I'm going to say. And the more I think about it, the worse it sounds. So I just try to let the game come to me, get a little Phil Jackson zen with the game, if you will. And hopefully the game breathes through my voice.
Just take it one sentence at a time. That's all you can do, Kev. I'm wondering what the thought is from the WNBA, the cognoscenti, about this FIBA more than 2-week break right in the heart of the stretch drive. Like, what the heck is going on with women's basketball to where FIBA has the W taking a break in crunch time?
It's just because every other professional league basically plays in, I guess what you would say, quote unquote, is the normal professional window, right? Like the NBA schedule, the NCAA schedule, and all those FIBA leagues, they're generally from they might start a little earlier, but somewhere around October-ish to March/April. And so this is when you do your intercontinental competitions. I love the WNBA schedule the way it is. I don't want it to selfishly, I don't want it to conflict with the NBA and the G League and the NCAA schedule because that would create more conflicts for moi. But this is just, if you're going to have this summer schedule, it's the cost of doing business because there's no other time to do these intercontinental competitions. And look, there's going to be an Olympic break in 2028, so you got to get used to it.
Dana, it's up to you, dude. Get her done tonight, okay?
All right, I'll do my best, Willard.
Okay, Kevin, Dana live at the game, the Lynx in town to take on Alcatraz.
Right, and the way he laid it out, the 1 seed, it's not completely off the table, but you're not going to win the tiebreaker most likely, even though the Lynx has a very tough schedule down the stretch, but it feels like you're going to have to beat them twice and have a better record when all's said and done.
Might be an overly simplistic point, but I'd like to try to make it. I love what you just brought up. I don't know how many people know this, but for instance, the Valkyries will play on Sunday, August 30th at Portland, and then they will not play again until Friday, September 18th when they host Portland. So there is a very big break in there. And Kevin was like, selfishly, I'd like them to not overlap with the NBA and the NCAA and all of that stuff because that's other work that I've got to do. I have a different thing that maybe you shouldn't overlap with. Don't know if you've heard of it. It's called the National Football League.
Yeah.
Wouldn't it be great if the WNBA playoffs were, I don't know, now in the month of August when everybody is sitting here screaming at their TV to stop playing fake football because it doesn't really entertain us. I don't know. I haven't done the dive on the ins and outs of what it would mean to start the season significantly earlier. I get it. There's the NBA arenas in many cases that these ladies are, right? They are co-inhabitants, and so I get it. I'm sure there are challenges there. But wouldn't it be great for the W if they were playing their biggest games now? Not on, for instance, the Sparks will host the Valkyries on Thursday, September 24th. That is the final regular season game of the year. In theory, they thought it might come down to this. It could be really interesting. Also, that same night, the Falcons will be at Lambeau Field. And you might have Bijan Robinson on your fantasy team.
Right. And you're probably going to be yacked in on that because it's football and football's king. And I'm just looking at the dates this year. The regular season began on May 8th. And so you do May 8th. Why couldn't you do, I don't know, April 20th? Right after the NBA season ends, go ahead and start getting those WNBA games going.
If it was possible, that would be advantageous, I think. All right. Speaking of the Valks, as we have been back in action tonight, first place Minnesota Lynx in town. 7 o'clock Chase Center. Listen to it right here on 95.7 The Game and on the free Odyssey app. Just search Valkyries for all the action. All right. There's much more to say. I got a Shanahan and Harbaugh thing that I want to get to. We'll do that coming up next. Plus, this is going to be a very, very big commercial break. You're going to want to listen to it right here on Willard and Dibs.
This game day traffic is brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. Heading to see the Valkyries at Chase Center tonight. Bay Bridge metering lights are on, so you'll be solid from the toll plaza all the way through the city. Northbound 101 is heavy from 280, and northbound 280 you'll be stop and go from Cesar Chavez.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Hey, everyone, it's Willard for Kalshi. Willard for Kalshi. Listen, before the season even kicks off, everyone's making predictions, right? Who wins the division, who's going to the playoffs, who's lifting the trophy. On Kalshi, America's #1 prediction market platform, you can trade those predictions in a live market. Will San Francisco qualify for the playoffs this season? Right now, San Francisco, check this out. If you want to do win total, San Francisco to win at least 11 games this year, currently trading at a probability of 40%, meaning a $100 trade pays out $239 if they reach 11 wins. On Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house, and as the probability changes, you can buy in and out of the position, trade the draft pick, the game, and more on Kalshi. Download the Kalshi app and use my code Willard to get $10 when you trade $10. Kalshi, Kalshi, trade on anything. 18 or over, restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Kalshi products are not available in all jurisdictions. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see Kalshi.com/regulatory boosh.
Need to get something off your chest?
I'm gonna call you crazy in Spanish. You're loco.
Stuck in traffic and can't take it anymore?
I can't handle this.
We've got the solution for you. Call the Sound Off line at 628-400-9880. That's 628-400-9880 and leave a message. It's Sound Off. Every morning at 8 a.m., starting Monday on 95.7 The Game.
Jay Vineyards returns as the official sparkling wine of the Golden State Valkyries. As Jay celebrates its 40th anniversary, the team invites all wine lovers to experience the artistry, hospitality, and California soul that defines Jay Vineyards. Every offering at Jay is an invitation to discover the bounty of Sonoma County, where guests explore local ingredients paired with Jay's celebrated sparkling Pinot Noir and Chardonnay wines. Make Jay your next wine country destination, located just 70 miles from Chase Center in Healdsburg.
Thinking about upgrading your sleep? Now is the time to shop Sleep Number. Trusted by millions for nearly 40 years, Sleep Number offers superior comfort, personalized adjustability, temperature benefits, and value that is unmatched in the industry. And right now, during the Sleep Number Labor Day sale, all mattresses are on sale. Invest in your sleep and experience firsthand Sleep Number's personalized comfort. Stop by a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com to learn more.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every day you delay can mean lost wages, delayed medical care, and more stress for your family. At Boxer & Gerson, we fight for people just like you. Construction workers, delivery drivers, factory workers, restaurant staff, hardworking folks who get hurt just trying to earn a living. We won't back down. We get results. You work hard, you deserve real help. Call Boxer & Gerson now at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com. The consultation is free, but waiting could cost you. Boxer & Gerson, justice for workers. Your daily commute could pay you back. With a rewards credit card from Stanford Federal Credit Union, you can earn up to 6% on gas and EV charging through September 7th, 2026. Enjoy low rates, no annual fee, and get 25,000 bonus points worth $250 cash back when you open and use your new credit card. Visit sfcu.org to apply online. All credit cards are subject to credit approval and membership eligibility. Terms apply. sfcu.org.
Cruise on out for the Good Guys 39th West Coast Nationals. Over 3,000 classic Good Guys Autocross racing action, a huge automotive swap meet, and so much more. All this weekend at the Alameda County Fairgrounds. Details at good-guys.com.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed? Now through August 24th, new Xfinity customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto-pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at Amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Did you know Skechers makes high-performance footwear for almost every sport you play? Here's what our athletes are saying.
Hi, I'm pro basketball player OG Anunoby. I dominate in Skechers basketball. Skechers delivers championship-level performance.
I'm WNBA star Jackie Young. Skechers keeps me quick, comfortable, and ready for anything.
And you can get high-performance Skechers and hands-free slip-ins technology. Just step in and perform.
I'm pro golfer Matt Fitzpatrick. I play in hands-free Skechers golf slip-ins.
Find yours at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or whatever high-performance sports shoes are sold.
Go to the hoop, go to the rack.
Bay Area, it's Veronica Burton. You're listening to Willard and Dibs, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios on 95.7 The Game.
Big game tonight.
Yep.
Big game, big game.
And I guess that's the only piece of good news out of this FIBA World Cup that the best women players are going to go to. There are no Valkyries on the U.S. team. Mm-hmm. I didn't check all the countries and all the rosters. I do know that Natalie Nikasi is going to be one of the coaches for the U.S. team, but maybe you find that the Valks get a couple of 2.5 weeks off and some of these other big-name, big-star players are going to be all tuckered out.
Or maybe get...
I didn't want to say that, but
it could happen, though.
Mean-spirited, Mark.
No, I'm just saying, no, it's just life. Like, they're taking a risk. Didn't Paul George do his thing at a FIBA thing?
Oh, boy, then that was a thing.
Yeah.
His thing was a bad thing.
No, his was like a Fred Warner thing, or worse.
Or more like a Moses Moody, to be honest.
Well, it was a bone, wasn't it? There was a...
Oh, I thought it was multiple. I thought
it was just a broken bone. I think it went the wrong way. It was very gruesome looking, but I thought it was. I make it sound it's just a broken bone.
Sure.
But yeah. Anyway, I think obviously Paul George recovered and played well.
Yeah, it was an open compound fracture.
Yes.
Of the tibia and fibula.
Right.
So an open fracture is when bone meets air.
It was like Joe Theismann-esque type of a thing.
Yeah, a compound fracture is when the bone breaks and it comes through the skin.
Right.
I remember Joey Morlock did that at Ross School when I was yard dutying. He's on the monkey bars.
You're the only person.
I'm across the yard. He's playing. There's like a little kid chasing him.
What's his name?
Joey Morlock, Steven's
Warlock.
younger brother. Joey falls off the monkey bars.
I don't know.
Lands on the ground, and this little kid who was like a kindergartner, he runs up and he jumps on top of him thinking, I got you, tag, you're it. Meanwhile, Joey's arm is like jabbing through the skin, and I, of course, see it, Johnny on the spot, and I, of course, respond calmly and direct people to call for the ambulance as I try to console young Joey Morlock.
How old were you?
I was probably 26.
Okay.
Joey probably now is 43. Kids, they grow up, Mark. Compound fracture.
You either have the weirdest memory of all time or you make all of this crap up. I cannot figure out which it is. Like the ability to remember everybody's name, who you've met ever, and then the things that happened in your earlier years at schools. They were all at schools. These things all, except for the who threw something at you? What'd you get hit with?
I got hit by a potato from a 6'4" transgender individual.
Right, and that was at outside of a department store, right?
It was in Oakland, right outside the Tribune building.
Okay, outside the Tribune building.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah.
And
everything else happened at school.
A lot of it.
Yeah.
Including Bart Pickett tearing his ACL.
That's
after this kid was he was a troublemaker.
How many? First of all, you've had all these injuries, and then you've seen everybody else experience them too. I've never seen an injury like this in my life.
Never?
I've never been just where, like, yes, somebody's bone or like torn ACLs. Like, I've known people who've done it, but apparently this happens in front of you every time.
Well, this one happened, and I had asked him to not jump on the high jump mats 11, 12, 14 times. He kept doing it, and finally he goes up to do it. Out goes the knee. And I said, told you not to jump on the mat, Bart.
You had the same grunt as Monica Seles?
That's a two-piece, that one. This is more of a, like.
Oh, like BPA?
Yeah, exactly. Like,
okay.
Anyway
is right.
I've seen it.
I didn't like this week. I wanted to mention this real quick. It's no big deal. We could talk about it more tomorrow when the Niners play the Chargers if you want. I didn't like all of the stuff that everybody did. Well, would you rather have Shanahan or Harbaugh? Here's why it bugged me. Harbaugh is a great coach, but did everybody just immediately forget what happened last year? Did you get like a Men in Black, like a flashy thingy and just... I thought we all agreed last year that was the most bananas thing that you've ever seen an NFL coach do. Just lose all your players and go 12-5.
Right. Don't sack the quarterback and go 12-5.
And have your yards per carry go from 5 to 3.8. And then have Greg Cosell come on and go, they were still efficient offensively. Does anybody understand the rabbit that Kyle Shanahan pulled out of his wahoo last year, and where does everybody then in the wake of that year come up with, I'd rather have Harbaugh. Really? He's a great coach, don't get me wrong, but what are we talking about? Grandy and I both sat on this radio station last year and definitively said we would trade Kyle for no one. No one. In fact, we could do it in Harbaugh's motto if you want. Who are we trading Kyle for? Nobody. That's who.
If you had to deal either Brock or Kyle, you're probably keeping Kyle.
Absolutely.
And you love Brock. You're the president of Brockistan, for crying out loud.
That is correct.
And I do think that is a good way to answer.
He's obviously the best quarterback to ever play the game.
Yeah, the debate, and I don't even think there is a debate. And that's why I look at coach and QB combinations more than I do anything else.
And that's fair. That's fair. Like, I don't, there's no, whatever. You know what I mean? Like, you like who you like. I was just like, really? After last year, we're out here looking for who we'd rather have than Kyle Shanahan? No one.
A pretty good year. And if you look at the why, if you want to reverse engineer how they did what they did, they went 12-5 and won a road playoff game with a lot of injuries. I was checking this during the Greg Cosell interview. They were number one in football last year on third down. Third down conversions, 50%. So even though offensively, you couldn't really run the ball, and you lost some of your key skill guys, and you didn't have your quarterback for half the year. The one thing that was the constant, and you can give this nod in part to Kyle Shanahan, is third down, you were awesome.
Number 2 in DVOA on offense in the entire NFL. Half the year without the quarterback.
Yeah.
And quote-unquote couldn't run the ball. Superstar tight end missed damn near half the season as well, got hurt in the playoffs. You're running around out there with Kendrick Bourne and Marquez Valdez-Scantling. Number 2 in offensive DVOA in the whole NFL. Sure. Harbaugh. Yeah, thumbs up. I'd rather have Harbaugh.
Not Harbaugh. Anything
Not
but
Harbaugh.
The hell?
No, come on.
The hell is
Not
wrong?
Kalshi.
What is wrong with all of
No.
Yikes.
Not Kalshi.
Oh, no, babe.
you? Yeah, Kalshi.
Man.
That was a long look you just gave me.
Well, I was just trying to figure out how to throw this in there.
Gentlemen, what's happening?
I just saw
Obvious
this.
things, actually.
Turns out Tugboat, who I know was pitching for the Giants today, turns out he struck out 16 back in 2015 in the Little League World Series.
Oh.
And you know I love the Little League World Series.
More than most.
Apparently Dave Fleming was on the call.
No way.
Tugboat struck out 16 for Canada with Flem on the mic.
If the Giants don't do a podcast where the two of them recount their memories of that day, then they're doing it wrong. So high! There you go. Apology. Jose in Oakland's one of our favorites. He just called, but it's too late. We got to go.
Tomorrow, yeah, we do.
Yeah, call back tomorrow. Apparently, we're going to do another show. That's the word. What are we doing next, though? I know